the family heirloom of the Zhang family. He Xiaoman gazed at the protruding stone on the ground, flanked by three neatly arranged branches. The sixth time, not every sixth occurrence heralds a smooth passage. He Xiaoman felt as though her spine and vitality had been abruptly severed, collapsing despondently onto the ground, utterly Regarding the brand new two-piece designer hoodie and pants she donned for appearances, despite being merely a counterfeit that cost her over 3,000 yuan. By the dim glow of her phone, she discerned her own chaotic footprints scattered across the earth. The town hospital is situated in the heart of Wei Town. One could reach it by following the asphalt road straight to the flooded bridge, turning north and continuing for about a knot. Her mile. Yet, from dawn to dusk, He Xiaoman traversed the path, only to find the surroundings growing increasingly unfamiliar and desolate. Beyond the flooded bridge lay the first and second high schools of the town, followed by a vast expanse of dilapidated residential buildings and a mix of bungalows. However, in the area before her, not a single structure stood instead. It was a sea of waist-high weeds and thickets, bereft of the character one would expect from a quaint town. Her vision was consumed by wild overgrowth, devoid of any landmark. Tragically, along with her sense of direction, her mobile phone signal had also vanished, rendering the pursuit-of assistance a distant luxury. At this moment, He Xiaoman's phone had devolved into nothing more than a watch and a flashlight. This was the archetypal opening of a horror film. With a long exhale, dragging her weary legs, He Xiaoman, embodying the spirit of a protagonist, resolved to struggle a bit longer. After all, she could not succumb to such an ominous. Number 6, upon the renewed sight of the three branches and the bare stone, illuminated by the glow of her mobile phone, they appeared to form a smooth, bald head with a wrinkled forehead. He Xiaoman was suddenly struck by the resemblance to a figure she had drawn countless times in her childhood with her neighbor, Erpinga, peculiar and monotonous character, known as Old Ding, who borrowed their 2 balls and promised to return them in 3 days, yet never did. The combination of the 3 branches and the stark stone, when observed with a discerning eye, resembled an elderly man hastily buried here. The burial was so incomplete that his bald head and forehead remained exposed. This scene that He Xiaoman felt a chill run down her spine, her feet suddenly recoiling as if stepping on a nail, prompting her to avert her gaze from the branches and stone she had arranged herself. Realizing she had been pacing in circles within a confined space, she sought out a more conspicuous stone to use as a point of reference. To avoid encountering similarly shaped stones, she also gathered 3 dried twigs as markers. Consequently, the very markers she had crafted manifested themselves 7 times in succession, leaving her to ponder whether they were an assertion of the existence of bias, trip in the Penrose stairs, or merely a means to subject her to the chilling experience of an uncanny loop. When He Xiaoman exited the hospital, it was still not yet 5 o'clock. In the northern hemisphere, autumn ushered in early twilight. The slanting sun cast a warm orange hue upon the distant mountain peaks. The dirt road from the town hospital to her 4th uncle's house spanned approximately 2 kilometers in He Xiaoman calculated that if she hurried, she might reach her destination before complete darkness enveloped the landscape. Dinner was a distant hope, considering the penny-pinching nature of her 4th uncle, who would rather refrain from discarding even the remnants of beans resulting from his flatulence. Coupled with the unpleasant atmosphere stemming from the recent division of the family, He Xiaoman held little expectation of securing a meal at their residence. However, the pressing concern before her was not the lack of food, but the grim possibility of spending this late autumn evening in the desolate wilderness. Alas, had she foreseen such a predicament, she would have preferred the modest accommodation opposite the town hospital over this futile display of tenacity. It was not entirely He Xiaoman's fault. Faced with her grandmother's pleading gaze, she found herself unable to refuse and thus reluctantly agreed to stay at her 4th uncle's home. Her grandmother was impervious to any alternative reasoning. Without further ado, He Xiaoman cheerfully hoisted her oversized bag and departed to her grandmother. The 4th uncle was the beloved youngest son she had watched grow since childhood, while to He Xiaoman, he paled in comparison to the balding accountant at her company. At least the accountant reliably calculated her hard-earned commission each month without fail, even if it meant later treating him and his pleasantly plump mistress to as umptuous meal. Overall, their arrangement persisted within a mutually agreeable atmosphere, marked by an unspoken understanding As thoughts of food crossed her mind, Xiaoman's stomach audibly protested with a series of rumbling sounds. Despite her resilient demeanor, which often defied the gender norms recognized by her colleagues, she was acutely aware of her corporeal nature, understanding hunger, fatigue, and the biting chill of the season all too well. Not entirely paralyzed by fear, Xiaoman's courage was inherent, and she had heard tales of the eerie wall-knocking phenomenon. It was said that this peculiar occurrence vanished at dawn. Now, unable to make phone calls and lost in the darkness, she decided to rummage through her bag for sustenance. If she were destined to wander in circles like a tethered donkey until daybreak, she might as well be well-fed before her ordeal, right? As she unzipped her so-called treasure-laden shoulder bag, a singular object clattered to the ground, reverberating loudly in the oppressive silence, causing Xiaoman to shudder. Involuntarily, it was a hefty, dark, grease-stained cleaver, a versatile tool for chopping bones or slicing vegetables, albeit a tad cumbersome. When Xiaoman grasped this family heirloom, she nearly lost her grip and risked injuring her own foot. Do not misconstrue her assertion. Although her bag was dubbed a treasure trove, it typically contained mere essentials like lighters and pepper spray, with the inclusion of a cleave, being an unprecedented occurrence. This cleaver had been bequeathed to her grandmother by her grandfather, who inherited it from his own grandfather. In terms of lineage, it truly was a family heirloom. However, her grandmother wished for her fourth uncle to inherit this knife, considering it a symbol of the butcher's legacy. The fourth uncle argued that since the family home had been entrusted to the third sister, all possessions should rightfully belong to her. Furthermore, with only Xu Yuan as their family's sole daughter, it seemed unreasonable to expect a university student to take on the mantle of a butcher. Xiaoman, upon hearing this, fell silent and took out a makeup mirror from her bag to inspect herself. Finding no signs of facial hair or an Adam's apple, she glanced at her uncle in confusion. Zhang Shuyuan is your daughter, so she cannot inherit the kitchen knife. Could it be that I, Xiaoman, am actually a male university student? Not only did the son refuse to inherit the family estate, but he also bequeathed the old house, which had stood for over a century, to his aunt Zhang Kaiwa, who is none other than Xiaoman's mother. He simply did not wish to take on the burden of the ancestral home, as there exists an unwritten rule in Huai Tree Fort. Whoever inherits the ancestral resident, he is responsible for supporting the elderly. Chapter 2. Darkness Sister, have you not just divorced? The meager sum that Yutian provided is hardly sufficient for you to purchase a house. Let alone the fact that Xiaoman, at her age, remains unaccomplished and without a direction. As it happens, my newly renovated 3-story building could be yours, and you would also be able to take care of our mother. We are family, and I am beyond concerned with monetary matters. Dear fourth uncle articulated these shameless words with remarkable fluency and conviction. The old residence, in his narrative, transformed into an exclusive 3-story villa, complete with a river in front and a slope behind, adorned with over a dozen daikakuba trees. It resembled a rural version of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. 10 miles of peach blossoms, a veritable paradise, a life akin to that of deities. Then why do you not reside there? Why abandon such a divine existence to become a mere pork vendor? His incessant blather could not deceive the long-suffering Zhang Kaiwa, who had been dulled by the halo of familial obligations, nor the seasoned veteran Xiaoman, who had been engaged in wine sales in D City since her graduation. Alas, although their mother harbored doubts about fourth uncle's claims, she could not bear to subject their paralyzed grandmother to the unpleasantness of facing fourth aunt's countenance. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced. Within the family, those who understood the art of compromise were destined to suffer. Has it not always been this way? Yet, how had she ended up 5 miles away in Huai Tree Fort, spinning in circles all these years? Was it possible that she possessed an extraordinary gift for mastering the art of teleportation? Xiaoman retained a faint memory of the old residence, but only until the age of 10. After turning 10, my fourth uncle first purchased a house on the outskirts of Wajiao town. As his butcher shop flourished, he expanded his business to establish a chain that reached the city of Zhongtai County. Consequently, he decided to acquire another residence in the city, transforming into a city dweller alongside my second uncle, who operated a delicatessen. The entire family relocated, leaving the ancestral home in Huai Tree Fort vacant. Thus, after the age of 10, I gradually ceased to visit this picturesque village nestled by the mountains and waters adjacent to Wajiao town. Contemplating these troublesome matters concerning my grandmother's home, I felt a buzzing in my head. It seemed that during those years, every household was blessed with numerous children. each grappling with a myriad of intricate domestic affairs. Initially intending to find a random spot to enjoy my dinner, I was unexpectedly led back to my own doorstep. With my cherished heirloom, a large cabbage, in hand, I produced my key and unlocked the tightly shut door. At that moment, I could hardly find a more fitting expression than to marvel at fate. Although inheriting this garden villa was fraught with challenges, it ultimately provided a solution to my imminent predicament of having to sleep outdoors. In early winter, enduring the frigid northern air dressed in counterfeit attire would be unbearable. Even authentic clothing would struggle against such cold. I was acutely aware that if I were to spend the night outside, my options for the following day would be limited to either securing a plot at the South Mountain Cemetery or a bed at the town hospital. Thus, despite the peculiar coincidence surrounding this house, I felt a sense of relief, as I had no desire to visit either of those places. A wooden fence, impervious even to the most determined of chickens, encircles the modest three-story building, serving as a makeshift wall. The entrance stands wide open, lacking even a proper gate, while the yard is overrun with dried grass, some reaching half a person's height. Amidst this wilderness, a few young fruit trees valiantly emerge, rising over 10 centimeters to assert their proud, woody identity. Ishaman understands that if relocation occurs, the fruit trees in the yard could warrant additional compensation from the developers. Her uncle and aunt are an impeccable match, forever preoccupied with the ground before them, intent on seizing every opportunity to gather stray coins. Yet, Ishaman possesses a unique perspective. Over the past 2 years, as a grassroots sales representative frequently dispatched to various distribution points for promotional activities, she has resided in nearly every conceivable place, save for the streets. The house, recently renovated by her fourth uncle, is undeniably clean, imbued with the distinctive scent of freshly painted walls. However, devoid of inhabitants and any means of heating, it offers little warmth beyond protection from the biting northern winds. Ishaman rummages through the rooms like a burglar, ultimately discovering a somewhat worn set of bedding stuffed in a large camphor wood chest, hastily laying it on the narrow sofa. While the sofa is slightly cramped, it is certainly more comforting than the unlit Kong. On a dusty glass coffee table rests an electric kettle. Ishaman dares not drink the tap water directly. Instead, she pours her own bottled water into the kettle to boil. After sipping a steaming cup, she nibbles on some bread, letting out a contented sigh. She uses the kettle to warm some tap water, filling 2 empty mineral water bottles as makeshift hot water bottles, finally infusing her icy bed with a hint of warmth. Ishaman nestled under the blankets, enveloping herself tightly, and fell asleep almost instantaneously. The tumultuous life of a grassroots salesperson can cure all manner of indecision and insomnia. Ishaman profoundly understood that all individuality stems from a lack of life's brutal lessons. It was unclear how long she had slept when she felt a continuous chill creeping down her neck. "Chong-jin, did you forget to close the window?" she murmured, wriggling in her cocoon of blankets like a pupa. As she uttered those words, Ishaman groggily awoke, suddenly recalling that she was not in the consignment shop of Wulong Town, and her colleague and roommate, Chong-jin, was not with her. The cold wind surged again against her neck, causing her to shiver involuntarily as the room remained engulfed in darkness. Instinctively, she reached out to her left and, indeed, found her shoulder bag, a habit she had cultivated while traveling alone to various towns, ensuring that her most essential belongings were always within easy reach. No matter how unfamiliar the surroundings, she could always locate what she needed. The arguments by her grandmother's sickbed, the transfer of property in town, her 2 uncles who sought to profit while acting innocent, and her aunt, who spectated to protect herself. All these memories flooded her mind. She was now in the grand mansion she had just inherited in Huaishubao. Ishaman exhaled deeply, realizing why it felt so cold, after all. This house was never meant for long-term habitation. Then, a chill ran down her spine, her body bristling with goosebumps. She distinctly remembered not turning off the lights. Why then was the room shrouded in darkness? Chapter 3. A cry for help due to the absence of a front door and the insubstantiality of the courtyard walls. Ishaman had deliberately secured all entrances before slumbering, ensuring every door was tightly shut. Yet, to her horror, the door was ajar. Ishaman's pupils dilated sharply, as if every drop of her blood surged to her head, and her heart threatened to leap from her chest. The only action she could muster was to clutch her precious pouch with trembling hands, silently groping for her phone, as she could not recall the location of the light switch in this pitch-black abode. In the presence of light, courage often flourishes, yet before she could grasp her phone, a hauntingly ethereal sigh echoed in her ear, suffering. Oh, the suffering. In that instant, Xiaoman felt as though struck by lightning. She opened her mouth, desperate to inquire about the identity of the voice, but her oral muscles seemed to spasm, tightening like her heart. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped her throat. She moved her lips in vain, producing no sound. The voice was ambiguous in gender, yet possessed an intimate knowledge of all her affairs. It recounted how her aunt had turned a blind eye to her mother's predicament, while her second aunt fanned the flames, occasionally flaunting her own beloved children, only to then feign concern about Xiaoman's circumstances. Had she been promoted, acquired a car, managed to secure a mortgage? When would she finally share her joyous news? After years of hard work, had she not saved a small fortune? Ultimately, it pierced her heart with relentless inquiries. Look at your relatives, friends, and colleagues. None of them are worthy. How pitiable you are. Xiaoman suddenly felt that this person was truly wonderful. He comprehended all her heartaches, helplessness, struggles, and uncertainties. Every word he uttered resonated with her, perfectly fitting her situation. As if he were a celestial confidant bestowed upon her by the heavens. Come here. Here lies your liberation. Hurry, come now. Suddenly, a vast expanse of light appeared before her, soft and warm. Xiaoman exerted herself to pry open the door that had long obstructed her path, pushing desperately to squeeze through, as if many others were vying for the same space. Anger surged within her. They were seizing everything, even this meager light and warmth. Was it truly assumed that the strength of Xiaoman, the formidable lawn pie, was merely a figment of imagination? With a sudden kick, a familiar clatter echoed, jolting Xiaoman back to reality. She found herself standing beneath the beam in her room, precariously perched on a stool, straining to lift her neck upward. Moonlight streamed through the frosted window, casting a dim and chilling glow. To her horror, she beheld a noose, tied with a deadly knot, hanging from the beam. When had it appeared? Was she really contemplating hanging herself? Ah, you're awake? Too late, echoed an elderly man's voice. Yet the tone was awkward and uncomfortable. Xiaoman understood the reason behind the words too late, for the stool beneath her had suddenly vanished, as if forcefully kicked away. Though invisible, Xiaoman knew who it was, the person who incessantly recounted all their misfortunes, drawing forth the darkest and most despondent emotions within her. That individual who had lured her towards the precipice of despair. In an instant, Xiaoman experienced the sensations that accompany hanging, suffocation, and pain. At the moment the rope tightened around her neck, she felt her entire body begin to weaken, her head grow exceedingly heavy, and all strength dissipate. Could it be that she was truly destined to perish? The thought was unbearable. She was her mother's sole pillar of support, and if she were to die, her mother would surely follow suit into the abyss. Xiaoman's hands hung limply at her sides, the strength rapidly being stripped away from her body. Yet in a moment of spasmodic reflex, her fingers brushed against something solid. A flicker of hope ignited within her heart. She focused intently on steadying her heartbeat, channeling all her remaining strength and will to survive into that one hand. She had found a lighter. Life has a remarkable way of conjuring miracles. Xiaoman was uncertain how she managed it. Perhaps fate had deemed her worthy of survival, or perhaps the heavens had heard her desperate cries. Or maybe her mother and grandmother refused to abandon her to such a tragic fate. In any case, just before she succumbed to complete asphyxiation, she ignited the rope, severing it, and fell to the ground with a thud. Ah, how dare you! Xiaoman had successfully saved herself, and the voice that had previously exuded confidence suddenly descended into chaos. Xiaoman was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, panting heavily as she groped the ground. When her fingers grasped the chilling handle of a knife, she abruptly rose to her feet, wildly slashing at the air around her. With furious eyes, she shouted hoarsely, "You deceitful scoundrel! How dare you trick me into hanging myself? I will slaughter your entire family for this. You wretched soul! Who dares to deceive me into such a fate?" Her voice echoed with rage, but then, a piercing scream shattered the tension, and the world fell silent. The bone-chilling sensation that had enveloped her dissipated, leaving the house once again as desolate as when she first entered, with her as its sole occupant. After a tumultuous struggle, both terrifying and exhausting, Xiaoman finally recalled the location of the fluorescent light switch. With a decisive click, the light flickered back to life. In her right hand, she held the knife that had saved her life, while her left clutched a disposable lighter, another instrument of salvation. Chapter 4. Analysis. As she surveyed the room, the oppressive chill seemed to recede. Yet, she continued to tremble, unsure whether it was due to the haunting memories of the night or simply the biting cold. "How dare you suggest I take your place?" she thought bitterly. In the stillness of the winter night in the remote mountain village, a solitary beam of light illuminated the three-story building, only to be swiftly engulfed by the darkness. The cold wind that swept across her face jolted her awake once more, bringing back the icy, terrifying sensation, making her feel as if she were losing her mind. She seized the kitchen knife, preparing to leap up and unleash a frenzied assault. If she could chase you away once, she could certainly do it twice. However, her endeavor was thwarted before it even commenced. As she nearly struck herself with the blade when she stumbled, Xiaoman then realized that dawn had already broken, and she found herself lying in the courtyard, having tripped over the very luggage she had carelessly arranged the previous night. The early winter sun cast its light upon her frozen visage, resembling a mere prop devoid of any warming effect. Indeed, the chilling breeze that caressed her face was nothing but the northern wind. Yet, she distinctly remembered being wide awake in her room, engrossed in solitary gaming. When had she succumbed to slumber? Was this a cruel twist of fate, to spare her from hanging only to freeze her alive instead? Xiaoman felt certain she had been chosen as a scapegoat, and upon the failure of one scheme, another had been devised against her. Nevertheless, fortune seemed to smile upon her, as the ancestral kitchen knife had shielded her from death. Yet, the flicker of relief in her heart was swiftly overshadowed by indignation. She, Xiaoman, prided herself on her benevolence, believing she had no quarrel with the malevolent spirit residing in the house. The failure of their sinister plan indicated that her life was not meant to end. Why then did this torment persist? Drawing from her extensive affinity for horror films and strange tales, she recalled the age-old adage, evil cannot triumph over good. While the sun offered little warmth at this moment, its power to banish malevolent spirits should still hold true. Truly, the interplay of fortune and misfortune remained inscrutable. The room remained desolate and cold, not much different from the previous night. However, Xiaoman, nearly becoming a stepping stone on her path to death, discovered a small house-shaped sign near that very stool. The sign, resembling the most ordinary jade from Qinghai, bore a water-green hue tinged with gray, speckled with impurities. It could fetch a mere 30 or 50 yuan at a small stall. The craftsmanship was unimpressive, executed with a simplistic and straightforward technique. The carving was somewhat crude, depicting a humble dwelling with a pointed roof and fish-scale tiles, resembling an unremarkable little house. Yet, Xiaoman sensed that this object was anything but ordinary. Upon picking it up and feeling its surface, a line of shimmering blue text materialized before her eyes. Building, simple dwelling level, basic address, 55, 3rd Avenue. District E. The message indicated that a temporary holder had been detected possessing property eligible for projection and inquired whether she would like to consume 10,000 popularity points or 10 years of life to transfer the deed. Beneath the options was an additional choice, popularity or life. Xiaoman's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. What in the world was this? It defied all logic. She had always believed that all things deemed unscientific could ultimately be explained through science, and anything beyond scientific explanation merely indicated that the realm of knowledge was yet insufficiently advanced. However, the series of bizarre events, from the strange wall incident yesterday to the eerie experience of being replaced in the middle of the night, and finally waking up to find herself thrown out, were undeniably strange, verging on the nonsensical. Could it be that the old trickster had devised yet another malicious scheme? If she chose to transfer 10 years of her life, would she instantly perish on the spot, serving as a substitute for him? Yet, the sign produced by this old fellow seems rather, well, scientific, does it not? It evokes a sensation akin to that of a protagonist in a fantasy novel receiving their extraordinary ability. Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. Could this perhaps be her very own extraordinary ability? As she gazed at the ethereal countdown timer displaying 9:59 hovering before her, her mind was engulfed in astonishment. Much like the previous day when she was deceived into despair, Xiaoman reminded herself not to panic. The opportunity before her and the inexplicable danger were akin to twin brothers. Choosing correctly would lead to a life of indulgence, while a wrong choice would invite others to partake in her misfortune. With a mere press of her finger, life and death teetered on the edge of uncertainty. The renowned singer Lu Ruoying had long forewarned everyone, some things, once touched, would be irrevocably altered. Xiaoman began to mentally replay the events of yesterday as if watching a film. Arriving in Zhangtai County by train in the dead of night, she shared a ride to Weiyatown to join her family, who had already gathered to transfer the house directly into her name. Their lunch was fraught with an uncomfortable atmosphere, and it was only in the afternoon that she was permitted to visit her grandmother in the hospital. Yes, She was certain that until she exited the hospital, everything had appeared perfectly normal, unfolding according to her assumptions from the journey home, yet entirely contrary to her desires. He Xiaoman surmised that her mother would undoubtedly agree to care for her grandmother, as others were preoccupied with more pressing matters. Her mother, now a divorced woman with no roof over her head, had the perfect opportunity to be unencumbered by the responsibilities of husband and children. Meanwhile, Xiaoman could manage on her own, and for the time being, was not yet wed. Her third sister was as idle as the mythical creatures atop the temple roof, a sentiment echoed in the words of her fourth aunt. Although He Xiaoman was not particularly cheerful, she had to confront reality. All the peculiarities began when she got lost. Chapter 5. The Transfer. In her memory, she felt as exhausted as a dog, aimlessly spinning in place, while in truth, she had already surpassed her intended destination, her uncle's house, and unknowingly arrived at the ancestral home. He Xiaoman grasped the crux of a problem. Her eyes lit up with the realization of the ancestral kitchen knife. The enigma of the wall was inadvertently resolved when she dropped the knife on the ground. Following this thread, He Xiaoman continued to unravel the mystery. The failed hanging was also due to the knife falling, which startled her from her stupor. "You wretched person, how dare you strike me with my own knife?" The voice, though aged and weathered, spoke in a manner that was strangely effeminate. "That is my knife, you dare." He Xiaoman pondered this unfinished sentence. Logically, it should conclude with "you should return it to me." If the act of hanging was meant to liberate her from the clutches of the unknown, then why would this ambiguous adversary cast her outside to freeze? This suggested that He Xiaoman's previous deductions were flawed. The intent of the being that lured her to hang herself was the kitchen knife. The more she contemplated, the more she felt this to be the correct interpretation. She had been ensnared by the enigma of the wall, but the emergence of the knife caused that enigma to dissipate, revealing her directly before the ancestral home. Yet, this knife clearly belonged to her, the heirloom of the Zhang family. He Xiaoman murmured to herself. It is rather ironic that the heirloom of the Zhang family has been passed down to the daughter of the He family, while an unknown child boldly claims ownership of the kitchen knife. Suddenly, this seemingly unwanted and shabby kitchen knife has transformed into a coveted treasure. At this juncture, He Xiaoman has managed to unravel most of the events surrounding the situation. The previous owner of the house had once mentioned that they failed their mission and perished in the task realm. Coupled with the words of the old man and the chaotic events that ensued after her reckless chopping, He Xiaoman suspects that the old man is, in fact, the original owner of the house. The haunting incidents she believed to be occurring are merely the original owner's desperate attempts to reclaim this ancestral kitchen knife. However, due to recent family disputes, her grandmother, an unwaveringly stubborn woman, has inadvertently taken the knife to the hospital, leaving the original owner empty-handed. Could it be that this kitchen knife is indeed extraordinary? Perhaps it is a dragon-slaying, kitchen knife? In essence, the original owner's elaborate ruse to acquire this cherished knife ultimately led to their demise at their own hands. The deed to the house, akin to a precious jade from Qinghai, can be seen as the loot dropped by this elite foe. As the countdown approaches 1:15, He Xiaoman feels a surge of frustration. Even though her sister is both beautiful and charismatic, having to make life and death decisions in a mere 10 minutes seems rather excessive. 10 minutes. Should she make a mistake, both her mother and grandmother will face the tragic fate of burying their own children. Tears well up in He Xiaoman's eyes. Life is fleeting. Why the rush? Time is relentless, and she can no longer afford to hesitate. It is a choice between daring to take a risk, which could lead her to possess a golden finger in a vibrant yet perilous life thereafter, or succumbing to despair, continuing her mundane existence as a small-town figure in D-City, earning just enough to survive while engaging in a relationship that is neither too bitter nor too sweet, and living a life that is neither particularly good nor bad. He Xiaoman chose the former. Then she faced a second decision, popularity or longevity. Naturally, He Xiaoman opted for the former. After all, popularity is an entity that can be gradually cultivated through effort, whereas life inexorably diminishes without exception, unless one embarks on the path of immortality. At 27, should her lifespan fall short of 37, a mere finger poke could lead to her untimely demise. Thus, she directed her finger towards the option of gaining popularity. The familiar light screen flickered to life once more. "We regret to inform you that you do not yet possess a residence in this area. Popularity is not counted in the statistics and cannot facilitate this transaction." With time slipping away, He Xiaoman, eyes closed, decisively selected the option for 10 years of life. She felt that this irksome popularity option was designed solely to vex her. After a suffocating silence, as she listened to her heart racing, realizing how perilously close success and death were, Xiaoman finally received the answer she sought. Transfer successful. Almost instantaneously, a flash of blue light illuminated the space. And the small house, akin to a piece of Qinghai jade in her palm, vanished without a trace. At the same time, a tall, long-haired beauty stood before a somewhat dilapidated small house, her face a shade of deep anger. Her elegantly tailored, fitted long dress and diamond-studded mid-heeled shoes exuded a sense of affluence that starkly contrasted with the impoverished surroundings. With a piercing gaze, she fixated on the modest dwelling, no larger than a bathroom, and seethed, "Dare to transfer ownership of my property? I want her to perish." The frustration boiled within her. "Qinyu, I cannot fathom why you have come to this slum to prove your worth to a group of mortgage slaves. A luminous pearl need not compare its size with stones or its density with iron. Its mere existence speaks to its value." Qinyu cast a sidelong glance at her third brother, pouting playfully. "Oh, so you liken me to a luminous pearl, merely a decorative object left in the courtyard?" She scoffed. "You've descended to this place to live. Those pearls in our courtyard are worth far more." With a small fist, she playfully struck her brother's shoulder, to which he tilted his head and chuckled. "Have you had your fill of hitting? No longer angry? Shall we head to the Human Resources Department to clear your records? So Mother doesn't he worry about you every day?" Qinyu huffed lightly. "So your true objective is to curry favor with Mother, is it?" Chapter 6. Resentment. I want you to ensnare that woman, make her fall hopelessly in love with you, and then cast her aside, allowing her to experience the agony of loss and regain, only to lose once more. As for that worthless house deed, feel free to bestow it upon whichever subordinate you choose. I have no desire for such a trivial object as a gift. It merely vexes me." The man was rendered speechless. The man, who had always appeared carefree and jovial, suddenly erupted with fury upon hearing those words. A chilling murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Yet his words remained unexpectedly gentle. "All right, third brother, I shall heed your counsel." Xiaoman remained oblivious to the fact that she had attracted unwanted attention. Nor did she realize that the golden finger she had exchanged 10 years of her life for was perceived as remarkably trivial by others. Enthusiastically, she began to examine her property. With an innate talent, Xiaoman extended her palm and made a delicate sweep through the air, causing the previous light curtain to re-emerge before her. Displayed upon it was a miniature 3-story building accompanied by a table. Building, modest dwelling level, primary address, number 55, 3rd Avenue, District E owner, Xiaoman Guardian Spirit, Nun projection address, number 1, Huaitree Fort Village, Weiyatown, Zhongtai County, Jinshui City, Dongning Province. Xia Country unlocked area, bedroom, level 1. Resting in the designated area will yield double effects. Popularity, 10 nodes, 0 materials, 0. Xiaoman meticulously read through each item. The term modest dwelling referred to the property she had transferred ownership of, rather than the 3-story villa she currently resided in, which, albeit equally humble, barely sufficed to deceive a ghost. There were 2 addresses listed for the house. She inferred that the former indicated the actual location of the transferred property, while the latter denoted the projection, which was indeed the address of the ancestral home she had just inherited. As for how she could access the modest residence she had traded 10 years of her life for, Xiaoman remained unaware. What captivates the eye is that newly unlocked area, indicating that the property she has transferred possesses certain functionalities that can materialize into her current world through projection. Once again, it confirms that while others may have their extraordinary advantages in the form of systems or special abilities, Xiaoman's unique asset is the deed of her Qinghai jade property. Indeed, the official explanation soon followed. Certain characteristics of the guardian spirit beast may exert influence on the homeowner, thus requiring careful consideration. As once chosen, they cannot be altered. The tasks are adorned with beauty, abundance, longevity, and wealth. Do not question why, merely act upon them. Xiaoman's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this seemingly monotonous character, who only displayed subtitles, occasionally indulges in a bit of mischief? The phrases seemed strikingly familiar, almost as if they were the brainwashing slogans she frequently shared with promotional salespeople. Regardless, the shadow cast by the loss of 10 years of lifespan due to the property transfer was considerably alleviated by the annotations provided for newcomers. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" As soon as Xiaoman uttered these words, she felt an itch in her nose and let out an unusually loud sneeze. "Xiaoman, is it cold at your 4th uncle's house?" Are you catching a cold? Her mother responded with a question. Oh, I'm fine. After the sneeze. He Xiaoman realized her nose was somewhat congested, and her head felt a bit heavy and painful. Perhaps she really had caught a cold. It was typical of her mother to lose sight of the main point during their conversations, and after a lengthy discussion about whether he Xiaoman was indeed unwell, Zhang Kaiwa finally recalled the purpose of her call. Your grandmother and I have finished breakfast. You need not worry about us. He Xiaoman understood her mother's intentions. Zhang Kaiwa was acutely aware of the character of her younger brother and sister-in-law. They had successfully shifted the blame and, with a semblance of kindness, offered Zhang Kaiwa, a divorced woman, a house. The question of whether her own daughter could even manage to have breakfast was uncertain, and the prospect of receiving warm meals from home, akin to what the other two patients received, was utterly implausible. Even if Xiaoman could cook, the kitchen of the household was not available to her. For the fourth son's wife, Sun Lixia, had a compulsive cleanliness that forbade others from touching her belongings. This was fundamentally why the fourth son preferred to relinquish the ancestral home rather than care for the elderly. Sun Lixia was disdainful of her mother-in-law as perceived untidiness. The thought of this discomfort Zhang Kaiwa, her younger brother, Zhang Guin, was the offspring of this very woman, yet she bore no contempt for him. Initially, he Xiaoman, being merely a young girl, had no standing in the division of the Zhang family estate. However, with Zhang Kaiwa freshly divorced, he Xiaoman became her sole confidant. Furthermore, Zhang Kaiwa, feeling her age and the impossibility of remarrying and bearing children, considered Xiaoman her only heir. Rather than transferring the property to herself for a mere decade or so, only to subsequently endure the cumbersome process of transferring it to Xiaoman, it seemed far more prudent to resolve the matter once and for all. Thus, he Xiaoman took a leave of absence. In the northern regions, as winter approached, the sales of beer and draft beer tended to decline, and the company was not particularly busy. Nevertheless, when he Xiaoman requested her leave, she found herself scrutinizing the stern visage of her supervisor for what felt like an eternity, offering a plethora of compliments before securing 3 days off. Although the leave was granted, she knew that the prospect of receiving her full monthly salary of 500 yuan was a distant dream. In the Ningxi distribution department, the formidable presence of the influential figure undoubtedly ensured that he Xiaoman received a full attendance bonus, which would quietly find its way into his own pocket. Chapter 7. Zhang He's wife. This unspoken rule is well understood by all, yet remains inescapable. When one cannot challenge the established norms, the only options are to either endure or depart. There exists no alternative. If the previous homeowner had indeed met their demise at the hands of a kitchen knife just the night before, who then cast her out of the house, along with her bedding? It is hard to believe that a solitary individual could achieve such a feat in a state of somnambulism, especially while equipped. Although it is fortunate that she was the one cast out, it would have been dire had it been her grandmother or mother, both of whom are advanced in age, her grandmother currently afflicted with paralysis. To be unceremoniously ejected from the house in the dead of winter could lead to dire consequences. It is uncertain whether to deem this misfortune or serendipity in pursuit of additional relocation compensation. Her uncle and aunt had resided here for nearly a year after raising the old house, and they encountered no issues. Yet, she finds herself in this predicament. If one were to consider her unfortunate, she did acquire a treasured kitchen knife, capable of dispatching the former homeowner as if they were akin to a soul. Furthermore, her designated bedroom now offers a restorative double effect, enhancing the quality of her slumber and revitalizing her spirit. However, one cannot simply forego work in favor of sleep. After all, sustenance is a necessity. The title deed projects the image of this very house. And Xiaoman cannot simply attach wheels to it and transport it to City D, reflecting on the disarray at the company. Coupled with her somewhat aimless and seemingly superfluous plug-in, and the uncertainty surrounding the nature of tasks that might be posted on the bulletin board, Xiaoman felt a buzzing in her head. Additionally, she sought to clarify why she found herself outside the house. If she were to awaken outside again the following morning, it might be necessary to seek the advice of a wise elder. While engaging in her mother's aimless chatter about matters such as marriage, home buying, childbearing, and even where to hold the wedding banquet, she swiftly organized her thoughts regarding her impending tasks. In the rural north, winters are indeed harsh. One should refrain from comparing the southern chill, which is akin to a magical attack, to the northern cold, which is a physical assault. When faced with temperatures plummeting to 20 degrees below zero, any form of magical assault pales in comparison. Xiaoman did not deceive her mother about this. She would undertake the arduous and frigid tasks herself, as her grandmother and mother, one elderly, and the other frail. Needed preparations made for them before their discharge from the hospital. After all, Xiaoman possessed extraordinary strength. Her physical power was such that throughout her life, no boy had dared to engage her in an arm wrestling match, and while she could not claim to be as strong as uprooting willows, her colleagues at the talent-rich Lampe company had grown accustomed to treating her with the same regard as a man. This was also one of the reasons she held a modest leadership position in a rural township. Whether in receiving or dispatching goods, she consistently transported the most beer crates. Moreover, her capacity for alcohol was formidable. In situations requiring drinking contests, her abilities should not be underestimated. If it were not for the meager income associated with her profession, her two remarkable attributes might have led others to speculate about her having undergone a gender transformation. No one would go to great lengths to change their identity merely to carry beer crates, while jotting down a shopping list on her phone. Xiaoman contemplated taking another 3 days off next month. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, both her grandmother and mother are set to spend their golden years in this very house. Consequently, the garden walls and main gate can no longer be adorned with the rustic charm that is so characteristic of the countryside. In recent years, hunting in the mountains has been prohibited, and the government has increasingly prioritized environmental conservation. Although she has yet to encounter formidable beasts such as the black bear or the Siberian tiger, she has heard that wild boars have recently visited the nearby Xiaotang village. Should they wander into Huaitree Fort, the first household to bear the brunt would surely be her opulent residence, with a mere fence for a garden wall and no gate at all. Wouldn't the wild boars feel free to roam in her backyard? The rural population is already sparse, predominantly consisting of long-standing residents who have lived there for decades, rendering any form of defense unnecessary. Nonetheless, the occasional visitation from various mid-sized wild animals such as hares, bobcats, and weasels at the foot of the mountain is to be expected. A somewhat familiar loud voice interrupted Xiaoman's multitasking. Looking up, she realized it was Zhang He's wife, a woman in her 40s with no familial ties but who, due to her residence in the village, Xiaoman referred to as Third Aunt. Have you eaten yet, Third Aunt? Xiaoman inquired. Zhang He's wife, with her bulging eyes darting left and right, suddenly pulled her aside and whispered conspiratorially, "It seems you've come from the old house?" Xiaoman nodded, her gaze reflecting a well-placed sense of confusion as she looked at Zhang He's wife. "Is old Yuan Duong still around?" Her voice was barely above a whisper as her lips brushed against Xiaoman's ear, speaking softly, as if afraid of being overheard. However, merely 100 meters away were the homes of Zhang He and Lin San, all of which were 3-story buildings. Lin San had even gone so far as to construct 2 additional side houses in the courtyard, giving the once spacious yard a somewhat courtyard-like ambience. Yet, much like the fourth uncle, the initial joy of construction had turned into dismay, as the wealthy developer planning to transform Pear Blossom Mountain had withdrawn his investment. Consequently, the once alarming relocation event of Huaitree Fort Village dissipated without resolution, leaving those who built such shoddy houses to bear the brunt of their folly. Xiaoman found herself somewhat bewildered by her third aunt's erratic thoughts, struggling to keep pace with the leaps in her reasoning. Noticing Xiaoman's perplexed expression, Zhang He's wife arrived at her own conclusions, her chubby little hands, as red as a carrot from the cold, covering her mouth, with her wide eyes darting about as if they might pop from their sockets. "Your fourth aunt is here to look at houses. I suspect old Yuan was frightened." "Oh dear, look at my rambling mouth. Where are you off to, Xiaoman?" Zhang He's wife seemed to suddenly realize something, awkwardly veering the conversation in another direction. Chapter 8. The Eye of Reincarnation. Though Zhang He's wife spoke in a disjointed manner amidst the biting cold wind, the uniquely shrewd expression typical of rural women was unmistakably etched on her face, as if to say, "Come on, ask me. I know everything." "Very well, as you wish." In response to Xiaoman's insatiable curiosity, Zhang He's wife naturally shared her knowledge without reservation. "I must confide in you about this matter, but please, do not share it with anyone, especially not with your fourth aunt. If this were to leak, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and it is imperative that this remains a secret." She simply cannot tolerate the audacious demeanor of Zhang He's wife. What significance do several pork shops hold? Aren't they merely establishments for slaughtering pigs? Xiaoman has yet to catch sight of the person hired to view the property, Yuan Duong. He has likely been dismissed by the fourth aunt. After all, he is merely a hired hand, entitled to his wages. The commendable nature of my uncle and aunt can no longer be extolled with the phrase lacking virtue. At this juncture, my uncle's remarkable efficiency and proactive expenditure have finally found a more plausible justification. ever since the ancestral home was renovated from a single-story dwelling to a three-story building. It has been plagued by supernatural occurrences. However, at that time, numerous rumors regarding relocation and compensation circulated fervently, as the entire village was consumed by dreams of overnight wealth. Greed clouded the judgment of my fourth uncle and aunt, who diligently concealed the situation, leaving outsiders utterly oblivious. In truth, since then, they have been thrown out of the house intermittently, often waking up to the gentle warmth of the morning sun, including my elderly grandmother, who was not spared from this ordeal. Xiaoman suspects that her grandmother's abrupt illness, despite her previously robust health, may be linked to the frequent exposure to the cold wind after being cast out. Subsequently, that affluent developer abruptly shifted focus to undertake the development of Shuanglong Temple as a tourist attraction, rendering Pear Blossom Mountain a forsaken venture. With the grandmother's illness as a pretext, my uncle and aunt finally emerged from the ancestral home under the guise of caring for the elderly. At that time, however, they had not completely given up hope and had expended a considerable sum to hire the town's old bachelor, Yuan Duong, to assist in overseeing the estate. The Zhang family's ancestral home was likely the most secluded and spacious house in the entirety of Huaitree Fortress. The fourth uncle, motivated by profit, had recognized the potential of the old residence, which was particularly close to Pear Blossom Mountain, flanked by a river in front and a small hillside behind, adorned with several mature Jiubao peach trees, making it a prime candidate for development as a rural inn by developers. Consequently, he reinforced the original single-story structure and hastily constructed 2 additional floors atop it. However, no matter how much reinforcement was applied, the foundation of a building originally designed as a bungalow could hardly bear the weight of 2 newly added stories. To avert the tragedy of risking one's life for the sake of profit, Xiaoman's extravagant abode featured a second floor that was almost entirely wooden. Even when it became necessary to use earth and stone, they endeavored to keep it as thin as possible. The third floor was even more absurd. It was merely the roof of the second floor encased in thick cardboard, wrapped in plastic film, and adorned with a sprinkling of sand and cement. The third floor structure could easily be toppled by a single kick from Xiaoman. Thus, whenever her uncle mentioned the 3-story villa, Xiaoman could not help but twitch her lips in uncontrollable disdain. Her fourth uncle and aunt were well aware of the adage that as long as they themselves were not embarrassed, the embarrassment would forever belong to others. They portrayed themselves as a couple forced to leave their mother in the countryside for business, while their unfortunate divorced sister had generously bestowed upon them the opulent villa, complete with breathtaking landscapes. Indeed, how noble of you both, to gift a house, a mother, and even include an unknown entity that was not permitted to reside within the house. The entire upper 2 floors of the building were nothing but a facade, with only the 3 old rooms on the first floor being habitable. Despite residing in a 3-story villa, there was not even a storeroom available, leaving Xiaoman with no choice but to unload the 2 tons of coal into the yard. Armed with a relatively sharp sickle and wearing her leather gloves, she set about cutting down the half-human-high wild grass and thorny vines in the yard, for they served as excellent kindling. After laboring for 3 continuous hours, Xiaoman realized that indeed, changing fields was akin to crossing mountains. While her delicate hands would not bear a single blister from a day spent moving beer crates, now, even with gloves, her palms and fingers were covered in blisters of various sizes. Stretching her aching back, she surveyed the once desolate yard, now tidily cleared. And the eerie feeling that had previously permeated the space seemed to dissipate. At least, from a visual perspective, it no longer resembled a haunted house. In that moment, Xiaoman found a sense of accomplishment. Previously, her fourth uncle and others had refrained from making a fuss about the haunting in pursuit of relocation compensation. But Xiaoman paid little heed to such matters. It is worth noting that in the vast expanse of northeast China, shamanism once reigned supreme. In her childhood, there were even capable individuals who would descend upon the villages to assist the farmers in their troubles. Now, these extraordinary beings were re-emerging. In every 10 miles or so, there were bound to be a few gifted elders who could resolve such disturbances. The tales she had heard as a child about strange wall knocks, fox spirits, and vengeful female ghosts delivering milk powder to children at night were plentiful, which perhaps contributed to her calm demeanor when confronted with the inexplicable wall knocks. These peculiar matters are not beyond the resolution of a skilled practitioner. If they remain unresolved, it is likely due to insufficient funds or the practitioner's waning abilities. In times of difficulty, it is not always necessary to seek the assistance of uniformed officers. We should strive to alleviate burdens on the state wherever we can. Life in the countryside is generally pleasant, yet the challenges of warmth and sanitation in the northern regions cannot be compared to those in urban settings. This refers to the majority. Nitpickers need not seek validation, particularly in older residences with spacious courtyards. The experience of visiting the lavatory in winter can feel akin to being abruptly transported from the equator to the Arctic under the sun's glare. He Xiaoman muttered to herself that once she acquired financial means, she would either install a modern toilet within the house or construct a fully enclosed toilet pavilion in the courtyard, reminiscent of ancient times. She then entered the restroom, constructed from wooden planks and red bricks. The lack of sunlight due to the roof's coverage had caused the waste pit to freeze, revealing a head peering out. Wide-eyed and unblinking, fixated on Yi Xiaoman. Chapter 9. The client. A sudden chill coursed through Yi Xiaoman, extinguishing her urge to relieve herself. The old house's restroom had long been a repository of waste, having been established in this auspicious location since the house's construction. She vaguely recalled that the area behind the toilet was once a large pigsty, home to at least 4 or 5 sizable pigs. When suitable pigs were unavailable for slaughter, her grandfather would capture one from their own stock, patting Yi Xiaoman's head with a smile as he said, "Having surplus pigs at home makes for a good butcher." At that time, the livestock industry was not as advanced as it is today, nor were there regulations for designated slaughterhouses. Butchers would perform their work at home. Grandfather chose to settle in such a remote location, and his intentions were rooted in this very place. One should not earn a living at the expense of others' peace. Slaughtering pigs before dawn disturbs the neighbors and creates discontent. It is a trade that inherently offends one's moral integrity. And to further alienate the living will only lead to a life of hardship. Yi Xiaoman feels that her grandfather's rustic dialect from northeast China, laden with a farmer's unpretentious wisdom, often conveys profound truths. Typically, it is her 2 uncles and grandfather who take the pigs to the nearby Little South River each morning to be slaughtered. This location is conveniently close to home, ensuring that the village remains unblemished and that others are not awakened from their slumber. After the slaughter, they simply rinse the remains in the river, concluding the matter with ease. The spacious courtyard of the old homestead was intended for raising numerous pigs, yet young Yi Xiaoman always found her journey to the toilet to be interminably lengthy. Now, however, she perceives that this journey not only feels prolonged but also quite terrifying. Newbie task. Rest in peace. Return to one's roots. Task details. Bury Yuan Duong and dispel his grievances. This individual is the very one hired from town, as mentioned by Zheng He's wife, which explains why Yi Xiaoman had never laid eyes on him. Yi Xiaoman decides to accept the task. Although it is somewhat distasteful, the nature of the task is unpleasant. It should be considered relatively friendly for a second-hand homeowner who has never engaged in any transactional tasks. As previously noted, in the rural Northeast, if one can enlist the services of a wise elder, no problem is insurmountable. Now, Yi Xiaoman finally sees her wishes fulfilled. She can confidently undertake the renovation of the toilet. Surely, no one would dare to face a latrine where a soul has departed alone after dark and still find the courage to relieve themselves. Yi Xiaoman felt an unusual cowardice, despite her generally bold nature, when confronted with such a restroom. Not only at night, but even during the day, she hesitated to use the facilities. Haunted by the image of the head bobbing in the pit, its eyes wide open in alarm, a sight that would likely linger in her mind for eternity, impossible to forget. The matter of burial seemed manageable. To dispel the lingering resentment, she could reach out to a reputable elder. As she contemplated her plan of action, Yi Xiaoman took out her phone, preparing to call the authorities, when a message appeared on the bulletin board. For substantial rewards, homeowners must take matters into their own hands. Relying on others leads only to a dead end. Self-reliance surpasses seeking help. Unexpectedly, while muttering her intentions to muster courage, she stumbled upon some valuable insights regarding her task. However, I must report this incident. A life is at stake, and I certainly do not wish to find myself embroiled in a manslaughter case before I have even grasped the task at hand. Savoring the gravity of the situation, Yi Xiaoman continued her soliloquy, glancing at the half-visible face of Yuan Duong, whose expression remained eerily unchanged despite the passage of time. It felt as though her words were spoken directly to him. The bulletin board remained silent, providing her with a slight sense of relief. It seemed that reporting the incident was permissible. "Uncle Yuan, I am truly sorry. I had no idea you were here. Had I known sooner, she would have fled. I will find a way to rescue you from this place. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please share them with me. I promise to assist you to the best of my ability." He Xiaoman spoke with heartfelt sincerity and fervent passion, yet she had left herself an escape route. Strength does not equate to naivety. As a veteran who had navigated the company for over 2 years, everyone expresses such determination when faced with criticism. While it may sound earth-shattering, upon closer reflection, it appears rather feeble. Confronted with a vengeful spirit, she dared not even indulge in empty promises. For it is said that ghosts take everything to heart. Failing to fulfill a promise could lead to chaos. The task aimed to alleviate some grievances, granting the homeowner basic construction materials to be used solely for building a restroom, and a modest increase in popularity. It seems effective. The shimmering screen before He Xiaoman filled her with such joy that she nearly broke into song and dance in the restroom. However, the thought that the individual who contributed the materials and popularity was still freezing in the restroom quickly dampened her excitement. Yet, with this outcome, the fear of facing a corpse had completely dissipated, and He Xiaoman now felt considerably more confident about this novice task. Gazing into the penetrating eyes that fixated on her, she silently reassured herself, "Fear not, this is merely a client, just a single order. Once completed, the rewards will be substantial. You can do it, He Xiaoman. Keep pushing forward. May the light guide you." She continued her fervent encouragement in the restroom, yet the bulletin board remained as silent as a grave, offering no further rewards. It was time to take action. This uncle was not easily swayed. The police car arrived swiftly, sirens blaring as it entered the courtyard. He Xiaoman had already informed over the phone that the likelihood of survival for the individual inside the restroom was virtually zero, and thus, a forensic expert accompanied them. Observing the bustling police officers engaged in their duties within the muck, He Xiaoman felt a pang of guilt, as though she were exploiting the esteemed officer's efforts. "Please continue with your work. I shall fetch some water for everyone," she thought, convinced that she ought to convey her gratitude. At this time of early winter, when the ground had yet to solidify completely, Yuan Duang's body was swiftly unearthed. However, He Xiaoman's guilt and her furtive intent to flee did not escape the keen eyes of the officers. "Do you recognize this individual?" a serious-faced officer inquired of He Xiaoman. Shaking her head, she admitted that she had never encountered Yuan Duang, knowing him only through her assignment as the husband of Zhang He's wife. Thus she did not technically lie. The arrival of police vehicles attracted nearly the entire village, young and old alike, to gather at the old homestead, pointing and murmuring. Yet, due to the unfortunate death, a cordon was established, restricting them to mere spectators from outside. It was not until He Xiaoman was escorted to the sole police station in the town for questioning that her fourth uncle and his wife arrived upon hearing the news. Chapter 10. The Murderer, He Xiaoman. Her fourth aunt, Sun Lixiao, wore a smile that did not reach her eyes, brimming instead with insincerity. He Xiaoman recalled witnessing this same expression during Zhang Shiyuan's engagement banquet, when facing the provincial family. Zhang Guan, her fourth uncle, was a relatively prominent figure in Whale Town, operating 6 businesses, making him a familiar face in the area. Consequently, Sun Lixia quickly learned the unfolding events. It must be that Yuan Duang overindulged in spirits again, she exclaimed through gritted teeth, adding that had they not been at the police station, she would have surely cursed the Yuan family's ancestors to the 18th generation. "Brother Lu, let me tell you about Yuan Duang, whom you all must be familiar with. He is nothing but a seasoned drunkard. My spouse, out of pity for him, invited him to our place to view the house. It is needless to say that he has once again succumbed to intoxication, stumbling into a latrine. And this incident bears no relation to our family. Just yesterday, I even called him to come and collect his wages. Alas, today this unfortunate event has transpired." He Xiaoman raised her eyebrows at her. Perhaps this is the type of insufferable woman that Jiao Baoyu spoke of? She now feels as if she ought to possess a robust constitution, having held her needs until reaching the police station in Wei Town. Her fourth uncle, while handing cigarettes to the police officers, continuously nodded in agreement, assuring them that he would soon retrieve Xiaoman's belongings to their home. The atmosphere remained amicable, as they were not even remotely implicated in any criminal wrongdoing. The only reason for their desire to flee stemmed from their own guilt, causing the officers to undertake this unsavory task from such a distance. This explanation is quite reasonable. The newly graduated officer, eager to crack a significant case, reluctantly acknowledged that the reportee might very well be the perpetrator, and the usual patterns of criminality cannot be applied to He Xiaoman. Nevertheless, as per protocol, Officer Lu maintained a friendly demeanor while advising He Xiaoman. "Young lady, according to regulations, please refrain from leaving Dongning province in the near future to assist with the investigation." Should you have pressing matters that necessitate leaving the province, do remember to contact us in advance. Officer Liu, approximately in his 50s, bore a sun-kissed visage adorned with a pair of small eyes that gleamed with the distinctive sharpness characteristic of his profession. His hair and beard, streaked with gray, lent him an air of wisdom. Had it not been for his uniform, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary resident of a quaint town. Extending his large hand, he patted Yi Xiaoman on the shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not feel burdened. This is merely a necessary procedure. You are not only the primary eyewitness, but also the informant and the current provisional owner of the crime scene. We shall endeavor to resolve this matter swiftly, and I appreciate your understanding regarding any inconvenience caused." His demeanor was far less somber than depicted on television, though his speech bore a hint of official formality. He had previously spoken fairly on Yi Xiaoman's behalf, endearing him to her. Striving to embody the innocence of a girl inadvertently caught in a predicament, Yi Xiaoman nodded, poised to speak, when her phone suddenly rang. "Mom, I'm at the police station. I've finished giving my statement. Everything is fine, so don't worry." Zhang Kaiwa replied, "It's all right, dear, I had forgotten." At that moment, the phone emitted a series of beeps, indicating additional calls were incoming. Seizing a brief pause in her mother's inquiries, Yi Xiaoman interjected an urgent message. "Mom, I'm doing well, truly. I've purchased the coal and firewood, and I've mowed the grass in the yard. My company has called me several times." To Zhang Kaiwa, this company represented the epitome of prestige, akin to the esteemed presence of a class teacher during her daughter's schooling days. Before Yi Xiaoman could finish her reassurances, the line was already disconnected. In the brief span of mere moments, Yi Xiaoman had already received 4 distinct phone calls from various individuals, more rapid than her mother's phone hang-ups. They were so abrupt that there was scarcely time to utter a farewell. Yi Xiaoman was left dumbfounded, her mind racing. In such a short interval, the incessant calls could only be attributed to her entanglement in a homicide case. Yet she was clearly not even a suspect. Had they hastily condemned her and sought to distance themselves from a potential blemish on the company's reputation? Was this not an excessively swift course of action? Life is fleeting. There is no need to rush. Still reeling from the shock of her dismissal with her meager intellect, her phone erupted into a cacophony once more. "Xiaoman, did you truly commit murder?" The booming voice of her roommate and colleague, Chong Jin, nearly shattered Yi Xiaoman's eardrums. Chapter 11. Let us break up, furrowing her brow. She held the phone a bit farther from her ear. "Sister, I'm not deaf. You needn't shout so loudly. Stop with the trivialities. Many people at the company are saying that while you were in the restroom, an old man was peeping at you, and in a fit of rage, you killed him. Is that true?" The other party continued to bellow unabated. Chong Jin was straightforward and quick-tempered, yet fundamentally a good soul. And she was the closest ally Yi Xiaoman had at work. Their mutual affinity had led them to cohabitate as well. Yi Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Has the company version of events become so colorful? One would never suspect, merely by observing her exterior, that this seemingly unassuming young woman could single-handedly transport 2 standard boxes, 24 bottles of beer, with such alacrity. It was after a visit to a rural market in a place called Baoyingzi, alongside Chong Jin and Yi Xiaoman, that she became convinced. The market featured an ancient squat toilet, and just as Yi Xiaoman was about to lower her trousers, she noticed a small hole in the thin wall adjacent to the men's restroom, through which a lecherous eye was peering, pretending to be oblivious. She sluggishly feigned readiness to undress while discreetly retrieving her anti-pervert spray from her trusty bag, aiming it at that intrusive eye and unleashing a barrage of spray. A startled cry erupted from the other side. "Oh no." Before he could articulate the familiar verb that followed, he was overtaken by a fit of violent coughing that reverberated through the air. And had Yi Xiaoman not been so incensed and rushed into the men's restroom to confront him, it is likely he would have expelled his lungs in the process. Indeed, when she charged into the men's room, an elderly gentleman, startled, fled at remarkable speed, leaving Yi Xiaoman, tears streaming down her face, to drag the equally tearful voyeur out of the restroom, where she unleashed a flurry of blows upon him, rendering him a spectacle that, for a moment, evoked sympathy from the onlookers who felt the perpetrator might indeed be pitiable. As I entered, the pungent aroma of chili pepper permeated the air, a painful reminder of the chaos that had ensued. Yi Xiaoman explained her shared tearful expression with the voyeur, noting that the chili spray had left her eyes swollen for quite some time, a testament to the fury that brewed within her. The intense hatred inevitably leads to a painful confrontation, and it is likely that this experience has left an indelible mark on the psyche of the voyeur. From that incident onward, Changjin has always carried a defensive spray with her whenever she ventures outside. Furthermore, she meticulously surveys her surroundings before using the restroom, ensuring a thorough inspection of the area. Thus, the psychological scars from that public restroom incident extend far beyond the unfortunate voyeur. Currently, our sales group is abuzz with discussions about your situation. After confirming that Xiaoman is not a murderer, Changjin paused for a moment, cautiously stating, "I need to tell you something, and you should brace yourself." Xiaoman knew that what Changjin was about to reveal would undoubtedly pertain to her impending dismissal from the company. Given that rumors have already painted her as a murderer, it was improbable that the company would retain someone deemed expendable. Xiaoman wished to express that she had already mentally prepared herself before this phone call. However, the revelation that followed left her utterly stunned. It concerns Jin Tong from the Human Resources Department and your family, Lu Hongtao. As with many Klitsch details, the female protagonist is invariably the last to discover her betrayal. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, upon hearing this news, Xiaoman felt not sorrow, but rather a sense of liberation. She had once envisioned a future with Lu Hongtao, who, like her, hailed from a rural background. However, it seemed that his family's circumstances were less favorable than her own. To be precise, Xiaoman's family was not impoverished. Grandmother gave birth to 4 children, while Xiaoman's grandmother had 5. Her father, He Tian, was the second son in his family. In those days, many rural households were so impoverished that they could barely make ends meet, which is why He Tian, in a semi-adopted manner, was early on married to the daughter of the butcher, Zhang. Zhang Kaiwa was 2 years older than He Tian, and when she bore their only daughter, Xiaoman, He Tian was merely 19. Grandfather was a man of considerable shrewdness, and their family had long been raising many large pigs. During a time when animal husbandry had not yet flourished, the Zhang family was already a small-scale breeding household. Although He Tian's name suggested wealth, he was actually a poor lad with no house and no land. At that time, grandfather tidied up 2 outbuildings used for storing goods and transformed them into a bridal chamber for his son and daughter-in-law. Later, the Yutian food processing factory, which became somewhat renowned in Zhongtai County, initially dealt in selling blood sausages, blood tofu, and pig's blood, byproducts of pig slaughtering that fetched little profit. Grandfather decided to allocate the daily profits from the pig's blood directly to his honest and hardworking third daughter and her husband. Upon witnessing her son's transformation into a factory director, Xiaoman's grandmother began to flatter him incessantly. It was not necessarily that He Tian held any grudges. Rather, as Xiaoman's father, he seemed to revel in the process and outcome of this turn of events. The second son, once neglected by the He family and handed over to the Zhang family, ultimately became the most successful member of the He clan. The 2 uncles, following suit, gradually began to distance themselves from the butchery trade. Eventually, with the implementation of designated slaughtering for pigs and centralized quarantine by the state, the Zhang family's traditional butchers began to fade into obscurity. The 2 uncles were thankful for their foresight. It can be said that Huaishu Fortress is akin to half of Xiaoman's hometown, as the old residence holds countless memories of her childhood. However, in the He family, which held a strong preference for sons over daughters, Xiaoman was perpetually undervalued. Thus, although she was not impoverished, enjoying adequate food, clothing, and other comforts, she remained overlooked within her family, akin to a rural princess. Lu Hongtao joined the sales department of the company at the same time as Xiaoman, and their shared experiences and work nature swiftly solidified their bond, agreeing to strive together and save for a home in D-City. However, since Lu Hongtao was transferred to the relatively comfortable planning department last year, Xiaoman sensed a gradual widening of the distance between them. Chapter 12. Building Materials. This was for the best. Xiaoman, burdened with her own tasks, had no time to dwell on trivial matters. Despite her cheerful demeanor, the disdainful expressions of those around her almost rolled out of their sockets. Reflecting on the ancestral cleaver she inherited, the very tool that could have taken the life of the original homeowner, Xiaoman felt it wise to maintain her distance. There was no need to entangle herself with those destined to walk divergent paths. She wanted the neighbors to be aware of the Zhang family's division lawsuit and its details, lest further complications arise in the future. Sun Lixia's insincere pretense suddenly lodged in her throat, leaving her face flushed and purple with discomfort. Ever since the announcement of the impending relocation, the village has witnessed a sudden proliferation of 2- and 3-story buildings springing up overnight. Knowing full well that this place will be razed to the ground and rebuilt within a year, who would genuinely invest such a considerable sum in construction? It is not as if there is an excess of money to squander. With a fierce glare directed at Xiaoman, Sun Lixia swayed her ample hips and decided to leave. Who would willingly heed the prattling of Lu? Better to reside in that dilapidated old house. Waking up each morning in the courtyard, feeling the gentle breeze, only to end up in the hospital 2 days later, reuniting with her grandmother. The thought of the haunted old house and the paralyzed elder being smoothly transferred to Zhang Kaiwa dissipated any lingering discomfort in Sun Lixia's heart. She instructed her husband, who was trailing not too far behind, to have the butcher deliver some fresh pork that would prepare dumplings filled with pickled cabbage for dinner. Xiaoman hurried off to the supermarket to buy a few sugar oranges and some kiwis, as it was suggested that such fruits were particularly beneficial for patients with cerebral thrombosis. To be honest, it was only Xiaoman's bold nature since childhood that allowed her to remain unfazed. Most would be terrified at the sight of Yuan Di Wang's head peeking out from a latrine. Her mother had refrained from informing her grandmother about the family's affairs, and upon seeing Xiaoman carrying fruits, she turned her back to her mother, her eyes straining to hold back tears. Xiaoman chuckled softly, while her mother still perceived her as that naive child of merely 10 years, unaware that her grandmother suffered from cerebral thrombosis, which required patience and care, and that she was not lacking in intellect. Upon witnessing her beloved granddaughter's laughter, the bewildered grandmother joined in. Despite the involuntary twitching of half her face and her slightly crooked smile, a lingering consequence of a thrombosis. Yet, she had improved significantly since the days when drool would escape her lips. Is it still difficult at your uncle's place? She struggled to articulate, and Xiaoman understood this as an inquiry about the warmth of her uncle's home. When the grandmother heard Xiaoman mention the grass in the yard, her countenance suddenly darkened, and after a long pause, she murmured, "Staying at your uncle's, not going home. That house, it's haunted." The bond of kinship often favors sons, and the elderly tend to lean more towards their male offspring. During the division of the family estate, the grandmother was hospitalized and unaware of the developments. By the time she learned of the situation, it was far too late. Her fourth uncle had already secured all the necessary paperwork, complete with her thumbprint on the leather document, and only then did he clearly inform her. This revelation exacerbated her condition. The mother repeatedly insisted that it was her own choice, yet the grandmother could only weep at the sight of her daughter. Xiaoman understood that the grandmother was referring to the haunting, forbidding her from returning to the old house. However, in her current state of unemployment and heartbreak, Xiaoman devoted all her energy to that very house, yearning for the haunting. She would not go unless it was to face the specter. There was no necessity to disclose her thoughts to her grandmother or mother. With a facade of sincerity, Xiaoman feigned understanding, all the while using the excuse of fetching water for her grandmother to share her thoughts on Sun Lixia's insincerity with her mother. "I would rather freeze to death in the old house than visit her and endure her judgment. I have a home of my own." Her mother regarded Xiaoman, poised to speak, but hesitating. "It appears that my mother is aware of the haunting in the old house, likely having been informed by my grandmother in recent days. This is why they insist on me staying at my fourth uncle's residence. In truth, both my grandmother and mother are well aware of Sun Lixia's true nature." I patted my large pocket and declared with great enthusiasm, "Rest assured, mother, I possess the ancestral talisman, a formidable kitchen knife bequeathed by my grandfather, capable of vanquishing all malevolent spirits. However, the restroom is indeed a place where death has occurred. Mother, where in this land is there no burial? With over 5,000 years of history in our country, countless souls have lived and been laid to rest. Where can one not find the dead? As long as one harbors no guilty conscience, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. I spent an entire night there yesterday without any issues. So you may rest easy." Zhang Kaiwa scrutinized her daughter closely, genuinely unable to discern any differences from her usual self, though her complexion did appear somewhat pale, likely due to the fright of encountering a corpse in the restroom. After much persuasion, Xiaoman finally succeeded in convincing her mother to cooperate in deceiving her grandmother. I also requested an additional 2 days off from work, as the police station may need to verify some information. And I plan to enlist a couple of people to repair the old house. Observing my boisterous daughter, who, beneath her carefree demeanor, exhibited a surprising maturity that tugged at my heartstrings, Zhang Caihua's eyes reddened as she blinked vigorously to hold back tears. As customary, she reiterated her resolve in the restroom. Seeking to alleviate her lingering resentment, the homeowner received basic building materials as a reward, given that Yuan Duong is a lifelong bachelor. Even if Xiaoman wishes to attend to the aftermath, she must wait for the police station to conclude their investigation, for now. All she can do is continue her daily lamentations. Chapter 13. Our fear of the unknown. Much of our apprehension towards the unknown stems from a lack of communication. He Xiaoman considered Yuan Duong to be a relatively amiable spirit. Within a day, he had provided her with 20 points of materials. As this was her first task, she was unaware of the significance of those 20 points. With a flicker of thought, the luminous screen depicting her small bedroom reappeared. Building, simple dwelling level, primary address, No. 55, 3rd Avenue, District E homeowner. He Xiaoman projection. Number 1, Huaitree Fortress Village, Weiyatown, Zhongtai County, Jinshui City, Dongning Province, Xia Country activation, bedroom, level 1. The homeowner will receive double the effect while resting in designated areas. Popularity, 13 primary universal building materials, 10 primary bathroom materials. 10 He Xiaoman focused her thoughts on the 10 points allocated for the bathroom. And an inquiry promptly emerged. Would you like to consume 10 points of primary materials and 5 points of popularity to construct a standard bathroom? Oh, how her heart leaped with joy. She felt that all the mental and physical trials she had endured over the past few days were finally vindicated. A vision of a bathroom materialized in her mind, a simple European style, featuring an integrated bathing area, separation of wet and dry zones. Complemented by a fully automated washing machine. The bathroom would have a temperature control system, allowing the homeowner to set the conditions according to personal preference. This setting would be visible only to the homeowner. Note: the bathroom is equipped with a fermentation and decomposition processing system, retaining only the usable nutrients for the homeowner's designated location. In an instant, He Xiaoman comprehended the ingenuity of the sewage system, which ensured that even a standard restroom would never suffer from blockages. Moreover, it ingeniously utilized human waste and recyclable wastewater to irrigate the land and nurture greenery. At that moment, He Xiaoman sincerely expressed her gratitude to Yuan Duong, exclaiming, "Yuan Duong, you are truly a remarkable person." The task objective was to alleviate some grievances and gain popularity. Is it truly possible to be this generous? She mused. Yuan Duong, I am eternally grateful to your ancestors. Seeing no response, she rambled on, yet the screen remained unlit. Truly, one should not be overly greedy. He Xiaoman examined the layout of the house through the property deed and deemed the placement of the restroom in the northwest corner to be most appropriate. As she confirmed this, the vacant abode underwent certain transformations. Correspondingly, her data sheet reflected the deductions. Eagerly, He Xiaoman dashed across the hall to behold her luxurious restroom, which was a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius, an ideal temperature for every season. The enveloping warmth nearly elicited a sigh of pleasure, and she exclaimed, "Ah, how I long to reside in this lavatory." Reasonably, she found satisfaction in this user-friendly arrangement. This was a mid-range decorated restroom, fully equipped with essential facilities, spanning approximately 8 square meters. It even thoughtfully provided a set of brand-new toiletries. Having not rested properly for 2 days, let alone taking a bath, she yearned to hastily strip off her clothes and indulge in a delightful shower. However, the thought of an unknown entity in the house that enjoys casting people out to sleep outdoors left He Xiaoman feeling utterly dejected. Recalling the previous notice board's hints regarding her tasks, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. How she longed for a bath. Yet, she pondered whether her bathing here would be interrupted by unwelcome eyes. After carefully perusing the information, she deduced that the so-called destructive force likely referred to something akin to Dongfeng Express. But who would be so frivolous as to assault a restroom with such means? Surely, no charming individual would engage in such absurdity. All she needed to ensure was that this unknown presence would not disturb her bathing experience. The oversized showerhead poured warm water evenly over He Xiaoman, as if the entire world around her had fallen silent, leaving only the soothing sound of water cascading in the bathroom. At that moment, she was suddenly reminded of her ex-boyfriend, Lu Hongtao. Upon learning of their breakup, Chang Jin, a friend, had called her 3 times, whereas Lu Hongtao had only managed 1 call, which was cut off due to a busy line, and he never reached out again. Not a single word was exchanged on WeChat either. Perhaps, like her, he was at a loss for how to confront the situation. After all, they had once, as fresh graduates, dreamt together of their future plans, including saving money for a home and, once acquired, purchasing a car for convenience. In fact, Lu Hongtao had even gone so far as to obtain his driver's license in anticipation of a car that had yet to reveal its wheels. He Xiaoman grasped a handmade rose-pink soap, lathering it delicately upon her arms, creating fine bubbles. A subtle smile graced her face as they had even selected a sign. Lu Hongtao remarked that the Chevrolet Cavalier was quite impressive. Although it was a joint venture vehicle, its performance was robust and its appearance attractive. With a price tag exceeding merely 70,000 yuan. Balancing mortgage payments with installments, it was within their means. Indeed, at that time, Lu Hongtao had said, He Xiaoman still recalls how a once prominent celebrity, now fading from the public eye, had merely announced her romantic relationship with a simple photograph accompanied by the words, He Xiaoman refrained from commenting on the celebrity's actions, yet the notion of we moved her deeply. Two adults entering society together and choosing to say we must have been a decision made with profound contemplation. However, now, that celebrities we no longer existed. And He Xiaoman's we had dwindled to her solitude. The thought of uttering the words we have broken up in her current predicament seemed overwhelmingly difficult, which is likely why Lu Hongtao made one call and never reached out again. He Xiaoman covered her face with a towel, feeling only a dampness. Unsure if it was from the shower, sweat, or tears. Regardless of its origin, a single towel could wipe it all away. Upon dressing and stepping out, she caught sight of her reddened eyes in the mirror, assuring herself that everything would be all right, starting today. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a WX message notification. He Xiaoman stared in astonishment at the transfer notification sent by Lu Hongtao. Chapter 14. Renovation. Xiaoman, I apologize. I know you are undoubtedly not the murderer they claim you to be, and I am fully aware that initiating a breakup now makes me seem less than humane. Yet, I trust that someone as astute as you must have sensed the issues brewing between us months ago. My pragmatism has perhaps been excessive. Your family could effortlessly purchase a home for us in D City. I am sorry. Lu Hongtao chose to express his sentiments through written words. You are undoubtedly facing numerous challenges at present. This money is not intended to bring me solace, but rather to slightly ameliorate your circumstances. Lu Hongtao transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan to He Xiaoman. Although they had planned to purchase a house together, their financial matters remained separate. At most, He Xiaoman would occasionally buy him a couple of shirts or prepare a meal in their rental apartment, often accompanied by Chang Jin, who served as an unwelcome third wheel. There was no engagement, no meeting of parents, no physical intimacy. What you have transgressed is merely a verbal agreement from the past, one that requires neither guilt nor restitution. You may use this money to purchase that Chevrolet Cavalier. I wish you well. From this point forward, consider me sacrificed, and I shall regard you as departed. They would no longer meet. Should they cross paths again, they would not be friends, nor should they be enemies, merely strangers. He Xiaoman completely blocked Lu Hongtao. Since there was no intention to maintain contact, she severed ties decisively. Whether it was due to the warmth of the bath she had just taken, the effectiveness of her daytime labor reform, or perhaps the resilience of her immune system vanquishing the cold virus, it was unclear, nonetheless. The mild symptoms of her cold inexplicably vanished. He Xiaoman recalled that during the property transfer, the bulletin board had displayed a notice indicating that the previous owner had opened the bedroom, which possessed dual relaxation benefits. Consequently, she selected the room situated to the right of the main hall, facing south, as her own bedroom. This room was relatively small, allowing her to reserve the larger one for her mother and grandmother. In the span of merely 2 days, He Xiaoman's world was irrevocably transformed. She first inherited the ancestral home, followed by the acquisition of a fantastical building permit, only to later discover Yuan Diwang's lifeless body, resulting in both job loss and heartbreak. The city of D, which she had longed to settle in since her university days, now felt as ephemeral as a wisp of smoke swept away by the wind, fading into oblivion. If completing the task would grant her a luxurious residence rather than the cardboard house bequeathed by her uncle, why then would He Xiaoman abandon her grandmother and mother to strive in D City? Given that the task promised beauty, abundance, longevity, and wealth, she resolved to diligently fulfill her obligations while cherishing her time with her grandmother and mother. Over the past 2 years, she had tirelessly traversed various locales to engage in business activities and events, exhausting herself during the day. In truth, He Xiaoman had grown weary. Her calm acceptance of Lu Hongtao's infidelity stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, their interactions had not been deeply personal, devoid of attachments or entanglements. Secondly, Lu Hongtao did not conceal his decision to be with Jian Tong, openly apologizing to her rather than shifting blame onto himself, as many unworthy men would. Lu Hongtao was right. Love was never a one-sided affair. Both He Xiaoman and the situation at hand have undergone subtle transformations for several months. A truth they both silently acknowledge. Parting amicably is preferable, with no need for further encounters. He Xiaoman is taken to her new bedroom, adorned with a sumptuous purple canopy bed reminiscent of a princess's quarters, alongside an extravagant, jewel-encrusted copper chandelier and an opulent, albeit peculiar, plush carpet. She quietly critiques the previous owner's taste, pondering if she was once a runaway princess from Dubai. The owner is afforded the liberty to select alternative styles according to personal preference. However, retaining any of the original owner's possessions incurs a cost of 5 popularity points and 10 building materials for each item. Initially considering the chandelier, hoping to exchange its gems for some funds, He Xiaoman quickly reconsiders. Having recently renovated her bathroom, she is acutely aware of the significance of 10 building materials. Realizing that the cost of retaining a mere lamp could instead finance the renovation of an entire new room, perhaps a kitchen or pantry, which she finds far more appealing. Ultimately, she opts for a simple European style, and in the next moment, she finds herself in a bright, tidy bedroom, complete with white and coffee-colored curtains draping the floor-to-ceiling windows, a coordinated solid wood bed and bedding, and an expansive built-in wardrobe occupying an entire wall. The light blue ceiling with integrated lighting imbues the room with a refreshing vibrance. This time, He Xiaoman awakens in her cozy bedroom, where the temperature is a comfortable 22 degrees, resting on that wooden bed. However, that night, she experiences a dream in which Yuan Duong passionately admonishes for half the night about the lack of integrity among the youth. Originally, Yuan Duong harbored little resentment. The nameless former owner had assured him of wealth, precious jewels, luxurious vehicles, and stunning residences, promising that he would not endure a life of solitude and despair akin to his previous existence, culminating in a lonely demise and a grave unvisited. It is no wonder that He Xiaoman found the voice of the individual she was arguing with to possess a masculine timbre, yet a distinctly effeminate inflection. This suggests that the voice she heard was merely an echo of Yuan Diwang's spirit. Having not opted for a resurrection that would allow Yuan Diwang's body to remain in its dismal resting place, due to the biting cold and being cast out to sleep outside each night, Yuan Duong, fearful and reluctant to forego the wages bestowed upon him by Sun Lixia, resorted to drinking heavily, ultimately meeting an unexpectedly flavorful end. He Xiaoman, having previously undertaken a task and familiarized herself with the general procedure, speculated that the original owner might have been unaware of the circumstances surrounding Yuan Diwang's death, thus accepting the assignment. Therefore, it cannot be said that the former owner was entirely at fault. Not everyone possesses the courage to escape such dire conditions. Indeed, it stands to reason that anyone of sound mind would detest the thought of being left to freeze in such a place. A thought struck He Xiaoman, prompting her to inquire of Yuan Duong. Now that you are a spirit, do you know who is responsible for continuously casting our family out, and what their motives might be? Chapter 15. The soul returns home. This dream, both surreal and profound, came to an abrupt halt as a flicker of light crossed He Xiaoman's vision, signaling the arrival of a new mission. Newbie mission, rest in peace, return to your homeland. Task, to lay to rest Yuan Duong and alleviate his unrest, through Yuan Duong, to identify the nameless spirit. The homeowner must locate this nameless spirit within 24 hours and undertake the task of guiding the soul back to its homeland. Yuan Diwang's task pertains to a peaceful burial, while the soul's return appears to be the work of a spirit prone to casting individuals into the outside world. Gazing at the clear blue sky, He Xiaoman felt a sense of unease. The endeavor to find a spirit was already daunting. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed she had encountered both Yuan Duong and the original homeowner's souls within a mere 3 days. If being cast into the courtyard counted as an interaction, then she had encountered 3 spirits. The dilemma was that these spirits could seek her out at any moment, while she was unable to reciprocate. This felt rather unfair. Moreover, as a university graduate who had risen to become a small leader in a town distribution point under the Lampi Group in D-City, finding ghosts after returning to her roots made her seem like a quaint young lady destined for a place in a mental institution. Compounding the challenge was the time constraint. She was required to locate the nameless spirit within 24 hours. With no clues to guide her, where could she possibly search for a ghost? Should she truly shout along the banks of the Xiaonan River, beckoning, "Come here"? Suddenly, an idea struck He Xiaoman. The old residence had only begun to experience hauntings after renovations, which had previously been a well-functioning abode. What could have incited this spirit during the refurbishment? Furthermore, the spirit had expressed a desire not to linger near the Xiaonan River. After splashing water on her face, He Xiaoman set off for her 4th uncle's home. The door was opened by her 4th aunt, Sun Lixia. Due to the unfortunate parting yesterday, son Lixia's face, resembling a pancake, bore no trace of a smile. Wasn't it just yesterday that she claimed to have a family and could take care of herself? What brings her here so early this morning? Is she missing her uncle? Faced with the prickly demeanor of Xiaoman, son Lixia could scarcely muster the energy to feign politeness. I have no other purpose in coming here than to inquire whether Yuan Duong has any remaining family in the town. Legally speaking, Yuan Duong is considered to have died in the line of duty, and the coroner's assessment upon discovering the body yesterday indicated that the time of death was at least 48 hours prior. Your employee has perished in your home during working hours. Xiaoman elongated her voice, smiling as she gazed at son Lixia. This could lead to financial compensation. As your niece and the new proprietor of the ancestral home, I am here to give you a heads up. If you encounter someone difficult, you might be liable for a considerable sum. Upon hearing this, son Lixia erupted, springing to her feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaoman. Don't try that with me, you little brat, coming to our home so early to stir up trouble. Yesterday, Delu clearly stated that Yuan Duong died from a fall after drinking too much. What does this have to do with our family? Moreover, the homeowner is now you, Xiaoman. You won't pin this mess on me. Xiaoman was astounded by the remarkable agility of someone whose waist exceeded her height. Very well, you may pretend I never came. Farewell. With that, Xiaoman ceased her words and strode purposefully toward the exit. Xiaoman, why are you leaving so soon? Dear child? Fourth Uncle Zhang Guin sauntered out from the inner room. Xiaoman maintained her previous stance without faltering, yet her lips still expressed defiance as she asserted, I should leave swiftly to avoid bringing misfortune to your family. Yuan Duong had no other relatives. One person's full stomach sufficed for the entire household. Zhang Guin remarked, Your aunt is just a mindless chatterbox. You have received a university education. Do not stoop to her level of ignorance. Go fetch some melon seeds and candy for Xiaoman. And bring some oranges as well. Sun Lixia rolled her eyes once more, reluctantly twisting her waist to retreat to the inner room. I have inquired. Old Yuan is indeed neglectful of his duties, and his demise cannot be attributed to us. If you are truly afraid, come stay at your uncle's house. Do not heed your aunt's nonsensical ramblings. Women are often long-haired and short-sighted. With Yuan Diwang's case unresolved, both the uncle and she would inevitably have dealings with the police, and fostering a strained relationship would not bode well. After all, Xiaoman was merely a child, and any gossip would reflect poorly on her uncle. Furthermore, the earlier discussion regarding laws and compensation had already set Zhang Guoyin's nerves on edge. He needed to align Xiaoman's narrative. Although Yuan Duong had no immediate kin, there was still an elderly uncle in his 80s who was alive. Should that old man come knocking, it would indeed pose a dilemma. In truth, this was precisely Xiaoman's intention. She was well aware of her fourth uncle's character. If he were to genuinely care for her, it would be an impossibility. As he had previously betrayed even his own sister, what was she to him? After all, Fazong is a term from northeastern dialect, meaning burial. Upon hearing this, son Lixia's expression instantly transformed into one of utmost warmth. You child, had you mentioned your intentions earlier, would your aunt have spoken to you in such a manner? Indeed, it is evident that someone who has studied and worked in a large city possesses a broader perspective. Xiaoman, please have a seat. I shall fetch you some sweets that my sister Shuyuan sent from the provincial city, nothing extravagant. After all, Weia Town is merely a rural settlement. And even though the prices for burial plots are not exorbitant, they still start at 5,000. Sun Lixia's mind raced at the thought of exchanging 5,000 yuan for a few candies. How amusing. Furthermore, I have heard that uncle sourced the river sand for the renovation of the old house from the Shaonan River. This statement truly conveys what Xiaoman aims to express. Had she directly claimed that the old residence was haunted, her dear uncle and aunt would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge it, for admitting such would tarnish their reputation. Now that the deed is done, the elderly lady would surely remain silent for the sake of family harmony. While Zhang Kaiwa has always been reticent about the unsavory aspects concerning the two men in her household, what could a mere child possibly uncover? She pondered deeply, connecting the dots regarding the nameless spirit that once told Yuan Duong of its desire to leave Shaonan River. In the past year, the only incident linked to both the old house and Shaonan River would be the excavation of sand during the house's renovation. Sun Lixia sighed. Ah, Xiaoman, how filial you are. Our Shuyuan does not possess your understanding. However, it is not necessary for her to be concerned about such matters. Her in-laws reside in the provincial capital, where she will undoubtedly settle down in the future. Xiaoman, perceiving herself as inconsequential, felt that life lacked meaning without a daily display of brilliance. The more attention she received, the more invigorated she became. Upon hearing that he Xiaoman intended to fully cover Yuan Di Wang's funeral expenses and personally invest in the restoration of the old residence, Zhang Guoyin's smile transformed into one of genuine warmth. He meticulously shared all the information he possessed and ultimately informed he Xiaoman that if she struggled to find transportation for timber or gravel, she could consult him for affordable options. This final remark extinguished the last flicker of warmth in he Xiaoman's heart. Once again, she tentatively expressed her intention to invite the old immortal, only to receive a stern warning from the bulletin board. To entrust matters to others is a path to ruin. The screen provided further enlightenment, stating that typically, spirits only emerge after 9 o'clock in the evening when the living are at rest. It remained uncertain whether Lu Hongtao would regret his current choice upon discovering that Xiaoman was, in fact, a rural heiress. In Changjin's perspective, while Jingtong was indeed more beautiful and could offer a marriage residence in City D, she could not discern any other advantages over Xiaoman. Choosing such a pretentious and proud spouse would undoubtedly lead to Lu Hongtao's share of hardships. Xiaoman, if I ever find myself in dire straits, could you save a spot on the sofa in your 3-story garden villa for me? Of course, stay as long as you wish. When the time comes, you can come over and manage the peach garden as my steward, with an abundance of peaches to enjoy, large and sweet. Changjin scoffed at her, responding cheerfully. All right then, I'll hold you to that. I'll cover the shipping costs. I'm packing up now and will send it over this afternoon. He Xiaoman, as was her custom, sneaked into the hospital to visit her grandmother and mother. Upon seeing her daughter's rosy lips and bright smile, Zhang Kaihua finally believed in he Xiaoman's narrative, convinced that her daughter might indeed be a talisman against evil spirits. Perhaps this house truly belonged to Xiaoman. And it was the presence of others that invited the haunting. Winter had rendered the countryside nearly lifeless as dusk descended, leaving few souls to venture outside. He Xiaoman, with her trusty satchel filled to the brim with various tools, such as an ancestral cleaver and wolf repellent spray, had not forgotten to bring along the large denominations adorned with the visage of the Zhang family deity. After exiting the old residence, she walked directly south for over 200 meters until she reached the Shaonan River. The dark night was pierced only by the howling wind and the glow of her LED headlamp, which accompanied her like a shadow. Uncertain of what awaited her, she had spent 75 yuan during the day in town to procure the headlamp. With its powerful beam, hands-free convenience, and extended battery life, it was indeed a worthy possession. Equipped with this lamp, she would be the brightest spark in the village. Originally priced at 76 yuan, he Xiaoman had instinctively haggled, and the shopkeeper, rather straightforwardly, had lowered it to 74, insisting he could not go any lower. Upon hearing this price, he Xiaoman, feeling superstitious, willingly raised it by 1 yuan. The number 74 phonetically suggested misfortune, and given that she intended to use this item for nocturnal encounters with spirits, such a price was deemed inauspicious. Haggling only to then elevate the price was a rare sight for the shopkeeper. One could only wonder why she had initially quibbled over minor details for the sake of a trivial sense of accomplishment. He Xiaoman was not inclined to ponder the innermost thoughts of the shopkeeper. Instead, she found herself trembling as she traversed the rural path, a palpable fear gripping her. The primary reason for her shivering like a leaf was the biting cold. The recent Siberian cold front had descended, plunging the temperatures to a staggering -17 degrees Celsius on this early winter night. Despite donning a set of fleece-lined thermal underwear, she could not quell the chill that seeped into her very core. The Shaonan River, once vibrant and flowing, had succumbed to a halt. This fortuitous turn of events rendered it considerably easier for he Xiaoman to locate the distinctive stone and the ancient willow tree that her fourth uncle had mentioned. The banks of the Shaonan River were densely lined with willows and poplars. The previous year, the river had swollen twice due to heavy rains, resulting in willows being uprooted and reclining at intervals of every 500 or 600 meters along the water's edge, casting their reflections upon the surface. In spring, when the waters flowed, the scenery must have been breathtaking. Yet now, in the inky darkness of night, the areas illuminated by her headlamp appeared ominous and spectral. The eeriness of her novice task was unsettling. What horrors would await her in the challenges yet to come? Following her uncle's directions, he Xiaoman effortlessly discovered the site where he had been extracting river sand. The riverbank was still dotted with clumps of withered grass of varying heights. In the stillness of the night, Each step she took upon the brittle grass produced an array of sounds, momentarily akin to the presence of someone lurking just behind her. Chapter 17. Crisis. The sound was ethereal, distant, yet in an instant, it felt as if it whispered right beside her. He shall man. 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 It remains unclear whether the other party is unintentionally attempting to communicate with her or simply unable to comprehend human speech. As they persistently call out her name with great fervor, 3 dark lines appear on Hishamon's forehead. Good sir, you come here, shouting my name thrice, expecting a response. Are you in possession of a purple gold gourd or a jade bottle of lamb fat? If you seek my assistance, I have approached you with sincere intent. Might you kindly introduce yourself? After fruitlessly inquiring about the identity of the mysterious figure, Hishamon's patience wanes. Are you the one who wishes to escape from the Little South River? A ghost? On the desolate riverbed of the parched Little South River, only the chilling wind howls. Once her voice echoes into the void, silence envelopes the surroundings. Yet, she fears that should she acquiesce, she might follow the path of the great sage, endowed with extraordinary powers that she does not possess. She is merely a delicate and helpless beauty. After waiting for a while, as the biting wind intensifies, there is still no sign of life or spirit. Apart from Yuan Duong, Hishaman has no experience dealing with apparitions. As time drags on, her anxiety and frustration mount. If only all spirits were as straightforward as Yuan Duong. The bulletin board remains eerily silent, devoid of any task progress or hints, clearly indicating that she is yet to encounter the kind soul yearning for a return to their resting place. In despair, Hishaman reluctantly resumes her soliloquy. I genuinely wish to assist him, but what can I do if he does not reveal himself? The bulletin board continues to be as quiet as a grave. It appears that the rules do not permit the bulletin board to provide her with any hints. Hishaman began to circle around the 3 large stones, questioning whether the address given by her 4th uncle was incorrect. However, she had strictly followed the route outlined by him, and the distance seemed to align perfectly with this location. Ahead, there was a slight bend, and within that bend stood a slanting willow tree, beneath which lay the 3 large stones. Indeed, every detail matched. Was it possible that her assumptions were flawed? Did this matter have no connection to her 4th uncle's sand excavation? Being a homeowner is no simple task. The longer she lingered outside, the colder she felt, especially when there were no structures to shield her from the biting wind, which seemed to penetrate her very bones. Hishamon's teeth chattered from the cold, prompting her to resort to her secret weapon, burning paper money. She truly wished to avoid this method unless absolutely necessary. She had inquired with the shopkeeper, who informed her that without knowing the name of the deceased, one could not ensure delivery unless one was physically present at the grave. Furthermore, burning paper in such desolate surroundings could easily attract wandering spirits seeking to claim it. The shopkeeper had regarded her with a peculiar gaze and advised, it's best not to venture out alone at night. It can invite unwanted entities. Hishaman, dismissively nodding in gratitude, departed. Deep down, she harbored fear. Yet her journey was indeed aimed at summoning something. Wasn't it exhilarating to tread knowingly into the jaws of danger? Now, Hishaman was undoubtedly feeling the thrill. An hour had passed, her nose was running from the cold, and still, no nameless spirit had appeared. As she was about to unveil her assortment of treasures to entice the greedy specter, Hishaman suddenly realized that a thick fog had enveloped her without her notice. Just moments ago, the night was clear, adorned with a bright moon and twinkling stars, yet now all that surrounded her was an increasingly dense mist. Had that entity arrived? The former occupant had once engaged in a game of ghostly wall tapping with Hishaman. Could this be yet another variation of that eerie pastime? Indeed. The surroundings began to blur, obscuring her view of the 3 stones and the willow tree that had once leaned over the river. Hishaman. 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 The call echoed once more. It appeared that the specter's signature was to summon her thrice each time it manifested. However, the more fervently it beckoned, the less inclined Hishaman felt to respond. Life was singular. Once extinguished, it would be irrevocably lost. Who are you? What unfulfilled wish do you have that you might share with me? I shall do my utmost to assist you. You help me? Perhaps you should focus on helping yourself? What perplexed Hishaman further was the eerie silence of the bulletin board. Could it be that the building permit had its own blind spots? Or was her bulletin board malfunctioning? The fog thickened, and the beam of her headlamp barely illuminated the space before her. Nevertheless, it did reveal a swirling mass within the mist, instilling an overwhelming sense of peril that instinctively prompted her to retreat a few steps. Grateful for her regular exertions of climbing and maneuvering beer crates, which had honed her reflexes, she felt a shadow brush past her cheek, fleetingly skimming by before vanishing into the fog once more. If it were not for the swirling fog, which rolled differently from any other place where the shadow had vanished, Xiaoman would have almost believed she had merely been seeing things. There was no time for contemplation. The mist to her left began to churn once more. Xiaoman reached into her pouch, her mind racing back to tales from her childhood. When the elders spoke of the malevolent wall that feared the presence of unclean entities and the vibrant energy of the sun, it was said that as long as sunlight graced the wall, it would not manifest. Furthermore, it was rumored that dousing the wall with the urine of a young boy would cause it to dissipate. Yet she possessed only the urine of a 27-year-old spinster. Moreover, even if it proved effective, she could not summon it now. As her fingers brushed against a cylindrical object, a spark of inspiration struck her. She retrieved her personal defense spray, aimed it at the seething mist, and with a decisive puff, unleashed its contents. The fog indeed receded significantly, revealing a dark, withered figure within. This creature possessed an astonishing springiness, lunging directly towards Xiaoman's face, its parched, ebony claws intent on blinding her. Simultaneously, from the right, another entity seemed poised to pounce as well. With one threat yet unresolved, another approached. Fortunately, Xiaoman maintained her composure. Despite her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest, her mind remained clear, allowing her to make the most prudent decision. Suddenly, a gleaming kitchen knife appeared in her hand, and she swung it towards the creature that was nearly upon her, while her other hand continued to spray into the fog with a series of sharp bursts. In the midst of the fog, incessant hissing and screeching filled the air. Yet the most harrowing sight was that of the creature intent on clawing out Xiaoman's eyes. With one hand clutching her canister of pepper spray, she remained vigilant against the mist, while the other, concealed within her treasure pouch, had long since grasped the handle of a kitchen knife tightly. Chapter 18. Unable to cross the river, this grand treasure pouch had accompanied Xiaoman through more than a year of wandering. Its familiarity, such that she could locate her desired items even with her eyes closed. A skeletal figure screeched as it lunged toward her, its grotesque face barely larger than a fist contorting into a menacing grin. Yet, from its two pitch-black eyes emanated a glimmer of cold light, the sharp edge of the kitchen knife. The monstrosity's terrifying visage transformed into one of sheer terror. However, there was no time to evade. The shadow was cleaved in two, silently collapsing to the ground, dissolving into two puddles of dark liquid before vanishing entirely. As the thick fog gradually dissipated, Xiaoman beheld four similarly dark, emaciated, and remarkably agile creatures, reminiscent of monkeys, still bounding about on the ground. It is said that ghostly entities possess three skills: to confuse, to conceal, and to frighten. Clearly, the creature before her, which had succumbed to a physical attack yet transformed into liquid, did not fall within any of these categories. Who could enlighten her about this dark, monkey-like being? Although she, too, was driven by self-interest, seeking to assist this wandering spirit for a price, she had extended her goodwill and sincerity to the utmost. Yet, without provocation, the entity had launched an unprovoked assault against her. Despite the diminutive and emaciated appearance of the monkey, its claws were remarkably sharp, striking with lethal precision aimed at blinding her. Agile and ferocious, it exhibited a malevolence that was palpable. Outnumbered 4-1, Xiaoman's exposed skin quickly bore the marks of the fray, her once opulent attire now torn and tattered, resembling that of a beggar, rendered utterly unwearable. Anger surged within her. Armed with chilly spray in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, she relentlessly pursued the screeching monkey, realizing in that moment the latent ferocity and bloodlust that resided within her. Noticing that these dark monkeys particularly favored attacking her eyes, she pondered whether the eyes might indeed be their Achilles' heel, leading her to conclude that her adversaries might perceive the same vulnerability in her. With determination, she unleashed a torrent of spray aimed at the faces of the approximately 40-centimeter-long black monkeys. The result was instantaneous. They wept profusely, flailing about like headless flies. Seizing the opportunity, she struck down two of the monkeys with her knife. However, in the chaos of this melee, the use of defensive spray proved to be a double-edged sword. While the monkeys cried and fought in agony, Xiaoman's own eyes streamed with tears. A poignant tableau of mutual suffering. Her chest burned with an acrid sting, as if aflame, and her mind felt clouded, deprived of oxygen. Even with her remarkable stamina, honed through years of laboriously lifting beer crates, akin to that of a donkey, and her explosive power reminiscent of a leopard, she was still merely a recent graduate, and her movements began to grow sluggish and weak. A swift resolution was imperative. In a haze of tears, He Xiaoman relentlessly continued to strike. Her precise judgment and the effective use of wolf repellent spray enabling her to ultimately vanquish 2 more black monkeys before she completely exhausted herself. Along with the black monkeys, the dense fog that had enveloped her dissipated, were it not for the sweat that trickled into her eyes and along her temples, and her labored breathing. He Xiaoman might have believed the entire ordeal was merely a figment of her imagination. How intriguing! The knife was fascinating, and so were the people involved. He Xiaoman recognized that the voice she heard was that of the entity that had previously called her name, or perhaps it was a soul. Yet, the tone and the commanding presence were entirely different from the earlier calls. She sensed an air of superiority from this being, as if it were instructing her to undertake a task. How curious. It seemed that the spirit drifting along the Shaonan River was not merely an unnamed ghost. With the remnants of her cognitive faculties, she deduced that the pitiful figure the spirit referred to was indeed her target. As time passed, the nameless ghost, no, according to the bulletin board and the spirit's own narrative, He Xiaoman learned that this ghost was named Lu Suaju, hailing from Lujiagu. The village of Lujiagu lay across the river from Waishabao, one in Hunan and the other in Hebei. Thus, the Shaonan River known to the inhabitants of Waishabao was referred to as the Xiaobei River by the people of Lujiagu. During summer, the children from both villages would often frolic together in the river, catching fish, shrimp, and frogs, their camaraderie blurring the lines of distinction. When He Xiaoman attended County No. 1 high school, her deskmate Lu Xiaoman was also from Lujiagu. Through their conversation, she discovered that Lu Xiaoman affectionately referred to this Lu Suaju as her second uncle. The countryside possesses a certain charm, where one can easily establish connections across numerous villages. Since these individuals are acquaintances, matters become considerably simpler. Consequently, both Lu Suaju's uncomplicated life and the repressed existence of He Xiaoman were quickly unraveled. It is no wonder that the person who had previously assaulted him referred to Lu Suaju as a coward. Although Lu Suaju was not particularly skilled in farming, he was a somewhat renowned bricklayer, working under a foreman on various construction sites. The few acres of meager farmland at home were solely managed by his wife. This arrangement allowed Lu Suaju to earn a daily wage of 350 yuan at the construction site while his wife cultivated the land and raised pigs, ensuring a reasonably comfortable life. Their existence was vibrant and dynamic, filled with passion and ups and downs. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, Lu Suaju's vision darkened as he succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage. He distinctly heard the doctor deliver his diagnosis while helplessly observing his wife shed a few tears. He wished to voice that he was not dead yet, and believed he could still be saved. However, no one paid him any heed, and that well-meaning gentleman even brazenly visited him in the hospital. After Lu Suaju's demise, this kind-hearted man assisted his wife in arranging the funeral, suggesting that Lu's ashes be placed in a plastic bag and buried at the banks of the Little North River, Little South River, for the reason that spirits cannot cross the water. Chapter 19. The wild beasts also yield returns. It turned out that the notion of spirits not being able to cross water was indeed true. While some may manage to do so, how does one explain the existence of water ghosts? Even if such entities were real, they would only linger within the waters where they met their demise, unable to escape. Knowing oneself and one's adversary, being brave yet not reckless, constitutes He Xiaoman's guiding principle in dealing with matters. Consequently, she meticulously scoured various websites, including Qiandu and Zhiye, to gain a systematic and scientific understanding of the supernatural, including the previous knowledge of spirits and methods to unravel their tricks. In truth, He Xiaoman's actions embody a paradox, for the very existence of ghosts is fundamentally unscientific. Lu Suaju, overwhelmed by jealousy, succumbed to his rage, and his wife, alongside a well-meaning friend, acted out of guilt, hastily cremating him before the customary 72 hours had elapsed. To avert any gossip, Lu Suaju's funeral was conducted with great pomp, his wife, Lin Xiu, wept inconsolably, wishing she could join him in death. Yet they had a young daughter to raise, compelling her to persevere and nurture their sole surviving lineage. The kind-hearted friend, demonstrating remarkable generosity, spent 888 yuan to secure a burial plot for Lu Suaju at Nanshan Cemetery, though he chose to remain anonymous. The one who willingly invested in such a lavish resting place was, in fact, the widow Lin Xiu. He Xiaoman could only exclaim, "Sure." You must know that in a small locality like Nanshan Cemetery, the most affordable plots start at 5,000 yuan. Thus, the townsfolk would undoubtedly discern the depth of Lin Xiu's affection for her husband. Who would have suspected that Lu Suaju's demise was more tragic than that of Wu Daolong? Who at least had a medicinal broth and a brother to seek revenge? He Xiaoman sighed quietly, reflecting on the significance of having a second child. My house faces northwest, blessed with favorable winds and waters. Alas, I find myself without a home to return to, unable to partake in the offerings that reside within. For 3 long years, I have endured hunger. He Xiaoman was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, humans and ghosts are 2 distinct species, and effective communication seems utterly impossible. Sensing He Xiaoman's indignation, Lu Suaju let out a cold, sardonic laugh and remarked, setting aside the reason for casting your family out. Should I not demand an explanation for your uncle having exhumed my ashes and scattered them everywhere? I could have reduced your family, the Zhang family, to mere dust. He Xiaoman found herself at a loss for words. His argument was, in fact, quite compelling. This individual was indeed pitiable. Much like confronting the soul of Yuan Duong at the old residence, He Xiaoman remained unable to perceive Lu Siju's spirit, only able to hear his voice. If anyone were present, they would witness her seemingly conversing with herself like a lunatic on a frigid winter's night by the Shaonan River. He Xiaoman subtly inquired about the identity of the ghost responsible for summoning several black monkeys. Yet Lu Suju was utterly clueless. He only knew that it was an old spirit, whose domain spanned several dozen miles around the vicinity of the Little North River. The tranquility of the night was owed to the old elder's watchful care, as the multitude of wandering souls dared not trouble them. So, I should be grateful to her? He Xiaoman responded incredulously. Could you repeat that? Is this what you call care? I nearly allowed you, the monkey trickster elder, to mislead me into becoming one of your kind. At that point, who would assist you in returning to your rightful place? Novice task, rest in peace. Return to one's roots. Task description, bury Yuan Duong and assuage his grievances, allowing Lu Siju to enjoy offerings and return home. The notice board illuminated, and He Xiaoman let out a sigh of relief, finally having successfully accepted this task, since you also find that place quite appealing. I shall certainly devise a way to assist you. As for my 4th uncle, he merely scattered your ashes inadvertently and did not disturb your bones. When the day of your proper burial arrives, I will burn extra paper money for you as a form of atonement. He Xiaoman rummaged through her treasure pouch in search of large bills from the Bank of Heaven and Earth, knowing the name and the cemetery's address. Acquiring some funds should not pose a significant problem. If anyone were to pass by the South River at this moment, they would likely presume the area to be haunted. On this pitch-black winter night, with the mournful winds howling, He Xiaoman remained blissfully unaware of how terrifying her image appeared, adorned with a powerful LED headlamp as she waved about, burning a heap of paper money. The task objectives included alleviating a modicum of resentment, with the homeowner receiving basic building materials, 10, and achieving a popularity increase of 1. Successfully exterminating 5 low-tier goblin monkeys would yield an additional 15 basic building materials and a popularity increase of 6. On her return journey, the prospect of these rewards dispelled the chill for He Xiaoman, who strode forth with a vigorous, unyielding demeanor. However, upon glancing at her attire, which had been ruthlessly clawed by those wretched monkeys, despair washed over her. Not only was her sole hoodie rendered utterly unrecognizable, but her newly purchased fleece-lined apparel had also proven inadequate, bearing the scars of countless monkey scratches. Now, one can only hope that Chang Jin will possess enough conscience to expedite the delivery of her belongings. Otherwise, your former superior has already reached a state of utter desperation. The treasure pouch is naturally stocked with common remedies for ailments such as colds, headaches, diarrhea, and stomach pains, not to mention iodine. After applying the medicine before the mirror, He Xiaoman dashed through the corridor, as frigid as the Arctic, into her bedroom, which was equally warm and comfortable as the bathroom, to assess her current assets. To her surprise, the hunt for the monkey yielded additional gains. Driven by avarice, He Xiaoman contemplated whether to take the risk of hunting a few more. Chapter 20. Contemplation Building. Simple Dwelling Level. Novice Address. 55, 3rd Street. District E Owner. He Xiaoman Projection. Number 1. Huaitree Fort Village, Weiyatown, Zhongtai County, Jingshui City. Dongning Province, Xia Country Activation. Bedroom, Level 1. Resting in the designated area will yield double effects. Popularity, 10 novice universal building materials, 25 for a novice. The recent battle against the ghost monkey at the Shaonan River was undeniably perilous. Had it not been for He Xiaoman's innate strength, honed through the relentless lifting of beer crates, and her extraordinary courage that surpassed that of most boys, along with the ancestral kitchen knife inherited from her grandmother in summary. Had any one of these three conditions been absent, He Xiaoman's life would have been devoid of any possibilities. 25 points. What improvements should be made to the renovation? The bathroom and bedroom blossom with the vibrant hues of early summer, while all other areas shiver in the chill of winter. He Xiaoman once attempted to open the bedroom door, hoping to sneak a bit of warmth into the living room, only to discover that her aspirations were in vain. Both spaces stubbornly maintained their distinct temperatures, firmly entrenched in their respective climates. Thus, the past couple of days for He Xiaoman have oscillated between the Arctic and the equator. She neither longs for the warmth of summer in the depths of winter nor yearns for the coolness of winter during the heat of summer. When feeling warm, she would chill in the living room for a while, and when cold, she would seek solace in the warmth of her bedroom. Her constitution is adequate for such fluctuations. But the real challenge lies with her mother and grandmother, particularly her grandmother, who is a devoted member of the hypertension demographic, most fearful of sudden temperature changes. Should she renovate the master bedroom and the front living room, or perhaps the master bedroom and the back kitchen? He Xiaoman found herself momentarily indecisive. Only the impoverished are faced with such dilemmas. The affluent simply opt for all options. However, if one were to argue that the master bedroom is indeed the most deserving of renovation, her grandmother's current hospitalization renders it a non-urgent choice. What He Xiaoman truly requires is a means to swiftly enhance her capabilities and facilitate her tasks, such as the legendary protagonist's essential item, the spatial ring. He Xiaoman is acutely aware of her lack of initiative regarding this golden finger, which never voluntarily offers assistance in her quandaries, but merely responds to queries as fate dictates. She remains uncertain about the types of rooms her house can accommodate and the functionalities they will possess once constructed. Presently, she is in a state of confusion and seeks guidance on how best to allocate her resources in this uncertain scenario. Currently, the dwelling is a modest residence, with the unlockable areas divided into two primary categories: living spaces and functional areas. In terms of living spaces, the homeowner has already unlocked two: the bathroom and the bedroom. The functionalities have been previously explained, so I shall refrain from reiterating them here. Kitchen. The specifics of its functionality need not be elaborated upon at the initial level. Most kitchenware can automatically prepare exquisite dishes, provided that the necessary ingredients are abundant. Otherwise, the flavor and presentation of the food will be adversely affected. Above the second tier, kitchens can concoct dishes that possess certain unique functionalities, with the taste being random. Living room. The number of residents in the household contributes to a slight increase in popularity. Special functionalities of all rooms are exclusively visible and accessible to the homeowner. Others may only utilize the basic features. Additional functionalities are restricted due to the size and level of the residence, leaving the homeowner uninformed about them. In fact, the homeowner has merely activated the basic components at this stage. Hence, it is advisable for the homeowner to promptly enhance their property to obtain more thoughtful and personalized services. After meticulously perusing the entirety of the content, He Xiaoman felt compelled to apologize to her golden finger. This was not a golden finger at all. It was clearly a golden thigh. No, a golden waistband. The lengthy discourse left He Xiaoman oscillating between joy and despair, yearning to possess vast materials and popularity at once. Eager to embark on an extensive renovation upgrade, she pondered that Yuan Diwang's task should be rather straightforward, indeed suitable for a novice. All she needed to do was invest a bit to purchase a decent burial plot for Yuan Duang, and then arrange for a comprehensive funeral service to ensure his cremation and interment, thus resolving the matter, contingent upon the prompt arrival of the autopsy results for Yuan Duang. There are some complications on Lu Suaju's side. It has been 3 years. She must first ascertain whether that young lady is still obediently residing in Lujiagu. If she has fled with her esteemed elder brother, He Xiaoman would find herself in a predicament. In truth, facilitating Lu Siju's return to her resting place is not particularly challenging. He Xiaoman could accomplish it discreetly on her own. Lu Suaju's ashes have likely been scattered by now, a task that He Xiaoman currently finds insurmountable. She believes it might be possible to enlist the aid of the old immortal. As long as she can guide Lu Siju's spirit to the Nanshan cemetery for burial, it need not involve that young lady. She could quietly enter the village. Upon articulating this thought, He Xiaoman noticed the bulletin board showed no reaction, which brought her relief. This implied tacit approval. Thus far, her collaboration with the bulletin board has followed this unspoken agreement. If there is no opposition, she deems it feasible. The challenge surrounding Lu Suaju's task lies in the matter of offerings. Given that He Xiaoman is neither kin nor acquaintance, she cannot provide such offerings. The paper money she burned that day could only be considered a form of alleviation. The only individuals who can pay homage to Lu Suaju are his cherished daughter and his former wife, Lin Xiao. This stipulates that Lu Suaju's soul must receive acknowledgement from Lin Xiao. Unless she has lost her senses, there is no chance of such recognition. He Xiaoman cannot simply dig up Lu Suaju's grave, can she? Even if she were to do so, it would surely offend Lin Xiao, who would be even less inclined to assist He Xiaoman in having her daughter pay homage to Lu Suaju. Were the roles reversed, He Xiaoman would not exhibit such benevolence either. He Xiaoman pondered deeply, convinced that the issues concerning Yuan Duong would soon be resolved. After all, it was not a homicide case. Surely, one could not leave a person indefinitely confined in the chilling confines of a crematorium's freezer. Thus, she anticipated a continuous influx of supplies and popularity in the near future. He Xiaoman resolved to first renovate the kitchen and storeroom. When she realized that the living room could attract more visitors, her eyes sparkled with envy, yet the word meager stung her vision. Chapter 21. The courier's confusion. It seemed that the meager rewards mentioned warranted special attention, for they must indeed be quite scant. Considering the current circumstances, the living room could only accommodate her grandmother and mother at most. The paltry number of guests combined with the insignificant boost in popularity would likely result in an increase so negligible it could be dismissed entirely. Consequently, He Xiaoman decided to postpone this endeavor. The primary reason for her decision was that, with her culinary skills at a complete standstill, she had grown weary of instant noodles, spicy sour noodles, and bread. The various fast foods and an abundance of seasoning-laden takeout had constituted her diet since she left home for university. During her cohabitation with Chang Jin, she occasionally savored a home-cooked meal, but when it came to dining out for client engagements, she merely served as a drinking companion, raising glasses rather than indulging in the feasts. In such settings, if one were to truly devour the food voraciously, many orders would likely go unfulfilled. Often, after the banquets concluded, she and Chang Jin would seek out a familiar, humble eatery to truly satiate their appetites. After expending 10 points of building materials and 5 points of popularity, He Xiaoman's temperature-controlled kitchen was successfully completed. The entire hallway was divided into two by a partition wall. The front section was intended by He Xiaoman to serve as a living room, while the rear section was designated as a kitchen. The kitchen was an exquisite display of organization, showcasing a plethora of appliances such as a microwave, a blender, a bread maker, an oven, and an array of knives and various types of spatulas. Beside the 3 stovetops stood an open spice rack, seemingly awaiting He Xiaoman to fill it with a variety of seasonings. On the left was a row of built-in cabinets for storing rice, flour, and cooking oils, followed by 2 4-tiered shelving units, one fixed and the other mobile, equipped with 4 wheels for easy maneuverability. Behind the sink was a spacious suspended drying rack. In essence, the entire kitchen was meticulously arranged and transparent, with nearly every inch of space utilized to its fullest potential, facilitating various culinary operations while comfortably accommodating 3 or 4 individuals without feeling cramped. This was in stark contrast to the small 2-bedroom apartment where He Xiaoman resided, where she and Chang Jin would often feel jostled together in the kitchen if they both happened to be there at the same time. He Xiaoman intended to utilize the area adjacent to her bedroom for a storage room and study, contemplating placing the doors on the bedroom side, as it was not meant for her mother or grandmother's use. She scoffed at the notion that a family harboring such insatiable greed and ingratitude could ever truly maintain harmony. Such a fade would inevitably come at the expense of one or even many individuals. In the Zhang family, the role of the butcher was typically played by the matriarch. Thus, He Xiaoman decided to position the entrances to the study and storage room directly within her bedroom, rendering any attempt by her relatives to intrude rather unconvincing. The storeroom is adorned with solid wood grids reaching up to the ceiling on 3 walls, while the remaining space is presumably left for He Xiaoman to whimsically add her belongings. It seems that, at this moment, all the recent misfortunes and somberness have drifted away from He Xiaoman, including the burden of having to support her grandmother due to her mother being deceived. Though her grandmother, like many elderly women of her generation, exhibits a preference for male offspring, she is still relatively decent for an illiterate rural woman. Xiaoman's ire does not stem from her grandmother now belonging to her and her mother's lineage. Rather, it is the resentment towards the schemes devised by her relatives that troubles her. Consequently, there are certain plans she must hasten to implement. Xiaoman was roused from her slumber by the sound of her phone ringing. The previous night had been a blend of terror and exhilaration. Filled with daydreams of her future triumphs, which resulted in her insomnia, she had tossed and turned until dawn before finally dozing off. Nevertheless, the effects of her doubled rest were undeniably beneficial, as she awoke each morning with aches in her back and legs, feeling as if she had sleepwalked out to retrieve cases of beer in the middle of the night. Ever since she began sleeping in her functional bedroom, Xiaoman has woken up each day brimming with vitality. Even when she had caught a cold 2 days prior, she miraculously recovered after a single night's sleep. Xiaoman firmly believes that this is certainly not solely due to drinking more warm water. Thus, despite having slept for merely 2 hours, she was instantly alert. Reaching for her phone to answer the call. "Good morning, Miss He. Your package was dispatched punctually yesterday afternoon and is expected to arrive at your residence this afternoon. Please keep an eye out for it." It was Chang Jin, feigning a delicate and affected tone as she impersonated a customer service representative. The timely assistance amid adversity. Given our friendship, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude with mere words. Chang Jin, I, the local magnate, hereby solemnly declare that I shall protect you. Whenever I have a morsel of soup, you shall assuredly have a bowl to savor. By heavens, how outrageous. Xiaoman could not suppress her laughter. Chang Jin, however, did not engage in idle chatter with her. She had a promotional event to attend in Wulong Town before the year came to a close. The most notable characteristic of Chang Jin's singing was her utter inability to stay on pitch, yet she remained blissfully unaware of it. A rather serious question crossed her mind. Clad in yellow, the swift courier arrived at this opulent villa, which bore no front gate, following the provided address. This village was indeed unfortunate. Despite promises to establish the only 5A scenic area in the county, the project was abruptly abandoned, leading to the emergence of numerous quaint villas along the road now named Xiangshuahai, all of which were in vain. From a distance, these houses appeared quite luxurious. Yet upon learning of the futility of relocation, even erecting a proper gate was deemed too extravagant, particularly since the walls of this property were haphazardly bound with flimsy fences. As a courteous courier, he felt it imperative to knock before entering the yard, but alas, there was no door. "Madam He, your delivery," he called out loudly from the entrance. Then, he noticed a peculiar object darting out of the house in an even more bizarre manner. Chapter 22. The unique function of bedding. 2 oversized Oxford cloth bags brimmed to the brim. The courier cast a peculiar glance at the customer, who was swathed in a blanket, with only her head protruding, and felt an unsettling sensation akin to that of Tang Sung confronting a female demon. Despite this, he swiftly composed himself and wore a sincere expression as he offered to assist Xiaoman in carrying her belongings inside. It is no wonder that seamless service is heralded as the hallmark of the industry, with both speed and demeanor being of the highest caliber. Left alone in the frigid wind, the courier stood in a daze, increasingly convinced of his initial impression. Indeed, this woman was extraordinary. Even as a man, he found himself outmatched by her strength. Recalling the renowned figure from the United States, who whimsically donned a bedsheet, the courier's imagination sparked. Could wearing bedding as attire grant one extraordinary abilities? He rummaged through the package to find a turtleneck, a pair of jeans, and a mid-length down coat. And Xiaoman finally grasped why clothing is prioritized among the 4 fundamental elements of life: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. She could not help but reflect that art truly emerges from life. As she dashed toward the courier, still wrapped in her blanket, her longing for proper attire was palpable. Today promised to be a busy one. Disposing of her outfit that had perished in the Shaonan River, Xiaoman first called Chang Jin to express her gratitude. Chang Jin unabashedly accepted her thanks, then, with a rather odd tone, inquired, "Have you rekindled things with Lu Hongtao?" "Impossible." Xiaoman's voice suddenly escalated by 8 degrees. "Why would you ask that? It is as it should be. To purchase peace of mind and a dignified separation for a sum of 100,000 yuan is indeed an indication of how cheap love can be. Merely because you chose not to accept his paltry sum for a clear conscience, this fellow has suddenly recalled your virtues. It startled me. I genuinely thought the two of you." Chang Jin's demeanor was quite surprising to Xiaoman, as he refrained from berating her for being hypocritically pious. However, at that moment, Xiaoman was not contemplating such complexities. In truth, even without the presence of the third party, Jian Tong. They would have eventually found other reasons or individuals to part ways. The issues between her and Lu Hongtao were never one-sided. If one were to indulge in the pretentious act of tracing the roots, it could only be concluded that their mutual affection was far from sufficient. Jian Tong merely expedited their divergence. Even a mouse knows not to fall into the same trap twice. Am I to be less astute than a rodent? The two shared a light-hearted exchange before hanging up, and at that moment, He Xiaoman happened to arrive at the town's police station. As she entered the lobby on the first floor, she encountered Officer Liu, who appeared hurried and seemingly in a rush to attend to pressing matters. Hello, Officer Liu. I have come to inquire about Yuan Duang's situation. Officer Liu succinctly responded. It has been determined that he fell into the toilet after drinking, resulting in a broken leg. Before he passed, he called for help, but your family's residence is quite distant from the other households in the village. Hence no one heard him. I was just about to head to Huaishu Bao. Since you are here, I need not make that trip. The police had contacted Yuan Diwang's elderly uncle, who was over 80, along with his other siblings. Upon discovering that Yuan Duang had met an untimely demise and had been stored at the crematorium for several days without a bank card or any inheritance left behind, none of them were willing to claim his body. During her initial visit to the police station to give a statement, He Xiaoman expressed that if no one was willing to handle these matters, she could assist with the funeral arrangements. After all, it was rather unsettling to discard a body found in one's own bathroom. Educated individuals possess a broader perspective. The death certificate could likely be obtained by the afternoon, allowing for the normal procedures for cremation to commence. When it came to light that He Xiaoman had secured a commendable burial plot for Yuan Duang at Nanshan Cemetery, Officer Liu's expression softened with appreciation and his tone became less formal. You've gone to great lengths. As a neighborhood officer, I thank you on behalf of Yuan Duang. Who would have thought that this drunkard, even in death, would encounter such a benevolent young lady like you? He continued. I will remember you, Xiaoman. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to Uncle Liu. He Xiaoman readily agreed, recognizing that this promise from an official from the Six Doors could be invaluable, especially as she would likely remain in Weitown for the foreseeable future. Building a good rapport with the police was indeed essential. With both of them having numerous matters to attend to, they refrained from prolonging the conversation. She inquired about the largest funeral service center in town, her feet aching from the long trek on Route 11. He Xiaoman contemplated whether to purchase a small electric scooter for convenience, as she possessed no driver's license and was utterly incapable of operating a car. The moment her hand touched the steering wheel, she would veer off course, thus rendering her destiny with automobiles forever unattainable. He Xiaoman conveyed Yuan Diwang's circumstances to the receptionist, a tall, slender woman in her 40s who scrutinized her from head to toe before exclaiming, Surely, you are referring to Yuan Duang? You must be the granddaughter of the old Zhang family? He Xiaoman replied. Am I really that well known? The woman spoke with remarkable candor, bursting into laughter as she elaborated, Yuan Duang, that old drunkard, used to be our neighbor. His demise in the latrine while intoxicated is common knowledge throughout the town. He drank copiously, day in and day out, to the point where his hands trembled so severely he could barely grasp a bottle. He was inept at everything, and it was only your family's kindness that allowed him to serve as a watchman to earn some drinking money. Alas, why am I even discussing this? The woman raised her hand and lightly slapped her own cheek, then spat on the ground, muttering, One should speak no ill of the deceased. Chapter 23. Turmoil. Yuan Diwang's funeral was conducted rather well, with a total expenditure of 32,000 for both the burial plot and comprehensive funeral services. He Xiaoman opted for the supreme package for the paper offerings, which included golden and silver ingots for young boys and girls, luxurious furniture, opulent mansions, high-end vehicles, and electrical appliances. Essentially, everything one could find in a funeral supply store was accounted for in Yuan Diwang's arrangements. In order to grant Yuan Duang a dignified farewell, He Xiaoman even rented a venue for him to perform a poignant rendition of Crying Seven Passes, followed by a ritual ceremony. In this small town, privacy is a non-existent concept. The town comprises merely 2 main streets, and within half a day, news of He Xiaoman's extravagant funeral arrangements for the notorious drunkard Yuan Duang spread like wildfire, successfully dominating the entertainment scene of Weitown. He Xiaoman instantaneously emerged as the headline sensation, garnering attention wherever she went. The funeral took place in the evening, with cremation scheduled for the following morning, and He Xiaoman accompanied the entire process, demonstrating her sincere commitment. while it was unnecessary for her to display the same grief as the deceased's family. The ceremonies from last night to today's cremation were undoubtedly exhausting. One cannot help but wonder if she is entranced by some force. Whether it is a longing for a father figure or simply an overflow of wealth with no outlet. Even if she had no other means to spend her money, purchasing delicacies for her mother or grandmother or securing a better hospital room would have sufficed. Instead, she squandered it on Yuan Duong. It is indeed pitiable that he left this world without children or relatives to bid him farewell. Before even entering the hospital room, He Xiaoman could hear son Li Xia clucking like a hen that had just laid an egg. Her grandmother was in a double room costing 80 yuan a day, where patients could rest due to the low occupancy, and her mother's presence would not be overly burdensome. Yet, the room was crowded with people standing and sitting, and a few others loitered in the corridor. Nurses had come by twice to ask them to leave. But since they all resided in the same town and the patients had not complained, it was difficult for them to insist on expelling everyone. Rumor had it that the expenses amounted to over 100,000 yuan. Indeed, He Xiaoman is quite affluent. Why, despite their wealth, did they still take our house? Our family had just built a lovely 3-story villa, and I scarcely had the heart to reside in it for even a few days. With relatives like my father and uncle on one side, and my mother and her brother on the other, perhaps Xiaoman should offer some financial assistance to her uncle. Surely, it is more fitting to support the family of Guiyin than to provide for that wretched Yuan Duong, is it not? What? Do you still expect Yuan Duong, now deceased, to bless your family with good fortune? You, bald-headed. My grandmother, infuriated, trembled as her hands shook and her lips twitched, uttering words in Mandarin that required translation to comprehend. Son Li Xia, hearing her usually mild-mannered mother suddenly call out her full name, rather than the familiar Xiao Xia or Li Xia, it was clear that she was quite upset. She slowed her pace, curious to observe her mother's outburst. In the end, your mother is calling you outside. You should go out first. He Xiaoman felt her once boiling rage dissipate completely. Truly, her mother remained the same as ever. That aunt from the Zhang family was far too easygoing. Had it been me, I would have slapped her into silence. The onlookers outside, relatives of patients, commented. The hospital in Weishan was simply too small. The Zhang family's affairs had already stirred quite a commotion, and now, with He Xiaoman arranging a funeral for the unrelated Yuan Duong, many curious individuals had pieced together the bizarre division of the Zhang family. Everyone possesses an innate sense of justice, and the truth is clear to those who seek it. However, even with this clarity of conscience, few are willing to speak out. More often, people prefer to remain indifferent, tending only to the troubles that directly affect them. Regrettably, in this day and age, the cost of meddling in others' affairs is far too high. One simply cannot afford to do so. Patient B eagerly nodded in agreement. Isn't it so? Who doesn't know the state of old Zhang's house? Only Zhang Kaiwa, with her kind disposition, tolerates it. It's truly bewildering how they take advantage of her. Someone chimed in, and He Xiaoman was just about to smile appreciatively, acknowledging the people's discernment, when suddenly, the onlooker C remarked, no wonder Zhang Laoxi's wife is furious. Has He Xiaoman lost her senses while studying? Just consider this, she's no relation to them, yet when Yuan Duong met his demise in their restroom, it wasn't he who caused it. Calling the authorities was already a generous act. Look at He Xiaoman, so ostentatious. I've never witnessed such extravagance in my life. They say she even hired someone to conduct a morning ritual and perform rites. Isn't that just throwing money around? I'm curious to see how dutiful she'll be when her grandmother passes away. I can't comprehend this, He Xiaoman, oh dear, Xiaoman. You're visiting your grandmother. Truly a devoted child. Just think, the two wretches I gave birth to can't compare to how considerate Xiaoman is. Such a young child. So thoughtful and beautiful, what a marvel. Onlooker C, passionately criticizing He Xiaoman, found herself unexpectedly facing the very subject of her remarks, who stood at the door with a cheerful smile. Instantly, her words transformed into flattery, flowing seamlessly and effortlessly. He Xiaoman leaned in closer to this woman's ear, her voice soft and conspiratorial. Auntie, when you grow old, childless and alone, and if you happen to perish in my home's restroom, I promise you will receive exactly the same treatment. Sound fair? Having spoken, she pushed the woman aside and strode purposefully into the hospital room. In the eyes of the author, this mere supporting character was unworthy of conversing with her. If you regret it, then speak plainly. Personal matters should not be discussed in a hospital, especially in front of my grandmother. It's utterly shameful. Come, let us immediately go to the town to complete the paperwork. listing you as the head of the household, thus sparing you from such humiliation. After finishing her words, He Xiaoman reached out to grasp the face of Sun Lixia, which had turned a deep shade of purple from her relentless barrage of words. Chapter 24. All in Sun Lixia felt as though He Xiaoman's gaze was that of a venomous snake. Despite the smile on the girl's face, Sun Lixia sensed a chill coursing through her being, as if she had been abruptly cast from the warmth of a cozy bed into the frigid snow of midwinter. Therefore, when He Xiaoman extended her hand towards her, Sun Lixia felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively recoiled. Yet, to her dismay, she found herself retreating not merely a step, but, in front of the watchful eyes of many, she was rendered speechless and continued to withdraw from the girl. In that moment, Sun Lixia felt both her dignity and pride evaporate. She straightened her back and raised her chin, only to realize that in the face of He Xiaoman, who stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, her inferiority was not confined to mere stature, but extended to her very presence. The adage, if one lacks height, let one's voice be heard, rang true, and the indignant Sun Lixia unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate verbal assault. Despite her proficiency in arguing even when she lacks a solid basis, upon the arrival of He Xiaoman, she found herself immediately overshadowed by He's commanding presence. Furthermore, she was indeed in the wrong, with her greatest fears being deftly exploited by He Xiaoman. Thus, although her voice rose above the usual decibel, the only refrain she echoed was that He Xiaoman was inconsiderate and disrespectful to her elders. When I have reason, we shall reason. When I am in the wrong, we shall invoke seniority. Seeing the Zhang family poised for a potential showdown, the other patients and their attendants seized the opportunity to excuse themselves to the restroom, fleeing the escalating tension. Nurse, someone is severely disturbing the rest of the patients. Please remove her. If He Xiaoman wished to confront Sun Lixia, she could verbally dismantle her with such ferocity that it might induce a fit of rage. One should never underestimate the eloquence of a seasoned salesperson entrenched in the front line of promotional sales when it comes to verbal speed. Only the likes of the Dayun Society could rival them. Yet, He Xiaoman refrained from embarrassing her grandmother or causing distress to her mother. After all, resolving disputes does not merely hinge on volume. Otherwise, the donkey would have long since dominated the earth. The nurse regarded Sun Lixia with a look of discomfort, silently suggesting that she either take her leave or maintain silence. They were all from Wei Town, where one often encounters familiar faces, and escalating the situation would be detrimental to the camaraderie among neighbors. He Xiaoman, you have truly made something of yourself, haha. You've learned to wield a feather as if it were a decree. Your education has not been in vain, as you apply even the smallest lessons to your own relatives. As the proprietress of the largest chain butcher shop in Wei Town, Sun Lixia held a certain stature wherever she went, even able to converse with the mayor's wife. Yet, she had never experienced such humiliation as she did today, and thus directed a torrent of abuse toward He Xiaoman. Do you think transferring ownership is child's play? He Xiaoman, you're already in your 20s, approaching 30. It's time to abandon such childishness. That document, inked in black and sealed with a red stamp, holds significant weight. You cannot simply dictate terms as you please. I assure you, the ancestral home rightfully belongs to you, He Xiaoman. The elder must reside in the ancestral home. This is a family decision, not something a mere child can alter at whim. You wasted your time in the city pursuing education that has proven futile. Sun Lixia, would you repeat that? Why can't my daughter pursue her studies? Did you not also send your daughter off to university? Was her education in vain? Zhang Kaiwa was genuinely incensed this time. Over the years, she had tolerated for the sake of familial harmony, due to being a daughter and an older sister. However, now that Sun Lixia incessantly mentioned Xiaoman, she could no longer endure it. Xiaoman, you attend to your grandmother. I shall confront your fourth uncle. He Xiaoman stared in astonishment at her mother, with Sun Lixia mirroring the same expression. Honest individuals seldom display anger, but when they do, the consequences can be dire. Realizing this, Sun Lixia's fleeting sense of victory was swiftly replaced by trepidation, muttering under her breath. Why are they making such a fuss? I merely commented on Xiaoman's frivolous spending. Your precious young lady cannot endure a slight, and if she dislikes my words, I shall refrain from speaking. After all, it is not my money being spent. Why should I, as the aunt, take on the role of the villain? Bringing up the house only serves to distress the elder. As she spoke, Sun Lixia dashed away like a bolt of lightning, attempting to outrun Zhang Kaiwa. He Xiaoman pressed a button on her phone, saving the audio recording, and then squatted cheerfully by her grandmother's sickbed, saying, Grandma, Please don't be angry. I was just trying to provoke her. I truly pity Yuan Duong, who met his untimely end in our bathroom. It certainly doesn't sound pleasant when mentioned. Thus, I took the liberty of purchasing a modest burial plot. With trembling hands, the elderly woman gently caressed He Xiaoman's head, and as she did so, tears began to roll down her cheeks. A mother can nurture 10 sons, yet 10 sons may not be able to care for one mother. Fortunately, she still had her most considerate third daughter, who had always quietly endured her grievances. Upon witnessing her mother's tears, Zhang Kaihua abandoned her intention to change clothes and seek out her brothers. Instead, she slumped down beside her mother's bed, her head drooping as she wiped away her own tears with one hand. He Xiaoman felt somewhat at a loss, having never encountered such a scene before. The room fell into a profound silence. With a sigh, the grandmother withdrew her hand from He Xiaoman's head and began to search in her own lap. Noticing this, He Xiaoman inquired, "Grandma, what are you looking for?" The old woman remained silent, continuing her search until, after a prolonged effort, she finally retrieved an object wrapped carefully in layers of tissue paper. Upon unveiling it, He Xiaoman discovered it was a dark red savings book. The grandmother mumbled indistinctly, "I can't manage the house, but I can't let you go without support. There's a reward." He Xiaoman was taken aback. The savings book was in remarkably good condition, yet clearly dated back several years. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find over 150,000. What was happening lately? One after another, they came to bestow her with money, utterly disrupting the somber atmosphere. Clearly embodying the tragic heroine who has suffered both heartbreak and unemployment, this narrative seems to follow a familiar script. The protagonist's boyfriend betrays her for a wealthy heiress, leading to her downfall, only for her to be reborn with a golden opportunity to rise and reclaim her life. But wait. He Xiaoman suddenly realizes that this storyline feels strikingly familiar. She seems to fit every aspect except for the part of being reborn. Chapter 25. The impartial judge. Just as He Xiaoman was about to decline, she heard footsteps approaching their hospital room. Fearing the return of Sun Lixia, which would only complicate matters, she swiftly tucked the bankbook into her pouch. Upon seeing her stow away the bankbook, her grandmother's face broke into a smile as she gently patted the top of her head, mumbling incoherently about being a good child. A pang of nostalgia struck He Xiaoman as she recalled a childhood moment when she and Zhang Shuyuan both coveted the last piece of caramelized sweet potato on their plate. Eventually, under the constant gaze of her mother, she relinquished the sweet potato to Zhang Shuyuan, at which point her grandmother had also tenderly stroked her hair, repeating, "Good child. Good child." Back then, her grandfather was still alive, sternly reprimanding Zhang Shuyuan, asserting that this was the Zhang family feast, and that as a granddaughter, she should yield to He Xiaoman. He even regaled the two children with the tale of Kong Rong yielding pears, using expressions rich in Northeast dialect. Zhang Shuyuan, indignant, retorted, "My dad is a son, your mom is a daughter, this is my home, and that sweet potato is mine." At that moment, their grandmother held each of their hands, saying, "Shuyuan's father and Xiaoman's mother are both children of this family, and both of you are also children of this family. You are both good children." However, unbeknownst to Shuyuan, Grandma discreetly slipped several pieces of dried fruit to He Xiaoman. She consistently employed the unique wisdom of a rural elder from Northeast China to navigate the tensions within the family. Whenever one party had to endure some grievances, Grandma would find ways to surreptitiously offer a form of compensation, reflecting on the bankbook in her bag and the memories of yesteryears. He Xiaoman's earlier resentment towards her grandmother, who was fully aware of the haunting in the old house yet chose to shield her fourth uncle, vanished completely. This was not merely due to the material offerings from Grandma, but rather an acknowledgement of the sacrifices her mother made for the harmony of their large family, which Grandma had observed with a heavy heart. This understanding sufficed. The intricacies of familial matters are seldom black and white. There is rarely a clear delineation of right and wrong. If it were so straightforward, the adage about upright officials struggling to adjudicate domestic affairs would not exist. Grandma managed to transport the heirloom kitchen knife left by Grandpa and her long-saved funeral funds to the hospital without anyone noticing, suggesting she had an inkling of her fourth uncle and aunt's intentions. As a mother, faced with the immutable temperaments of her children, she could only continue to employ whatever means she could conceive to compensate the aggrieved party. While favoritism did exist, it was a common ailment of her generation, prevalent in nearly every household. Having personally experienced certain matters, He Xiaoman gained a deeper understanding of her mother's forbearance. Her mother was neither foolish nor excessively kind-hearted. She simply could not bear to place Grandma in a difficult position. Aware of her daughter's reasons for yielding, Grandma would thus seek ways to offer covert compensations, such as showing particular kindness to He Xiaoman. Indeed, this became the most significant conflict between He Xiaoman and Zhang Shuyuan during their childhood. In Zhang Shuyuan's world, she was the radiant sun. As the door to the hospital room swung open, the pair of mother and daughter who had previously found an excuse to step out re-entered. Noticing that the atmosphere had shifted from before, they exchanged a few casual remarks with He Xiaoman, complimenting her mother for her attentive care of their grandmother. In the spirit of reciprocity, Zhang Kaihua received similar praises from the other party, as sweet words are always welcome. The awkwardness that had previously enveloped the room dissipated, restoring a harmonious and warm ambience. Seizing this opportunity, He Xiaoman informed her mother and grandmother about her decision to resign. The house had become exceedingly precarious and required substantial reinforcement. I have already consulted someone, and our foundation is utterly incapable of supporting the weight of 3 stories. The walls are not sturdy enough, making this construction genuinely perilous. Coincidentally, a friend has referred me to a supervisory position in the vicinity of Jinshui City, offering a salary twice that of my previous job, without the necessity of clocking in daily. Upon hearing He Xiaoman's concerns regarding the house, Zhang Caihua's expression grew somewhat awkward, as she reflected on her impulsive decision to take on this troublesome responsibility, which had not only burdened her daughter with criticism from son Li Xia, but had also revealed numerous hidden hazards within the property. However, when He Xiaoman shifted the conversation to her job, Zhang Caihua's demeanor noticeably darkened. Her lips parted as if to inquire whether her prolonged leave from work had caused issues. Yet she hesitated to voice her concern in front of her own mother, fearing it might provoke her further and exacerbate her condition. Truly, this new position is less demanding and more lucrative, thanks to a particularly close colleague's recommendation. This arrangement allows me to accompany my mother in caring for my grandmother at home. Zhang Kaihua is aware that Xiaoman has found quite a commendable partner. If she were working here, their relationship would resemble what is commonly referred to as a long-distance romance. Rumor has it that such relationships often end in failure. The thought of this makes Zhang Kaihua quite anxious, as she has yet to meet Lu Hongtao, the only boyfriend her daughter, at the age of 27, has ever had. However, in the presence of the mother and daughter duo in the hospital room, she refrains from asking too many questions. In the small town of Weitown, news travels fast, and any minor event becomes common knowledge. The discovery of Yuan Diwang's corpse in the restroom is certainly not a fortunate occurrence. Thus, Zhang Kaihua agrees with Xiaoman's decision to spend a little money to arrange for the burial of the solitary alcoholic. Yet, if she were to lose her job and her relationship, it would not only be the gossip of Huai Shubao village, but the entire Weitown would surely be abuzz with rumors, inevitably resurrecting discussions about her own divorce at her age. The thought of such disgrace reaching Xiaoman's partner fills Zhang Kaihua with great agitation. As He Xiaoman engages in light-hearted banter to entertain her grandmother, successfully bringing a smile to her face, she prepares to leave. Zhang Kaihua also rises, bending down to her grandmother, saying, "Mother, I will accompany Xiaoman for a moment. I need to fetch some hot water from the utility room." Her grandmother smiles and nods. The guilt-ridden expression on her mother's face instantly conveys to He Xiaoman the source of her concern. Such an unbreakable bond. He Xiaoman grits her teeth. Since the conversation has taken this turn, she decides to completely tear away the facade of harmony within the Zhang family. She cannot be blamed for her harshness, as now is the time to reveal the true nature of the chaos that resides within her household, knowing there will be more to address in the future. Mother, the company has somehow spread rumors that we are involved in a homicide, and as a result, I have been dismissed. My boyfriend, upon learning that I might be embroiled in a legal case, has already broken up with me. Zhang Kaihua suddenly felt a wave of darkness envelop her, prompting He Xiaoman to rush forward to support her. Zhang Kaihua was soon in tears, exclaiming, "Xiaoman, it is mother who has harmed you. It is mother who has harmed you." Chapter 26. Comprehensive considerations. He Xiaoman, confronted with her grandmother's frail condition and her illness that required careful handling, found herself hesitant to voice certain truths. However, she felt compelled to confront her mother with resolute candor, aiming straight for her heart. It was imperative to sever any lingering hopes her mother harbored for familial affection from her siblings. Otherwise, the tumultuous future that loomed ahead would only see her treated as a fool. Even Zheng He's wife was aware that my fourth uncle was exploiting us by taking over the old house, while callously discarding our potentially incapacitated grandmother, fully cognizant of their unscrupulous betrayal of their own sister. I did not wish for my grandmother to be saddened by the truth, which is why I spoke as I did. My presence at the company was inconsequential. The day the police called to verify my whereabouts, the news spread, and I was dismissed on the spot. Zhang Kaihua tightly shut her eyes, already witnessing the wrinkles and slackening skin of her eyelids, which could no longer contain the tears that flowed freely, quickly forming a delicate stream that dripped onto her clothing. Her grip was so tight that the veins on her hands stood out prominently, yet her entire body trembled. I had even inquired with a doctor, who confirmed that my grandmother's illness was a result of the sudden fluctuations in temperature. They were willing to sacrifice even their own mother for the sake of a meager relocation compensation. I lost my job, but it doesn't matter. The breakup with my boyfriend has turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it has revealed his true character to me. However, dear mother, in the future, could you please consult me before making any decisions, including the time you divorced my father? You are easily swayed by others' pity, yet when we find ourselves in need, who will show us compassion? Witnessing my mother weep sorrowfully, He Xiaoman felt a pang of sympathy. She retrieved a tissue from her pouch and gently wiped her mother's tears, softening her voice as she spoke. Mother, from now on, it will be just the three of us, Grandma, you, and I. We will rely on each other. And we need not seek pity from others, nor should we extend it to them, all right? But, what about your job? He Xiaoman offered another tissue to her mother, using one herself to dab her own eyes, smiling brightly as she reassured her, this is the truth, I promise you. The workload is lighter than before, it just requires some traveling. Yet, the income is stable, and it's not as burdensome as the performance-based salary I used to earn. When everything is tallied, I should be making around 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Ultimately, amidst the misfortunes, there lies a silver lining. Zhang Kaihua reflected on her daughter's words, realizing they held merit. Thankfully, Xiaoman had not married Lu Hongtao. He was only concerned for himself, and it was fortunate that she had not tied the knot with him. With a quivering voice and a nasal tone, Zhang Kaihua inquired, have you truly found a job? You're not deceiving your mother, are you? Indeed, it is more genuine than gold. Rest assured, my daughter, a person as diligent and self-reliant as I am could never fail to secure employment. Upon exiting the hospital, He Xiaoman immediately hailed a bouncing car to Lijiagu. The issue concerning Yuan Duong had been satisfactorily resolved, and He Xiaoman's gains were remarkably substantial. It was precisely due to the settlement of this task that she felt emboldened to boast to her mother about a monthly salary of 5,000. After attending Yuan Diwang's funeral that morning, He Xiaoman had already received a portion of her task rewards. Retaining ownership of the house ensured that, as long as it was occupied, the owner would continuously garner popularity. Another significant benefit of the nodes was their capacity to be exchanged for currency in the respective world, at an astonishing rate of 110,000. Could one not dream of instant wealth? In this endeavor, He Xiaoman had invested no more than 50,000. Yet she stood to profit by 150,000. However, in her starry-eyed excitement, it seemed she had forgotten that the bulletin board had informed her that, due to her bypassing the novice task, all rewards from this undertaking were doubled. Subsequently, she recited every auspicious phrase she knew aloud, utterances of Wuliang Tianzuan, Ba, Hallelujah, and Allah is the greatest flowed from her lips, before she finally opened her novice gift pack. Congratulations to the homeowner. You have received the supreme reward, a zero consumption. Basic recipe, I'll feed you below. Note, this recipe is a special reward and cannot be sold, exchanged, synthesized, or upgraded, with a daily limit of 10 portions. Thud. He Xiaoman unceremoniously collapsed onto the ground. Her momentary joy had been in vain, for the magnitude of her hope was matched only by the depth of her disappointment. She fell from the clouds, her heart shattered into countless pieces. She did not indulge in fanciful dreams of obtaining ancient artifacts such as the Eastern Emperor's bell or the Pangu axe, nor did she aspire to instantaneously transform her lineage into that of a superheroine. However, the promised supreme reward turned out to be as meager as a bowl. No, rather 10 bowls of noodles. Even if one were to consider the zero consumption recipe that requires no raw materials, how could He Xiaoman, a prominent figure capable of casually earning a staggering 150,000, possibly be in need of 10 bowls of noodles? If it must be food, wouldn't it be more delightful to serve you lobster? or perhaps a sweet bowl of bird's nest soup. If all else fails, beer and barbecued crayfish would also suffice. Why must it be noodles? With trembling hands, Xiaoman reluctantly opened the nauseating recipe. No pots or pans required, no ingredients needed. Merely recite the recipe and the delicacies would be delivered. Then came a list of so-called basic noodle varieties: yanchun noodles, dandan noodles, tossed noodles, stewed noodles, knife-shaved noodles, sauce noodles, oil-splash noodles, chongqing noodles. Chapter 27. The great Xiaoman finally comprehended the implications behind the announcement's string of terms: non-transferable, non-exchangeable, non-combinable, non-upgradable. The underlying message was unmistakably clear. You are fated to suffer this loss. If only there were no limits on quantity, it could still be a risk-free venture. And if all else failed, she could even open a noodle shop and amass wealth. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at the boldly printed daily limit of 10 portions, her heart brimming with despair. Very well, you have triumphed. She defiantly raised her middle finger to the sky and declared, from this day forth, I shall no longer be known as Xiaoman, but rather as Xiaomian. Then, rather shamelessly, she murmured a rather audacious incantation to the air. I shall serve you noodles. Instantly, the array of infuriating noodle options materialized before Xiaoman. Xiaoman, feeling increasingly exasperated, decided against perusing the various noodle options individually. In a loud voice, she declared, I want the butter crab noodles. However, she could not locate this dish among the available selections. In fact, she had never tasted such an extravagant dish before. She had merely heard a refined colleague mention it during last year's company annual meeting. It was said that a bowl of butter crab noodles costs 900 yuan, courtesy of a wealthy heir. The colleague had expressed disdain, claiming that the crab was not particularly large and the flavor was rather mediocre, wholly unworthy of its exorbitant price. Xiaoman found this ostentatious display of modesty perplexing. It seemed that one wished to flaunt their experiences while simultaneously adopting a tone of having suffered a great loss. Was this what humble bragging truly entailed? Suddenly, a screen appeared before her, revealing that her menu indeed included this luxurious dish, yet the content caused her expression to wilt instantly. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she thought, do you think I am still the naive novice who knows nothing of market prices? 10 points for materials and 5 points for popularity. That could furnish a room. Are you truly suggesting that a bowl of noodles could equate to an entire apartment? While a wealthy heir can indulge in 900 yuan noodles, you expect me to pay 50,000 for the same. See, you have nothing to say now, do you? You know you've been unreasonable. Engaging in a monologue, she found that the bulletin board had not updated once more. Nevertheless, the gloom brought about by the so-called supreme rewards gradually dissipated. What else could she do? Perhaps a new player's gift pack to console herself? With that thought, she decided to wash up and retire for the night, as dreaming seemed far easier. One must learn to adopt a more open-minded perspective, looking forward with optimism. For with effort, a brighter future undoubtedly awaits. For Xiaoman, the act of decorating serves as a substitute for shopping, which is often seen as a remedy for a woman's woes. After expending 30 units of building materials and 15 points of popularity, Xiaoman successfully completed the renovation of the entire first floor. When she attempted to add a courtyard wall and a gate, the bulletin informed her that her current property lacked the necessary facilities for projection. In essence, her housing system could only be modified based on existing structures, rather than constructed from the ground up. Building, simple dwelling level. Beginner address, number 55, 3rd Street, District E owner. Xiaoman projection. Number 1, Huai Tree Fort Village, Weiyatown, Zhongtai County, Jinshui City, Dongning Province, Xiaohua activation, bedroom, level 1. Resting in the designated area will yield double effects. Popularity, 5 basic universal building materials, 10 skill. Cooking with her mindset adjusted. Xiaoman faced this previously maddening skill with newfound acceptance, recognizing that food is a fundamental necessity, at the very least. Her zero cooking skills would ensure she would never go hungry anywhere she might find herself. In truth, had circumstances been different, Xiaoman might have been persuaded by the former owner to end her life in despair, leaving no trace of her existence. Or perhaps she would have fled in fear from a haunted house, taking her mother and grandmother with her, compounded by the dual blows of unemployment and heartbreak, thus embarking on a tragic journey of her own. Now, she has not only transferred ownership of this house, brimming with infinite possibilities, but also transformed the living conditions for her mother and grandmother. It is her indomitable spirit and that miraculous kitchen knife that have forged a path filled with challenges and excitement. Mindset influences everything. Tasks can change the world. Therefore, one must act decisively. With a heart full of ambition, He Xiaoman hurried to Lijiagu, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water. Lin Xiu had already moved away with her 5-year-old daughter. It was said that they had gone to the county town to work and earn a living for the child. Lin Xiu had her struggles. Indeed, as a woman, a widow without employment, raising a child and seeking a good man is no easy feat if she were to settle for someone less worthy. It would be a shame for someone with her appearance. After all, the old adage speaks of the fleeting fortunes of beautiful women. The only people who had information about Lin Xiu were a mother-in-law duo, as the 2 men in their household were working in Ji City. Although they lived close to Wei town, the natural resources in both Yeshibo and Lijiagu were rather poor. The sandy land yielded little profit from farming, and the village has long been impoverished. A few large-scale breeding enterprises had struck it rich, prompting others to follow suit in raising cattle, sheep, and experimenting with pigs and chickens. Eventually, some even ventured into unconventional routes, breeding foxes and rabbits, though most did not yield profit. The village's able-bodied men had mostly sought work in the big cities, leaving behind women, children, and the elderly to tend to the meager land and homes year after year. With no clues to be found regarding the house, He Xiaoman inquired with several people and ultimately obtained Lin Xiu's contact number from her uncle, who rented and cultivated Lin Xiu's few acres of land. The agricultural community is indeed bustling. Upon hearing that He Xiaoman intended to assist Lin Xiu in securing a high-paying job, the clan uncle promptly handed her his phone number. The primary reason, of course, was He Xiaoman's mention of her mother, uncle, and the renowned butcher Zhang, whose reputation is well known throughout the entire Wei town. The likelihood of vehicles traversing such a rural road is minimal, yet it is surprising to find such audacity in a small place like Wei town. Chapter 28. Smooth progress. The following day, He Xiaoman did not rush to go out. The small construction team she contacted had arrived with cement, stones, and sand. After a year of arduous toil, the farmers had entered a leisurely mode, waking up naturally on their warm earthen Kong beds, playing mahjong, drinking, and visiting neighbors. There was always an activity to suit everyone. He Xiaoman generously offered the foreman an additional 3,000 yuan, which finally persuaded him to assist her in gathering enough workers. It was not that the foreman was overly greedy. With the year-end approaching and the harsh winter conditions, this was not a significant project, and many were reluctant to take on such work. Consequently, wages would naturally need to be increased. He Xiaoman deliberately made a grand announcement, almost as if she were beating drums to inform the village and town that she had renovated her old home. With the contract covering both labor and materials, she invested an additional 21,000 yuan, and at last, this splendid 3-story building had a matching courtyard wall and gate. Once the workers completed their final tasks and departed, He Xiaoman promptly activated the non-entry system of her construction order, a high-tech, human-centered approach. She was immensely satisfied with her building system. The courtyard walls and the gate remain unchanged, yet upon activating the no-entry without invitation mode, all unwelcome creatures such as snakes, insects, rodents, flies, mosquitoes, and fleas are barred from entry. Should the defense mode be engaged, no being may cross the threshold without the owner's explicit permission, unless forcibly breached. The projection of the residence's first floor has achieved a coverage rate of 100, and the self-cleaning system is now operational. The initial state of the house incurs no charges, allowing the homeowner the liberty to deactivate it at any moment. The bulletin board has once again delivered a message that brings immense comfort to He Xiaoman, revealing the existence of such an extraordinary feature, an exceptional skill that undoubtedly liberates all homemakers from the depths of their tribulations. One must not presume this to be merely a mundane construction directive. Its scope is vast, and its intricacies boundless. Thus, homeowners are encouraged to actively seek out various tasks and unlock an array of special functionalities. He Xiaoman's unintentional admiration prompted the bulletin board to shower her with a hearty dose of motivational wisdom. It unexpectedly reminded her of her own pre-mission pep talks to the sales representatives, strikingly similar in nature. The laws of karma are unerring. She had previously filled others with encouragement, and now it was her turn to receive daily doses from the bulletin board. Undoubtedly, she thought, go for it, dear. I have faith in you. Yet, He Xiaoman harbored no worries about this. One who can afford a horse can certainly procure a saddle. Who has ever seen a Rolls-Royce owner fretting over rising fuel prices? It remains uncertain whether the adage about the wind blowing through the eggshell holds true, or if He Xiaoman, who had faced misfortune for an extended period, was finally experiencing a turn of fate. Surprisingly, the task assigned by Lu Sunu, which she had anticipated would demand considerable effort, unfolded with unexpected ease. He Xiaoman did not follow her original plan to act mysteriously. After she introduced herself over the phone, the other party was momentarily taken aback. Such awkwardness is inevitable in conversations between strangers. Even through the phone, He Xiaoman could sense that the other person had instantly held their breath. This is the essence of a guilty conscience. However, He Xiaoman was not a judge, and with her own family entangled in complexities, her sole intention was to ensure that Lu Seju could reside in the house that belonged to him at Nanshan Cemetery, receiving the offerings that a departed soul rightfully deserves. When the other party remained silent, He Xiaoman attempted to steer the conversation in a more harmonious direction. After all, she could not bluntly say, "Sister, your secrets have been uncovered. I have foreseen that you have committed adultery, causing your husband to die of rage, and you have lost his ashes." Such bluntness would undoubtedly lead to failure in her task. With a seemingly considerate demeanor, He Xiaoman sincerely remarked, "Everyone in your village says that you had a particularly good relationship with your ex-husband, so." It seemed a man on the other end murmured something, but He Xiaoman did not catch it. The lady Lin Xiaolin then instructed her to wait a moment. Regardless, even if she had to dig up that tomb, He Xiaoman was determined to complete her mission. As she quietly plotted how to make Lin yield, Lin Xiaolin finally spoke up. "What do you need me to do?" He Xiaoman was taken aback. Was she really accepting such an otherworldly proposition? "You merely need to enlist the assistance of an elderly sage to guide the spirit of Lu Siju to the cemetery you have prepared. For the tombstone has already been inscribed with his name and is duly registered there. Subsequently, you should burn some clothing and offerings of gold and silver for him," He Xiaoman remarked, to which Lin Xiao responded with a gentle acknowledgement, exhibiting no suspicion or inquiry regarding He Xiaoman's true identity or purpose. "Thank you. I shall seek out Aunt Jean shortly. She is the foremost sage in Wei Town. Should Lu Suaju visit you in a dream again, please inform him to cease his disturbances." Lin Xiao's demeanor conveyed an urgency that seemed to surpass He Xiaoman's own, leading her to ponder that, were it not for her knowledge of Lu Suaju's demise, one might believe Lin Xiao harbored genuine affection for him, unwilling to see her former husband suffer in the depths of the Shaonan River. Chapter 29. Each to their fate. Baffled, He Xiaoman could only attribute Lin Xiao's eager cooperation to humanity's innate fear of spirits and her own guilty conscience. Having successfully completed a task, He Xiaoman received both good and bad news. The good news was that she had finally discerned the location of her true dwelling, a place known as the Supreme Realm of Changro. He Xiaoman perceived a certain malice in the words displayed on the bulletin board. Although her mathematical skills were poor and her memory lacking, the exchange rate of 110,000 would be etched in her mind, and she resolved to avoid dealings within this absurd construction system, determined to survive under the oppressive rules that left her in dire straits. Fortunately, she could still find solace in the fact that the reward was quite generous. Indeed, in comparison to Yuan Diwang's task, which was both laborious and financially burdensome, Lu Suaju's assignment felt like a windfall. He Xiaoman never anticipated that the process of accepting the task would be fraught with twists and terrors, perilous enough that she nearly lost her life. Yet, during the execution of the task, she merely made a phone call, and the subsequent duties were predominantly carried out by others. She was entirely unaware of what Lin Xiao had accomplished. Nevertheless, when juxtaposed with the rewards from Yuan Diwang's undertaking, He Xiaoman felt that Lin Xiao had not deceived her or her deceased husband, as the task had been completed with remarkable ease, leaving her with a sense of undeserved fortune. Although the temporary inconvenience and subpar working conditions were bearable, there was no threat to her life. Reflecting on those bizarrely swift ghost monkeys still sent shivers down her spine. Yet, adhering to the principle of prioritizing her clients, He Xiaoman visited the only cemetery in Wei Town, Nanshan Cemetery, after her routine visit to her grandmother. At the communal cremation site, she burned gold and silver ingots inscribed with the names of Yuan Duong and Lu Soju, and then she paid her respects at their graves with a stick of incense. She had witnessed Yuan Duong being placed into the cremation furnace and personally retrieved his ashes. It was her first time holding the ashes of a person who had been alive just days prior, and in that moment, to say she was not moved would be a falsehood. In life, one breathes in vitality, and in death, one exhales smoke, regardless of the myriad paths one takes. They ultimately converge at the same destination. Perhaps it was the knowledge that death merely transitions one to another dimension, existing in a different form, that rendered He Xiaoman less melancholic and imbued her with a sense of clarity. However, the farewell she extended to these two individuals was rather sorrowful. Lu Xiu's circumstances were particularly unique. Having been buried for 3 years, and with Lin Xiu discreetly arranging a second burial, it was no surprise that no one attended. Similarly, Yuan Diwang's relatives were informed of his passing, yet none came to pay their respects. While the coldness of human nature undoubtedly played a role, the main reason was Yuan Diwang's own vices. His penchant for indulgence in drink and gambling, coupled with a lack of ambition, had driven his relatives to maintain their distance. As ordinary folk, people may not possess grand ideals of bravery, yet the act of accompanying the deceased on their final journey is not something everyone shuns. One can only lament the lack of connections amassed during their lifetime. Should one be reincarnated, it would be wise to abandon the habits of excessive drinking and gambling. He Xiaoman gazed at the photograph of Yuan Duong on the gravestone and murmured to herself. Lu Suaju's burial site was quite favorable. Candles, flowers, and offerings adorned it vibrantly. Recent rites had been performed, and a large red flower was affixed to the gravestone, its ribbon subtly inscribed with the words, "Soul returns home, a joyful relocation." For reasons unknown, He Xiaoman felt a twinge of pity at his simple smile. And it was no wonder that the enigmatic presence of Xiao Nanha mocked Lu Suaju as a failure. He had lavished himself with rewards, likely believing that residing in such a place after death fulfilled his desires, while he chose to disregard the past's tumultuous affairs. This individual is, in fact, quite decent. Their ashes have been scattered, and they merely seek to play a harmless jest upon the inhabitants of the old residence. Reflecting upon the spectral monkeys of the Shaonan River and the elusive figure who remains unseen, He Xiaoman truly feels a sense of trepidation for her grandmother and uncle. Having personally visited the cemetery, He Xiaoman finally finds solace, having learned that Nanshan Cemetery offers a service for ritualistic homage, charging a modest fee of 50 yuan each time. Thereafter, they each accept their fates, free from the necessity of mutual gratitude. Gradually, her grandmother's health begins to improve, from a state of complete numbness on one side. She can now manage to take a few steps with assistance from her mother, and her speech has become significantly more coherent. Her mother starts to tidy up the various odds and ends in the hospital, preparing to discharge her before the coldest days of winter arrive. To avoid exacerbating her grandmother's condition due to the biting chill, after a brief respite of 2 days, He Xiaoman resolves to make another visit to the Shaonan River. This is prompted by the haunting voice that has resumed its nightly summons. He Xiaoman, an unending, tormenting chant. In all honesty, He Xiaoman wishes to sever any ties with this presence, as her so-called sixth sense seems remarkably accurate. Anyone capable of employing multiple spectral monkeys to test her resilience must certainly possess a formidable character, unlike the likes of Lu Siju or Yuan Duong. Yet, this entity persists in its nightly calls, as long as He Xiaoman is not ensconced in her bedroom. The sinister echoes of its voice can be transmitted directly to her ears from the Shaonan River. Overwhelmed by this relentless disturbance, she recalls that the one who had commanded the spectral monkeys to assail her had once instructed her to seek him out at the Shaonan River following the resolution of Lu Suaju's affairs. After completing her task, He Xiaoman truly wished to sever any ties with such individuals. As a newcomer, she felt ill-suited for cross-disciplinary ventures, leading her to resolve the matter from her heart. Chapter 30. The Wandering Soul in the Water. Some things are akin to the first sneeze of a person afflicted with rhinitis in the morning. Once it begins, it is exceedingly difficult to halt. Confronted with the nightly summons, He Xiaoman understood that evasion was futile, that individual had already set their sights on her. With her grandmother on the verge of discharge from the hospital, she could not allow both elders to be summoned by this person every night, could she? Ultimately, she found herself somewhat convinced that this individual was not as formidable as initially perceived. Thus, with a spirit ready for noble sacrifice, He Xiaoman embarked on her journey once more. Her actions at that moment bore a striking resemblance to an ancient jest. A wife, enduring the agonies of childbirth, berates her anxious husband, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't done that every night, would I be in this predicament?" The husband, filled with shame, vows, "From now on, we shall reside apart. Should such actions persist, let the one who speaks without authority perish." One fateful night, a knock echoed on the door of the husband's solitary chamber. "Who goes there?" he inquired. The wife replied, "It is I, the one unafraid of death, returning once more." Yet, while others who were unafraid of death found ecstasy, Xiaoman found herself engulfed in terror. The night remained pitch black, with the biting wind howling, and a figure burdened with a large satchel appeared punctually by the Shaonan River. Big brother, big sister, aunt, uncle, elder, and auntie. After a moment of waiting without a sight, Xiaoman had no choice but to commence her calls, just as she had done previously. The voice echoing in Xiaoman's mind was peculiar. She could neither discern its gender nor age. It resembled more of a telepathic communication, compelling her to experiment with every conceivable title she could muster. It struck her as profoundly unfair that these elusive entities, remaining silent and unseen, rendered her powerless. Yet, regardless of whether she sought refuge indoors or lay upon her bed, they could summon her at will or cast her out without a second thought. The injustice was palpable. They approached her with earnest intent, and if she chose not to respond, it was hardly her fault. Suddenly, a sharp, childlike cry pierced through her thoughts. "Who are you?" A young girl's voice, tinged with exasperation, questioned Xiaoman. After a moment of stunned silence, realization dawned upon her. This was the persistent entity that had been calling out to her, and she had not anticipated it would be a young girl. Xiaoman felt a wave of indignation. "Was it not you who summoned me? And now you inquire about my identity?" The girl, equally perplexed, gazed upon the grotesque visage before her, complete with a long rubber tube dangling from it, and pondered, what sort of creature is this? Has an elephant transformed, or has a worm failed its trial? It was then that Xiaoman recalled her meticulous preparations prior to this encounter. Fearing that this mischievous spirit might subject her to further trials, she had armed herself with 2 enhanced self-defense sprays. To avert a repeat of the previous tragic incident where she had inadvertently harmed herself while vanquishing an adversary, she had also procured the most robust skull-style full-face protective mask from the sole occupational safety store in her vicinity. Thus, regardless of which party deployed chemical weaponry, Xiaoman would remain unscathed. Even this entity is capable of fear and anger, and gradually, Xiaoman's initially anxious heart found solace. The blue flame flickered a few times, seemingly filled with infinite grievances. "I summoned you to meet me, yet I did not expect you to present yourself in such a manner. You truly startle me in the dead of night." Following a rather comical misunderstanding, the communication between the human and the spirit became noticeably more harmonious. The blue flame candidly expressed its intentions. "I require your company to a certain place to rescue both myself and my mother." Xiaoman was taken aback, exclaiming, "Dear sister, esteemed one, with such formidable power, who would dare to challenge you? You could easily dispatch a couple of ghostly monkeys to deal with it. Why would a novice like me need to embarrass myself in such trivial matters?" The blue flame curled its lip in a profoundly disdainful manner. "If ghostly monkeys were capable of handling it, would I be inclined to summon you?" Xiaoman replied, "My sincerest gratitude to your entire family for such an exalted opinion of me." Through their discourse, Xiaoman not only learned of the task assigned by this extraordinary spirit, but also garnered some insights into the nature of supernatural beings. For instance, ghostly monkeys cannot be classified as true beings. They are the malevolent spirits of those who perished in water, trapped in their watery graves, unable to be reborn. Their resentful energies coalescing into form. They inherently harbor a disdain for living beings, yet possess an intense yearning for the vitality that warms them. Thus, they often attach themselves to humans and other living creatures to siphon off life force and yang energy, while the more malevolent among them prefer to feast upon flesh and blood. The ordinary ones may be referred to as water monkeys or ghostly monkeys, while those that attacked Xiaoman that day could be deemed earth spirits. Once the goblins are dispersed, they revert to their original form. Those water monkeys that harbor nothing but resentment, yet lack the capacity for aggression. Should another individual, akin to Xiaoman, further shatter them at this juncture, these water monkeys will transform into a mere embodiment of malice. As long as no one else is dragged into the water to meet their demise, this malevolence will gradually dissipate into the ether. Much like those spectral souls, these water monkeys are unable to traverse water. Xiaoman gazed at the ghostly fire, which bore a human-like smile, and instantly comprehended the purpose behind its lengthy discourse. Ghosts cannot cross water, yet you possess the ability to do so. Chapter 31. Farewell. Big G, perhaps due to her prolonged silence in human discourse, the ghostly fire employed a vocabulary that was refreshingly unique. She articulated that her choice of Xiaoman stemmed from the formidable and righteous aura that surrounded her. The essence of malice could never have anticipated that one day it would be fortuitously united with righteousness in the form of a woman named Xiaoman. Moreover, what does it mean to say I will save you and your mother? Are you not safely floating before me? Furthermore, to rely solely on a few ambiguous assertions of extraordinary talent to persuade Xiaoman into a selfless quest to rescue the earth, humanity, and even this very ghostly flame is a bit presumptuous. I do not have the luxury of time. Provide me with a response within 5 days. Should you agree, I shall offer you a precious gift. If you decline, I will seek assistance elsewhere. Regardless of whether this figure is coercing or enticing, Xiaoman is acutely aware of her own limitations. In terms of combat, her only means of confronting these spirits is her ancestral kitchen knife, while defensively, she can only rely on the passive protection offered by her bedroom. Should she venture beyond the confines of Yushibo and encounter peril, she would find herself utterly helpless. The reason Xiaoman is contemplating an agreement is due to the new task information that has appeared on the bulletin board, detecting a soul with transactional intent, an unsuccessful Ghost King. The task entails assisting the Ghost King in fulfilling her wish. Upon learning that this cluster of ghostly flames represents an unsuccessful Ghost King, Xiaoman's hair stood on end, a chill coursing down her spine. Goodness! No wonder it can command those ghost monkeys at will. No wonder it speaks to her with such an air of authority. After all, it is merely a failed product of a Ghost King. One can only wonder if slaying it would yield any rewards. However, the bulletin board's description of this task is rather perfunctory. Fortunately, the unsuccessful Ghost King is somewhat reasonable and does not immediately pressure her for assistance. Thus, they agree that Xiaoman must provide a definitive response within 5 days. Unlike her earlier sense of despair and helplessness, though an official collaboration with the Ghost King has yet to be established, the mutual intent to cooperate, coupled with the Ghost King's childlike voice, alleviates some of Xiaoman's tension. The surroundings remain shrouded in darkness, and the distant flickers of light from Yushibo seem increasingly remote. Xiaoman removed her headlamp and held it in her hand, preparing to take off her gas mask as 2 beams of light, accompanied by the sound of rubber tires crunching over the sandy road, approached. Her movements halted momentarily. It was quite late. What vehicle could possibly emerge from the mountains at this hour? She quickly adjusted her headlamp to ensure that, amidst the darkness, the approaching driver would not inadvertently collide with her. The vehicle, jostling over the uneven sandy path, brushed past her, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiaoman's pupils dilated in surprise as she recognized it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. She recalled having seen a similar G-Class during her last visit to Lujiagu. While it was true that many families now owned cars, some even jested about driving luxury vehicles to the fields to haul cabbages, the presence of a Mercedes G-Class was rather uncommon in second- or third-tier cities, let alone in a small place like Weitown. Nonetheless, it seemed irrelevant to her, and she continued her leisurely walk toward the old residence. She silently praised her foresight in refraining from hastily removing her gas mask. Otherwise, the smoke could have escorted her all the way to the doorstep of the old house in such biting wind. She did not believe there was anything about her that would entice someone capable of affording a G-Class. Unexpectedly, as she neared the vehicle, a sudden beam of light illuminated her face. Startled, Xiaoman was taken aback. Clearly, the individual inside the car, wielding the flashlight, appeared even more startled than she was. He hastily muttered a curse before starting the engine, roaring off into the distance and stirring up another cloud of dust. Ignoring the roar of the engine, this scene bore a striking resemblance to the antics of the second master as he visited Gao Laozhuang to see his bride. One night, 2 people were startled, and Xiaoman never anticipated that the gas mask could possess such an effect. Why such a fright? If you don't temper your dramatic tendencies and incessant exclamations, you might as well resign yourself to never attending the banquet at the Palace of Eternal Cold. Come on, Jiang Yan, can you refrain from speaking as if unscathed? He retorted. If you had encountered that person earlier, you would have been petrified with fear. Jiang Yan chuckled softly, turning the steering wheel to the left as they exited the small village. How embarrassing. Even if one were a behemoth with 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still recognize that it was Neza. As long as my grandfather doesn't point a finger at me and scold, no one can scare me to that extent. Quit the banter. If you had shown a flashlight and encountered someone wearing a gas mask, like a gigantic skeleton with a rubber tube attached, wouldn't you be terrified in the dead of night in this desolate place? Jiang Yan's hand on the steering wheel tensed momentarily, and he remarked nonchalantly, "What on earth is someone doing wearing a gas mask at that little creek in the middle of the night?" His brow furrowed, and gripping the steering wheel tightly, he suddenly inquired, "Jiang Sheng, if I recall correctly, your girlfriend's family lives nearby, right? What is this about? Why the sudden inquiry about my girlfriend? Don't tell me this new car is about to break down." Jiang Yan scoffed dismissively. "Even if it were to break down, it wouldn't. Didn't you mention that your girlfriend almost became a second-generation demolition expert? Shouldn't her family reside around here? We could simply ask your future father-in-law to help us find out who that masked figure is." Jiang Sheng appeared even more perplexed. "What has transpired with you these past few days? There seems to be little amusement to be found here, yet you wander aimlessly, devoid of both night and day. Oh, Jiang Yan, could it be that you have taken a liking to that young lady here? The dynamic of a domineering CEO and a rural girl is quite the trend these days." Jiang Yan remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Do not presume that any village girl would suffice for your tastes. I am the man whom those delicate models and celebrities endlessly pursue, yet can never attain. Do you truly believe I would come to such a place to seek out a village girl?" He paused, suddenly swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips, and impatiently declared, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us pay a visit to your future esteemed master." Chapter 32. An invitation after shedding the chill of the day. She nestled into the warm and cozy embrace of her bed, letting out a contented sigh. Indeed, no gilded or silvered abode can compare to one's own diamond sanctuary. Her mind wandered, pondering how completing tasks could grant her such a luxurious residence, equipped with a self-cleaning system and a constant temperature control. She could only wonder what the world housing her dwelling was like. Nonetheless, He Xiaoman firmly believed that in her realm, this seemingly unremarkable house could rightly be called a diamond sanctuary. Of course, on the surface, her home would be dismissed as a mere doghouse when compared to those opulent estates. Additionally, the features she found so satisfying could indeed be replicated through more conventional means. A powerful air conditioning unit could maintain a steady temperature, while regular housekeeping could easily manage cleanliness. As for water supply and sewage disposal, even the most commonplace homes in the city possessed such functionalities. However, the foundation of everything is predicated on the seamless operation of the city in which one resides. Once the power fails, chaos ensues. He Xiaoman's home does not fall prey to such circumstances, for its robust functional system is entirely a product of her own industrious efforts. It operates independently of water, electricity, or gas, relying solely on the vitality of its inhabitants. Thus, this seemingly unremarkable dwelling possesses an intrinsic value that surpasses even that of a diamond abode in certain scenarios, such as apocalyptic events or uncontrollable disasters. After the bulletin board elucidated the matter to her, any lingering doubts in He Xiaoman's mind were completely dispelled. She had previously hesitated to accept the daunting task of confronting the Ghost King, not only out of fear of the perilous challenges it posed, but also due to a deeper apprehension that this ghostly figure might compel her to commit morally reprehensible acts. Whether in television dramas or novels, every exalted figure often holds sway over the lives of countless individuals, whether through salvation or destruction. She found it difficult to believe that those who nearly ascend to the status of a ghost king are paragons of virtue. In her first two tasks, irrespective of the promised rewards, He Xiaoman was willing to extend her assistance whenever feasible, even in the absence of compensation. This aligns with the moral compass of ordinary individuals, who view such actions as acts of kindness and virtue. He Xiaoman has never considered herself a villain. Although she may not have the courage to help an elderly woman who has fallen on the street or intervene in a robbery, she would choose to call the authorities or, under safe conditions, shout for help. He Xiaoman does not wish for her lavish mansion, replete with every conceivable comfort, to be built upon the suffering and sacrifices of the virtuous, as it undermines her sense of security. Should she heedlessly acquiesce to the demands of the Ghost King, reaping personal benefits at the expense of countless innocent souls, He Xiaoman would rather forego the so-called treasure altogether. However, if the Ghost King were to threaten her life should she refuse, she would, without hesitation, comply. As previously stated, her compassion has its limits. She is not the type to sacrifice her own life in the name of goodness. Therefore, He Xiaoman could confidently accept the task issued by the Ghost King, who had previously faltered in his ascent. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired about the ranking within the task system. Bulletin board, level 3. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "What about the ghost monkey? What level is it?" Bulletin board. The ghost monkey is classified as a low-level goblin, barely qualifying as level 1. A chill ran through Xiaoman once more. The ghost monkey that had nearly claimed her life was merely level 1, while the ghost king stood at level 3. She comprehended that this was what one might call a meteoric rise. Implicitly, it indicated that this individual was among the elite in this world. What, then, could be deemed as a precious treasure by such a top-tier figure? For a moment, her heart felt as though it were besieged by a horde of anxious thoughts, igniting within her an impulsive desire to dash to the South River and undertake the task immediately. Unfortunately, there were two things in this world from which Xiaoman found it impossible to extricate herself: the allure of delectable food and the comfort of her bed. She concocted a seemingly noble rationale for her lack of motivation. She must not appear too eager, lest the Ghost King suspect her desperation and seize the opportunity to diminish her reward. The following day, after completing her morning routine, Xiaoman intended to visit her grandmother at the hospital, bringing along some food for her mother and grandmother. However, she unexpectedly received a call from Sun Lixia. "Xiaoman, come over for lunch today. Aunt C has prepared your favorite sweet and sour pork and assorted stews." Xiaoman rolled her eyes, thinking that it was actually Sun Lixia's beloved daughter who relished sweet and sour pork the most. This was the first time Sun Lixia had reached out to her since Xiaoman's last visit, marking the first instance of any member from the Zhang family so tightly knit, making an effort to contact her. Her second uncle's chain of delicatessens had expanded into the city, and over the years, he had diligently invested in his factory, perfecting his craft. His Golden Kitchen series of delicacies had become renowned in Jingshui City as a local culinary delight, boasting a century-old broth and an elaborate 20-step preparation process, which was extravagantly praised. Even during the sweltering summer, her second uncle adorned himself in a tie, dress shirt, and leather shoes, exuding the aura of a successful businessman. It was rumored that he was preparing to settle in Jingshui City, and in recent years, he had scarcely attended to matters back in their hometown. Hence, it was not just Xiaoman who found it difficult to see her second uncle. Even her grandmother and mother seldom had the opportunity. As for the fourth uncle's family, since her grandmother had once lived with them, Xiaoman frequently received calls from Sun Lixia. The elderly lady would lament how long it had been since her last visit, expressing how much she missed her. "I've been thinking about that large massage chair at the supermarket. It's quite comfortable," she would say. Whenever her grandmother missed Xiaoman, she invariably mentioned some delicacies as well. Each time her granddaughter visited, she brought an abundance of gifts. While the favored granddaughter had never been known to bring anything for her own grandmother, Sun Lixia speaks more melodiously than she sings. Our Shuyuan is exceptionally filial, calling her grandmother daily, reminding me to prepare delicious meals for her, and to take good care of the elderly lady. Unlike Xiaoman, who is remarkably capable, having graduated from university and earning her own living, Shuyuan is still pursuing her studies. This is simply the way it is, after all. Shuyuan excels academically and easily gained admission to a postgraduate program. Every time this topic arises, she casts a sorrowful glance at Xiaoman. However, ever since our grandmother returned to our mother, Zhang Kaiwa, this drama has ceased to unfold. Today, she suddenly invited me over for a meal. And with such a pleasant demeanor, what could possibly be amiss? Chapter 33. Cousin Jiang, Yin taking advantage of the absence of others in the water room. Xiaoman crouched in a corner and recited the incantation 3 times. "I will serve you below, I will serve you below, I will serve you below." Soon, 3 steaming bowls of beef noodles appeared on the tray. The patient in the same ward had already recovered and been discharged. And now our grandmother was enjoying the privilege of a private room. Upon seeing Xiaoman nudging the door of the ward with her knee, the elderly lady promptly called for Zhang Kaiwa to assist her. As she uncovered the plastic wrap covering the bowls, the entire ward was enveloped in the rich aroma of beef. In a beautifully crafted blue and white porcelain bowl adorned with intricate floral designs, the slightly yellow hand-pulled noodles were topped with tender, braised chunks of beef. The grandmother's dim eyes fixated on the generously sized pieces of meat, where the texture of the strands was visible. Scattered cilantro leaves and finely chopped green onions adorned the rich, ruby-red broth, glistening with droplets of oil. After a month of hospital food, the elderly lady's mouth began to water in anticipation. "Has Xiaoman learned to cook?" Grandmother inquired of Xiaoman, her gaze unwavering from the bowl of fragrant beef noodle soup. Xiaoman felt a twinge of guilt at the question. How could she respond? Literally speaking, she had indeed performed the incantation herself. Yet if one were to inquire about the method of preparing these noodles, she would require a moment to gather her thoughts. Zhang Kaiwa, familiar with her daughter's capabilities, shot He Xiaoman a knowing glance, and, while playfully assisting with the meal preparation, remarked, "Mother, are you unaware of what talents your granddaughter possesses? Relying on her cooking skills is akin to expecting her to clear 2 acres of weeds in the fields. While she may not be adept at cooking, she is certainly proficient in purchasing meals. Thankfully, we are fortunate to have takeout available these days, and our village is conveniently close to town. In the past, if we had closed our eyes, by the time we opened them again, He Xiaoman would have had to venture out to fetch me." Her mother, inhaling the savory aroma of the beef noodle soup, continued to tease He Xiaoman. Expecting her to cook is a surefire way to starve. Grandmother feigned indignation, raising her hand as if to chastise Zhang Kaiwa. "One learns throughout life. How do you know Xiaoman won't learn?" He Xiaoman and Zhang Kaiwa exchanged amused glances. On the table lay a dish of black fungus tossed with broccoli. The glossy, darkly hued fungus paired with the bright green florets and complemented by vibrant orange carrot slices and creamy, crunchy bamboo shoots. A sight that was indeed appetizing. This dish had been specifically requested by He Xiaoman for her grandmother. The sesame oil mixed with shredded tripe was intended for her mother. Indeed, this was accurate in the literal sense. While He Xiaoman was responsible for purchasing the ingredients, the kitchen had executed the actual cooking. After arranging everything, He Xiaoman, alongside her mother, wheeled a small table to her grandmother's bedside. He Xiaoman adjusted the lift rod to a comfortable angle for her grandmother's dining, and the 3 generations enjoyed a delightful meal of beef noodles. Unfortunately, this culinary experience did not culminate in a fittingly exquisite conclusion. Just as they were finishing, a few unexpected guests arrived. "Oh dear, Xiaoman, do you really serve noodles to the old lady every day? No wonder her recovery is so sluggish," remarked Sun Lixia, her expression as unpleasant as ever, entering the room with a sharp tongue. He Xiaoman feigned ignorance, merely greeting the accompanying Zhang Guan with a nod. "Fourth uncle." Sun Lixia, observing He Xiaoman leisurely tidying up the small table, raised her voice again. "Why isn't Xiaoman greeting your fourth uncle? Can't you see how much he is carrying? Huh? When I used to bring so many things to your home, I never saw you greet me once," she retorted. "Who said 2 women equate to 1,000 ducks?" Watching her incessantly flapping mouth since entering, He Xiaoman mused that Sun Lixiao alone could rival 2,000 ducks. Her thin, wide lips not only functioned similarly to ducks, but even bore a striking resemblance in appearance. He Xiaoman suspected these lips had been worn thin from incessant chatter. A heap of ostentatious gift boxes cluttered the opposite patient's bed, their quantity substantial, though some appeared quite outdated, while others bore the price tags from the only large supermarket in Weiyatown, Jiaodafu. Her grandmother smiled benevolently. Yet He Xiaoman sensed that her grandmother was not as joyful now as she had been during their earlier meal of noodles. "As my grandmother has aged, despite her affliction, her mind remains remarkably clear." Zhang Shuyuan responded to each inquiry, occasionally bestowing a warm smile upon He Xiaoman. Sun Lixia has always been the most superficial and competitive among them. Whenever the family gathers, her faction must always be at the center, regardless of age or gender. Since her engagement, He Xiaoman's perception of Zhang Shuyuan has slightly shifted. Living away from home and attending university can indeed accelerate one's maturity, particularly after becoming the prospective daughter-in-law of Professor Jiang at Shenyang University. Gradually, Zhang Shuyuan transformed from a headstrong and fiercely competitive girl into a poised and elegant lady, which made He Xiaoman appear rather rustic in comparison. At her fourth uncle's home, there is a Honda Lingpai, but he has yet to receive his driver's license and is hesitant to drive to Zhongtai County, although he feels comfortable driving around Weiyatown. As they exited the hospital, He Xiaoman was preparing to place the box of almond milk into her fourth uncle's car when Zhang Shuyuan pulled her aside. "Xiaoman, you'll be riding in this vehicle." A sleek black G-Class SUV quietly awaited her. Its door swung open to reveal a strikingly handsome face, though his sharply defined brows bore an expression of impatience. He Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. What a peculiar connection she had with this vehicle. "Come on, are you waiting for me to get out and invite you in?" The voice of the handsome driver was equally melodious, yet his impatience matched his demeanor perfectly. "Get in, Xiaoman. Allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin, Jiang Yan." Chapter 34. 100,000 paths. It turns out that all the invitations for meals and hospital visits were merely auxiliary arrangements. The main course is this cousin from the Jiang family in the Grand G. He Xiaoman felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She had thought that Zhang Xuyuan, having matured with age, would exhibit a certain understanding, thus showing her kindness. How naive she was. Conversely, this cousin perpetually wore an expression of impatience. As if He Xiaoman's box of almond milk was delaying him from attending the 8th conglomerate meeting of the galaxy to discuss the division of Martian resources. He Xiaoman had no inclination to impose her warmth upon someone so frigid. Consequently, the driver and the passenger exchanged glances filled with disdain. Their silence a testament to the adage that sometimes silence is golden. Meanwhile, the couple in the back, having reunited after a long separation, engaged in lively conversation. If they hadn't occasionally steered the discussion towards her, He Xiaoman would have been convinced they were merely delivering her belongings home. Throughout the journey, their banter was so animated that the Grand G seemed to be moving at the speed of a bicycle, leaving one to wonder if Mercedes regretted selling this car to them. Suddenly, He Xiaoman turned to her cousin, who had been forcibly assigned the role. Is your foot pedal broken? The man's voice was melodious, and his response, tinged with a question, resonated in her chest, akin to the rich reverberation of a bass speaker. Although his tone remained impatient, his striking looks and soothing voice rendered him utterly forgivable. After a moment's contemplation, He Xiaoman chose to forego any words that might disrupt the atmosphere, instead stating, we've arrived at my home. Alas, that is simply how benevolent He Xiaoman am. Taking out the key to unlock the grand door, He Xiaoman held a box of almond milk in one hand while in the other she carried all the gift boxes, striding directly into the courtyard. Zhang Xuyuan called out, "Wait, let us help you with that," as she leisurely accompanied the two esteemed guests into the abode. To my surprise, my father had decorated the house quite nicely. The minimalist European style exuded comfort. Zhang Xuyuan remarked appreciatively, "Had I known this place was cleaner and tidier than the one in town, I would have advised my father against transferring the property." At the heart of the courtyard lay an irregularly shaped pathway adorned with stones of various hues. As Jiang Sheng walked, he suddenly crouched down to examine the ground closely and exclaimed, "Jiang Yan, don't some of these stones resemble tourmaline? That one looks like jade." He gasped, "Oh my, that larger piece must be lapis lazuli." Jiang Yan also bent down to scrutinize the path, and indeed, it was extraordinary. Although the stones were merely remnants, many possessed remarkably high purity. He noticed a piece of jade with exceptional clarity, which, once crafted into a ring, could fetch at least 1,000 or 1,800. He could not help but glance at the astonished Zhang Xuyuan, realizing that this rural girl's family was indeed well off. Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon a pure, deep blue tourmaline the size of a 1 yuan coin beneath his feet, which, if processed, would undoubtedly be worth several thousand. If the entire path were valued similarly, the cost from the grand entrance to the front door could easily reach tens of thousands, if not more. Even among the so-called luxurious villas around Xinjiang, few dared to decorate with such opulence. After all, good steel must be put to the blade. Flaunting wealth should be executed with a touch of finesse to truly reflect taste. The Zhang family's display is akin to casting flirtatious glances at the blind. The inhabitants of a small place like Wei Town might mistake such treasures for mere ordinary stones or shards of glass. It must be said that Jiang Yan inadvertently unveiled the truth. He Xiaoman genuinely believed these to be common pebbles, albeit with a rather appealing color arrangement. Zhang Xuyuan observed Jiang Sheng, who was crouched on the ground, examining those stones with eyes sparkling with curiosity. If he had the appropriate tools at hand, he would undoubtedly pry them apart. These must be the broken stones from the Shaonan River, right? What is there to admire? If you truly like them, I could ask my father to procure some for you. Zhang Xuyuan also knelt down for a closer inspection, and upon doing so, she began to perceive a subtlety. Although these stones were somewhat diminutive, their vivid colors were remarkably pure, reminiscent of the glass beads from her childhood. Broken stones? Indeed, individually, each one holds little value. Yet to pave this pathway would likely cost upwards of 100,000 yuan. A mere 100,000 yuan is trivial for Jiang Yan. It's not the amount that astonishes them, but the presence of such an extravagant pebble path in the courtyard of a modest farmhouse. It is as if an octogenarian, while surveying a public restroom, unexpectedly adorned herself with Bijan perfume. The surprise lies not in her inability to afford the $300 per ounce fragrance, but in the incongruity of her using it. Zhang Xuyuan was utterly astonished. What madness had overtaken her father? He would simply relinquish such a valuable property? A mere pebble path costs tens of thousands. One can only imagine the opulence of the interior. Having been stirred by curiosity, Jiang Yin first took a long stride towards the house, only to encounter He Xiaoman, who had just emerged after putting away her belongings. After Zhang Shuyuan guided the two brothers of the Jiang family through all the rooms, including the bathroom, she found herself at a loss to articulate her feelings. The interior of the house, while tidy, resembled that of an ordinary citizen's home in Xinjiang. It was quite decent for a rural dwelling. However, after exchanging glances, the three of them unanimously agreed that the entire decor of the house paled in comparison to the value of the gravel path in the yard. This was perhaps for the best. Had the interior been adorned with extravagant and lavish furnishings worth hundreds of thousands, Zhang Shuyuan might have been driven to despair. She had also heard about the family's situation. The old house had been newly built and given directly to her third aunt, who was to take care of their grandmother in return. This arrangement provided the idle and homeless third aunt with a place to stay, while alleviating the family's worries about their grandmother's care. In the future, when the time was right, their parents could also seek refuge in Shenyang, sparing their grandmother, a stroke patient, from the inconvenience of travel. Upon returning, she needed to discuss this with her father. Making money at the butcher's shop was no easy feat, and 10,000 yuan had merely sufficed to repair an inconspicuous gravel path. The house was quite warm. After exploring all the rooms, Jiang Yin remarked, "How is this warmth generated? I must say, you seem to have quite the foresight for someone who will be living in Taishan, and you are willing to spend money. This little house is just perfect for retirement." Jiang Yin's remarks were naturally directed at his brother, and with a half-smile, he cast a sidelong glance at He Xiaoman, teasingly inquiring, "Is Miss He already preparing for retirement?" He Xiaoman spoke softly, self-sufficiency, with fields in front of the house and trees behind, tending to flowers and vegetables in such a picturesque setting. What could be better for retirement? Zhang Shuyuan, unsure of her own thoughts, blurted out, "But don't you have a boyfriend you've been with for 2 years? Would he really be willing to settle down in the countryside with you?" Chapter 35. Intriguing moments. Zhang Shuyuan discreetly observed He Xiaoman. Her sun-kissed skin, though somewhat fashionable in recent years, paled in comparison to the allure of porcelain complexions. According to Zhang's discerning taste, her features were unremarkable, as was her height and appearance. Even more ordinary were her academic credentials and her workplace. Had her aunt not divorced, He Xiaoman could still be considered a reluctant heiress of a small company, barely qualifying as a second-generation affluent individual in Zhongtai County. Yet now, she possessed nothing at all. Moreover, when compared to Jiang Yin, a well-known figure among the wealthy elite in Xinjiang, He Xiaoman's family's dilapidated food processing factory hardly stood out against her father's modest meat shop. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Shuyuan felt a flicker of joy. Jiang Sheng's grandfather and Jiang Yin's grandfather were brothers. Jiang Sheng's grandfather had become a renowned professor in the history department, while Jiang Yin's grandfather had been looked down upon as a merchant, reeking of copper coins. The tides of fortune have shifted. Now, their company had gone public. Although the Jiang family held only a minor stake, their business was formidable, having been listed on the New York Stock Exchange through an IPO. In stark contrast to the typical reverse mergers of most small to medium-sized enterprises. Although the Jiang family is solely responsible for the 3 northeastern provinces, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to Jiang Yin as the young lord. When this young lord unexpectedly graced her humble abode in Weiyatown and specifically requested to meet her, Zhang Shiyuan's heart fluttered with a nervous excitement. During her engagement to Jiang Sheng, Jiang Yin had not attended, merely presenting a generous red envelope of 20,000 yuan. The pangs of jealousy Zhang Shuyuan felt were akin to the bitterness of a lemon tree, especially upon discovering that He Xiaoman's ancestral home boasted a charming pathway laid out by her father, which astonished the Jiang brothers. She had repeatedly reminded herself to maintain poise and elegance, yet those words escaped her lips uncontrollably. He has broken up. After 2 years of their relationship, during which they had been planning to save for a home together, He Xiaoman nonchalantly declared their separation. Was this an insinuation to certain individuals that she was now single? 2 years of shared experiences, and just like that, it was over? Xiaoman, how could you be so callous? What about all those vows exchanged beneath blooming flowers and the moonlight? He Xiaoman cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Shuyuan, responding with a scoff. Consider it a metaphor. Who is He Xiaoman? She is a seasoned sales manager, having weathered countless office intrigues and the subtle machinations of social gatherings. Did Zhang Shuyuan think her words could ensnare her? The progress of her own romantic entanglements was unknown even to her mother. Yet Zhang Shuyuan seemed to have heard some gossip about vows exchanged under the moonlight. If she had that time, it would be better spent resting and rejuvenating herself for the next exhausting promotional event. Without even inquiring about the reasons for the breakup, she was met with accusatory questions. And indeed, this sister of hers has gradually become rather superficial. Ah, how relatable. My cousin has also recently been abandoned by a beautiful woman. Jiang Sheng exaggeratedly furrowed his brow, striking a pose reminiscent of a distressed beauty. I'm quite heartbroken. Haven't you noticed I've come here to seek solace? Silence enveloped the room. Speaking of which, Xiaoman, it seems this is our second encounter, is it not? He asked. He could see Xiaoman beaming as she answered every question with utmost courtesy. Indeed, our first meeting was during your engagement with Shuyuan. Jiang Sheng facepalmed, realizing he had forgotten about that occasion. Yet, it was hardly his fault. He had no recollection of someone as elusive as Xiaoman, who seemed to vanish into the crowd, and the Zhang family had not made any special introductions. Thus, he could not recall a single moment related to her during his engagement. Well, this makes it the third time. I saw you just last night, though you were wearing a gas mask, so I didn't recognize you. Xiaoman paused momentarily, having discerned that the Jiang brothers' humble gesture of acting as her drivers must have some ulterior motive, though she remained uncertain of its nature. Remembering how they had entered the house under the pretense of a tour, even inspecting the restroom, she had initially thought they were after something more sinister. However, they would likely be disappointed, as she always carried her own weapon concealed within her pouch. Now, with Jiang Sheng mentioning the gas mask, Xiaoman was taken aback, suddenly recalling the words of the failed Ghost King, who had warned that if she declined to assist, he would seek out others. Could it be these two? At that moment, an acute sense of crisis surged within her, akin to the prick of thorns at her back, as she sensed her territory being encroached upon by rival brands. However, observing Jiang Yan's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, radiating an air of certainty, Xiaoman realized that these two had undoubtedly conducted a thorough investigation. Denying it would hold little significance. It would merely reveal her weakness. So, it was you who shone the flashlight on me last night. Thankfully, I did not lose my composure. Xiaoman's smile was as insincere as it was forced. Suddenly, Jiang Yan stepped forward, nearly encroaching upon Xiaoman's space, exuding an air of superiority. With a smirk that danced between mockery and amusement, she inquired, "What brings you to the riverbank alone at this hour? Are you there to commemorate your lost love? If my way of mourning a lost romance involves wading into the river, then it seems your cousin from the Jiang family prefers to ascend the mountains in remembrance of his lost beauty." Xiaoman reined in her feigned smile. Does having a bit of wealth grant one the right to look down upon others' lives? Indeed, her past had seen her bowing to the altar of money. In pursuit of the perfect attendance award, she had sweet-talked the corpulent supervisor, and to secure her well-deserved commission, she had occasionally treated the rotund accountant and his mistress to dinner. Xiaoman had indeed compromised her own dignity more than once. A sudden impulse struck her. She longed to rush to the Shaonan River and inform the King of Ghosts that she had accepted this task. Perhaps with this newfound choice, she would rather confront the myriad of challenging tasks head-on, rather than grovel before the petty and hypocritical individuals in the name of career, life, ideals, and pursuits. She would prefer to wield a cleaver against the ghostly adversaries, engaging in a genuine battle, no pretenses, just raw confrontation. Reflecting on the burdens of a small team and the relentless exploitation from various consignment points and commercial pressures, Xiaoman preferred to shoulder only her own responsibilities. Winning the decoration of a dwelling brought her satisfaction, while losing the decoration of a graveyard was rather intriguing. At that moment, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 36. The birth of a certain Wang. The family banquet hosted by Uncle Zhang Guin ultimately ended in discord. Zhang Shuyuan intermittently hurled sharp remarks like slices of lemon, which Xiaoman chose to disregard. However, the lascivious demeanor of Sun Lixia was quite grating. Tomorrow, accompany your cousin to Shuanglong Temple for a stroll. After all, this busy individual rarely visits our humble countryside. Hasn't Xiaoman just lost her job? Your cousin Jiang Yan's family is involved in substantial business. As long as you keep him entertained, what respectable job could you not obtain? Even if you do nothing but lie back and count money, it would suffice. Sun Lixia's words, as always, lacked decorum, and upon her utterance, nearly every face at the table shifted in discomfort. Zhang Shuyuan rolled her eyes in annoyance. while Jiang Yin displayed unabashed disdain. Indeed, the coarseness of this plump woman was befitting of her butcher's wife identity. "Aunt, I advise you to choose your words carefully. As far as I know, certain individuals in specialized service industries and the turtles at the wishing well also belong to the category of those who lie back and count money. Therefore, it would be more fitting for those who wish to engage in such work to accompany Mr. Jiang on his outing. As an outsider, I shall refrain, for I am merely suited to standing and toiling." With that, He Xiaoman grasped her satchel and strode away, dismissing the calls of Zhang Guin and the incessant curses from Sun Lixia. Is Jiang Yin also the owner of the supreme realm of Changrong? After stepping outside and walking a considerable distance, the ostentatious G vehicle remained conspicuously parked at the entrance of Zhang Guin's residence, not pursuing any further. He Xiaoman mused to herself, having detected no residents of the supreme realm of Changrong aside from the owner. The bulletin board soon provided a response to her query. Nevertheless, she could still sense the profound gaze of her distant cousin from the Jiang family, which seemed to carry a hidden significance. Even when she feigned anger and left the scene, that penetrating, scrutinizing look lingered at her back. He Xiaoman chose not to share the unpleasantness of the day with her mother, as the situation could easily be reframed. Sun Lixia would likely proclaim that she was benevolently offering He Xiaoman an opportunity to elevate herself by connecting with the illustrious Jiang family, transforming into a phoenix. Instead of being angry, her mother would likely turn the tables and lecture her daughter. The Shifu group stands as a prestigious emblem, and the Jiang family, of which Jiang Yin is a part, is one of the influential shareholders of this conglomerate, embodying the true essence of a wealthy second-generation individual. Unlike Jiang Sheng, who remains untouched by societal challenges and the long-term influence of wealth, Jiang Yin exudes the aura of a commercial elite, possessing wealth, stature, lineage, and striking looks. Such an individual is, in the eyes of any prospective mother-in-law, the epitome of an ideal son-in-law. Her mother, too, is not immune to such sentiments, especially as He Xiaoman finds herself in a vulnerable period of being recently jilted, despite every mother's unwavering pursuit of her daughter's happiness being an ultimate goal. Once she decided to lodge a complaint, He Xiaoman realized that not only would she be unable to sever the emotional cord binding her mother to the Zhang family, but she might also be coerced into participating in tomorrow's winter excursion to Shuanglong Temple with 3 others. To evade the impending disturbances in her life, He Xiaoman resolved to seek out the failed Ghost King at Xiaonan River this evening to undertake a mission. Regardless of Jiang Yan's ulterior motives, her priority was to seize the treasure mentioned by the Ghost King. Everything else was ephemeral, and only that which she could command was truly real. This time, He Xiaoman did not don a gas mask, as the bulletin board indicated that the Ghost King was exceedingly amenable to collaboration, thus unlikely to repeatedly unleash those ghastly monkeys to vex her. What He Xiaoman could never have anticipated was the Ghost King's decisive and vigorous nature. Upon discovering herself drenched and standing in a stream half her height, the only words that could aptly encapsulate her feelings were those of exclamation. Clutched in her hand was a smooth river stone. "You are rather hasty, aren't you? You could have allowed me a moment to prepare, such as gathering food and drink, or arranging for funds." Fortunately, her treasure pouch remained intact. Thus her identification card, kitchen knife, and pepper spray had accompanied her, and it seemed a bottle of mineral water was nestled within her shoulder bag. As her heart steadied, He Xiaoman clambered up the bank from the not overly spacious stream. She tightly grasped the unremarkable river stone, marveling at how such a seemingly trivial object could transport her across countless miles in an instant. He Xiaoman deduced her surroundings from the warm, humid air, the temperature of the river water, and the faintly discernible flora around her. Dismissing her drenched-down jacket, He Xiaoman salvaged her unsoaked phone and lighter from her large handbag. The phone displayed no signal whatsoever, rendering her incapable of acquiring any information about her current location. Confirming the absence of other humans nearby, the distant flickering lights indicated that this place was not the kind of wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous insects. Thankfully, it was not an inauspicious beginning. In her bulletin board, a newly generated task prominently appeared: start from 0 to locate the vessel of the Ghost King. He Xiaoman felt a bit bewildered. She had comprehended the concept of starting from scratch. The Ghost King had mentioned sensing the position of her maternal body and that she could transport He Xiaoman there. Her mission was to locate the very essence that had nurtured the Ghost King. Upon completion, the pebble that housed the Ghost King would be her precious gift. Indeed, it was a treasure. He Xiaoman mused that if this object could truly facilitate such effortless transportation, she could become a phantom thief, pilfering treasures from around the world with unparalleled ease, as if plucking them from a mere pouch. Thus, her eyes glistened with emotion as she gazed at the stone in her hand. Yet, the pressing question remained. How could she possibly discern the whereabouts of the Ghost King's vessel? Unbeknownst to He Xiaoman, at the very moment she and the Ghost King vanished into the Shaonan River, a middle-aged man in a two-story villa in Zhongtai County, engaged in playful antics with three beautiful companions on a specially crafted large bed, suddenly sensed something. With a swift motion, he sat upright, a delicate hand wrapped around his neck from behind, playfully chiding, "You're so annoying, you startled me." The man vigorously shook off the delicate white hand, exclaiming, "Get lost." He forcefully kicked away the leg pressing against his abdomen and strode towards the coffee table, utterly indifferent to his lack of attire. Grasping the phone on the table, he dialed a number and commanded, "Come to pick me up." Soon, a land cruiser appeared before the villa. The man, already dressed, exited without uttering a word, leaving three beautiful women in a state of bewilderment, exchanging confused glances. Chapter 37. The Birth of a Certain King. 2. The land cruiser sped along the road, swiftly arriving at the banks of the Shaonan River in Huaitree Fortress. The middle-aged man wandered around the dry riverbed, littered with sand, occasionally crouching like a dog upon the riverbank, his face etched with puzzlement. The surge of energy he had felt moments ago was undeniably real, yet it had dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving him unable to sense it any longer. In frustration, he pounded his fist onto the frozen, hardened riverbed, creating a slight indentation, exclaiming, "Damn it, not again. Last time, it made me waste a trip. Bai Kai, check the 2 villages near this river. Find me a house for rent. I'll stay here. There's no way I won't be able to find it." Despite the man's peculiar behavior, the driver remained respectfully silent, standing at a distance. "Boss, you should return to the car. It's far too cold outside." The man scoffed. "You've been with me long enough to know that I fear the cold, do you?" The boss is no ordinary person. Both his strength and speed far exceed that of an average human. Bai Kai is acutely aware that the boss possesses the capability to effortlessly overpower the vast majority of champions in athletics and weightlifting. Yet he dares not utter a word about it. He is not only cautious about his wife and children at home, but even while sleeping, he vigilantly guards against speaking in his dreams regarding the boss. As a driver, he ostensibly earns a monthly salary of 10,000. While the actual figure amounts to 50,000, the concealed portion of his income serves as compensation for his vow of silence concerning all matters related to his employer. Bai Kai's unwavering loyalty is not solely attributed to the generous salary, but also to the occasional icy gaze from the boss. In truth, I do not wish to frequently change drivers. The boss's voice is devoid of any emotion, yet the concealed meanings within his words are fully comprehended by Bai Kai. To remain silent is to prolong one's existence. Bai Kai understands what the boss is searching for, be it an object, a person, or some kind of creature. As an exemplary employee, he does not dare to inquire further, nor does he dare to speak. All that remains is silence and obedience. However, it is the boss who remains unperturbed by the cold, while Bai Kai is not so fortunate. He feels the bitter chill, yet he keeps his discomfort to himself. For he fears not only the cold, but even more so, death. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, it seemed as though the boss, frozen on the riverbed, finally issued a grave command: find a hotel. Bai Kai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, despite being clad in a down jacket. His mortal frame could not endure the prolonged exposure to the frigid northern winter night. In stark contrast to the beleaguered Bai Kai, He Xiaoman, basking in the warmth of a tropical winter, enjoyed a far more blissful existence. Once assured that there were no others nearby and devoid of modern surveillance, she even indulged herself with a meal. The braised bone noodles, said to be crafted from 10-year-old pig bones, simmered until the broth achieves a milky hue, accompanied by tender greens of bok choy and a sugar yolk egg, complemented by a succulent slab of pork ribs still attached to the spine, left He Xiaoman savoring every drop of the broth. After all, sustenance is paramount. A bowl of resilient noodles consumed greatly alleviated the anxiety she felt, being cast into this unfamiliar place in the dead of night. As the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, He Xiaoman cast her down jacket and the empty bowl into the river. Since the Ghost King had brought her here, it was certain that the mother who bore the Ghost King was likely situated in the village ahead. The river she found herself in was not far from the smoke-tinged village, and Xiaoman was reluctant to attract attention to anything out of the ordinary. After all, how would she explain her presence in a down jacket in such a locale? Had she mastered the art of spatial manipulation? Caught between the options of taking initiative or remaining passive, she chose the latter for the moment, as the village appeared to harbor numerous dogs. Since being tossed into the river, the sporadic barks echoed, indicating that it was not merely a couple of dogs making the noise. Fearing an impulsive intrusion might result in a canine attack, she opted for stillness and observation. From a distance, she gazed at the village's pointed rooftops, nestled among lush greenery, causing her to question whether she had indeed been transported to summer, having shivered in the cold wind just hours before. Near the village, a vast expanse of blooming flowers unfolded, vibrant reds mingling with stunning purples, a sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. Xiaoman sighed, acknowledging the prowess of the Ghost King in choosing such a picturesque locale as his homeland. As the dawn broke, the village appeared increasingly lively, with the sounds of barking dogs resounding in a chorus. Xiaoman silently rejoiced, grateful that she had not ventured out in the dead of night to the village. Soon, a group of more than 10 individuals came into her view. Leading the procession were women of varying ages, from their late teens to those in their 40s, each bearing an assortment of baskets and wooden bowls atop their shoulders or heads, filled with garments or vegetables. However, what sent a shiver down Xiaoman's spine was the sight of 2 men trailing behind this group, not merely due to their gender, but because both were armed with wooden guns. Lacking any interest in military affairs, Xiaoman could not identify their type, be it fully automatic, semi-automatic, or perhaps shotguns. The men wielded weapons that clearly possessed significant lethality. One had a knife at his waist, while the other was laden with numerous magazines. A chill coursed through her heart as the once idyllic pastoral scenery transformed into a scene fraught with peril. What manner of place was this? Yet, the women ahead, engaged in mirthful banter, did not appear to be captives. In fact, 2 or 3 were conversing amiably with the men, exuding an air of intimacy. It suddenly dawned on Xiaoman that this might not be Huagua. Judging by the appearances, it was highly probable that she had crossed into one of the neighboring countries to the south. In her attempt to masquerade as a lost traveler, Xiaoman deliberately positioned herself a short distance from the path, her face etched with fatigue. As her gaze fell upon the group, they too had already taken notice of her presence. Among the women conversing with the armed men, one was the first to spot Xiaoman, emitting a piercing shriek that echoed in the air. Instantly, 2 men swung the dark barrels of their guns in her direction. Xiaoman raised her hands in surrender, stammering, I don't understand. Chapter 38. The birth of a certain king 3. Fearful that a miscommunication might lead to a dire consequence, Xiaoman clumsily repeated her words in a heavily accented English, infused with local dialect. It was evident that those before her were hardly familiar with the language, and the likelihood of anyone from the United States comprehending her broken English was slim. She could almost envision all her English teachers rushing toward her with knives in hand. The scene was utterly exhilarating. I require a translator. The ominous barrels seemed to ooze an invisible aura of death, sending a sharp pain through her brow. Although she was aware that their marksmanship might not be so precise, the sensation of being targeted by 2 guns at once was palpable. At that moment, the fierce woman, who had always prided herself on her toughness, felt her legs tremble uncontrollably, rendered powerless, and was even overcome by an impulse to kneel and plead for mercy from the gallant hero. In an unfamiliar environment filled with strangers, communication proved utterly impossible. The language barrier rendered Xiaoman's attempts futile, leaving her at a loss as to how to convey her benign intentions. She merely wished to return a child. Just when she feared she might succumb to panic, one of the 2 armed men before her, sporting a beard, inquired, Are you from Huagua? In that moment, Xiaoman silently cursed the unreliable Spirit King for putting her in such a predicament. Those 3 words, however, were like music to her ears. She fervently nodded, praying that these men were not hostile towards her homeland. To her relief, the man appeared genuinely pleased and beckoned her closer. With only a moment's hesitation, the gaunt figure beside him, resembling a thin bamboo pole, moved slightly, producing a chilling click that sounded alarmingly like the cocking of a gun. Terrified, Xiaoman raised her hands in surrender and approached without a word. Thus, she walked submissively along the rural path, obscured by brambles, under the watchful eyes of the 2 armed guards. As she drew nearer to the village, where smoke curled upwards from chimneys, the joyful cries of children at play and the clamor of various livestock filled the air. The fragrant aroma of burning firewood and freshly cooked rice wafted towards her. Yet, with two heavily armed bodyguards flanking her, the idyllic pastoral scene she had envisioned seemed to have lost its charm. As she neared the village, the lean, dark-skinned man, with a gun in one hand, lewdly tugged at his belt with the other and uttered something to the bearded man who spoke Chinese. The bearded man scowled and reprimanded him loudly. Despite the language barrier, Xiaoman comprehended the man's intentions, for beneath his hand that clutched the belt, she could clearly discern his intentions. Blood surged to her face in an instant. She struggled to maintain an expression of bewilderment, yet waves of fury relentlessly sharpened her nerves. Her gaze inadvertently swept over her large shoulder bag for the fourth time, heavy with contents that included not only pepper spray, but also her formidable kitchen knife. Should that scoundrel dare to make a move against her, Xiaoman would not hesitate to extend a warm welcome with her family's heirloom weapon. If it did not slay him, at the very least, she would endeavor to transform him into an Eastern delicacy. Thus, she continued to feign timidity and compliance, resembling a docile quail. For in the presence of two men wielding firearms, she felt utterly powerless. The bearded man cursed the lean man a few times, but the latter stood his ground, retorting defiantly. Finally, the bearded man drew a dagger from his waist and proclaimed something loudly. The lean man's lips moved, but he ceased the argument, casting a glance at Xiaoman that was reminiscent of how one might regard livestock. He then licked his dry, slightly curled thick lips with his tongue and made an exceedingly lewd gesture towards her before bursting into laughter and striding directly into the village, leaving the bearded man behind. The man with the scruffy beard cast a gloomy gaze upon the thin, dark-skinned man for a moment before roughly seizing Xiaoman's arm and dragging her into a bamboo house near the entrance of the village. She had indeed succeeded in entering the only village close to the riverside, yet Xiaoman never anticipated that in a seemingly peaceful and serene village, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, one would encounter individuals armed with knives and guns. Inside the bamboo house, there was an atmosphere reminiscent of a security office. A television displayed a dramatic scene of two individuals engaged in a brawl. The room contained two men, one reclined on a wooden bed, casually crossing his legs, watching the screen with a nonchalant demeanor while absent-mindedly swinging his foot adorned with a flip-flop. The other, chewing betel nut, appeared drowsy and lethargic. The man with the scruffy beard pulled Xiaoman into the bamboo house like a chick, causing the man on the bed to suddenly perk up, his eyes gleaming with interest as his large hand reached out toward Xiaoman. She shivered and instinctively took refuge behind the scruffy bearded man, perhaps disturbed by her unexpected arrival. The man on the bed began to fumble around the dark, indistinct patterns of the sheets until he located the remote control and switched off the television. The scruffy bearded man then fetched a bamboo chair for Xiaoman and continued to question her in a stilted Mandarin. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, the man chewing betel nut abruptly stood up and posed a question to the scruffy bearded man, who nodded in response. Subsequently, both men fixed their unwavering gaze upon Xiaoman, awaiting her reply. I came here to play with my colleagues, and later, I fell asleep in the car. When I awoke, I found myself by the riverside, utterly oblivious to what had transpired." This was the premeditated excuse that Xiaoman had conjured, yet the piercing gazes of the two individuals indicated their palpable disbelief. The bearded man extended his hand towards Xiaoman, demanding, "Hand over the bag." Chapter 39. The birth of a certain king. For a wave of anxiety washed over Xiaoman. If she surrendered the bag to the bearded man, she would be left without any leverage. Conversely, refusing him could easily provoke an immediate confrontation, leaving her fate far from promising. What troubled Xiaoman the most was the complete disappearance of the Ghost King upon their arrival here. While the bulletin board had once rewarded her with notifications and good spirits, the Ghost King now seemed as silent as the grave, leaving no trace behind. It appeared that the dark green pebble she had tossed into the bag was merely an ordinary stone. Had it not been for the sudden and inexplicable arrival in this obscure village, or the ability to monitor her task progress on the bulletin board, Xiaoman might have suspected that the Ghost King had vanished into thin air or undergone reincarnation. Once a formidable figure in the realm of Lan Pai, Xiaoman had since been reduced to a life of relentless toil, assisting in ghostly cremations, relocating spirits, aiding in reincarnation, and even searching for the lost. Observing the impatient expression of the bearded man and the watchful gaze of the individual beside him, who scrutinized her with hawkish intensity, Xiaoman felt her peculiar skills had inexplicably expanded. Gritting her teeth, she refused to believe that the Ghost King had orchestrated her presence here with the intent to bring about her demise. Xiaoman gingerly placed her treasure pouch into the hands of the bearded man, a blend of trepidation and anticipation coloring her voice. Why is there no signal for mobile phones here? Is there a landline to help me contact my colleagues? I assure you, I will compensate you for your assistance. The bearded man paid her no heed. Instead, he turned her treasure pouch upside down, emptying its contents onto the ground. As he rummaged through the items, a mocking smile crept across his face as he looked at her. Is this necessary for a meeting with colleagues? He tossed aside the kitchen knife and pepper spray. Well, one must always be cautious, right? Frustration washed over her. Why couldn't her golden finger provide her with a spatial pocket or something of the sort? Xiaoman, a prominent figure in the realm of Landlady, found it exceedingly embarrassing to carry around an oversized cleaver. Indeed, she was so prepared that she had forgotten she might end up stranded on the riverbank, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. The bearded man's mockery grew sharper. Contrary to his coarse exterior, he was astutely perceptive, relentlessly probing the contradictions in her words. I truly don't know. I really have no idea. What manner of village was this? There was a security station at the entrance, and the villagers had to wash their vegetables and clothes in unison, while their escorts were armed to the teeth, concealing weapons at their waists. The level of vigilance was alarmingly high. Whether it was the lanky fellow who had previously served as her bodyguard or the individual in the security room, both exhibited a desperate eagerness, akin to a monkey yearning to pounce upon a woman. Not even the most ardent farmer from the countryside would behave in such a manner. Speak up, who sent you? The bearded man scrutinized Xiaoman's possessions for quite some time, yet failed to pinpoint anything truly suspicious. Many young women now carry self-defense pepper spray, but that kitchen knife was indeed quite unconventional. Had it been a Swiss Army knife or a paring knife, his perplexity might have diminished. A seemingly stylish young girl wielding a kitchen knife for protection appeared rather odd. Xiaoman blinked innocently, her composure gradually faltering under the piercing gaze of the bearded man. No one sent me here. I don't even know where this place is. Is it under the jurisdiction of Huagua? The bearded man replied, Little girl, if you are truly lost, I can assure you this is the happiest place for you. However, if you are deceiving me, then this will become your hell. He toyed with the dagger in his hand, tossing it high and catching it with ease. Xiaoman secretly hoped he would miscalculate, providing her a chance to escape amidst the chaos. The bearded man's gaze was sharp as a blade, with a smirk curling at his lips. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the dagger plunged into the flip-flop of the man lying on the bamboo bed. Startled, the man sprang up, only to realize the dagger had merely embedded itself in the sole of his flip-flop, without even puncturing it. Uncertain whether it was due to fright, the flip-flops emitted a rather sharp sound. The dark fingers pointed at the man with the scruffy beard, who cursed vehemently. Unperturbed, the bearded man fixed a cold gaze upon Xiaoman, enunciating each word. Your kitchen knife pales in comparison to mine. Xiaoman endeavored to adopt a pitiful and innocent demeanor, saying, Brother, my knife is not intended for you. To be frank, I have lost all my money. You must have seen my belongings during your search, right? There is no need to carry a large sum in Town. So I left my bank book and cards in my study, a place where only I can enter. I never anticipated that the Ghost King's journey would be so spontaneous. My treasure pouch contains a meager sum of less than 100 yuan in cash. If it weren't for my phone being unreachable, I would have reported this to the authorities by now. The flip-flops, having regained their composure, scolded Xiaoman in clumsy Mandarin. Foolish girl, the electric transmission is blocked. If you could call the police, you'd be assured of safety here. His Mandarin suddenly reminded Xiaoman of the accent of that Thai internet celebrity tour guide, Mei, resembling the accents from Fujian and Guangdong. With a good-natured nod, she replied, Thank you, but I have no desire to rely on safety in this ghostly place. The implications in his words weighed heavily on her heart. If what he said were true, then first, this area must be devoid of satellite signal or deliberately shielded from it. Second, either the remote location rendered police intervention impossible, or this village possessed unique qualities that allowed certain individuals to influence governmental powers. In the realm of Huagua, few dare to speak so boldly. Xiaoman has already ascertained that this place is not under Huagua's jurisdiction. With the enhancement of national strength and the ever-expanding influence abroad, numerous countries and regions around the globe have begun to regard Chinese as a significant language worthy of study. Additionally, some areas, historically affiliated with Huagua or influenced by other factors, have consistently utilized the Chinese language, employed Huagua's textbooks and currency, and even referred to themselves as Han people. He Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, recalling why the vast fields of blooming flowers outside appeared somewhat peculiar. Goodness gracious, I suddenly wish to know nothing of this place. Chapter 40. The birth of a certain king. The expansive sea of flowers encircling the village is a breathtaking spectacle. With delicate single-layer petals blanketing the ground in a deep crimson reminiscent of blood, strikingly similar to peonies. The slender, leafless flower stems cradle tender blossoms that sway gracefully in the gentle breeze, resembling the sacred flowers of Tibet. He Xiaoman once doubted that such plants could bear intoxicating fruits. Yet she recalled that someone in the village had cultivated them in her childhood, noting that they could be planted in both spring and autumn, though their blooming period would not commence until at least March. This place remains a reflection of her original world, the northern region in early December, blanketed in a deep winter of snow. She had never anticipated the blooming of such flowers at this time. In this vast world, countless flora and fauna bear striking resemblances. And He Xiaoman, aware of her own limited knowledge, chose not to ponder this matter further. What a splendid location the Ghost King has chosen. Could it be that this fellow has accomplished his role as the Ghost King and wishes to become the Poison King here? The mountains are high, and the emperor is distant. Thus, the official military presence is relatively weak, leading to a complex web of various armed factions. It is no wonder that previously, one remarked that reporting to the authorities would prove futile. With the capabilities of the Ghost King, it is indeed feasible for him to carve out a territory and declare himself sovereign. However, I have heard that this region has begun cultivating rice, vegetables, and sugarcane as economic crops under the effective guidance of various forces. Is that not nearly extinct? Reflecting on the once beautiful blossoms that were as tall as a person, He Xiaoman now wishes to blind herself. Consider this. The fact that he brazenly allowed her to witness these things and even led her into the village implies he had no intention of letting her leave alive. Her fate is stark and clear, either death or a slow demise. This realization lends clarity to the instinctive actions of the two brutes who brought her here. What else could a defenseless woman in a foreign land be but a tool for production? Quite literally. At this moment, He Xiaoman can only hope that the Ghost King does not hasten to discard her utility, for if the villagers were to arm themselves, her fate would be sealed, and she would be physically dispatched with alarming ease. The bearded man regarded He Xiaoman with a semblance of a smile, seemingly privy to her previous musings. The village does not accommodate idlers. One must either go to Du Jimin, an allusion to Aunt Jimin in the Han dialect, or, with a knowing glance and raised brows, he suggested, of course, you may choose any man you find pleasing to serve you, such as myself. If you are not deterred by the dirt, fatigue, or the foul tempers of those heavily pregnant women, you might consider seeking assistance from Dr. Say, who could use help tending to those unpleasant ladies. Although He Xiaoman remained perpetually bewildered, her 2 years of wandering in the world had rendered her capable of discerning that the first individual was likely to engage in a role requiring incessant action without substantial effort, while the second was destined to assist a physician tasked with attending to numerous women or female patients. The man in flip-flops and the short, beetle nut-chewing fellow exchanged glances at He Xiaoman's particularly scantily clad figure, only to turn away in evident disdain, seemingly apprehensive that she might choose to approach them. I appreciate your disdain. He Xiaoman was resolute in selecting the latter option, as the bearded man's indifference made it clear that his previous politeness was merely a formality. Evidently, he held no interest in her. The man in flip-flops resumed his television viewing, switching to a different show, transitioning from a simplistic romantic martial arts film to One Piece. Meanwhile, the beetle nut-chewing man continued to chew, his square jaw almost bursting, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. The bearded man confiscated He Xiaoman's self-defense spray, asserting, "This won't be of any use here. Within 2 years, everyone in this village will either be your friend or your foe. In such a splendid place, you wouldn't even consider leaving." Fearing that prolonged observation of the bearded man might lead him to suspect something peculiar about the kitchen knife, she diligently restrained herself, treating the spray as an ordinary object. Determined not to betray any emotion on her face, Engaging in the construction of one's psychological resilience has yielded some measure of success. Moreover, He Xiaoman has become accustomed to donning a facade of humility, caution, and diligence throughout his career in the film industry, skillfully maintaining this guise without revealing any flaws. Perhaps the bearded man is entirely indifferent to such matters. Upon He Xiaoman's arrival at the residence of Syankin, the reason behind the bearded man's return of the kitchen knife became clear. Syankin's abode is likely the largest structure in the entire village, featuring a spacious hall and a somewhat smaller kitchen at the front, while the rear consists of individual dormitory-like rooms, each furnished with a bed, a television, and various common appliances and necessities. He Xiaoman's task is to care for the pregnant women residing in these rooms. Previously, he had difficulty comprehending the bearded man's abrupt Mandarin, but now it dawns on him that he was referring to the irritable, expectant mothers before him. The name Syankin translates to doctor-in-chief, a fact He Xiaoman learned later from one of the pregnant women, who informed him that this is a village belonging to Myanmar. Myanmar is a nation devoid of surnames, only first names, resulting in one of the highest rates of name duplication in the world. The locals typically prepend their names with Gua or Wu, akin to the Chinese terms for older brother or uncle. Syankin possesses a somewhat androgynous appearance, with a short, narrow forehead, small double-fold eyelids, and full lips. Her complexion is similar to that of He Xiaoman, yet she stands at approximately 170 meters tall, making her quite striking among her female peers. The man with the beard hastily ushered He Xiaoman into a dimly lit room before she even had the chance to introduce herself. He exclaimed something loudly, and then turned to leave. The room, though equipped with windows, was shrouded in shadows, permeated by an overwhelming, nauseating odor. A woman of moderate build was perched at the foot of the bed, dabbing her tear-streaked eyes with a tissue. The wooden floor was strewn with vomit, the principal culprit behind the room's foul stench. The woman, retching, barked at He Xiaoman, clearly demanding her to clean up the mess while she fumbled for tissues to blow her nose. Resigned to her fate, He Xiaoman found no refuge to voice her grievances. No one was inclined to listen to her plight of being thrust into this servitude. In the grand tapestry of life, one must prioritize self-care. As who would be patient enough to entertain the moral decay or the distortion of humanity from a stranger? He Xiaoman gestured toward the broom and mop, wondering if, as a servant, she might at least be provided with the necessary tools for her labor. In Chapter 41, The Birth of a Certain King, she swept the floors, cleaned the windows, relocated potted plants to the windowsill, drew the curtains, washed Thakin's hair, and dried it. During this chaotic endeavor, her clumsiness resulted in the accidental severing of two of Thakin's precious locks, nearly earning her a slap. This incident led He Xiaoman to briefly entertain the notion that she was, in fact, serving an emperor, for the kin communicated solely through piercing glances, leaving her to decipher his intentions. There was no reward for guessing correctly, and a misstep would provoke a furious outburst, during which the kin might hurl objects or threaten violence. After finally completing the chores within the house, Comrade Dachin pointed to his body, indicating a headache and shoulder pain. He Xiaoman, transforming into a skilled acupressurist, was unsure whether her massage worked wonders or if Dachin had simply exhausted himself, but he ultimately drifted into a deep slumber. Despite her own sore back and aching waist, He Xiaoman could not find respite, as there were still Dachin number 2, number 3, and number 4 awaiting her attention. It was a situation where one servant attended to 4 masters, truly devoid of humanity. She now comprehended why, when she initially chose to assist in Syankin, that beetle nut man had scorned her as a foolish girl with his dark, grimy fingers. During lunch at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, He Xiaoman learned that, as a newcomer, her allocation of Dachin was relatively modest. The other 2 rather emaciated women each catered to 6 Dachin. This village was indeed peculiar. Were they so backward that they remained entrenched in a primitive societal structure of shared resources? Or were they so advanced that they had inadvertently entered a certain societal state that China had aspired to achieve for years? After a day filled with toil, He Xiaoman discovered that the pregnant women could freely select their desired food. The quaint village appeared isolated, lacking even a semblance of internet connectivity. Making a WeChat message or a phone call was an impossibility. Yet, the provisions for food and clothing here were remarkably commendable. It was no wonder that the bearded man had remarked that if she simply behaved, this place would be akin to paradise. Even He Xiaoman was compensated for her efforts, receiving a salary that included meals and accommodation, amounting to approximately 700 0.000 chop per month, roughly equivalent to 200 yuan. The men earned even more, with reports suggesting an income of around 1.5 million chop monthly. Certainly, there will always be exceptional cases that yield greater rewards. This is true everywhere, depending purely on one's own capabilities. This sentiment was expressed by a gaunt maid from Huagua to Xiaoman, who, it is true, has now become a proud maid herself. We are permitted to shop online once a month, with the men delivering our purchases. One may acquire anything one desires, and if you have close friends, you may also introduce them here. The maid, named Hao Yunj, displayed utmost kindness upon learning that Xiaoman was indeed from Huagua, suggesting that Xiaoman simply call her sister Yi. She further advised Xiaoman that if she did not wish to spend her entire life in this place, she should refrain from indulging in afternoon tea. With her slender, dark fingers, she gestured towards the faintly visible flowers outside, offering a knowing expression. Though the quantities are modest, over time, they can become addictive, a benefit enjoyed by everyone in the happiness village. If one does not desire it, they are under no obligation. No one here is coerced. Each individual has chosen to remain voluntarily. Sister Yi chuckled, saying, "We provide meals and accommodation, and you can earn over 3,000 yuan each month. Should you fall ill, a healer will come to attend to you. This kind of work may be tiring and frustrating, yet finding such favorable conditions in our homeland is quite rare. I save my wages each month to support my son's university education." After sharing this, Sister Yi winked at Xiaoman, adding, "Sometimes, Daqin offers tips, provided you can keep them entertained. But isn't it 70,000 for each person? How could they possibly afford to give tips?" Xiaoman inquired, her curiosity evident. In Daqin, each time a child is born, the village rewards approximately 30,000 yuan. During times when they do not conceive, the men also provide them with some money for their expenses. Xiaoman suddenly realized why there were so many expectant mothers in the village. From pregnancy through the postpartum period, these women are cared for by dedicated caregivers like Sei and Xiaoman, and they receive financial support. Thus, the women of childbearing age are quite willing to bear one child after another. No one dares to offend these expectant mothers, for should they cause a miscarriage or an unfortunate death during childbirth, Gai Man would unleash his wrath upon the villagers. Gai Man is a term of reverence, akin to a mountain deity or earth god, as understood by Hao Yunj, since Gai Man resides in the mountains. Having worked in the Happy Village for 5 years, she had never seen the visage of Gai Man, but had often heard the elderly villagers curse in an almost accusatory tone. When angered, Gai Man will punish you. Surely punish you. This bears resemblance to the notion of divine retribution in Huagua, suggesting that Gai Man's punishments must be quite fearsome. After lunch, the atmosphere was filled with frenetic activity. With 16 pregnant women, not only were the caregivers bustling about, but even Sei and Qin were overwhelmed with tasks. Yet, it was said that her earnings surpassed those of the men in the village. Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, for the reality was far removed from her expectations. The affluence of this place bore no relation to the delicate blooms of the outside world. She refrained from further inquiries about village affairs. What Xiaoman did not anticipate was that among the 4 expectant mothers she was responsible for, 2 hailed from Huagua. Among them was Daqin, the first to experience morning sickness under Xiaoman's care. She was also the most challenging of Xiaoman's 4 masters. The morning passed relatively smoothly, with only a few trivial complaints. However, upon learning in the afternoon that Xiaoman was from Huagua, she began to nitpick and find fault with her every move. In the village, the inhabitants could be broadly categorized into 3 groups. First, the landholders of the Happy Village, who wielded control over most operations and security within the village. Those with bushy beards fell into this category. The second group comprised women, tasked with serving men or engaging in reproduction. The third group consisted of individuals like Xiaoman, who, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, refrained from interactions with men, focusing solely on various menial tasks. The latter 2 groups were mostly not native to the village. Many had come after hearing about the favorable conditions, while others were sent by their families, predominantly from Myanmar and Vietnam, with relatively few from Huagua. Compared to the exceedingly difficult and hostile Daqin Yuman, who harbored disdain for her fellow countrymen, Daqin Lizwa was remarkably amiable. Chapter 42. The Birth of a King. That night, as Xiaoman lay on the wooden bed, weary from the day's toil, her task as the Ghost King's servant finally updated its progress. The mother of the Ghost King. Assist the Ghost King in finding his true mother. This is the Ghost King's trial for you. Men fear choosing the wrong family, while women dread having the wrong mother. An erroneous choice will diminish the Ghost King's evaluation of you. The homeowner is advised to proceed with caution. Indeed, the small yet formidable presence of the Ghost King loomed large. Unconsciously, Xiaoman clutched a small stone in her hand. It appears that she is indeed on the right path in her quest, as the future mother of the Ghost King resides within this village brimming with expectant mothers. Fortuitously, she has found herself in the position of caring for these deacons. However, one cannot help but ponder, if you wish for my assistance in locating your mother, might you kindly elucidate your criteria for a maternal figure? Is it gentleness and kindness, or perhaps beauty and grace? Should she be intellectually gifted or fiercely ambitious? A hint in the right direction would be most appreciated. It would be quite absurd to inquire individually among these already irritable inhabitants. Would you like to be the mother of the Ghost King? If Xiaoman were to embark on such a task, she might swiftly find herself at the mercy of the punitive whims of the esteemed Guai man. Selecting from 16 options is rather harsh, is it not? Moreover, a misstep could diminish one's favor. Yet the bulletin board offers no guidance on the extent of such a decline. Xiaoman felt her head spinning as she recalled the 6 deacons she had encountered that day, each with their own distinctive features. Among these 6, could there be a candidate that the Ghost King might favor? In the past, she could have sought insights from the bulletin board, yet now, sharing a dormitory with the cook and the laborers, she felt compelled to keep her thoughts to herself, mulling over her guesses in silence. The first to be dismissed from her considerations was the rather antagonistic Yumin, whose disdain for the Hua people was palpable. If she were to learn that the Ghost King hailed from Hua, the consequences could be dire. To be frank, this woman possesses an appealing visage, characterized by moderately sized almond-shaped eyes and well-defined features. However, her temperament is exceedingly irritable, particularly her incessant and self-indulgent demands for attention. She has summoned Xiaoman from others' rooms on 3 separate occasions, solely to perform trivial tasks, such as taking out the trash. On one occasion, she even compelled Xiaoman to search for a feather fan. Sister, your room is equipped with air conditioning, fans, and a refrigerator stocked with cold beverages. Why must you insist on a feather fan? Most infuriatingly, after Xiaoman had painstakingly searched the entire room and finally discovered the fan beneath a large suitcase, she ordered Xiaoman to discard it, citing its dirtiness. Thus, an hour spent rummaging was merely to retrieve a fan that was promptly thrown away. Yumin is generally a kind person, yet her temperament tends to sour during pregnancy. Fortunately, this usually improves after a couple of months when the pregnancy stabilizes and morning sickness alleviates. Li Zuozhuo reassured Xiaoman, suggesting that her aversion to the local cuisine contributes to her mood fluctuations during pregnancy and that she would gradually acclimate. Li Zuozhuo's smile radiated gentleness, though her brow was often tinged with a hint of melancholy. Daqin Miaolei stands out as the most beautiful among Xiaoman's 4 patrons. It is said that a daughter enhances her mother's beauty while a son brings about a decline. This is a popular, albeit unsubstantiated, folk belief regarding the gender of the unborn child. Xiaoman was uncertain whether Daqin Miaolei's radiant appearance was due to her carrying a girl, but nonetheless, she looked splendid. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with a hint of autumn's grace, while her long, jet-black hair was adorned with 2 osmanthus blossoms at her temples. The flowing gown, reminiscent of those commonly seen in Myanmar and Thailand, beautifully embraced her exquisite curves, embodying a delicate charm akin to gentle waters and blooming flowers. On the other hand, Daqin Namuka exhibited a slight Indian heritage, presenting a visage that was striking in its own right, an archetype of Indian beauty with prominent features, large eyes, a pronounced nose, and full lips. Despite her allure, she possessed a rather fiery temperament, particularly in her interactions with Yumin, which could be aptly described as a clash of opposing forces. As for the other 2 maids attending to Daqin, their appearances were less remarkable, yet they exuded a certain haughtiness. It was evident that the pregnant women held a position of considerable esteem here, and these maids seemed quite content to embrace their roles as joyful mothers-to-be. Xiaoman pondered that both Daqin Zuozhuo and Daqin Miaolei could fulfill the role of the Ghost King's mother. However, she was left wondering which one the Ghost King favored. Since arriving at the Happy Village, he had become utterly unresponsive, akin to a stone, indifferent to her calls. She found herself envying those with system aids or golden fingers, where masters and servants could engage in normal communication, even in dubious endeavors. Her bulletin board, on the other hand, preferred brevity, as she remained a novice, striving to navigate her internship smoothly. The silence of the bulletin was one thing, but the Ghost King's reticence was another. One would expect at least some guidance or counsel. After all, this was a decision concerning the choice of a mother for the Ghost King, which should ideally require the approval of the involved parties, the ghost in question. He Xiaoman was utterly at a loss regarding where to commence her search. Nevertheless, she was certain of her location. The mother of the Ghost King undoubtedly resided among these 16 deacons. Her anxiety proved futile, compelling her to adopt a stance of acceptance in the face of her predicament. What truly vexed her was the abruptness with which the Ghost King had transported her abroad, to a place where even mobile signals were rendered obsolete. How could she possibly reach her mother, having grown accustomed to daily phone calls or visits to the town hospital? The prospect of going 2 days without any news would surely prompt Zhang Kaiwa to alert the authorities on the 3rd day. Such was her mother's nature. In the past, whether concerning herself or her father, He Yudong, who had long since betrayed their family, the mere absence of contact would send her into a frenzy of worry. Why aren't you answering your calls? Could something have happened? This would inevitably lead to a cascade of dire scenarios involving traffic accidents and unforeseen calamities. In summary, whenever someone went missing, her mother's pessimistic tendencies would flourish, conjuring grotesque images that could rival any horror. Those unfamiliar with her character might even suspect she harbored a grudge against her daughter and father, as if she were perpetually hoping for their demise. Now, the sole recipient of her mother's profound concern was her only daughter, He Xiaoman, who could not afford to vanish from her mother's reach. Thus, she ensured her phone remained charged, striving to avoid any disconnection. Throughout the morning, He Xiaoman languished in this state of anxiety, but fortunately, her strength and efficiency in work were commendable. The perpetually stern Seirankin did not impose excessive criticism, although some reprimands were inevitable, given her novice status. By the afternoon, Lizwas was seized an opportunity to inquire, "What troubles you? Is there some difficulty?" He Xiaoman felt a surge of joy in her heart, and hurriedly recounted how she had been brought to this place by her colleagues. She then expressed her current distress at being unable to reach her mother and her worry about who would care for her grandmother if her health deteriorated. Lizwas furrowed her brows in sympathy, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with an idea. "You should seek out Sai Yeching. In our village, there are only 3 satellite phones, and she possesses one." Chapter 43. The Birth of a Certain King. Thus, during lunch at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, He Xiaoman approached Sai Yeching to request the use of her phone. 100,000, Sai Yeching replied, speaking in simple Chinese with a directness that matched her appearance. "No more than 5 minutes. Overtime incurs additional charges." Seemingly concerned that He Xiaoman might not comprehend, she elaborated further. He Xiaoman was taken aback. For merely making a phone call, and emphasizing that only a few words would be spoken, the charge was astonishingly high. Even for international calls, 500 for less than 5 minutes seemed exorbitant. Dr. Yeching truly had a knack for turning a profit. He Xiaoman mused that she would be better suited for highway robbery than practicing medicine, which felt like a gross underutilization of her talents. Sai Yeching, with her impassive square face, rose to leave the moment she finished speaking. "I would pay, but I just arrived and do not have that much money. Could I possibly defer payment?" Sai Yeching turned away, leaving He Xiaoman with a bewildered expression akin to her own square visage, with not even a word of pity offered, leaving her in a state of utter dismay. It is indeed a small fortune that can thwart even the most valiant. "Oh, dear young lady. Wait. That is not right." Just as He Xiaoman sighed in exasperation, she suddenly recalled that her treasure pouch contained over 100 yuan in cash. If all else fails, she might as well use this as a deposit. Is this truly a land of happiness? It hardly feels like it. "Ma He Xiaoman, Daqin Yuman is calling for you." Here, women of a similar age customarily prefix their names with ma, a term of endearment signifying sisterhood. A cook named Miao Lan, her face dotted with red blemishes, hurriedly approached He Xiaoman, delivered her message, and then dashed away with great urgency. The kitchen work was arduous, stifling, and sweltering, while He Xiaoman could at least enjoy a moment of respite in the air-conditioned room with Daqin and the others. In contrast, the kitchen was only filled with the futile noise of a large electric fan, which blew out nothing but warm air. He Xiaoman observed that many people here could speak a few words of Chinese, though their expressions sometimes fell short of clarity, particularly among the Myanmar and Vietnamese. There was a pervasive belief that the Chinese were quite affluent. Miao Lan's sympathetic demeanor filled He Xiaoman with a sense of foreboding. Nevertheless, She clasped her hands in gratitude towards Miao Lan, preparing herself to face the storm of displeasure that awaited her from Daqin Yuman. Yuman's temper flared without the need for provocation. Unfortunately, just as He Xiaoman was about to reach Yuman's room, she was summoned by Cyan Qin. He Xiaoman was taken aback. In Dr. Qin's presence, men seldom ventured. It was not that the doctor forbade men from entering, to He Xiaoman's knowledge. There was no such restriction. Rather, these men simply refused to come. He Xiaoman sensed that there was something amiss. For even if one were to sell a child or resort to coercive measures, it would not elevate the status of a pregnant woman to such lofty heights. However, trouble often arises from careless words. She was merely a humble maid at present, and it was prudent to refrain from excessive inquiry and speech, opting instead for diligent observation and listening. "Hold her down," commanded Cai Yanquin coldly, standing before the gynecological examination table. On the examination table, shaped like a letter H, the armrests were bound with ropes, securing the slender arms of a girl who appeared strikingly frail, desperately writhing in an attempt to escape the chilling, vaguely blood-stained contraption. As the girl caught sight of the elongated syringe in Cai Yanquin's hand, her terror intensified. She emitted cries akin to those of a wounded young beast. And in a sense, she was indeed just that, a wounded creature. Her face bore multiple, jagged wounds, with one particularly deep gash on her left cheek, resembling a fish's mouth that had turned outward, from which blood continued to flow profusely. Although her voice remained flat and icy, Cai Yanquin exuded an undeniable fury. The girl seemed lost in the torment she had previously endured, embodying a state of sheer hysteria as she rejected any attempt at touch or proximity. Meanwhile, Maggie May, Cai Yanquin's usual assistant, crouched despondently in a corner, retching. Her face and arms bore several scratches, evidently the result of aiding Cai Yanquin during the girl's tumultuous struggle. Due to the royal treatment bestowed upon the pregnant women here, there are no restraints such as binding belts in sight. The men, fearing the ensuing chaos, have distanced themselves from the scene. Thus, Seonkin sought assistance from the stronger He Xiaoman. The girl's chest was damp, stained with hues of brown and yellow, likely from some sedative administered by Seonkin. It remained uncertain whether the dosage was insufficient or the effects had yet to materialize. Nonetheless, the girl continued to struggle fiercely, attacking anyone who drew near. The ropes binding her slender arms had left the surrounding skin bruised and swollen, with 2 spots already broken, blood seeping out and soaking the cords. Anxious that her actions might exacerbate the girl's suffering, He Xiaoman felt momentarily paralyzed, akin to a tiger confronted with a hedgehog. Unsure where to begin, after much effort in restraining one of the girl's arms, she was unexpectedly met with a swift kick to her face, causing her nose to sting and tears to cascade down her cheeks. "Haven't you eaten? Can't even handle a child?" Seonkin's voice remained cold and mechanical. Yet He Xiaoman could detect a hint of derision. There was no time for retorts. As the girl lifted her leg to kick, He Xiaoman realized the emptiness beneath the long skirt, revealing a stark crimson stain on her thigh. A surge of fury ignited within He Xiaoman's heart. What kind of beast? What sort of wretch could bear to inflict harm upon such a fragile child? She grasped the little girl's leg with one hand, her voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Be good. Take the medicine and you will feel better. Everything will be all right." Uncertain whether the girl could comprehend Mandarin, He Xiaoman endeavored to soften her tone, simultaneously restraining the girl's flailing limbs while freeing a hand to caress the top of her head, tucking stray locks behind her ears to prevent them from mingling with her facial wounds. Chapter 44. The Birth of a Certain King. Indeed, He Xiaoman possessed an extraordinary strength that surpassed the ordinary, and although the girl continued to resist vehemently, even kicking and scratching her arm, He Xiaoman steadfastly maintained her grip. The sedative took effect, and the girl's tense body gradually relaxed. Following the instructions of Cyan Qin, He Xiaoman assisted in performing a simple examination on the girl, discovering contusions and some minor lacerations. In terms of injuries, they were considerably less severe than the gashes adorning her face. Yet the layer symbolizing the girl's purity was irrevocably lost. Though they were not related, humanity is endowed with empathy. The girl resembled a discarded and broken doll. Her slender limbs hung limply, marred by the prior confinement and struggle, marked with various bruises and abrasions, many of which continued to bleed. Each wound He Xiaoman beheld elicited a pang of pain within herself. What kind of heart could inflict harm upon such a small child? Cyan Qin watched with a cold gaze, remaining silent, Yet the softness in her eyes when they fell upon He Xiaoman betrayed a shift in her demeanor. Two individuals assisted a girl in cleansing her wounds. Sayan meticulously disinfected the injuries and applied some anti-inflammatory ointment. Then instructed He Xiaoman to fetch a basin of warm water for a thorough washing. Although Sayan exuded a frigid demeanor, her movements were swift yet gentle. The water in the basin soon turned a deep crimson. The two began tending to her wounds on her head and other areas. The girl's face was marred with deep gashes, yet the assailant had clearly avoided harming her features, with most injuries concentrated on her forehead and cheeks. As Sayan tended to the girl's injuries, she sighed softly, murmuring to herself, "Disfigurement is inevitable. The wounds have been tainted with caustic plant juice." Her mother clearly plotted this in advance. He Xiaoman, unfamiliar with the term caustic plant juice, was nonetheless perturbed by the ominous name, deducing it could not be anything benign. It was not as potent as caustic substances, but possessed corrosive properties that would hinder the healing process. He Xiaoman's gaze shot up in astonishment, her hand trembling as she held the disinfectant cotton. Her biological mother? Indeed, Sayan replied in her icy tone, her hands never faltering. The third white bottle on the second shelf, saline solution to rinse the wounds. He Xiaoman promptly rose and quickly located the bottle, presenting it to Sayan. Observing the tears on He Xiaoman's face, Sayan smirked derisively. "Do you find her pitiable? Isn't she pitiable?" He Xiaoman retorted, her tone darkening after wiping away her tears. Her fleeting sympathy evaporating swiftly. It was one thing for this doctor to be driven by monetary gain, but her heartlessness was truly disheartening. Humph. A maid who cannot even afford to call her own mother has the audacity to pity others? He Xiaoman remained silent. The collaboration between the two was far from pleasant, yet their synergy was undeniable. Sai Yanquin spoke little, while He Xiaoman, with her keen gaze, swift movements, and great strength, quickly tended to the young girl's wounds and carried her to a private hospital room. In the evening, the scruffy bearded man arrived, bearing the mysterious edict from the enigmatic gamin of the mountain. The old one can be discarded as compost. As for the young one, you may handle her as you see fit. If it requires no expense or trouble, treat her. If it seems cumbersome, then cast her out alongside her mother. After delivering his message, he began to lewdly tease He Xiaoman, inquiring whether she was tired and if she would consider dedicating herself to serve him exclusively. The scruffy bearded man's eyes darted around as he pondered for a moment before settling on a rather inappropriate term, sexual partner. He Xiaoman regretfully shook her head, replying, "I would prefer to serve Sai Yanquin." The scruffy bearded man possessed long eyelashes and thick eyebrows, giving him a somewhat handsome South Asian appearance. Yet He Xiaoman could always sense an undercurrent of menace emanating from him. This seemed to be precisely what he wished to conceal, leading him to often adopt a deliberately lewd demeanor. He Xiaoman found it perplexing how easily she could see through his facade. He flirted with everyone, including those with ample bellies, yet deep down, he harbored a profound indifference towards all life, even his own. Such individuals are the most terrifying. He Xiaoman reminded herself to cherish life and steer clear of the deranged. Two individuals, capable of conversing in Burmese, insist on speaking Chinese in the presence of her, an inconsequential maid. If He Xiaoman fails to comprehend that the bearded man is issuing a warning, she must indeed be quite dim-witted. I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Could you ascertain if there are suitable candidates on Du Jimin's side to send over to me? Sayankin speaks the truth. With 16 pregnant women demanding meals multiple times a day, there is nearly an hourly outcry of hunger, while others scold the maid in a fit of rage. The cook is also disgruntled, often rising in the dead of night to prepare food, only to be met with dissatisfaction and curses directed at her in the kitchen. Dachin is truly remarkable. Despite unloading goods, is she not still a mere harlot? Yet some women, whether for money or pleasure, incessantly seek Sayankin's secret for bearing children. As long as they can continue to give birth, they will remain untouchable, exalted figures akin to Dachin. As for aging and fading beauty, let us not kid ourselves. Reaching such an age is itself uncertain. Who can predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first? Moreover, after toiling for 20 years to bear children, the savings amassed could suffice to leave the village and seek a carefree life with a younger companion. The bearded man's fingers incessantly caress his chin. Women from Du Jimin's side would hardly wish to come here as maids, although the remuneration is identical on both sides. The allure of effortless acquisition versus the relentless toil for meager earnings is not comparable. Those who migrate to Du Jimin's side seldom return to Sayankin's domain. While it is common for individuals from Sayankin's side to switch allegiances to Du Jimin, a fleeting glance at He Xiaoman raises a question. How long can this newcomer endure? Where to find someone? You, go tend to Wan Shixiang's wounds. Youth brings swift recovery. Sayanchin coldly instructed He Xiaoman. Wan Shixiang is the young girl whose mother has personally destroyed her. Taking a bottle of disinfectant along with a vial of herbal concoction prepared by Sayanchin, He Xiaoman slowly exited the room, faintly hearing the conversation within, though this time it was no longer in the comprehensible tones of Mandarin. Even after she had walked quite a distance, the low and reckless laughter of the bearded man still echoed in her ears. What could be so amusing? My mother. Wan Shixiang struggled to ask, as He Xiaoman applied medicine to her wrist. The deep gash on her left cheek had been sewn with 5 stitches by Sayanchin, making it painful to speak. Thus the girl remained mostly silent, observing the concerned expression on the young girl's face. He Xiaoman found it difficult to discern whether she felt pity or anger. Chapter 45. The birth of a certain king, Sayanchin's assistant. The one who had been sickened by the sight of Wan Shixiang's blood, Magimi, informed He Xiaoman that the bearded man referred to fertilizer as the act of tossing living beings into a cesspool. It was a near-annual occurrence for disobedient individuals or those who fell ill and could not be saved, as well as those who suffered difficult births, to be discarded in such a manner. Hence, the poppies bloomed so brilliantly. Magimi spoke of it with a sense of normalcy that sent shivers down He Xiaoman's spine. How ironic that such a village would be named Happy Village. Wan Shixiang's cheeks were wrapped in bandages, crisscrossing over her frail, dark limbs, giving her an eerie resemblance to a bandaged zombie. Even at this moment, she still longed to see her mother. He Xiaoman did not wish to provoke the pitiable girl Wan Shixiang any further, yet she found herself unable to assist the heartless mother. Nor did she wish to aid a woman who could be so cruel to her own daughter. I do not know. He Xiaoman shook her head, speaking softly. I am merely a maid. The light in Wan Shixiang's eyes gradually dimmed. Let us eat first. Otherwise, we shall lack the strength, and your recovery will be prolonged. He Xiaoman felt a pang in her heart, akin to biting into an unripe apricot, both sour and bitter. Please, save my mother. He Xiaoman seemed to disregard this plea, unscrewing the cap of the iodine disinfectant. She cast a desperate glance towards Magimi, repeating her request in Burmese. Although He Xiaoman did not yet grasp the language, she could surmise the essence of Wan Shixiang's words. Magimi shook her head numbly, joining He Xiaoman in tending to Wan Shixiang's wounds. This village was remarkable. It appeared that everyone, apart from the newly arrived He Xiaoman, was a linguistic expert, with many able to converse in 3 or 4 languages, including the bearded man. Given time, He Xiaoman believed she too would acquire a rudimentary understanding of Vietnamese and Burmese. At 2 o'clock, during lunch, the maids and cooks were granted a brief respite, though true relaxation depended on whether the mischievous deacons would cause any disturbances. Sayankin summoned He Xiaoman to her room. Standing there with hands clasped, He Xiaoman awaited instructions. Sayankin smirked slightly, producing a telephone and handing it to He Xiaoman. To make a long story short, calls over 2 minutes incur a charge. He Xiaoman experienced a moment of surprise, quickly taking the phone before the habitual impatience could manifest on Sayankin's face. Thank you. Once I receive my salary, I shall repay you. No need for that. After Sayankin finished speaking, she walked out of the room, leaving He Xiaoman alone. The phone soon connected, and as soon as He Xiaoman's voice reached her mother, a barrage of questions erupted. Where are you? Why haven't you answered your calls? Is something wrong? Though her mother continued her usual incessant prattle, lacking focus, He Xiaoman felt a gentle warmth in her heart when her mother firmly declined the suggestion of a future call. After hanging up, when He Xiaoman expressed her gratitude to Sayankin once more, the latter reverted to her previous cold demeanor. Hurry up and get back to work. Daqin is calling for you again. With her mother's concerns alleviated, He Xiaoman felt a lightness in her spirit. Daqin Yuman complained of a headache and asked He Xiaoman for a massage. It seemed at this time she was genuinely unwell. Her complexion was poor, with veins protruding on her forehead, and she lay languidly on the bed. Please clean this room first. The stench here makes me feel nauseous. Eating this slop every day. Ugh. Yuman stuffed a sour plum candy into her mouth, trying to suppress the feeling of nausea, only to end up vomiting even the candy. Among the 4 of them, Yuman experienced the most severe pregnancy symptoms, suffering from nausea and dizziness, feeling utterly miserable. How wonderful it would be to expel that thing growing inside me, Yuman remarked flatly. He Xiaoman found herself in profound disagreement with Yumin's perspective. It was not out of pity for the unborn life that the mother seemed to neglect, for the origins of the child were well understood. Yet the identity of the child's creator remained obscured, even to the child's mother. Dachin was merely one of the young women associated with Du Jimin, whose trade could be simplistically described as that of a brothel madam. Her own experiences underscored the notion that one indeed has the agency to choose their vocation. Having opted for a position under Du Jimin, one must also embrace the inevitable consequence of such a choice: pregnancy. Every situation possesses dual facets. One cannot reap the benefits without also accepting the accompanying drawbacks. Whether in the realm of Du Jimin or in the vicinity of Sayankin, these young women were provided for sustenance, shelter, and the means to earn money, all facilitated by others. Surely, it was unreasonable to expect that all the advantages could be exclusively hers. The world was not her mother's domain alone. Unbeknownst to Yumin, the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Xiaoman's mind remained unspoken. As she murmured and groped for a tissue box on the bed, Xiaoman sighed, setting aside her task to pull out 2 tissues, handing one to Yumin while using the other to wipe away the tears that streamed from her eyes due to violent retching. To her surprise, the tears flowed even more freely, as if a dam had burst. Yumin, in exasperation, seized several tissues and pressed them to her face, stifling her sobs within their confines. She did not wish to cry. She must not cry. From that moment on, her heart hardened like iron. How could she possibly allow herself to weep? Having chosen this path and feeling powerless to effect change, she could only accept her fate. Xiaoman silently chastised herself for being a soft-hearted fool, though she harbored a deep disdain for Yumin upon witnessing her compatriot's suffering. She could not help but let her compassionate nature overflow with an unsolicited remark. After speaking, however, she felt a twinge of regret, as her words might provoke Yumin into a tirade or some form of torment. I have no choice. I was deceived into this place, she reflected. Thus I shall serve as a maid for Li Zuozua. Yet, Li Zuozua had her partner send her to Du Jimin's side. The very person who lured Yumin to this location was none other than her confidant, Li Zuozua. Li Zuozua's boyfriend was Suo, the son of the village chief, Wu Dantuo, and Suo was entangled with Yumin. The narrative is quite cliché. Suo harbored affections for Yumin, who rejected him harshly, prompting him to pursue Yumin's roommate, Li Zuozua, in a bid to provoke Yumin's feelings. Chapter 46. The birth of a certain king. Human beings can be remarkably peculiar creatures. When we care for someone, even encountering a name that bears a resemblance to theirs or existing within the same city can create a sense of connection. Conversely, when we are indifferent to someone, we might merely lament the capriciousness of fate upon witnessing their demise, reflecting that yet another life has succumbed to the passage of time. Amidst the back and forth of emotions, Suo genuinely developed feelings for Li Zuozua. Despite the emotional games, Yumin remained unaffected by Suo, while Li Zuozua felt the impact of these provocations. She often felt as though she had acquired a second-rate boyfriend, discarded by Yumin. Although it was said that Suo came from a prosperous family, a veritable village heir, Li Zuozua still sensed a void in her romantic odyssey, as if she were destined to be a mere casualty in this sea of love. How blissful it all felt. Yumin chose to work as a maid at Sai Yian's residence. At the outset, Li Zuozua felt as though she had become Yumin's dachin, relishing the lofty sensation that accompanied such a status. However, as time passed, she began to perceive a growing unease in the gazes of those around her. Yumin gradually acclimated to this new existence, diligently saving money while yearning for the day when the village would possess sufficient labor to reclaim her freedom. Eventually, Li Zuozua gave birth to a charming little boy, whom she proudly declared to Suo as the embodiment of their love, aspiring to raise him on her own. Once again, Li Zuozua found herself in the role of Yumin's dachin, only to be met with the harsh reality of Su when fracturing 2 of her ribs. From that point onward, Li Zuozua underwent a transformation, evolving into a person who wore a congenial demeanor toward all, even resorting to flattery. Initially, Yumin speculated that Li Zuozua's demeanor was a result of being intimidated by Su, leading her to adopt a pleasing personality. Yet, she soon found herself repeatedly besmirched, cast as a malicious woman consumed by jealousy, intent on harming dachin. Tragically, Li Zuozua's child was lost through Yumin's actions. Ultimately, the village decided to heed Li Zuozua's counsel, sending Yumin to Du Jimin. Good friends should share blessings and bear hardships together, Li Zuozua gently remarked to Yumin. This news was also conveyed to Yumin by Li Zuozua, who asserted that good fortune should be shared with dear friends. It was no wonder Li Zuozua harbored such disdain for the Hua people, For the majority of women in the happiness village were genuinely content, living fulfilled lives by their own volition. Initially, Yumin did not harbor much animosity toward Li Zuozhua after her abduction. Rather, she loathed her own inability to discern character, resenting her own foolishness. While the deceivers were indeed at fault, who could blame her for so readily placing her trust in others, believing that her roommate would never wish her harm? However, as Yumin endeavors to safeguard the last vestiges of her dignity, Li Zuozhua is intent on ruthlessly shattering it. In her quest to destroy Yumin, she is even willing to sacrifice the child within her womb to ensure a continual influx of newcomers to the village. Individuals like Su, when likely number 2 or 3. The one who obliterated her child's visage was deceived into joining them. She is a good mother, stronger than I. By disfiguring her face, those men would be less inclined to torment her. By tarnishing her virtue, her worth would diminish, and she would be dismissed. Yumin softly remarked that she could perpetually live freely under the guise of a maid. He Xiaoman was shaken to her core. It became evident that sometimes what one witnesses firsthand may not be the truth. No wonder, after regaining her senses, Ruan Shixiang sought her mother everywhere. I will continue to target you. I could relinquish all my wealth if you assist me in ruining Li Zuozhua's face or rendering her barren. I desire her to remain a maid, unable even to indulge in the pleasures of a promiscuous woman. Yumin was somewhat agitated, her words jumbled, yet He Xiaoman immediately grasped Yumin's meaning. It turned out that her harassment and vexation were deliberately crafted for the eyes of others. The more Yumin tormented her, the more Li Zuozhua would feign kindness before her, provoking Yumin's ire further. Within the entire village, apart from those men seeking to vent their frustrations, few would pay Yumin any heed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, despite Yumin's relentless targeting, Li Zuozhua would not only strive to be amiable, but also maintain a less defensive stance. As for why Yumin chose He Xiaoman, it stemmed from her identity as a Huagua citizen and the trust that Sai Yianxin placed in her. He Xiaoman refrained from speaking, as the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. Unfortunately, the heavy burden of pregnancy rendered her movements clumsy, which He Xiaoman perceptively detected. You cannot humiliate me in such a manner. We are all Huagua citizens, and I am not merely your servant. He Xiaoman instantly embraced her role, holding her breath for a few seconds before her cheeks flushed crimson, her expression filled with indignation. Yumin's eyes reflected a fleeting moment of astonishment, before she abruptly overturned the trash bin that He Xiaoman had previously tidied, exclaiming sharply, "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Do you believe that with just a word from me saying I have a stomachache, Sai Yianxin would not punish you?" With barely audible knocks at the door, Li Zuozhua, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh my, what is happening? Xiaoman, please do not be angry. Can you consider my feelings? Since we are all Huagua citizens, please do not make things difficult for Xiaoman, all right?" After saying this, she awkwardly bent down, her visibly pregnant body struggling to assist with the overturned trash bin, showing no concern for the mess. She simply helped sweep with a broom before retching and crouching down. Such skillful maneuvering. With each word and action, she achieved multiple objectives seamlessly, inciting Yumin's fury while successfully garnering He Xiaoman's favor, all without exerting herself in the least. He Xiaoman suddenly realized that perhaps Lan Pai was indeed comprised of good people. Even Lu Hongtao and Jian Tonglu were entirely candid, displaying their integrity and sincerity. Particularly, Lu Hongtao generously sent his hard-earned savings to her, in stark contrast to the seemingly agreeable Li Zuozhua, who secretly plotted against her. Yumin vehemently cursed Li Zuozhua and also unleashed a torrent of invectives upon He Xiaoman, who feared that Li Zuozhua might once again feign a miscarriage and place the blame on Yumin. Thus, she supported Yumin out of her room. In truth, we were once the closest of roommates, sharing an unbreakable bond. Li Zuozhua, with tears brimming in her eyes, sorrowfully remarked, "Oh, perhaps Li Zuozhua has forgotten that iron can rust, and she proves to be even more susceptible to tarnishing." Chapter 47. The birth of a certain king. 12. Do not hold it against her. The old Yumin was not like this. Ever since, sigh. If you are truly angry, direct your ire at me. After all, I was once her dearest confidant. Iron juice, if you speak thus. I fear you shall soon be consumed by rust. He Xiaoman felt a surge of nausea. In the contrasting narratives, she chose to believe Yumin, not because her tale seemed more authentic, nor due to any promises of favor, but rather because, to a homeowner who already possessed a property in this universe, referred to as the supreme realm in the bulletin board, money in this world bore little distinction from currency in a game. After all, She was someone who could earn hundreds of thousands simply by completing a task. Subjective assumptions can be perilous for a homeowner who is destined to engage in myriad tasks and interact with a diverse array of species. Xiaoman has taken the time to contemplate the means by which a homeowner can survive, having previously pondered these questions during her life. The insights that aid her judgment are predominantly derived from Cai Yanjin, Wan Shixiang, and even the bearded man. The myriad of their subtle actions and remarks have served as crucial evidence, providing Xiaoman with significant references to bolster her faith in Yumin. For instance, her inadvertent display of sympathy towards Wan Shixiang, despite Cai Yanjin's sardonic jibes, is noteworthy. Later, Cai Yanjin allowed her to make a free phone call home, a gesture that entailed a certain degree of risk. Although the bearded man had previously issued veiled warnings to Xiaoman, indicating that both law enforcement and the military are often powerless in such remote locales, she could only acquiesce to the circumstances. However, what if Xiaoman, relying on her rudimentary geographical knowledge, were to deduce her current location and subsequently relay information towards Huagua? Such an act might not bring any trouble to Xingfu village. Yet her recklessness could inadvertently implicate Cai Yanjin. After being harmed by her own mother, Wan Shixiang's first instinct upon awakening was to seek out her mother. Initially, Xiaoman perceived this child as pitiable, overly filial, and naively devoted to the one who bore her. Yet, reality has proven that Wan Shixiang's instincts were indeed correct. Indeed, certain matters are subjective. Perspectives are often shaped by one's circumstances. For someone like Li Zuozhua, Wan Shixiang's mother may appear utterly foolish. Not only did she jeopardize her own daughter's chance to relish life in a state of leisure and prosperity, but she also met a grim fate, reduced to a tragic end without a resting place. Such foolishness is astounding. However, her decision to endanger Yumin using the fragile life within her and her own health is equally misguided, is it not? Xiaoman firmly believes that vengeance must be predicated on one's own safety. Inflicting harm while suffering equal losses does not constitute true retribution. It is merely a mutual destruction. Thus, in the presence of the easily provoked Daqin Li Zuozhua, Xiaoman maintains a demeanor of respectful discourse, remaining humble and reasonable. As a mere maid, she dares not provoke her Daqin master. You are in Daqin, after all. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now that I have become a maid, I must prioritize the customs of Daqin. With a face full of trepidation, she lowered her gaze. That bearded man is quite terrifying. Those who disobey are cast into the cesspool to become fertilizer. I am afraid. Li Zuozhua chuckled lightly. He may look fierce, but he is actually quite amiable. As you spend more time with him, you will come to understand. Leaning her weight against Xiaoman, Li Zuozhua gazed upwards at the sky, where large, fluffy clouds drifted closer and then receded. Each cloud resembled the other, yet possessed its own unique character. Surrounding the village were towering betel nut trees, which she initially mistook for coconut palms upon her arrival. And those flowers, strikingly beautiful, yet almost otherworldly, beneath the azure sky and billowing white clouds. Amidst a boundless sea of blossoms, she believed she had discovered her love. Her foreign boyfriend, both gentle and handsome, was also a scion of wealth from a distant land, fulfilling her every whimsical dream of an ideal partner. As a child, she had often fantasized about transforming her Cinderella-like existence, envisioning a life where the prince and princess resided in a lavish palace, indulging in a life devoid of shame. While half of her wish had come true without the opulent palace, she indeed found herself living a life unrestrained by modesty. It seems the fairy tales were nothing but illusions. If fairy tales could deceive her, then so could Soen. Why should she not deceive others in turn? Do not fear, dear Xiaoman, for this is the village of happiness, a place where many flock in search of joy. Just look at how blissfully everyone lives. Twice a month, helicopters deliver supplies to us, and with sufficient wealth, one can procure anything one desires. Despite our appearances as unseemly matronly figures, our cosmetics, clothing, and accessories are predominantly luxury brands. The only lament is our inability to leave the village, to travel the world, dine at Michelin-starred restaurants, or stroll along Fifth Avenue and the Champs, Lycées. As an educated modern woman, have you not pondered the crucial link in the financial chain that sustains the entire village of happiness, a link conspicuously absent from everyone's awareness? Whether cultivating those exotic flowers or perpetually birthing children, neither can maintain the glaringly incongruous happiness that the village presents. Self-deception may be tolerable, but to harbor the delusion of deceiving others is another matter entirely. He Xiaoman smirked coldly within, yet maintained a charming smile on her face. A fundamental quality that every proficient frontline salesperson must possess. After supporting Li Zuozua and basking under the sun for a while, she tidied up the room and arranged 2 branches of camellia, tailored to Li Zuozua's taste, complemented by elegantly matched everlasting flowers and sprinkled with gypsophila. A beautifully arranged floral display can significantly enhance the aesthetic of a room, reflecting the owner's taste and uplifting the spirits of a pregnant woman. Li Zuozua's room was vibrant and sunlit, yet this woman harbored a heart full of despair. Xiaoman, Xiaoman. Only her fellow maid, Sister E, could call her that. The Qin Yuman is throwing a fit. You should go check on her. After offering Li Zuozua an apologetic smile, Sister E turned away. With a worried expression, Li Zuozua urged, "You should hurry, don't make her angrier." Such steadfast sisterhood, always placing blame on Yuman. He Xiaoman hurried into Yuman's room, and as the door closed behind her, the unmistakable sound of shattered porcelain echoed from within. How foolish Yuman was, tormenting herself and others. Li Zuozua extended her delicate, pampered hand towards the sunlight. Her nails of vibrant red, perfectly manicured. To live this way for a lifetime seemed delightful, rewards for childbirth, and after giving birth. A line of suitors eagerly awaiting her attention. What bliss! Another day had arrived with the clock striking 3, as the sound of slurping noodles filled the air. From the astonishment akin to the magic of Master Lu Qian to the delightful indulgence in a bowl of cold noodles, Yumin required less than a minute to set aside her inquiries about the origin of this dish. The longing for the flavors of her homeland consumed her thoughts. As the cool, sweet, and tangy noodles graced her palate, tears streamed down Yumin's cheeks unexpectedly. The taste was both sour and sweet, yet distinctly different from the tepid variety she had encountered here. She believed she would never again savor such cold noodles in her lifetime. He Xiaoman's eyes also glistened with moisture. She had never witnessed anyone who could weep so fervently while simultaneously devouring noodles, even finishing the broth. In that moment, He Xiaoman was reminded of Lu Ruoying's character in No Country for Old Men. At that time, she portrayed a pregnant woman who, upon receiving news of her longtime partner's demise, continued to savor BJ roasted duck, her mouth smeared with sweet bean sauce, reminiscent of the current scene before her, where Yumin appeared quite disheveled, her cheeks round and full. The braised beef and egg resembled the cold noodles from Zeta, both in appearance and taste, evoking the essence of summer, utterly delicious. Will there be more tomorrow? Due to the generous addition of chili oil, Yumin's lips appeared a vibrant red. Had it not been for Li Zuozhua's earlier interference, she would have relished this bowl of cold noodles long ago. He Xiaoman's audacity to perform this act of sharing food before Yumin stemmed from the overwhelming hatred Yumin harbored towards Li Zuozhua. This girl lived on, waiting for the conclusion of Li Zuozhua's story, unable to close her eyes until she witnessed the tragic downfall of such a person. It is evident that Li Zuozhua is indeed an iron sister of Yumin, as her simple actions have shattered all of Yumin's hopes. Yet she manipulates Yumin's hatred towards her, perpetuating a cycle of mutual torment. The lower the limits, the fewer the restraints. Thus, the seemingly thorny Yumin endures more suffering than the ever-innocent Li Zuozhua. Of course, to outsiders, Yumin appears to be a tempestuous and unapproachable individual, harboring malicious thoughts. She caused her close friend's miscarriage and remains consumed by resentment, while the frail Li Zuozhua is left to comfort her. After a bowl of cold noodles completely wins Yumin over, her frigid armor melts away before He Xiaoman, allowing her to unveil many grievances. Perhaps He Xiaoman sympathizes with this girl, betrayed by her roommate and confidant, prompting her to ask a rather pointless question. If you could leave this place now, what would you do about the child in your womb? Abort it. The 2 words are spoken with resolute clarity, devoid of emotion. He Xiaoman internally sighs. Indeed, such a response is characteristic of Yumin. In truth, if the roles were reversed, He Xiaoman might make a similar choice. Unlike Li Zuozhua, who capitulates to fate, Yumin opts to work as a maid, earning a meager living. Even when thrust into such a predicament, she refuses to succumb to despair, unafraid of hardship, dirt, or exhaustion, diligently saving money in anticipation of regaining her freedom. It is Li Zuozhua and the men of the village who compel her to endure this current existence, stripping her of all hope. Thus, Yumin harbors a profound disdain for this place and all its inhabitants. Once she departs, she will choose to erase all traces left by this place, including the child she loathes, for she is not a masochist, enduring torment while also assisting in raising someone else's offspring. He Xiaoman left the house with her head hung low. The progress she had longed for had finally arrived, to resolve the conflict between the Ghost King and his daughter. The symptoms of her discomfort, stemming from the unfamiliarity of the environment, surged forth on the 5th day of her arrival at Happiness Village. Saiyan Qin granted her a half-day leave, as Ruan Shixiang and her mother had officially commenced their duties. He Xiaoman's perception of Saiyan Qin had undergone a complete transformation. This seemingly cold and avaricious doctor had altered the fate of Ruan Shixiang's mother with a single sentence. She was in need of personnel, of maids. Yet the girls earning a living effortlessly under Dujimin were reluctant to toil for a meager wage, and no newcomers had graced the village for quite some time. Thus, Ruan Shiyuan, along with her daughter Ruan Shixiang, became Saiyan Qin's new recruits, albeit without any salary, destined to labor for Saiyan Qin until their demise. I do not harbor idlers. If your worth is less than a pile of fertilizer, I shall instruct them to dispose of you. Saiyan Qin's voice remained devoid of warmth. Yet He Xiaoman had learned to filter it out, including the same frigid admonitions she directed towards herself during her moments of respite. He Xiaoman had no alternative. She must engage in conversation with the Ghost King, for without doing so, this aimless task would remain an enigma, leaving her at a loss on how to proceed. Even though the relationship with Sion has somewhat eased, He Xiaoman remains cautious. After all, a doctor is merely an employee, possessing slightly more authority than mere servants like them. Left with no choice, He Xiaoman and Yu Min staged this little performance. Even before transforming into a mischievous child, this individual was already insufferable. The unfortunate Ghost King, having failed in his progression, is now throwing tantrums at his own mother. She wants to kill me. He Xiaoman rolls her eyes at the stone, which incessantly mutters this phrase with no means of communication. Forget Yu Min, I wish to eliminate you as well. Can't we communicate properly? You clearly know who your mother is, yet you refuse to reveal it, forcing me to guess endlessly. If it weren't for that day when He Xiaoman asked Yu Min how she would treat the child in her womb if she could leave, triggering a task on the bulletin board, she would still be searching for the answer. Which one is your mother? Chapter 49, The Birth of a Certain King. Abortion, abortion, abortion. Before He Xiaoman, the stone continues to bounce around, seemingly unafraid of shattering itself. In its first life, the Ghost King was a small lord from a marquisate. His mother was the eldest daughter of the minister's family, and his grandfather was a cousin of the emperor and a prominent minister in court. His father was the heir to the marquisate, so the firstborn girl was directly granted the title of a small lord by the emperor. At the age of 5, the little lord's mother became pregnant again. One day, the little lord's cousins came to visit, and unfortunately, the little lord fell into the water. He Xiaoman sighed deeply, for indeed, art is derived from life. Without a doubt, it must be my cousin's doing, with the intent to harm the unborn brother of the young lord. The Ghost King lamented, I have lost all sense of storytelling satisfaction. On her way, the mother fell, and although the young lord was rescued, the child in her womb was lost, leaving her unable to conceive again. Soon, the father of the heir took a secondary wife, and the family joyfully welcomed 2 more sons, living harmoniously. The secondary wife would frequently bring her child to pay respects to the mother. Yet the young lord could not comprehend why his mother always wept. One day, the secondary wife visited again, speaking in a manner that was difficult to understand. The mother, in anguish, cried out for them to leave. As the secondary wife approached the door, she deliberately fell, wailing that the mother had pushed her. He Xiaoman muttered to herself, she pushed the empress she pushed the empress she. The Ghost King interjected, can you speak in human terms? Thus, it was only natural for the heir to divorce his wife, or for the lady of the house to succumb to illness, while the secondary wife was elevated amidst congratulations. The young lord, either smothered by overindulgence or crushed into submission, ultimately became a pawn in familial alliances, leading a life of tragedy. The tale concludes. It is indeed a classic story of a harem Ghost King. The Ghost King remarked, you are leaving no room for online writers. Come, take the pen and write. The lady of the air devoted herself to piety, praying day and night before the Buddha, or laboring over embroidery. For her skills in needlework were unmatched among the noble ladies of the capital. Thus, the family turned a blind eye. The embroideress also required monthly payments, which were gladly provided without cost. At long last, the day awaited by the young lady of the house for over 2 years arrived. The howling northern winds swiftly carried the flames from her courtyard to engulf the entirety of the marquis's residence. No one comprehended how she achieved this feat single-handedly. In the span of a single night, the Marquis's estate was consumed by fire, leaving almost no survivors aside from a few inconsequential servants. The ghostly king's singular experience of being reborn as a human abruptly ceased at the tender age of 10. Xiaoman was astounded by the sheer audacity of such an act, which left no opportunity for regret for anyone, including herself. This was undoubtedly something Yumin would do. By dragging an entire family into the grave, she not only avenged herself but also spared her clan from disgrace, albeit at an exorbitant cost. Subsequently, the tragic tale of the ghostly king's existence began as she attempted rebirth multiple times, never succeeding in returning to the mortal realm. Each attempt either ended in a miscarriage or was thwarted by a clandestine faction reminiscent of a harem's abortion squad. Xiaoman suddenly understood. No wonder she erupted in anger upon hearing Yumin mention abortion. It was a lingering resentment rooted in past lives. Times have changed. In earlier days, abortion might have been considered an unforgivable act, and that remains true today. However, societal decline and the prevailing environment, coupled with the naivety of youth, have rendered abortion at times a tragic remedy. She recalled how, after watching a certain film, Changjin endlessly lamented, questioning the state of society today. Whether in ancient or modern times, be it films or television, it seems one cannot genuinely claim to possess a romantic narrative without referencing the act of abortion. Perhaps the titles could be more candid, such as To Abort, The Aborted You, That Year of Abortions, or The Harem of Abortions. In modern contexts, when your mother mentions abortion, it does not necessarily imply a desire to terminate your existence. Rather, it may suggest that the timing is not yet ripe, as she may feel unprepared for your arrival, yearning for a nurturing home, abundant delicacies, and, well, an admirable father. Xiaoman attempts to reinterpret the words spoken by Yumin. Look how compassionate your mother is, upon witnessing the bond between other mothers and daughters. She wishes to use her own resources to assist them. How could she possibly lack love for her own child? As for her choice to embrace destruction in that lifetime, I believe she was indeed a devoted mother. To ensure your escape from that quagmire of a broken home, she bore the weight of all sins, annihilating the entire Ho residence. She loved you dearly. At this moment, the Ghost King was taken aback. Really? The Ghost King felt a disquieting sense that something was amiss. How could the hatred nurtured for so many years be misguided? Xiaoman nodded earnestly. Yes, your mother has shown you such kindness. If you continue to harbor resentment towards her, would that not be an act of ingratitude? Just observe the plethora of contemporary novels. Children left behind by their ex-wives seldom find happiness. Is that not the origin of the saying? With a stepmother comes a stepfather? The Ghost King's resentment deepened, leading her to believe that the issue lay within the maternal figure. Only the eldest daughter of the Yu family could fulfill the role of her mother. Thus, she could only wander the earthly realm in a state akin to that of an infant spirit, awaiting the arrival of the mother who had brought about her demise. Yet, the Ghost King never encountered the mother she both yearned for and loathed. Instead, through her obsession and resentment, she inadvertently began to cultivate a modicum of spiritual power. Consequently, she resolved to forego reincarnation, dedicating herself to relentless training. Her ambition was to evolve into the Ghost King, capable of descending to the underworld to seek out the Yama, scouring the ledger of life and death to locate her callous mother. She longed to question her about the reasons behind her fiery demise and why she had evaded her, refusing to grant her the gift of life, leaving her to languish in the mortal realm, enduring immense suffering. Xiaoman sensed the very stones inhabited by the Ghost King quiver slightly. I have forgotten how I managed to survive. Existence in this world is not solely reserved for humanity, but also encompasses spirits, demons, earthlings, devils, and malevolent entities. All sought to torment me, each desiring to devour me. I bore the wounds of their assaults, feeling an excruciating pain. I could only flee, the sunlight offering no refuge, while the chilling winds threatened to tear me apart. On numerous occasions, I narrowly escaped becoming a lowly malevolent spirit akin to a water monkey. Chapter 50. The Birth of a Certain King. Xiaoman began to comprehend that the Ghost King had merely existed in a daze during her first life until the age of 10. Moreover, after her mother fell from grace at the age of 5, she had been raised like wild grass, devoid of any understanding of human affairs. However, after wandering the world for countless years, coupled with the trauma of being burned by her own mother, and enduring multiple failed reincarnations before approaching the pinnacle of her cultivation, she had already suffered innumerable hardships. Consequently, this individual harbored deep resentment, displayed an eccentric temperament, and possessed an inherent distrust of all. The only advantage lies in the fact that, although this individual has been a ghost for many years, they have only been a person for a mere decade. By leveraging Xiaoman's more than 2 years of sales tactics, turning dead horses into living ones, and transforming living horses into mythical creatures, this extraordinary deception has, at long last, alleviated some of the resentment they harbored towards their own mother. The world has grown indifferent, and the moral fabric of society continues to decline. The plight of mortgage slaves is indeed arduous. She is merely a novice homeowner, yet to achieve any remarkable success, yearning to complete a couple of tasks in exchange for a better life. Why must it be so challenging? As she reflects on her arduous past, the small dark stone, concealing the ghost king, begins to faintly redden, gradually morphing into a deep crimson, with its tone becoming increasingly irate. Xiaoman instinctively seized the stone, almost throwing it away in a moment of panic. Fortunately, though she may not be exceptionally clever, her quick reflexes allowed her to grasp the icy stone tightly and bring it close to her eyes. Darling, do not be disheartened. Have you considered why all your family members from your first life have reincarnated, yet you cannot find your mother? Xiaoman asked earnestly. The stone fell silent for a moment before responding with a jolt. Isn't it simply because she never wished to see me, nor desired for me to be born into this world again? Xiaoman felt her fingers freezing into solid ice, her face on the verge of turning to iron, and questioned her own folly in holding onto this stone. In an attempt to warm it, how foolish could she be? The Ghost King suddenly sensed something amiss. Becoming even more agitated, you, a mere child, dare to call this king baby? You are the true baby. This king has lived for over 400 years, perhaps even 500, or maybe just over 200. In any case, I am older than you. The conversation took a turn. Xiaoman cleared her throat and said with a serious tone, what I truly wish to convey is that your mother, in her quest to grant you a second chance at life, bore the weight of all sins upon herself. She was merely an arsonist in the underworld. There are family rules and national laws. Do you truly believe that the officials of the netherworld would show leniency towards a sinner who has burned their entire family, including her own daughter? The stone gradually returned to its original azure hue, and the Ghost King, perplexed, inquired, is it true? If he had a physical form, one could imagine his face paling in terror, for Xiaoman noticed that the chill emanating from the stone had significantly diminished, its color struggling towards a more unpleasant shade. Do you now realize that you have misdirected your hatred? For all these years, while you indulged in a life of luxury along the South River, bullying spirits and claiming dominion, your mother has been suffering in the 18th level of hell. Oh my. The Ghost King suddenly erupted into a loud lament, his cries echoing through the heavens and weeping for himself. In that moment, he resembled a child overwhelmed by sorrow. And Xiaoman vividly imagined a little girl wailing with her mouth agape. Her mother has endured torment, true torment. She blames herself. And yet she has harbored resentment towards her mother, unjustly accusing her poor mother for so many years because of her crimes. Her mother is destined for the 4th layer of the Hell of Mirrors. Due to arson, she is condemned to the 6th layer of the Hell of Copper Pillars. For the betrayal of her husband, she is sentenced to the 8th layer of the Ice Mountain Hell, where she will suffer various tortures of fire and ice, ultimately cast into the hell of wrongful death, never to be reborn. Thus, one must not lie casually. After a grueling day of labor, Xiaoman realized that deceiving others does not equate to lying. There exists a significant distinction between salesmanship and deceit. She felt as though 1/3 of her brain cells had perished in the process. Sighing, she mused that after a couple more tasks of a similar nature, she could very well pen her own version of strange tales from a Chinese studio. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a stone leapt onto the ground, rolling and bouncing like an irregular glass marble. Xiaoman speculated that the Ghost King might be named Darabangba Bidi Bibu Long Hey. Hey, where are you off to? She called out, chasing after it. If someone were to discover a stone moving on its own, how would she explain it? To accompany my mother, the Ghost King replied, continuing onward with its bounces. Stop right there. Your mother is merely an ordinary modern girl who has lost her memories. Do you think she would be delighted to accept you, a stone, as her daughter, or would she smash you and scream ghost? Perhaps it was due to the time they had spent together that Xiaoman could sense the Ghost King's frustration, revealing that in certain respects, it was still a child. After much effort to pacify the Ghost King, she seized the opportunity to prepare herself a bowl of cold noodles. To be honest, everything was satisfactory except for the food. especially the work meals provided to the servants, which he Xiaoman simply could not acclimate to. Each day, they primarily served mixed rice, with dishes predominantly featuring curry or fried items. Occasionally, they would prepare vegetables, but they were either sour or sweet, and most of the food was greasy, leaving her puzzled about the culinary origins. Yumin once remarked that there exists a dessert called paluda, which, while somewhat palatable, can quickly become cloying with excessive indulgence. After persuading the Ghost King to remain dutifully in his chamber, safeguarding her formidable cleaver, her roommate entered, balancing a tray laden with delicacies. He Xiaoman joined her hands in gratitude, yet inwardly lamented, "Had I known, I would have abstained from that bowl of noodles." Under the earnest gaze of her roommate, reminiscent of a concerned mother, could she truly declare that she was satiated and not at all hungry? As she reclined on her bed, limbs sprawled and breathless, he Xiaoman felt akin to a frog turned upside down, as if she were so overstuffed that her mouth could scarcely close. Chapter 51. The birth of a certain king. What plagued her was not solely the discomfort of overindulgence. It was the fact that the bulletin board had once again updated the task progress just as she concluded her dialogue with the Ghost King. Oh, were it not for the presence of that maid from the same dormitory, he Xiaoman would have truly lost her mind. She had assumed that locating the Ghost King's mother would suffice to complete her task, yet unbeknownst to her, this fellow had now attached himself to her, effectively elevating her role to that of a caretaker and bodyguard. Why had she, in her naivety, posed that question to Yumin? Glancing down at her protruding belly, he Xiaoman felt tears welling in her eyes. Could it truly be the result of her overindulgence? Just as she wallowed in her infinite self-recrimination, a sudden flicker of light captured her attention, and the bulletin board illuminated once more. Ever since the Ghost King had transformed into a mischievous child, it seemed her bulletin board was destined to evolve into a whimsical system. The Ghost King, no matter how playful, appeared to be exceedingly generous. Indeed, remarkably so. He Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the long string of numbers, tears of emotion streaming down her cheeks. Su analyzed the extensive timeline of this task, and he Xiaoman's eyes shone with brilliance. Goodness, the Ghost King was determined to construct a genuine villa for her single-handedly. Instantly, he Xiaoman felt invigorated, filled with positivity. Who am I? I am he Xiaoman. What is my purpose? To serve as the Ghost King's bodyguard. Not merely a bodyguard, but also a caretaker, a security guard, a protector, an insurance, a safeguard, a guarantee, maintaining distance, and ensuring medical care outside detention. In short, I am committed to completing the task. As long as Xiaoman has a reward in her sights, she will protect whatever is needed. Bright and early the next morning, he Xiaoman, almost sleepless with excitement, ventured forth with dark circles under her eyes, bursting with enthusiasm to embrace the new day's work. She believed that the crux of resolving the conflict between the Ghost King and Yumin, the mother-daughter pair from a past life, lay with the Ghost King. Who could have anticipated that the originally irritable and unreasonable Ghost King would, upon closer acquaintance, reveal himself to be akin to a mischievous child of merely 10 years? Indeed, there was a hint of mischief, yet he possessed the innocence of a child, easily appeased. With her confidence in successfully completing the task soaring, he Xiaoman could never have imagined that her mission would encounter a snag with Yumin simultaneously. She silently rejoiced for having exercised caution the day before, refraining from rushing in with the Ghost King for a live reunion with Yumin. He Xiaoman could scarcely fathom the calamity that would ensue if the Ghost King were to hear Yumin's unwavering declaration of the necessity for an abortion during such an emotionally charged mother-daughter reunion. Having spent nearly a week together, he Xiaoman believed she had gained a certain understanding of Yumin coupled with the Ghost King's retelling of Yumin's past life. It was evident that the young lady was a woman of fiery passion. The Ghost King, however, was still somewhat naive, failing to comprehend why a devoted mother would suddenly turn to ancient scriptures and prayer, nor why she would toil selflessly as an embroideress for the Marquis household. The devastating fire that obliterated the entire family was undoubtedly aided by the howling northern winds, which not only fueled the flames but also concealed the sounds of destruction. Yet, the lamp oil played an indispensable role in this calamity. From the distant past to the modern era in which he Xiaoman resided, she could scarcely fathom how a woman could gradually expend her efforts to hoard such oil. Nevertheless, she was certain that this incident involved accelerants and substances akin to various incendiaries. Otherwise, the tragedy leaving no survivors among the direct descendants of the Marquis would not have occurred. In this lifetime, Yumin's fiery nature remained unchanged. Lizwa scorned Yumin, accusing her of feigning purity. What are you pretending to be? A chaste woman? Aren't you just a worn-out piece of goods, trampled by thousands? Where's the evidence of your demise? You've also profited from the filthy money earned through your own disgrace. Why don't you treat it with disdain? Do you think of yourself as something special? Pa. Yu Min ignored her, instead addressing He Xiaoman. If I am to suffer at the hands of others, the fault lies with those who wronged me. Why should I sacrifice my life for those who have mistreated me? My life was given to me by my grandmother. Only she and the king of hell possessed the right to take it away, including myself. Thus, she would demand that money, refusing to let others benefit at her expense. Even if she felt no attachment to this world, living in a state of despair like a soulless automaton, she would never contemplate suicide. Such an act would betray the sacrifices her grandmother had made to raise her. He Xiaoman believed that with such profound affection, she could persuade Yu Min. However, she underestimated Yu Min's animosity towards those individuals. One does not comprehend the pain of a needle until it pierces flesh. He Xiaoman acknowledged that she had not fully considered this aspect. She had subjectively evaluated the situation from her own mission and the perspective of the Ghost King, assuming that Yu Min would easily accept the child growing within her. In truth, this was a form of moral coercion. The question of whether abortion is right or wrong has long been a contentious debate without a definitive answer. Some assert that it represents a life, and all beings in this world deserve compassion. Yet, even the caterpillar on a leaf is a life. Why then do you eliminate it with pesticides? However, humans are not mere insects. Yet, the harm inflicted by some individuals far exceeds that caused by countless insects. Many matters are not simply black and white. They depend on how situations unfold, how individuals exert control, and how the surrounding environment influences events. I will not bear a child for a rapist. Even if you could devise a way to rescue me from this village, the first thing I would do is terminate this pregnancy while it is still early. He Xiaoman stammered. But it also contains half of your blood. You. Haha. I never imagined you could be so naive. I ovulate every month. That too is half of a child's essence. Should I then commemorate each of the children I have lost each month? Life, blessed and anticipated, especially by the hopes and dreams of parents, embodies the very essence of a child's arrival into this world. When the entire world wishes for your demise, yet you stubbornly choose to enter this realm, it is not the joy of life but rather a man-made purgatory. Are you aware of the plight of Wan Churchill Yuan? Do you comprehend the depths of her malice towards her own child? I harbor a desire for all in this place to perish, this locale teeming with filth, depravity, and sin. I wish for it to be consumed entirely by a black hole. You have been here for over a week. Do you not find this place peculiar? Despite the multitude of inhabitants in the village, none engage in production. Can such extravagant expenses truly be supported solely by the pitiful trinkets procured from outside? In Sai Yinshin, there are 16 pregnant women, and it is generally the same. Yet, have you observed how many children exist in this village? Can you fathom where they have all gone? Chapter 52. The birth of a certain king. In truth, it was unnecessary for Yu Min to inquire. He Xiaoman had long recognized the oddities of this place. Indeed, those powerful drug lords maintain their own bodyguards, mercenaries, and some have even allied themselves with local forces, becoming de facto rulers. However, this does not encapsulate the root of He Xiaoman's trepidation since arriving at Happiness Village. Although she may not grasp the pricing of such commodities, those from the lower strata are acutely aware of the unspoken rules across various industries. The inflated prices of many goods often stem not from the items themselves, but from the channels through which they are sold. It's utterly laughable. Just observe the treatment of these pregnant women. The cost of bearing a child here is hardly less than that of those giving birth at home. What price must one pay for such a child? If there exists an industry in the realm of Happiness Village that is even more lucrative than the practices of intensive and extensive reading, what might it be? This delicate veil of pretense is something He Xiaoman, in her current state, would not dare to lift. A mere verbal expression of justice devoid of actionable resolve can only lead to one's own ruin. Therefore, there is no need to persuade me. I will not bear a child for such a terrifying villain, nor will I carry a child for 10 months only to offer them as a sacrifice. Just as I have done previously, I will ensure that, at the appropriate moment, I do not implicate others in the loss of a child. This is the greatest act of compassion I can offer myself and my child. A sacrifice? For whom? The mountain god, perhaps? Upon witnessing her expression, Yu Min nodded knowingly. He Xiaoman found herself at a loss for words. Now she comprehended entirely. Surely, Wan Shiqian must have also uncovered some truth. There are those who have grown up safely. Yet upon maturation, the males have become beasts, while the females have turned into debased individuals. Wan Shiqian could no longer bear the agony of her daughter potentially vanishing at any moment, and thus resolved to utterly destroy her. A gruesome act of a mother that signifies no creation without destruction. The very air in this place is nauseating. I once attempted to set it ablaze, but regrettably, both my attempts failed. Yumin seemed to recall something, shuddering involuntarily. Do not provoke Guo Tuanchin, the one with the bushy beard. I sense. As the two were engaged in conversation, the door was suddenly pushed open, and someone strode in with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Huagua's little beauty, come to unpack." He intentionally emphasized the latter part, anxious that Yi Xiaoman might miss the underlying implications. Yi Xiaoman could distinctly sense that Yumin, who seemed fearless, shivered slightly, remaining silent as she obediently followed the bearded man outside. With Daqin no longer in the room, Yi Xiaoman had no reason to linger, so she stepped out and awaited further instructions from the others. At that moment, the room was nearly empty. The expectant mothers were chattering away in the hall as they rummaged through packages to collect their deliveries. The quantity of parcels this time was relatively small, thus they were transported by livestock rather than helicopters. In the ensuing hours, Yi Xiaoman found herself quite occupied. A Daqin, approximately 6 months along, had suffered a miscarriage. The infant, a male, was born with a dark purple hue and let out a couple of cries before succumbing to silence. The father, tall and robust with high cheekbones and brownish-yellow skin, bore a resemblance to an Indian. This individual was the partner of Sister Yi. Before Sister Yi could offer solace to the grieving parent, the frail mother unexpectedly seized the tiny lifeless body from the pool of blood and hurled it at Sister Yi, causing her to scream and collapse onto the floor. The infant's delicate arm broke upon impact, contorting in an unnatural angle behind its back, while its neck twisted painfully, eyes tightly shut as if enduring endless agony. The mother shouted a torrent of obscenities that Yi Xiaoman could not comprehend. Once Sister Yi regained her composure, she hurriedly rose from the ground, bowing repeatedly in apologetic gestures towards the Daqin. The woman approached with heavy, light brown hands, striking Sister Yi across the face twice. Just as she raised her hand for another blow, she was halted by Qian. The woman cast a fierce glare at Qian, feeling resentful that her recovery depended on the physician. Ultimately, she swallowed her indignation. Qian requested Yi Xiaoman to assist in transporting the woman on a stretcher to her quarters. Yi Xiaoman sensed the cold, unyielding doctor was seething with anger and refrained from engaging in further conversation. Sister Yi walked out from the room, arms crossed, her expression one of profound anguish. Yi Xiaoman felt a heaviness in her chest. What did her earlier words signify? Sister Yi paused. Only after a moment did she comprehend Yi Xiaoman's inquiry. With a hint of disdain, she replied, she was cursing that child, questioning why it did not perish sooner. This was due to the village's custom that a child, if born normally and surviving beyond 3 days, would entitle the family to a reward nearing 7 million. Sister Yi's punishment stemmed from Daqin's belief that she had neglected the child, branding her an ill-fated woman. Ironically, this was merely an outburst from an Indian woman. Yet by the following day, Sister Yi found herself relegated to the same lowly status as Wan Shiqian, even beneath the maids. Reluctant to have Sister Yi attend to her, the expectant mothers left her with no choice but to exchange jobs with Majimi. Throughout the day, Yi Xiaoman felt a persistent sense of unease. The image of the tiny infant, eyes shut tight, with a fractured arm and skull, haunted her thoughts. In the evening, the Indian woman desired to summon Yi Xiaoman to attend to her, but Yi Xiaoman feigned ignorance. The door to Yumin's room swung open, and with a sullen expression, she forcefully slammed a tea tray in front of Yi Xiaoman. Subsequently, she struck a pose resembling a teapot and vociferously cursed Yi Xiaoman in Burmese. Observing Yi Xiaoman's bewildered and vacant expression, Yumin scolded her in Mandarin. You only know how to shirk your responsibilities. Are you oblivious to your own status? You despicable creature who only recognizes money. Come here and give me a head massage. The Indian woman was far from foolish. She had discerned that Yumin was indirectly criticizing her. However, she did not perceive Yumin as defending Yi Xiaoman. Everyone was well aware of Yumin's notorious temper. Her anger stemmed merely from the public undermining of her authority. Li Zuozhui gently approached the Indian woman to offer her apologies, as if she were Yumin's official spokesperson. Yumin, still grumbling, retreated into her room, with Yi Xiaoman trailing behind her. Quickly, bring me a bowl of cold noodles, Yumin demanded, relishing the moment without an ounce of courtesy. Truly, she was a woman capable of giving birth to a demon king. She was neither curious about the origins of Xiaoman's demeanor, nor did she pry into her identity. In fact, upon realizing that she would have to coexist with Yumin for several years due to task obligations, Xiaoman felt a twinge of regret for having once compassionately prepared her a bowl of cold noodles. Initially, she had thought they were merely fleeting acquaintances, destined to cross paths in the vastness of the mortal realm, leaving no traces behind. After the task, Xiaoman becomes a worker in the universe of her own making, while Yumin embraces her role as the mother of the Ghost King. Even if they are aware of each other's names, what significance does it hold? How many Xiaomans exist in this world, and how many Yumins? Ultimately, their attempts to assist one another led her to inadvertently bring the person into her own home. It is a situation devoid of alternatives. Who could blame Xiaoman for her insatiable greed? With such a plethora of rewards already at hand, the thought of fulfilling the Ghost King's wishes is tantalizing. No, such thoughts must be quelled. They leave one salivating. Muttering a spell with a hint of embarrassment, she conjures forth a bowl of savory cold noodles before Yumin. The dish features 5 exquisitely thin slices of marinated beef, equally delicate slices of tomato and apple, a wedge of lemon, half a soft-boiled duck egg, and a sprinkling of vibrant cilantro leaves. The rim of the bowl is adorned with a circle of fragrant, spicy chili oil, and Yumin can't help but swallow hard in anticipation. Indeed, nothing is more tempting than food for a pregnant woman. Xiaoman observes her with amusement, contemplating whether to leverage this moment to persuade her into agreeing to bear the Ghost King. I have an opening. If you consent, I can take you to my home where I will provide you with an array of delectable dishes, and you may stay for as long as you desire. Seemingly afraid of anyone snatching her noodles away, Yumin devours her meal with gusto, displaying no concern for her demeanor, and with a mouth full of noodles, she mumbles, "I agree, but childbirth is off the table." Xiaoman's forehead furrows with 3 lines of exasperation. Why was she not as astute when facing Li Zuozuo's deceptions? Speaking distasteful words while others relish their meal is a rather ungracious act, and so Xiaoman opts for silence. However, Xiaoman did not directly persuade Yumin to keep the fetus. Instead, she recounted a tale about the esteemed daughter of the Shangshu mansion, Miss Yu. Perhaps due to a lingering fragment of a past life, when Xiaoman spoke of the Demon King repeatedly reincarnating only to face torment, teetering on the brink of annihilation, Yumin wept uncontrollably, her body trembling with sorrow. She could not comprehend the depth of her grief, nor why her heart felt as though it were being mercilessly twisted by a knife. In truth, I came here solely to assist this unfortunate child in finding her estranged mother and to rekindle their connection. Yumin looked up at Xiaoman. So that Miss Yu is indeed me, correct? And the Demon King, whose soul would perish if I do not acquiesce, is my child, is it not? Xiaoman nodded. Yet, I implore you, do not mention the notion of soul annihilation, for your child, much like yourself, possesses an indomitable pride and would rather compel others with incentives than to accept pity. Thus far, Xiaoman had realized that her bulletin board merely served to filter suitable task objectives and tasks within her current capabilities, without establishing any contact with the task subjects. As for the subsequent rewards, it seemed that the housing system had its own evaluative criteria. Therefore, neither Yuan Duong nor Lu Sezhu was aware that, while Xiaoman had aided them, she had also reaped considerable benefits for herself. Currently, the interaction with the Ghost King is quite pleasant, yet the future of their relationship remains uncertain. At present, the Ghost King is aware that Xiaoman possesses an extraordinary kitchen knife and is even cognizant of certain secrets within her bedroom. However, other Ghost Kings remain oblivious to these matters. The housing system is a closely guarded secret of Xiaoman, the foundation upon which she builds her existence and navigates the world, and she is not inclined to share it with anyone just yet. The notion that the Ghost King might be utterly dismayed is merely a rumor circulating in the bulletin. She has not disclosed this to Xiaoman. Hence, Xiaoman must ensure that Yumin does not let anything slip. Yumin readily agreed this time, but after her consent, she countered with a question, "What role do you play in this matter? Don't tell me you are merely a diligent student following Lei Feng's exemplary model. You are not that benevolent." "Well, I naturally have my own benefits. So you are the one benefiting while being coerced?" Xiaoman continued to nod. This created an awkward tension. What was once a profoundly emotional connection between the Ghost King and her daughter turned into an atmosphere so uncomfortable that Xiaoman felt an urge to etch a 2-bedroom apartment into the ground with her toes. After all, having shared 2 bowls of cold noodles, She felt reluctant to press her further. Regardless, she acknowledges that she owes this to Yumin. Yet since Yumin has gained advantages that prompted her to take such risks in coming here, it would be profoundly unfair if Xiaoman allowed her to proceed too easily. Thus, she has two requests. In addition to the prior agreement to assist her in seeking vengeance, she desires Yumin to incinerate this den of iniquity. Xiaoman was rendered speechless. In both past and present, Miss Yu has shown an unwavering obsession with the idea of becoming an arsonist. Suddenly, a sense of unease regarding her opulent residence enveloped her. The current fire safety rating of the homeowner's abode was deemed average, with the bedroom classified as acceptable. In this universe, average equated to a state where ordinary flames were incapable of causing destruction. The 10 varieties of fire in existence, such as thunderous fire, earthly flames, enigmatic fire, ethereal fire, heartwood fire, blazing fire, luminous earth fire, gold-consuming fire, water fire, and the fire of the 9 suns, were the only forces potent enough to incinerate. Yet, even the most formidable of these flames would find it impossible to consume a bedroom adorned with specialized construction materials. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of igniting your residence. She reassured. Xiaoman finally grasped the situation. She had become so accustomed to conversing with herself that she inadvertently vocalized her innermost thoughts. No wonder the announcement board's explanation had appeared so abruptly. The task progress had not been updated. Thus, Xiaoman understood that this was not a prerequisite for completion. Indeed, moments later, Yumin remarked, I realized that this demand may seem excessive for a solitary girl like you. She lowered her gaze, her voice suddenly softening. This place makes me feel tainted. I do not wish for such feelings to extend to the baby. Perhaps I have been too hard on you. Forget about seeking vengeance for Li Zuozua. Let us simply find a place to start anew with the baby. At the very least, I have family once more. Chapter 54. The Birth of a Certain King No. A youthful girl's voice rang out suddenly, and the door swung open automatically, with a series of thuds. A stone resembling a dark, smooth pebble bounded into the room, accompanied by the sound of marbles clattering across the wooden floor. As the two women stood in bewilderment, the door swiftly closed once more, and the stone leaped high into the air again. Xiaoman instinctively reached out her hand, only to grasp at emptiness. The stone did not fall, but instead hovered in midair, seemingly confronting Yumin. Although Yumin possessed remarkable adaptability and quickly accustomed herself to the surreal sight after a fleeting moment of astonishment, the stone, capable of both opening and closing doors, defied the laws of gravity. Yumin was utterly bewildered, feeling as if the stone harbored a pair of eyes that gazed at her with a sense of forlornness. Was this stone her child? She was no goddess of creation. Xiaoman felt as though she had intruded upon a couple on the verge of confessing their affections. Equally perplexed, the Ghost King, being a faceless stone, was even more bewildered. 3 expressions of confusion lingered in the air, silence enveloping them to the extent that Xiaoman could hear her own heartbeat. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Xiaoman felt an urgent need for someone to speak. At such a moment, she wished the stone would respond, for it seemed like a stubborn donkey that, once sweetly coaxed, would lose its way. After an indeterminate period, Xiaoman felt that if she remained standing any longer, she would herself become a stone. At last, Yumin tremulously extended a hand, calling out, 1-1, 1-1. This was even more excessive than her own endearing term. Xiaoman braced herself for the Ghost King's wrath. The Ghost King's voice, delicate and plaintive, unexpectedly yielded to Yumin's touch, settling gently in her palm like a cat yearning for affection. Indeed, she must be a true mother. Given the urgency of their circumstances, as Xiaoman was always at the beck and call of Daqin, this mother-daughter duo did not linger for long. The Ghost King clarified the purpose of its voluntary manifestation. Whoever bullies my mother shall pay with their life. Since those misunderstandings have been resolved, in order to safely bring forth her own life, the mother is even willing to forgive those who have wronged her, illustrating that her actions were truly for her own sake. As a demon king, although she is yet to ascend, she is still on the brink of becoming one. How could she allow her long-suffering mother to bear the weight of humiliation for her sake? The moment the demon king uttered these words, the light purple text on the bulletin board nearly dazzled Xiaoman's eyes. Congratulations to the homeowner for triggering the 2-star hidden quest, Flower of Evil. A serene and peaceful village is often filled with discordant scenes. A land blooming with flowers emits a rotten scent. Who has compelled men to take up arms? Who has driven mothers to raise knives against their daughters? Why do some labor tirelessly for the same reward while others, who do not toil, bask in effortless victories? There is also a hidden quest. Moreover, He Xiaoman noted that this task had a 2-star rating. It is worth mentioning that despite her arduous journey and considerable risks taken to find a mother for the Demon King, she had not even managed to secure a single star for her previous quests. Could it be that such hidden quests are inherently rated? Due to the presence of the Demon King and her mother, He Xiaoman was unable to consult the bulletin board and could only engage in futile analysis within her mind. She surmised that if the quest was indeed a punishment for the Demon King's proactive desire for vengeance on behalf of her mother, then the key to unlocking this hidden task must lie with the Demon King herself. Thus, it was apparent that this quest would be perilous for her, a novice homeowner who had only recently completed 2 beginner tasks. But could she refuse? Yes, she could. At most, she could forego the rewards, as the bulletin board had not indicated any penalties for failing the task. Yet, He Xiaoman found herself unable to decline. Once the Ghost King and her daughter arrived, they intended to reside in her home. However, at a critical moment, He Xiaoman faltered, which could directly impact the subsequent rewards of her mission. Furthermore, He Xiaoman had previously consulted the bulletin board, which indicated that such a realm would not give rise to beings of the Ghost King's caliber. Thus, this failed ascendant Ghost King could be considered among the elite. Even if she were on the verge of dissipating, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. Accompanying such a formidable figure to unearth the malevolent flower would entail minimal risk of failure. At most, she would need to cling tightly to the Ghost King's leg, ensuring her own safety during crucial moments, as the Ghost King was undoubtedly secure and did not require He Xiaoman's concern. Initially, she planned to assist the Ghost King in locating her mother and then part ways amicably, but unexpectedly, this led to her inviting tenants into her home. Given the circumstances, it became imperative to foster a good relationship. Observing the Ghost King's deep concern for her mother, it was evident that Yu Min was playing the role of the protagonist. Thus, He Xiaoman needed to solidify their bond now, positioning herself as the Ghost King's mother's sole confidant and sister and the Ghost King's only aunt, setting aside other matters. If her numerous, petty relatives dared to exploit their hospitality in the future, she would simply close the door and unleash the Ghost King. Without resorting to violence or rebuke, she would allow the Ghost King to intimidate them with a mere glance. With a mischievous smile curling at her lips, He Xiaoman suddenly realized that having the Ghost King and her daughter as tenants might not be such a bad arrangement after all. Yu Min observed the suddenly indignant He Xiaoman and couldn't help but feel that something about her seemed different. Since revenge against Yu Min is imperative, it is certain that the 2 principal offenders, Li Zuozua and Suo Wen, will not be spared. However, Suo Wen is the sole son of the village chief, Wu Dantua, who has tacitly condoned all these events. Thus, this old wretch must also be dealt with. The bearded man, Gua Tuanxin, is but a shadow of his former self. He Xiaoman, fervently articulating her thoughts, attempts to steer the conflict towards the central figures. Frankly, it is no wonder this mission is dubbed the Flower of Evil. He Xiaoman perceives that there are few in the entire happy village who deserve to perish, whether it be the indiscriminate readers or Yu Min, who ambiguously suggested using children as sacrifices. These individuals are all accomplices. It is hardly surprising that Yu Min harbors a desire to incinerate this filthy den of iniquity. Therefore, He Xiaoman feels no pangs of conscience in manipulating the Ghost King to eliminate these people. However, the Ghost King interjects with a chilling remark that leaves He Xiaoman bewildered. What does it mean to be half dead? A body long deceased, yet infused with new life, inhabited by a wandering soul. He Xiaoman, utterly perplexed, wonders if he could speak plainly. The Ghost King responds, I apologize, but at present, I remain a ghost. That individual's corporeal form has long succumbed to death, while another soul occupies this body, a phenomenon akin to borrowing a corpse to return to life. Yet, this person fears not the sunlight, as everything appears normal. This is due to their absorption of a vitality that resonates with their own spirit. Concerned that the 2 unenlightened mortals might not comprehend this, Littlestone elaborated. Vitality is the last breath of a recently deceased individual, not yet transformed into a ghost. It embodies a blend of death and life. The living are afflicted by its presence, while the dead find solace in it. Chapter 55. The Birth of a Certain King. In essence, Gua Tuanxin is a peculiar amalgamation, a corpse infused with an unknown essence, combined with the lingering resentment of those who have recently passed in the village. He Xiaoman nodded, about to echo the sentiment. when the dark stone suddenly shimmered with an icy blue hue. Mother is so clever, just like that. He Xiaoman felt 3 strands of annoyance descend upon her forehead. Do you really need to start worshipping your mother before you even enter my womb? I guessed it too. Why not commend me? Yu Min, suddenly struck by a realization, shuddered. Wait, this fellow is actually a dead person? No wonder I feel so terrified of him. His eyes always seem to bore into me with an unsettling intensity. The floating stone abruptly fell with a soft thud to the ground. Yu Min quickly stepped forward to retrieve the small stone, gently brushing it off. Does it hurt? Don't overthink it. You are the only family that your mother will have in the future, and she will not fear you. Dear lady, do wake up. It hurts a little, yet this creature remains merely a stone. Yishaoan felt that if she lingered in this room any longer, she might suffocate from the overwhelming atmosphere. Having a daughter is quite impressive indeed. Ever since the rift between them was mended, the affection displayed by this mother-daughter duo is nothing short of infuriating. It transcends mere annoyance, bordering on an insufferable display of affection, causing immense emotional damage and insult. At this moment, Li Zuozhua, separated by merely 3 rooms, likely still perceives Yu Min as a mere plaything, one she can manipulate and control like a cat plays with a mouse. In truth, Yu Min has undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a girl into the formidable queen of ghosts, a paragon of power who could effortlessly take her life at any moment. Now an unattainable deity. Perhaps sensing the impending eruption of a sour lemon beside her, Yu Min bestowed upon He Xiaoman a tremulously gentle smile, uttering, by the way, Xiaoman, regarding the secrets of the village, you might inquire with Wan Shurqiu. Once, Guo Tuanqin had also approached me, proposing that I become his wife, claiming that if I acquiesced, he would ensure that Suo Wen would never bully me again. On one occasion, Wan Shurqiu witnessed our exchange, and seizing a moment of privacy, warned me sternly, never agree. It is better to endure Suo Wen's bullying than to accept Guo Tuanqin's so-called protection. In truth, Guo Tuanqin appeared far superior to Suan. Yet upon arriving in the village, I discovered that he was merely a counterfeit rich heir, adept at deceiving naive young girls. Given Wan Shurqiu's sudden and severe admonition towards her daughter at this juncture, I surmised that she must possess some crucial knowledge. He Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Ever since hearing Yu Min's account of the offerings, though perplexed as to how one becomes a sacrificial offering, I am aware that there are numerous legends in Hua country surrounding such matters. Works like Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West depict rituals involving sea and river sacrifices, and in certain regions, even bridge sacrifices, necessitating the preparation of 3 livestock and, at times, young boys and girls as offerings. In the village, there are many pregnant women, yet only a mere fraction of them manage to raise their children to adulthood. It is common knowledge that the vanished infants are those favored by the enigmatic deity known as Guaiman. However, the true whereabouts of these children remain a mystery, known only to Guaiman. The existence of Guaiman itself is a secret held solely by Guo Tuanqin. Although the village chief, Wu Dantuo, is regarded as the leader, he invariably seeks Guo Tuanqin's counsel regarding matters related to Guaiman, pregnant women, and children. Of course, for other affairs, the chief has the final say. Guo Tuanqin has never sought to usurp authority from the chief. Instead, he allows the surplus provisions and any additional income from the village to be deposited into the chief's coffers. In stark contrast to the chief, Guo Tuanqin seems to harbor no interest in wealth or material possessions. His sole passion lies in women. Almost every night, he visits Du Jimin to indulge in his desires, often summoning 2 or 3 women, or even more. Guo Tuanqin is known for his generous nature towards the ladies, coupled with his remarkable stamina, likened to that of a donkey. It is said that Du Jimin has publicly expressed that had she not been advanced in age, she would never let such a vigorous man, capable by day and insatiable by night, slip away. Today, a pregnant woman is nearing labor, and Guo Tuanqin has delivered Guaiman's miraculous medicine early in the morning. When the contractions reach a critical point, the midwife, Seinkin, will administer the potion. Generally, the women in the village give birth naturally, with the vast majority succeeding without complications. This is often attributed to the blessings of Guaiman. Meanwhile, Wan Shurqiu has taken it upon herself to assist the Deqin family in place of He Xiaoman, while He Xiaoman enjoys a leisurely chat with Yijia, gathering useful insights from the conversation. The Ghost King stated that for Guo Tuanqin, this entity, to freely bask in the sunlight. It is imperative to continuously replenish his life essence, a moment when he is at his most vulnerable. He Xiaoman firmly believed that no man would indulge in carnal pleasures during such a frail state. Thus, the information provided by Sister E was of paramount importance. If she could devise a way to monitor when Guo Tuanqin refrains from visiting Du Jiming, it would likely coincide with his moments of life essence replenishment. Following the thread of Guo Tuanqin would surely lead her to the core of her mission. The task of surveilling Guo Tuanqin was entrusted to the Ghost King, a dark stone that would attract no attention wherever it may lie. He Xiaoman reaffirmed her resolve to steadfastly cling to the Ghost King's support. His ability to elucidate the origins and weaknesses of Guo Tuanqin, a being of a non-human nature, contrasted starkly with Guo Tuanqin's perception of the Ghost King as merely a stone, thus illustrating the disparity in their strengths and statuses. The birthing process this time appeared to be quite taxing. The mother had begun to exhibit symptoms from 3 in the morning and, after enduring until 10 at night, still showed no signs of delivering. Sai Yeqin remarked that the cervix was already dilated, indicating no significant issues, allowing Yi Xiaoman to assist her in a leisurely stroll down the corridor, while others, including Sai Yeqin herself, seized the opportunity to rest. This was not a hospital. After all, and the limited staff necessitated a rotation of rest during such critical times. After wandering the corridor for nearly an hour, the laboring woman continued to groan, showing no signs of childbirth. The prolonged contractions rendered her face pale, and her legs trembled incessantly. She was aware that He Xiaoman was Chinese and occasionally vented her frustration in Mandarin, cursing, "This is the last time. If I don't give birth now, I won't do it for any amount of money." This woman hailed from Vietnam and had been referred by a sister, hoping to earn some money to build houses and marry off her 2 brothers and a younger sibling. "I've heard that men from your country are quite good. Why then do you come to such a place?" she murmured to He Xiaoman, attempting to distract herself from the excruciating pain that felt like a relentless torment. "I was deceived into coming here," He Xiaoman replied, her expression one of regret for her earlier decisions. "At least you are better off than me. You can still harbor resentment towards the one who tricked you." The laboring woman, petite and soft-spoken, uttered words that tugged at He Xiaoman's heartstrings. It was said that in certain rural areas of Vietnam, women held little status, toiling endlessly, and even when preparing delicious meals, they were not permitted to dine at the same table as men. This woman had grown accustomed to sacrificing everything for her family, fully aware of her grim fate, yet too fearful to even harbor hatred. He Xiaoman gazed out at the dark night, where tall beetle nut trees swayed in the night breeze. "It will get better, trust me." Chapter 56. The Birth of a Certain King. The laboring woman noticed He Xiaoman's striking appearance but lamented the fact that she had to humble herself to perform the duties of a maid, all while being deceived into such a place, yet still trying to console herself. "You are exceedingly kind. Do you not harbor any resentment towards the one who deceived you?" He Xiaoman gently shook her head. Not at all. What she truly felt was fear, a sentiment she silently added in her heart. The Ghost King, transformed into a stone, was elusive and unpredictable. She dared not utter a single disparaging word about this formidable figure. She must not grow complacent simply because this powerful entity currently regarded her with favor. Even when concealing its fangs and masquerading as a vulnerable infant in dire need of maternal affection, it remained the same entity capable of commanding countless water monkeys to nearly cost He Xiaoman her life. In truth, He Xiaoman had already sensed the impending situation without needing to be told. Liquid was rapidly soaking her long dress. Her waters had broken, and a faint metallic scent was detected by her keen sense of smell. Immediately, He Xiaoman half embraced her and guided her into the delivery room while calling out for Sai Yanquan. In a place where mobile signals were effectively muted, communication was reduced to shouting. The sudden outburst of He Xiaoman's melodious voice startled the laboring woman, causing her abdomen to plunge, igniting an overwhelming urge reminiscent of expulsion. She instinctively tightened her legs, emitting indistinct moans. He Xiaoman's knowledge regarding such matters was derived solely from Sai Yanquan's educational insights. She understood that this scenario likely indicated the onset of labor. With resolve, she executed a princess carry, placing the expectant mother onto the examination table. To her astonishment, He Xiaoman possessed such strength that the laboring woman gasped, feeling warmth between her legs, as a small bundle was securely cradled in He Xiaoman's hands. Seiren stepped in with great strides, deftly taking the meatball from He Xiaoman's hands to attend to it. The proficient nurse, Maggie, also approached to assist in cleaning the newborn and administering essential medications, including vitamin K. A small, dark stone leaped into her palm, causing Xiaoman to pause momentarily before casually grasping it. It was already late at night, and the public bath was devoid of patrons. Xiaoman briefly rinsed herself and changed into a cotton sleepwear. The stone inquired, "Is giving birth truly painful?" Xiaoman felt an urge to retort, "Why are you asking me, an unmarried woman?" The fear of the Ghost King's thoughts spiraling into obsession led her to swiftly concoct a plethora of motivational phrases to share with it. However, the stone fell silent, only whispering just before she stepped into the dormitory, "I suspect that entity may consume this child." Xiaoman chose not to elaborate further, her mood suddenly darkening. The sensation of that small, vibrant life nestled in her hands lingered. She was neither a savior nor the type of person who disregarded everything for justice and righteousness. Yet, the mere thought that the fragile life she had assisted in bringing into the world could be devoured by an unknown entity filled her with a profound sense of anguish. She couldn't help but wonder what emotions coursed through the mothers in this dreadful place, who endlessly bore children for money when their offspring were taken away. After a long, exhausting day, she finally climbed into bed, yet sleep eluded her. The thin curtains fluttered in the night breeze, occasionally revealing a corner through which Xiaoman could glimpse the vast expanse of stars above. The celestial view bore no distinction from that which she had observed in Huai Tree Fort. However, her emotions were starkly contrasting. This evening, the woman coerced by her family to sell both her body and her womb, alongside Wan Shurqiu, whose daughter's beauty had been ravaged by a blade, and even you men, all believed that a successful completion of this task would irrevocably alter their life paths. Whether such changes would lead to a better or worse existence remained an uncertainty for Xiaoman. In the past, she had often perceived herself as a mere foot soldier in the relentless grind of life, perpetually scurrying about, yet earning little. Living paycheck to paycheck while repaying loans for a home. At times, despair would wash over her, and she would lament the inequities of society, where effort and reward seemed grossly misaligned, harboring regrets for not having been born with the advantages that would allow her to glide effortlessly from the starting line. Each encounter with her superiors, where she faced public reprimand, left her yearning for a superhero to whisk her away to Mars. However, upon arriving in this place known as Happiness Village, surrounded by individuals who seemed to have fallen from the heavens without the need for toil, while another group perpetually remained devoid of employment worries, everyone was prosperous, each had a home. Xiaoman suddenly recognized the profound happiness of her former days. The whims of fate were capricious, leaving humanity powerless. It was not the fear of being disregarded that troubled her, but rather the dread of comparison. Fortunately, having prepared an additional set of keys when the old residence was renovated, Xiaoman had given them to her mother. Otherwise, they would have had to temporarily reside at her fourth uncle's home. As dawn approached, Xiaoman was roused from her slumber. The night shift workers were retiring to rest, including the musician Sayin, leaving her to oversee matters here. Maggie, with dark circles under her eyes, expressed her dissatisfaction through sign language and somewhat incoherent Mandarin. This mother refuses to breastfeed, unwilling to care for her own child, neglecting everything. She pounded her chest emphatically, suggesting that a mother's heart could be so cruel. In contrast, Xiaoman held a different perspective. Had her own parents not been equally harsh, placing their entire family's hopes upon the womb of a girl? When one is powerless to resist the pressure from relatives, and when it becomes clear that this child will not belong to her as a mother, each lingering glance only deepens the emotional bond and concern. Thus, the mother chose to turn a blind eye. Each individual harbors unique thoughts, and one cannot impose their own will upon another's life. You should rest now. This child will surely keep us busy enough. Maggie shook her head, stifled a yawn, and remarked, "No, at night, take it away." Chapter 57. The birth of a certain king. The once quiet maternity ward buzzed with activity once again, stirred by the cries of a tiny infant. The corridors and rooms echoed with complaints about this exceptionally vocal baby. Perhaps due to the absence of maternal warmth and the lack of even a single drop of breast milk since birth, the child continued to wail incessantly. Can someone silence this little one? Crying since 4 a.m. Does it not need sleep? This was the first time Xiaoman had witnessed Li Zuozhuo in such a volatile state. Her gaze was fierce, her pupils flickering like twin flames. No more pretense of kindness? Aren't you the one with beauty and a kind heart? How can you quibble with such a small child? Is this reminding you of the child you were forced to relinquish? Have you remembered that child you falsely accused me of having? Yu Min's voice was sharp and piercing, unleashing a barrage of questions without pause. Observing Li Zuozhuo's sudden change in demeanor, she pressed closer, her tone laced with malice. They are all watching you from behind. If you commit too many wicked deeds, retribution will come. In a fit of anger, Li Zuozhuo retorted, you are the one who will face retribution. I will ensure you remain in the land of happiness, the happiest mother, giving birth until your last breath. He Xiaoman obediently went to the cold drink section, fetching a cup of coconut juice for Li Zuozhuo. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered, do not pay heed to her words. In our hometown, there is a saying, the children who could not be born are known as spirit infants. They are incredibly sensitive and intelligent, and they are fully aware of who caused their inability to enter this world. Thus, those who harm them will face consequences. With a sardonic chuckle, He Xiaoman swiftly departed to assist Daqin Namka, who complained of shoulder pain and requested a massage. Holding the chilled coconut juice, Li Zuozhuo walked back to her room, savoring the sweet, refreshing taste. The milky liquid glistened in the beaded glass, and with each sip, her unease seemed to diminish slightly. However, as she took another gulp, an unexpected wave of sweetness overwhelmed her, causing her to retch violently. Blood stained the ivory floor, and in shock, Li Zuozhuo realized she was vomiting blood. She raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, revealing a stark crimson smear against her delicate, pale hand. Startled, Li Zuozhuo let out a shriek as the cup she held slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the floor, unveiling a pool of liquid that resembled fresh blood. It dawned on her that she had not coughed up blood. Instead, she had merely asked the servant He Xiaoman for coconut juice. Yet this foolish girl had given her something entirely different. Li Zuozhuo called out fervently for He Xiaoman, the companion who was always at her beck and call. But this time, she received no response. The damp stain upon the floor continued to expand, spreading across the beige tiles until it formed a pool the size of a basin, within which a blood-red infantile face grinned back at her, its toothless mouth resembling a gaping wound. The child laughed, radiating a disconcertingly bright smile. Help! Someone please! Seonkin, He Xiaoman. Li Zuozhuo was utterly terrified, her frantic cries spilling out in Burmese, Mandarin, and even Vietnamese and English, yet no sound escaped her lips despite her desperate efforts. The bloodstain on the floor grew ever larger, rippling like waves upon a lake, as if it concealed another realm within its depths. Help! Help! Li Zuozhuo fled in a frantic dash, desperate to escape the nauseatingly blood-soaked room. The floor, now drenched in a deep crimson hue, transformed the space she had inhabited for over 3 months into a veritable gateway to hell. Before her loomed an enormous, grotesque infant, grinning with an insatiable maw wide open. With a resounding thud, Li Zuozhuo executed a graceful split, collapsing onto the ground as a piercing wail escaped her lips. Help me, help me. The door swung open, and someone rushed in from outside. Li Zuozhuo, as if she had spotted a savior, extended her hand, exclaiming, There's a ghost, a ghost. Save me, please. Is there a ghost? Where is it? Came the ominous voice of the newcomer. Li Zuozhuo looked up to see a face marred by a web of scars and blood, causing her to recoil in terror, hastily withdrawing her hand and pleading, Stay away. Stay away. Help me, please. In a frenzied state, she clawed at the ground, attempting to distance herself from the horrifying specter. Don't come any closer, please. When He Xiaoman entered the room, this was the scene that greeted her. Ruan Shixiang attempted to lift the trembling Li Zuozhuo, who was seated amidst shards of shattered glass. But Li Zuozhuo, as if possessed by madness, persistently evaded her reaching hand. Pressing her palm forcefully against the glass, her legs had formed a perfect split, blood gushing forth. Following He Xiaoman were Daqin Namka, Daqin Miaolei, and the alerted Yumin. Li Zuozhuo's hands were filled with shards of glass, her face a portrait of terror as she stared at the people at the door. She persistently attempted to retreat, shouting for them not to approach, before suddenly pressing her hands firmly against her face amidst a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Seonkin's expression resembled a massive block of ice, radiating an aura of forbidding chill, while Ruan Shixiang's petite frame cowered in the corner, insisting that she had frightened Li Zuozhuo into madness. Sister, he held her frail body, offering continuous comfort, while He Xiaoman could not comprehend their words. Yet, the unfolding scene was evident to all. It was Li Zuozhuo who had suddenly gone mad, perceiving everyone as apparitions, and Ruan Shixiang was in no way to blame. Dear girl, do not take everything upon yourself, they urged. Li Zuozhuo's own frenzy led her to shatter a cup, injuring herself. How is that connected to you? We all entered in succession, and she was already deranged before you opened the door. Have you ever witnessed a sane person practicing splits on shards of glass? Had Yu Min not been the last to arrive, the group might have suspected her of instigating the chaos, for her expression nearly betrayed a sense of schadenfreude. Nevertheless, Yu Min's assertion proved accurate. Li Zuozhua had repeatedly cried out about ghosts, a claim everyone heard, and it was indeed not Ruan Shixiang who had scared her. The glass shards littered the ground, scarcely diminished, embedded in Li Zuozhua's skin and face. Particularly, when in a fit of madness she covered her face with her hands. A triangular piece of glass had cruelly damaged one of her eyes. Although Sayankin managed to remove the glass fragments from her eye, it was certain that the eye itself could not be saved. Fortunately, the fetus was unharmed. He Xiaoman sighed, fully aware that this was the work of the Ghost King. Chapter 58. The birth of a certain king. Until everyone carried Li Zuozhua into the medical room, she was frantically shouting about ghosts, screaming that there was a blood pit on the ground that would swallow her whole, relentlessly resisting and struggling to keep others at bay. Furthermore, she remained in a perfectly executed split, and the 4-month-old child miraculously survived. He Xiaoman would never believe that this was not the Ghost King's doing. The Ghost King understood all too well the struggle of a spiritual infant to survive. Hence, she only punished Li Zuozhua, the one who tormented her mother, without allowing others to descend into the plight of a spiritual infant. Now, the target for sacrifice had shifted from Yu Min to Li Zuozhua. Such is the cyclical nature of fortune. He Xiaoman gazed at Li Zuozhua, bound to the hospital bed, pale and frail, appearing rather pitiful. However, He Xiaoman would never genuinely pity her. That would be unfair to Yu Min. The birth of another tiny infant in the Saiyan family was hardly more noteworthy than a village donkey giving birth to a foal. The addition of another donkey signified an increase in labor for the village, whereas the arrival of another child merely meant one less expectant mother in the maternity ward. And a month later, Du Jimin would simply have another woman to sleep with. Of course, the woman giving birth would receive a fixed bonus of 7 million. Inside the bamboo guardhouse, which was drafty on all sides, he took a breath and playfully pinched the girl's cheek, provoking her to scream and laugh while cursing him as a scoundrel. Indeed, women were delightful. The flip-flops rhythmically rocked the small bamboo bed. While you may not earn the money of the Sayankin, you can lie back and accumulate my wealth. I do not mind your darkness. Happiness Village, by night, is always particularly blissful, except for the bearded Gua Tuanshin. Sayankin placed the infant in his hands, her gaze distinctly frigid. The bearded man shrugged indifferently, uttering a thank you as he accepted the peacefully slumbering child, turning to depart from the maternity building. At this juncture, it is generally quite difficult to awaken a child. Their existence revolves around 4 fundamental tasks: eating, sleeping, excreting, and crying. When the first 3 are thoroughly attended to, a typically healthy baby seldom cries, contentedly alternating between eating and sleeping, striving to adapt to the world and grow stronger. The infant, diminutive and yet to reach the length of Gua Tuanshin's forearm, was swathed in a crimson cloth, her tiny, soft body illuminated by the moon's silvery glow, revealing her occasionally pursing, delicate lips as if in a sucking motion. Gua Tuanshin's eyes fixated on the nursing baby, his gaze shimmering with an eerie red gleam under the moonlight, and his usually carefree countenance now bore a hint of avarice. It seemed something was stirring within his mouth, and Gua Tuanshin quickened his pace, heading straight toward the back mountains. Thickets of thorny bushes swayed and rustled around him. Gua Tuanshin's voice emerged somewhat muffled. As if his mouth were stuffed with food, he pressed his slightly full lips together, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable yearning. The moon suddenly vanished behind layers of clouds, casting a tranquil and shadowy veil over the rear mountains. Yet, this did not hinder Gua Tuanshin's stride. He was so familiar with this terrain that he could navigate to the Guiman shrine with his eyes closed. Surely, he must have misheard. After all, these earth dragon vines were far more diligent than the foolish drunks in the village, who only knew of indulgence in wine and women. As long as they were provided with blood offerings, they would vigilantly guard the periphery of the village and the mountain path, tirelessly patrolling for 24 hours. Should anyone dare to trespass, they would unleash an unending assault, ensnaring both intruders and animals alike. Though the taste of the offerings was inferior to the blood meals prepared by Guiman, it was better than nothing, wasn't it? As he pondered how his courage seemed to wane since assuming this human form, he quickened his pace towards the Guiman shrine. This evening, for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling anxiety. Gua Tuanshin attributed this to the impending success of Guiman's endeavors. Soon he would achieve his merits and accompany his master into the sunlit realm of the happy village, embarking on their path to supremacy from this very place. Surely, this was the cause of his heightened nerves. Yes, it must be so. Cradling the small infant tightly in his arms, Guo Tuanxin silently calculated that once he could depart from this place, his cultivation with his master would no longer be constrained. At that time, the sky would be the limit. It was lamentable, however, that old wretch Wu Dantua always seized every opportunity to amass wealth and power. If only his master wished it, all of Myanmar would be theirs, as well as the nearby diminutive nations. Of course, they dared not touch Huagua, not yet, at least. That nation, after all, possesses thousands of years of civilization and an independent system of cultivation, with the western Kunlun, eastern Palai, southern Putua, and northern Mongshan. The land is endowed with remarkable individuals and mystique. However, with their current level of cultivation, they are not yet equipped to provoke the existence of these formidable places. Yet, this world is vast. Once liberated from their confines, there is no locale they cannot traverse. Why, then, must they seek peril in such unfathomable realms? In the future, when their cultivation surges and their skills reach fruition, the distinctions between the north and south will merely be a game of mahjong. He chuckled at himself, realizing that with the presence of the Earth Dragon Vine Guards, he was truly perplexed about what he was worrying over. The back mountain was not far from the village, and Guo Tuanxin's figure swiftly vanished into the dense thicket. Nan, you are truly remarkable. Guo Tuanxin cannot see us. The moon darted in and out of the clouds, casting a flickering glow. Beneath the ethereal moonlight, a thin mist lingered at a distance of 50 to 60 meters, following Guo Tuanxin closely. As he walked, the mist moved with him. When he paused, so did the mist. Within this mist was He Xiaoman, wielding a kitchen knife. As for the Ghost King, he was tucked away in her pocket. To be honest, this was the first time He Xiaoman had ventured into the mountain on such a pitch-black night, trailing behind Guo Tuanxin, an enigmatic entity. It sent shivers down her spine. Far more exhilarating than a trip to Shaoan River. Yet, the thought that she had tucked away the Ghost King, who nearly became the sovereign of this world, suddenly quelled her fears. In fact, she felt a hint of pride. Chapter 59, The Birth of a Certain King. Get lost. Do not call me Nanan. The stone in the pocket cursed angrily, expressing its grievances in a local dialect, while simultaneously revealing its place of origin. He Xiaoman cast a meaningful glance at the current position of the Ghost King, remaining silent and contemplative. I merely smiled without uttering a word. Having reached such a position, you will still rely on me for protection over the next 3 years. Hence, you presume to instruct me? Huh, how amusing. Unfortunately, before He Xiaoman could fully relish her sinister smile, Guo Tuanxin abruptly halted, causing her to shiver in fright. Thankfully, the Ghost King had previously warned her that Guo Tuanxin was not human. Even with that forewarning, upon witnessing Guo Tuanxin's current appearance, she nearly gasped in terror. Under the moonlight, Guo Tuanxin's face was adorned with long, dark fur, and between his upward curving tusks dangled a long, blood-red tongue. It was no wonder He Xiaoman had sensed something amiss about Guo Tuanxin. It turned out this fellow was revealing his true form. Gazing at the dark, shaggy mane and the formidable tusks, He Xiaoman couldn't help but wonder if Guo Tuanxin was a wild boar spirit that had learned to walk upright. Guo Tuanxin, seemingly aware, surveyed the surroundings, causing He Xiaoman's heart to race. Nevertheless, the Ghost King showcased his formidable power, remaining shrouded in mist, just out of Guo Tuanxin's sight. The Ghost King was truly majestic. As they ascended the mountainside, the slopes suddenly became steeper. He Xiaoman, being a mere office worker accustomed to the daily grind for money, certainly could not compare in stamina to Guo Tuanxin, so she ceased her conversation with the Ghost King and focused on climbing, striving to remain silent while keeping pace with Guo Tuanxin. Fortunately, the grueling 2-year tenure as a beer porter endowed He Xiaoman with remarkable arm strength, rivaling that of many men, allowing her to barely keep pace with the figure ahead. A wave of despair washed over her. Had she truly lost sight of him at last? The clouds in the sky had grown increasingly sparse. Even when the moonlight occasionally pierced through the layers of cloud, it illuminated little. He Xiaoman, unfamiliar with the terrain and perhaps lacking the keen eyesight of someone like Guo Tuanxin, found herself at a disadvantage. Sweat had long since soaked her clothing, including the soft fabric of her shoes, which felt damp enough that she imagined she could wring out a bottle of mineral water from her very being. But where had Guo Tuanxin gone? The wilderness was eerily silent, devoid of any birdsong or animal calls. Only the howling winds and the rustling leaves accompanied the rapid beating of her heart. To avoid alerting their pursuer, the Ghost King had remained silent since they crossed the mountain's midpoint, leaving He Xiaoman to rely solely on herself. Above loomed an enormous, peach-shaped rock. Even with her less-than-stellar vision and the dim moonlight, He Xiaoman knew that Guo Tuanqing couldn't have sprinted to the summit in an instant. Yet where was he? Could he have vanished into the earth? Straining her eyes, she meticulously scanned her surroundings inch by inch, and then she spotted it. He Xiaoman realized that this immense, peach-like stone was actually two large boulders joined together, and the space between them, draped in wisteria, concealed a fissure that seemed as if it had been cleaved open by some force. If it were not for the moon just breaking through the clouds, casting its radiant light upon this stone, He Xiaoman would certainly have been unable to discern the narrow crevice through which even a moderately slender person could pass sideways. Truly, fortune favors me. Without hesitation, He Xiaoman stealthily pushed aside the cascading vines and slipped into the mountain crack. Yuan Shiqiu had informed her that to reach the lair of the Guiman deity, one must traverse a narrow mountain crevice. However, He Xiaoman did not inquire how Yuan Shiqiu had acquired this knowledge. The Guiman is not a deity, but rather a malevolent creature, a demon that devours the unwary. Thus, upon encountering this crevice, one must flee far away, being the lowest of the lowly slaves in the entire happy village. Yuan Shiqiu could be cast into the cesspool to rot for the slightest misstep. So the fact that she could share such heartfelt warnings with He Xiaoman speaks volumes of her gratitude. He Xiaoman sincerely thanked her for the counsel, concealing her own intention of seeking this very place. Upon seeing the crevice and the sudden disappearance of Guo Tuanqing, He Xiaoman deduced that the lair of that monster must lie within. Whether due to years of stagnation or some other reason, a pungent stench wafted from within, unmistakable even from a distance, causing He Xiaoman's sensitive stomach to convulse, nearly expelling her meager supper from the night before. Although the human sense of smell possesses remarkable adaptability, one may grow accustomed to the fragrance of an orchid or the stench of a fish market. The foulness of this abode suggested that the Guiman deity was certainly no benign entity. Who among the virtuous would dwell in a place so foul that even the very scent is an affront to the senses? The crevice between the mountains is exceedingly slick, coated in moss that offers no purchase. As He Xiaoman attempts to navigate the entrance, she finds herself contorting her body to squeeze through, questioning whether Guo Tuanqing truly resides within this narrow gorge. Each step is fraught with difficulty, and her hands quickly become marred with scratches. Fortunate for her, the absence of nails spares her from greater suffering. As she ventures deeper, the fissures in the mountains widen, and the stench becomes increasingly unbearable. The air is thick with a nauseating blend of congealed blood and decay. After rounding a sharp bend, a foul wind rushes towards her, prompting an involuntary retreat. A shadowy figure screeches and lunges at her. In this confined space, He Xiaoman narrowly evades the surprise attack, her keen sense of smell guiding her instincts. Yet, in her focus on the front, she neglects the rear. The shadow's assault is evaded, but she collides painfully with a protruding rock, stars exploding in her vision. Swiftly, she retrieves a vegetable knife wrapped in cloth from her waist, its cold glimmer flashing in the dim light. Although she fails to strike the creature, she successfully thwarts its rancid assault. Seizing the moment, He Xiaoman escapes from the crevice. Before her lies a cavern with a rugged, uneven floor. She has no time to scrutinize the interior, as she is immediately encircled by several equally repugnant beings, reminiscent of her earlier encounter with the ghostly monkeys. However, these creatures are enveloped in swirling black smoke, their forms haphazardly shaped, lacking the uniformity of the Ghost King's minions. Chapter 60. The birth of a certain king. With He Xiaoman's limited understanding of biology, she struggled to identify the various classifications of the creatures before her. One possessed the tail and jaws of a crocodile, yet boasted limbs resembling those of a kangaroo, with a striking disparity between its front and hind legs. The most peculiar of all was a creature akin to a large, electric flower, staggering as if jolted by 220 volts, emitting puffs of black smoke from its head, reminiscent of a steam locomotive coming to life. Upon encountering the entity that had attacked her for the second time, He Xiaoman's gaze sharpened. This creature was a grotesque amalgamation of a human torso and a wild dog. Its facial features distinctly human, yet contorted in a manner that rendered it beastly as it bared its teeth and howled at her. Its head was disproportionately large compared to its body, drawing parallels to a Tibetan mastiff, yet when such a massive head was affixed to a human form, The visual impact transcended mere absurdity. It was utterly horrifying. Moreover, this creature was the most formidable among the four grotesques. After witnessing these bizarre beings, Xiaoman felt her capacity for fear surge to unprecedented heights. Far from trembling in terror, she found herself sharpening her resolve. Having traversed mountains and valleys, burdened by a satchel filled with various items, she had opted to secure a kitchen knife wrapped in cloth to her person, while entrusting her larger bag to Yumin for safekeeping. Yumin had previously expressed a desire to accompany her, but before Xiaoman could refuse, she had already dismissed the notion herself. "I shall not go," she murmured, glancing down at her slightly rounded abdomen. "It would only complicate matters for you all. Besides, should anything go awry." Upon hearing her mother's words, the Demon King became elated, radiating a spectrum of colors reminiscent of a vibrant neon stone. Xiaoman rolled her eyes in response, questioning the need for such display. After all, who among them did not have a mother? Her own mother cared for her just as deeply. Faced with a formidable foe, including the elusive Guo Tuanqin and the ever-mysterious Gaiman, Xiaoman focused solely on achieving a swift resolution. Thus, she wielded her knife with unparalleled speed and ferocity, directing each strike towards the heads of the monstrous adversaries. Surprisingly, the four ferocious beasts exhibited a palpable fear of her kitchen knife, having shared a bond as comrades for nearly 4 to 5 years. Xiaoman had once humbly inquired of the Demon King about the extraordinary qualities of her knife. Yet, the Demon King could not elucidate its uniqueness, only noting that it emanated a potent aura of murderous intent and a commanding presence. Perhaps this was attributed to her lineage, tracing back to her grandfather and further still. Xiaoman kindly reminded her, "Your father's father is called grandfather." The little demon, confused about lineage, chose not to pursue the conversation any further. Xiaoman understood that her knife held a certain power over malevolent spirits and entities. Having previously vanquished several water monkeys, she felt little fear towards these monsters. She merely intended to strike them down. "Did you truly believe yourself capable enough to venture into the Gaiman cavern alone, with such feeble skills?" A chilling voice emerged from the darkness, belonging to none other than Guo Tuanqin. Guan Tunkin remarked that you possess a considerable amount of virtue, suggesting that you are indeed a good person. The more virtue one accumulates, the more formidable one becomes after the process of dispelling evil. Thus, you shall become the foremost guardian of our Guaman divine cave. In light of our forthcoming collaboration, it would be prudent for you to lie upon the altar and willingly offer your blood. This will significantly alleviate the agony experienced during the transformation. As he raised his hand, the cavern's walls were suddenly illuminated by an eerie, ghostly green flame, casting an ominous glow upon the four monstrous creatures, rendering them even more terrifying. Guan Tunkin's visage, marked by a sickly green hue, appeared particularly menacing. "Will I become as powerful as you after the transformation?" Xiaoman innocently inquired. "Certainly. Your present self is merely a reflection of my past. If you comply with Guaman, the process of dispelling evil will be far less excruciating. Conversely, the more you resist, the greater your suffering will be, and ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. No one can triumph over Guaman." Guan Tunkin's eyes gleamed with fervor, reminiscent of a fervent cultist endeavoring to indoctrinate others. "Very well, I acquiesce. Can you command your creatures to cease their assault?" Guan Tunkin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly obstinate woman would genuinely concede. "First, lower your weapon." A sly grin spread across his face as he realized that this kitchen knife possessed the potential to subdue the creatures, having previously underestimated its significance, believing it to be an ordinary utensil. In truth, it was not entirely his fault for underestimating it. After all, the Ghost King had been lying nearby, making it difficult for him to discern any nuances. Xiaoman raised the kitchen knife high, both hands aloft. "Since we are to be colleagues henceforth, where would you have me place this knife? Will it still be of use to me after the dispelling? This is our family's heirloom kitchen knife. Once one undergoes the transformation through Guaman, they shall remain bound to Guaman for eternity." Xiaoman's compliance caused Guo Tuanqin to hesitate momentarily, pondering whether this young girl had learned of something that made her wish to seek Gaiman's transformation into an immortal being. Wasn't he also drawn to eternal life when he initially agreed to the transformation? However, he never anticipated that true immortality would come at such a steep price. Just like Li Zuozua, witnessing others fall into the same trap evoked a peculiar sense of satisfaction within him. Naturally, Guo Tuanqin would not warn Xiaoman. The cost of immortality was akin to a venomous poison, requiring the consumption of living souls each month and an unyielding obedience to Giman's every command, rendering one a mere tool for eternity. What use is immortality under such conditions? Guotuanqi nodded and said, "Please hand me the knife. You may reclaim it once the transformation is complete." Guiman intended to expand his dominion southward, and if Xiaoman were fortunate enough to retain her sanity post-transformation, she might very well become the leader of a prosperous faction, thus there was no need to burden her excessively. Xiaoman turned the knife, presenting the handle to Guotuanqi, a gesture filled with sincerity. As Guotuanqi reached out, just as his hand was about to touch the knife, Xiaoman swiftly brought the blade down, severing the head of the already subdued beast with a single stroke. The creature let out no sound and collapsed, dark, foul blood pooling beneath it. The human face quickly became marred with grotesque decay, emitting an unbearable stench akin to that of a corpse. "Alas, I slipped," Xiaoman spoke while seizing the moment of Guotuanqi's astonishment, swiftly dispatching another earth wolf. Indeed, she was deliberately stalling for time to alleviate the chill and sluggishness brought on by the monstrous assaults. Continuing this way would undoubtedly lead to her defeat. Among the three beasts, the creature with a human face and a dog-esque body was the most formidable. It was better to sacrifice a finger than to lose all 10. As she engaged Guotuanqi in idle chatter to distract him, she contemplated how to catch the dogman off guard and eliminate it. Guotuanqi's attitude towards women revealed a profound contempt for them, and not just for women. The men in the village hardly held a higher status in his eyes. The only individuals he regarded as worthy of interaction were the village chief, Wu Dantao, Sai Yeqin, and Du Jiman. The rest were mere tools in his view, with the first three merely elevated implements. Thus, Guotuanqi could never have imagined that Xiaoman would dare to play such tricks in front of him. "Very well, you are indeed remarkable." After gritting his teeth and uttering this phrase, Guotuanqi let out a howl reminiscent of a wolf, his form swelling to over 2 meters in height. As he and the remaining earthwolves launched an assault on Xiaoman, she had anticipated this outcome from the outset, so she remained composed, pressing her back firmly against the mountainside, ensuring at least one side was secure from ambush. However, despite her innate strength, she was merely a laborer accustomed to lifting beer crates. She was not an assassin. Lacking professional training, she relied solely on brute force and wild slashing, finding it a struggle to contend with a non-human adversary like Guotuanqi. With the sudden assistance of 2 more earth wolves, Xiaoman found herself quickly overwhelmed and in a perilous situation. Fortunately, her earlier astuteness in choosing a favorable terrain allowed her to act swiftly. Otherwise, her predicament would have been even more dire. She swung her blade, forcing one of the earth wolves to retreat. But as she gasped for breath and awkwardly shifted to her left, she narrowly avoided a strike from Guotuanqi, only to feel a fierce claw tear into the outer side of her left thigh. The sound of fabric ripping accompanied a wave of excruciating pain, and her vision blurred with crimson. Aside from a couple of childhood scuffles with Zhang Shuyuan, where her mother had intervened, no one had dared to lay a hand on her. Even Zhang Shuyuan and her siblings had never bested her. Yet now, she found herself clawed by Guotuanqi. "How dare you lay a hand on me, you shameless wretch?" Fueled by fury, Xiaoman swung her kitchen knife in a flurry of chaotic strikes, reminiscent of a fan-fiction brawl. As the adage goes, a flurry of punches can bewilder even a seasoned master. Guotuanqi, who had initially held the upper hand, was momentarily stunned by her onslaught. As he staggered back, he commanded the 2 battered earth wolves to engage in the fray. Though these creatures were rare, as long as the Gu family remained intact and the Happiness Village held living souls, they could endlessly produce these earth wolves. Moreover, as Xiaoman grew increasingly adept at refining the earth wolves, the quality of the creatures they conjured was steadily improving. Xiaoman struck fiercely at the hulking beast, the earth wolf resembling a tractor belching black smoke, which howled in distress as it retreated. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Xiaoman relentlessly pursued Zihua with her fierce attacks, displaying a reckless abandon in her approach. Guotuanqi observed how this woman, ever since he had inflicted a wound upon her, had transformed into a frenzy akin to a rabid dog, relentlessly pursuing her prey. A cruel smile crept across his face. Since she was so ungrateful, she would never become the leader of the happy village. Instead, she would serve as a human wolf for him to command. He had yet to experience the thrill of having a human wolf. With 2 swift strikes, Xiaoman had reduced Zihua to a state nearing that of dumpling filling. A gust of wind swept past her as she caught sight of Guotuanqi's sinister grin, his wolfish visage magnifying within her pupils. Did the fierce woman now feel regret? It was too late. In a moment of panic, Xiaoman exclaimed, "I can offer you something beneath." A sharp sound echoed through the air as the scent of scorched flesh mingled with spice, accompanied by Guo Tuanqing's agonized wail. "Delicious, I assent it. You thought I only wielded a kitchen knife? You were mistaken. I have 10 bowls of noodles at my disposal. With proper utilization, anything can become a weapon." Raising her knife once more, she sent another wolf flying. In a moment of clarity, Xiaoman uttered words that struck terror in Guo Tuanqing's heart. "I can offer you something beneath." With another sharp sound, a bowl of oil-drenched noodles was unleashed, the scalding oil rendering Guo Tuanqing blind and in agony. Guo Tuanqing lamented, "Can I exchange it for another bowl? I no longer desire oil-drenched noodles." Xiaoman, ever accommodating, replied, "How about mustard chicken noodles, with extra mustard?" The ground trembled slightly, and a commanding voice bellowed, which Xiaoman speculated to be a command akin to halt. However, the entity before her only understood English, a language that could now be pretended to have been forgotten since middle school. The kitchen knife continued to swing, and the noodles kept coming. The music played on, and the dance persisted. The voice soon felt affronted, as the ground continued to shake. An extraordinarily colossal being materialized before Xiaoman. Even having witnessed heads bobbing in toilets, even after slaying water monkeys and wolf-like creatures, and even after serving 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles to the werewolf Guo Tuanqing, the audacious Xiaoman was nearly compelled to drop her knife in fear at the sight of this creature. What on earth was this? This humanoid entity stood over 3 meters tall, nearly brushing against the cave ceiling. It sported a large head with 2 smaller, tumor-like heads protruding from either side. Beneath its arms were 3 pairs of centipede-like appendages, and it was supported by 4 beast-like legs. With every step it took, the entire cave quaked, and dust rained down upon Xiaoman's head, as if the cavern might collapse at any moment. Was this Guiman? It pointed ominously at Guo Tuanqing, and swiftly, the wounds on Guo Tuanqing's face and body began to heal at a visible rate. Suddenly, the smaller head on the left side of Guiman opened its mouth, unleashing a cloud of nauseating, foul-smelling black smoke that surged toward Xiaoman. Faced with such a biochemical weapon, no amount of swinging her kitchen knife at 180 miles per hour would avail her. It was all over. Xiaoman deliberately ignored the swirling black smoke, swiftly dispatching the last of the earthly wolves. With each kill, she reaped the rewards. Breathing heavily, she approached Guo Tuanqing, whose gaze was laced with malice and excitement. Guo Tuanqing was certain that this ungrateful woman would soon find herself transformed into one of those wolves. He envisioned countless ways to make her life a living hell, a torment from which she could neither escape nor find solace. Although Kaiman had restored his sight, the searing agony and heat that had once blinded him were indelibly etched in his memory, far more desperate than any pain he had endured during his transformation. Regrettably for Guo Tuanqing, his schemes once again fell flat. Just as the soul-binding lock was about to ensnare Xiaoman, it suddenly halted as if blocked by an unseen force. Chapter 62. The Birth of a Certain King. Xiaoman felt no fear, for at the moment the black smoke emerged, the stone in her pocket had vanished without a trace. "Huh, you, in that wretched state, dare call yourself a deity? Should I then proclaim myself the ruler of the world?" In stark contrast to the overwhelming presence that threatened to seal the cave, the Ghost King appeared even smaller than the earthly wolves she had encountered before. This was the first time Xiaoman beheld the true form of the Ghost King, a frail, pale girl with a red birthmark on her forehead. Clad in a tattered pink dress reminiscent of ancient times, it was clear that she had not been afforded new garments, likely due to her mother's imprisonment before her untimely demise. In this singular instance of reincarnation into adulthood, the child faced a life replete with adversities. At the tender age of 10, she appeared no taller than an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old girl. Her hair a disheveled, lifeless yellow, a clear testament to prolonged malnutrition. Observing this pitiful specter, Xiaoman felt a pang of sympathy, a bittersweet ache in her heart. Yet, this wretched child, whom Xiaoman empathized with, instilled a sense of dread in the formidable Guiman. Guiman bellowed a curse at Guo Tuanqing, and suddenly, his arms transformed into soft, pliable appendages akin to noodles, encircling the ghostly king. The auxiliary limbs beneath his arms elongated and softened, exuding an unpleasant stench as they morphed into ropes, intent on binding Xiaoman. A flicker of the red mark between the Ghost King's brows sent a chill through He Xiaoman's body, as if some protective force had been infused within her. Guo Tuanqin suddenly hunched over, emitting a ferocious howl as his limbs contorted into those of a colossal black wolf. Not only that, but a row of menacing bone spines erupted along his back, and his claws sprouted numerous glistening barbs, sparking against the ground. With a mournful howl, the black wolf leaped toward the Ghost King, eager to assist his master. But how could this be allowed? Did they think He Xiaoman was merely a specter? After being burned twice, leaving her skin blistered and raw, the black wolf was consumed by past grievances. Realizing he could not rest easy until he vanquished this insignificant foe before him, regret washed over him for underestimating this woman. Due to the overwhelming weakness that followed each replenishment of energy, he brought only this offering to the Happiness Village, where no one dared to offend the deity Guiman. This place was indeed the safest in the entire village. He could never have anticipated that someone would dare to provoke Guiman. While hurling oil-soaked noodles and wielding a blade to strike at Guiman's two auxiliary limbs, He Xiaoman discovered that the Ghost King had bestowed upon her an extraordinarily comprehensive buff, significantly enhancing her speed, strength, and precision. Not only could she effortlessly evade the bindings of Guiman's arms, but she could also accurately splatter mustard sauce into the eyes of the black wolf. You might escape my meticulously crafted shredded chicken hot soup noodles, but you cannot elude my mustard sauce. Realizing her attacks were ineffective, and with the pressure exerted by the Ghost King rendering Guiman unable to retaliate against He Xiaoman, the creature focused solely on a one-on-one confrontation with the Ghost King. Thus, one side of the spacious cave witnessed the epic showdown of the Ghost King versus Guiman, while the low and narrow side became the battleground for He Xiaoman against the Black Wolf, each engaged in their own conflict, undisturbed by the other. Gradually, He Xiaoman began to gain insight. She lamented that when it came to the diversity of sauces, the old BJ fried sauce noodles undoubtedly reigned supreme. Regrettably, although those noodles were highly insulting, their offensive power was rather weak. The clattering of the noodles struck the black wolf in a riot of colors, the aroma of sauce wafting through the air, yet it failed to inflict damage comparable to that of the oil-soaked noodles or mustard. In fact, it hardly rivaled a simple bowl of hot soup with shredded meat. One could only wonder what kind of species Guiman was, as it emanated the same foul odor that He Xiaoman had encountered upon first entering the mountain crevice. Consequently, the battle within the cave took on an exceedingly peculiar atmosphere. The situation with the Ghost King was deteriorating, while He Xiaoman's circumstances seemed to be improving. Those aware of the conflict knew both sides were engaged in battle. Yet those oblivious could easily mistake the scene for a restaurant opening beside a public restroom, given the contrasting aromas. He Xiaoman bore her share of injuries. Aside from her thigh, her left shoulder and back were marred with wounds, particularly a grievous injury beneath her ribs. Had it not been for the temporary enhancements bestowed by the Ghost King, she might have already succumbed to the Black Wolf's lethal assault. The frailty of a mortal frame is, after all, no match for the otherworldly beings. After scaling the mountain and battling both the ground wolf and the black wolf, He Xiaoman, even with the Ghost King's abilities, found her strength waning. Her movements became sluggish and feeble, a sense of impending crisis creeping into her mind. If the fight continued, defeat seemed inevitable. It was a harsh truth that a mere human could hardly contend with a wolf. To make matters worse, her 10 bowls of noodles had been completely consumed. However, it soon dawned on He Xiaoman that she was not the only one experiencing fatigue. Her adversary appeared to be gradually losing strength as well. Moreover, she noticed that the black wolf's body seemed somewhat deflated compared to before, a condition that could not solely be attributed to her meager noodles and assorted condiments. Suddenly, she recalled the Ghost King mentioning that such creatures required a monthly replenishment of soul energy, akin to charging a mobile phone. Ha 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 ha. I chuckled triumphantly, reveling in the realization that her opponent was running low on energy. This newfound understanding instilled a flicker of vigor within the weary He Xiaoman, and the kitchen knife in her hand seemed to radiate a fierce energy as she unleashed a flurry of strikes at the black wolf. The black wolf suddenly leapt high, its menacing claws aimed directly at He Xiaoman's face. Facing challenges head-on often leads to misfortune. He Xiaoman had just intended to evade, but unexpectedly, this scoundrel suddenly darted away, heading towards the Guiman battle group. How despicable! It was merely a feint. He Xiaoman hastily pursued him. Undoubtedly, this sudden retreat was a harbinger of ill tidings. Yet, it seemed the buff bestowed by the Ghost King had expired, and Xiaoman's speed was insufficient to catch up with the black wolf. Utilizing the clusters of emerald-hued ghostly flames flickering against the mountainside, she beheld the black wolf's massive paw reaching towards the stone platform where she had previously been directed to eliminate the malice. Upon that platform lay a diminutive swaddling. Xiaoman comprehended the dire intent. This fiend aimed to directly siphon energy from the infant. The small swaddling had been unknowingly kicked open, revealing the adorable hands and feet of the baby, who emitted faint, whimpering sounds. That was a precious life. Anxiousness gripped Xiaoman, but her speed lagged behind that of the black wolf, and wielding a kitchen knife, a close combat weapon, she felt utterly at a loss. The black wolf, however, was oblivious to her predicament. With a resounding shout, Xiaoman exclaimed, "I have something for you to eat below." Oil-splashed noodles. The black wolf appeared to be haunted by the very thought of the spicy, scalding oil, instinctively recoiling and looking upwards. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoman seized the swaddling, cradling the infant in her arms, while simultaneously hurling her kitchen knife at the black wolf's face in a desperate gamble. With a thud, the knife struck true, embedding itself in the wolf's visage, cleaving through the skull. To her astonishment, Xiaoman noticed that the black wolf's brain seemed to be corroded by the knife, emitting wisps of white smoke. The creature let out a heart-wrenching howl, desperately attempting to extract the knife, but it was already too late. Chapter 63. The birth of a certain king. Xiaoman felt that even a beast would only emit such a sound when in excruciating pain. It was uncertain whether the agony had awakened Guo Tuanqing's ferocity, but he suddenly rose to his feet and sprinted towards the entrance with great urgency. The Ghost King remained silent, yet a cool, penetrating essence swiftly entered Xiaoman's body as a flicker appeared between his brows. This time, Xiaoman distinctly observed that the Ghost King's form became somewhat translucent with the infusion of this chill, while warmth blossomed in her heart. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern as she noticed that the Ghost King's body lacked its previous solidity. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "Get lost." The Ghost King snapped impatiently. In a confrontation of this magnitude, Xiaoman would merely be a burden. Thus, upon hearing the Ghost King's command, she refrained from further protest and began to navigate towards the cave's exit, guided by the ghostly azure flames illuminating the surroundings. However, Guiman suddenly shouted something aloud, and Xiaoman felt the ground beneath her feet transform into a soft, yielding surface, accompanied by an overpowering stench of blood. "Hurry," the Ghost King urged once more. Xiaoman muttered under her breath, unwilling to hasten her escape. The ground had become as pliable and slippery as dough, and upon closer inspection, she was horrified to realize that what lay beneath was not earth, but rather a mass of flesh and blood. These remnants, akin to some monstrous digestive system, writhed and pulsed, attempting to ensnare her with their textured movements. Xiaoman staggered like a drunken fool, yet ultimately managed to escape the clutches of this grotesque onslaught. With a slight easing of her worries, she concluded that the young girl would likely prevail after all. It was no wonder the girl had insisted on making her own swift departure. This indirectly reflects that Man is not easy to deal with. Otherwise, the Ghost King would not hastily drive her away as if she were on fire. The moon, having slipped behind thick clouds, completely vanished from sight, leaving ominous leaden skies, with the impending storm looming over the mountains. At this moment, Man finally comprehended that the thorny vines were not mere ordinary plants. The Ghost King had mentioned that these entities were known as earth dragon vines, crafted from the flesh and blood of living beings combined with a series of cursed rituals, embodying both animal and plant characteristics. In simpler terms, they were the fabled man-eating vines. Without the Ghost King's formidable presence, these carnivorous vines writhed like sea anemones, stretching out their varied lengths, their thorn-laden tendrils attempting to assail Man. However, her own appearance was far from pristine. The mingling of her blood, Guo Tuanqing's blood, and the foul, putrid blood summoned by Kai Man rendered her a ghastly figure, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. As she sprinted, her wounds pulsed with pain, exacerbated by the sweat that seeped into them, creating a tormenting itch, while exerting every ounce of her strength to pursue Guo Tuanqing. Anxiety gnawed at her. She pondered whether Kai Man and Guo Tuanqing could be considered zombies. Those familiar with the tales of the Ninth Master knew that being harmed by a zombie could result in corpse poison. She feared the unfortunate fate of becoming a zombie herself. Just as she caught a glimpse of the location of Happiness Village, Man finally caught up with Guo Tuanqing. With the transformation's effects fading, so too did the menacing aura that enveloped him. At that moment, Guo Tuanxin appeared as an ordinary villager, seemingly robust yet entirely unremarkable. At this moment, He Xiaoman realized that her reckless yet frugal nature was a striking resemblance to that of her father, whom she had long wished to forget. She exerted force beneath her feet and swiftly caught up with Guo Tuanxin, only to be met with the ominous barrel of a gun. Say Yanqin. This was a conclusion she could scarcely have imagined. Guo Tuanxin, with remarkable familiarity, extended his hand towards Say Yanqin. Although He Xiaoman did not comprehend the Burmese spoken, the meaning was universally clear: hand me the gun. This was disastrous. He Xiaoman felt a chilling despair. She never thought that this fierce woman, who dared to provoke even the most formidable, would ultimately falter against a mere doctor. After traveling such a great distance, she had unwittingly delivered herself as a tribute. A gesture of profound significance despite its simplicity. With He Xiaoman's kitchen knife poised above him, Guo Tuanxin's face was a gruesome sight, blood cascading from his wounds. Yet his lips curled into a chilling smile. Since you failed to end my life with it, I shall use it to extinguish yours instead. As Guo Tuanxin glared menacingly at He Xiaoman, he reached out to Say Yanqin for the firearm. Say Yanqin uttered a cold remark, then raised the gun, adopting a stance to aim, which He Xiaoman surmised meant, allow me. The infant in her arms squirmed slightly, seemingly disturbed by the heavy atmosphere. Say Yanqin, could you delay firing for a moment? I need to place the child on the ground. Newborns are fragile and cannot withstand a fall. After uttering these words, He Xiaoman found it curious that, at such a critical juncture, her heart felt unexpectedly calm. She wondered whether the otherworldly magic bestowed by the Ghost King could withstand the physical force of the firearm. Regrettably, Cyankin did not grant her the luxury of time. With a cold glare cast upon He Xiaoman, she raised the firearm and pulled the trigger. The deafening crack of the gunshot echoed. Yet it was not He Xiaoman who collapsed, but Guo Tuanxin. Although Cyankin's marksmanship was lacking, the proximity rendered her aim effective. The bullet lodged within Guo Tuanxin's chest. Failing to exit, he managed to turn slightly, pointing a trembling finger at Cyankin, blood gushing from his mouth. His heart raced, and He Xiaoman comprehended the Burmese words, why? Cyankin maintained her frigid demeanor, though the muscles on her left cheek twitched uncontrollably, and the hand that wielded the gun quivered slightly, betraying her facade of calmness. Seeing Guo Tuanxin sprawled in a pool of blood, the flip-flop man, with wide eyes still filled with life, shouted into the village. He then brandished a handgun, demanding He Xiaoman to drop her cleaver. The lean monkey, armed with a half-automatic rifle akin to Guo Tuanxin's, aimed at He Xiaoman, but Cyankin swiftly shot his arm. Seizing the moment of his shock, He Xiaoman rolled on the ground, snatching the rifle into her possession, even in its diminished capacity. It was safer in her hands than anyone else's. It was evident that Cyankin had become her temporary ally. The two women, in unison, one wielding the rifle while the other coerced the flip-flop man into relinquishing his handgun, acted with remarkable synergy. The flip-flop man stood in a state of bewilderment. Old village chief Wu Dantua, holding a flashlight in one hand and a handgun in the other, was poised to direct the villagers in an assault against He Xiaoman and Cyankin. Seizing the moment while the Demon King's influence lingered, He Xiaoman, without uttering a word, swiftly hurled the small kitchen knife towards the village chief. The blade, with uncanny precision, embedded itself in his skull, revealing his mortal frailty. His head, untested by the ancestral blades of He Xiaoman, was cleaved open. To capture the leader is to subdue the insurgents. It is not merely a matter of killing. A single strike suffices, even if her hands tremble violently thereafter. The dozen or so men who had accompanied the village chief erupted into chaos, their voices rising like a cacophony at an international summit, each shouting in a medley of languages. Some glared fiercely at He Xiaoman, brandishing their sickles and daggers. Those who dared to strike would meet the same fate as Wu Dantua. He Xiaoman, though unfamiliar with firearms, stood defiantly with the seized weapons in her grasp. Meanwhile, women like Ruan Xiujuan, Ruan Xiang, Ma Jimi, and Sister Yi marched forth, armed and resolute. Unlike the bewildered men, this contingent of women was clearly prepared. At the forefront stood Yu Min, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth, while Ruan Xiujuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Moments ago, she had delivered a fierce kick to Wu Dantua's lifeless body, and astonishingly, none of the men dared to protest. A man, clutching a watermelon knife, seemed poised to launch a surprise attack on Say Yanqin, the apparent instigator of this turmoil. Yet, alas, Just as his hand rose, it was severed at the wrist, the dismembered arm still gripping the knife tightly. In a daze, Sayan Qin looked up to behold a blood-soaked, foul-smelling little girl suspended in the air before her. Her withered yellow hair appeared to be soaked in blood, strands clinging to her face. Her large eyes, though striking, held a chill colder than that of Sayankin herself. With pale skin and slender limbs, she resembled a malnourished little girl. Yet, the aura of lethality surrounding her rendered everyone present utterly motionless. The most astonishing aspect was her levitation. With a mere flick of her wrist, she silently severed an arm and provocatively teased Newton's coffin, leaving no one daring to provoke such a divine being. Xiaoman felt her heart flutter. The Ghost King was truly magnificent. Despite her and Sayankin wielding guns and a knife, they could not compel compliance from the onlookers, while the Ghost King achieved it effortlessly, without uttering a word. This was the stark difference. Suspended in the air, her dark eyes, nearly devoid of scara, scanned the crowd. Anyone caught in her gaze instantly felt a shiver run down their spine, as if their very blood were freezing. The young girl furrowed her brow and suddenly noticed the emaciated monkey half-seated on the ground. With a quick snap of her fingers, a piercing scream erupted from the monkey as he clutched his groin with his uninjured arm, blood gushing forth. Reward. Xiaoman pondered what the Ghost King was searching for, only to realize she was seeking the very person who had once harbored ill intentions towards her. Xiaoman sighed inwardly. This child was far too volatile. Yet, she found it appealing. The unfortunate monkey could never have anticipated that a few careless teasing remarks would render him incapable of participating in a particular sport ever again. Meanwhile, the others followed Xiaoman to the village chief's home to open the treasure chest. No one had expected the chief's house to contain such an abundance of wealth. Xiaoman had no leisure to deal with these matters. She merely took 2 20-gram gold bars from the village chief's immeasurable wealth. After all, she had labored like a beast for 2 weeks here. With the boss gone, she had no choice but to pay herself. Yumin cleaned the foul, putrid blood from the Ghost King, and only then did Xiaoman realize that her petite body had become nearly translucent, with the crimson mark on her forehead appearing even more vivid. Mother, it must have hurt terribly to bring me into this world. Are you afraid? The Ghost King suddenly recalled something, approaching Yumin's abdomen. Afraid, Yumin frowned and replied, but what can be done? After all, you are my little girl. After a night of toil, a dawn shrouded in ominous clouds finally arrived. The men were all confined to the security room, as the Ghost King warned that anyone who dared to emerge would pay with their life, so they complied obediently. The Ghost King commanded them to burn the earth dragon vines encircling the village. This place was conducive to their growth year-round, and without Xueman's control. If allowed to fester, it would soon transform into a forest of ghosts. You truly are your mother's daughter, a pair of arsonists, and you aren't afraid of fire? Strangely enough, the earth dragon vines ignited upon contact with fire. Perhaps it was because the sun's flames were the natural nemesis of ghost vines. In any case, while other plants merely lost a bit of moisture, the ghost vines crackled and blazed. Xiaoman instructed the men to wear masks if they had them. If not, they should use damp cloths to cover their mouths. The Ghost King scoffed. I never expected you to be such a good person. In truth, the Demon King intentionally sought to incite the men of the village to set ablaze the ghostly vines. The Demon King harbored no comprehension of good and evil. Her animosity stemmed from the torment these individuals inflicted upon her mother. Were it not for her desire to evade further bloodshed, she would have been inclined to eradicate every man in this place. Even employing Xiaoman's methods would not spare them, for inhaling the toxic smoke from the burning vines in close proximity would undoubtedly lead to severe illness, if not the loss of half a life. While these men may not be paragons of virtue, many among them were merely villagers, akin to a knife in my hand. Wielded against the wicked, it serves justice. Yet against the innocent, it becomes an instrument of malevolence, contingent upon the grasp of its wielder. In these declining times, while one may refrain from acts of kindness, they ought to avoid perpetrating evil. Though the Demon King wore an expression of derision, she refrained from further retorts this time. This was due to the absence of the village chief Wu Dantua's only son, Siwon, who was away. Upon hearing of the chief's demise, his 2 mistresses, alongside Guatuanchin, the village's strongest warrior, orchestrated his death, leaving the forces of the happy village in disarray, bereft of any inclination to assist with the aftermath. 2 robust women from the village, undeterred, cast his body wrapped in rags into the cesspool, a fitting retribution, indeed. As the men who set fire to the ghostly vines approached the village, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, prompting many to rush outside, reveling joyously in the rain, celebrating their newfound liberation. Women, drenched and resembling drowned rats, spotted the similarly soaked men and immediately surged towards them. Many women, who often endure in silence, found themselves ignited with old grievances as they confronted a group of drenched men who were retching uncontrollably. In their fury, they clawed and scratched with abandon. With the presence of the ghostly king, those men dared not retaliate, opting instead for a hasty retreat. Was this a moment of vengeance for wrongs both new and old? Yet, there were men sheltered behind women, pleading for leniency. The village was soon abuzz with chatter and commotion. Xiaoman chose not to intervene in these matters. Instead, she attended Guo Tuanshin's funeral alongside Ma Jimmy. It was a modest ceremony, a simplicity reflecting their circumstances. As Sayarankin had mentioned, supplies would arrive from the foothills in a day or two, urging everyone to hasten on their respective journeys. Xiaoman observed Sayarankin as she poured water from a small jug, beginning at Guo Tuanshin's right toe and methodically working her way up through his leg, waist, shoulders, and head, then descending to the left foot, repeating this ritual 7 times while murmuring incantations. This ceremony was known as the washing of the corpse, a purification to ensure a clean passage into the afterlife. It was then that Xiaoman realized Sayarankin was the betrothed of Guo Tuanshin. In times of poverty, he had urged her to wait until he could afford to marry her. Yet, even after accumulating wealth, he continued to make her wait. He had become increasingly unrecognizable, indulging in the company of numerous women, yet he never touched her, claiming that those he had lain with would encounter misfortune. Thus, he only consorted with those women who eagerly threw themselves at him. Xiaoman recalled Guo Tuanshin's flirtatious advances toward those women, herself included, her heart swelling with disdain. What was this? A feeble excuse for his own transgressions? Perhaps he had not entirely lost his moral compass. So are those women who have suffered because of him merely deserving of their fate? It is no wonder that Sai Yechin intervened on behalf of the mother and daughter of the Ruan family, leading Guo Tuanshin to acquiesce so readily. It is also no surprise that their interactions often felt peculiar. Twice I had contemplated ending his life, yet my attempts were thwarted. Upon seeing you follow him up the mountain, I too wished to pursue, but the ghostly vines barred my passage, trapping me within the village. Xiaoman suddenly comprehended that Sai Yechin had been waiting at the village entrance all along. Given her connection to Guo Tuanshin, the villagers harbored no suspicions. My Guo Tuanshin had perished long ago, the moment he acquired his ill-gotten wealth. I simply could not accept it. Sai Yechin's voice remained frigid, as if she were recounting the tale of a completely unrelated individual, and her storytelling lacked any semblance of emotion or nuance. Once these matters are resolved, you must leave swiftly. Guo Tuanshin and Wu Dantao are supported by a wealthy benefactor, and it is speculated that every month, a certain concoction is prepared by Guo Tuanshin to be delivered to this benefactor in exchange for substantial riches and resources. The missing piece has finally been revealed. Although the specifics of what Kai Man has been concocting remain unclear, it is evident that the offspring of those women are the primary raw materials for Kai Man's elixirs. Xiaoman recognized that, in comparison to Kai Man, the occasionally capricious but otherwise quietly diligent Ghost King was infinitely more benevolent. At the very least, the Ghost King only eliminated those who had wronged her. In the locality, funerary customs include both burials and cremations, with the majority opting for the latter. The location of Happiness Village is perilous, and interment typically follows the custom of soil burial. However, Guo Tuanshin's remains were treated by Sai Yanquin, who, adhering to local burial traditions, applied powder from the yellow fragrant tree, then wrapped the body in pristine white cloth before dousing it in gasoline and incinerating it. She believed that washing the corpse had dispatched Guo Tuanshin, leaving behind merely the shell of a demon, thus rendering the act of cremation a final resolution. This included the bamboo house where Guo Tuanshin had resided. Li Zuozhua, with one eye blinded and several wounds adorning her face, clutched Yumin, pleading for her to take her away from this cursed place. As they approached the village entrance, a figure knelt, cradling a small swaddled infant, bidding farewell while repeatedly expressing gratitude in Mandarin. Thank you, Xiaoman, I will remember you for a lifetime. In the depths of the woman's heart, it was not Kai Man that she revered as a deity, but Xiaoman, who deserved her most devout adulation. Xiaoman smiled faintly, not merely due to the woman's fervent homage, but rather in affirmation that her arduous efforts to save the child were not in vain. Chapter 66. A vast expanse. A mother does not lack love for her child. Previously, she had refrained from even a glance. Understanding that the child's fate ultimately led to the cave of Kai Man, where they would never meet again in life or death. After interring Guotuanchin, Sai Yin-Quin would accompany Wan Shirqiu and her daughter, along with Majimi, to the Hua state, a retreat Sai Yin-Quin had meticulously planned. The backing of powerful allies in the Hua state is well known, ensuring a relatively high degree of safety. Consequently, many expectant mothers and women who received their share of money chose to follow Sai Yin-Quin to that destination. Each person will inevitably tread the path they have chosen, be it the Ghost King, He Xiaomin, Sai Yin-Quin, or Li Zuozhua. In a moment of days, He Xiaomin and Yu Min, clad in work attire, appeared by the Shaonan River. The Ghost King referred to the stone she inhabited as a Wonhong Miao, asserting that it was not merely a stone, but rather an extraordinary entity of water. Thus it could only flow in and out like water. One might have assumed that the Ghost King's power was boundless, but it turned out to be the influence of the Wonhong Miao. He Xiaoman's face nearly broke into a radiant smile, for the Wonhong Miao now belonged to her. According to custom, good news invariably came hand in hand with bad news. The Ghost King warned that should she cease to utilize the ghostly concealment, the essence of the Wonhong Miao would leak out, perceptible to beings of considerable cultivation. Hence, He Xiaoman was urged to quickly drop her blood to acknowledge her ownership. At that moment, amidst a flurry of reward notifications, a line of violet text emerged. Rare elemental spirit detected. Can be placed in the display room to enhance the attributes of the house and its owner. In a modest dwelling in Lijiagu, a man reclining on the bed while playing ranked games suddenly erupted with a three-word curse, then promptly answered the call with utmost respect. Yes, boss, right away. With that, amidst the cacophony of his teammates' curses, he transformed into a player idling in the safe zone, predictably facing a barrage of online reports from his teammates. However, the account's owner was too preoccupied to care. He sprang from the bed as if propelled by a spring, donned his down jacket, and dashed out of the courtyard. Soon, a land cruiser sped out of Lijiagu, racing towards Shaonan River with fervor. Gasping for breath, the man reconnected the call. Boss, there's no one here, indeed. No living beings, not even anything glowing. I truly searched. After hanging up, the man once again warmly greeted the boss's entire family, including all the women of his ancestry. What on earth is here? Is there anything other than your grandmother's leg? In this bitter cold, besides your ancestors, what else remains? The chilling tone of the boss and the fate of those replaced drivers sent a shiver through the man. He was filled with a torrent of foul language, but dared not utter another word. His face contorted in resentment as he continued to search along the Little South River for the person or the special item mentioned by the boss. Meanwhile, that remote boss was similarly enduring the wrath of others, having been ridiculed and scorned. Did you not notice that the Happiness Village was utterly destroyed? I had warned you to either keep the matter close at hand or send someone capable to oversee it. Is this what you call having money to make the devil push the mill? Yes, I admit my oversight, father. What about that blood demon of 10,000 bodies? It has vanished. There is a palpable aura of fierce combat in the cave, yet both Guanmon and his puppet have either gone missing or met their demise. Do not interfere further with that matter. I have entrusted everything to Fourth Brother. You are not to concern yourself with the other collection points in Southeast Asia either. Your sole responsibility is the 5 elements spirits of Huagua. If this matter is mishandled once more, you shall be condemned to guard the Happiness Village for eternity. The elder's words seemed weightless, yet to oversee a desolate Happiness Village meant he would become a mere pawn. What purpose does it serve to go to Happiness Village? To cultivate opium, admire poppy flowers, chew betel nut, and toy with those old women resembling black monkeys? That would be a fate worse than death. However, he held a pessimistic view regarding the search for Baiku by the Shaonan River. For reasons unknown, despite sensing an extraordinarily vibrant flow of elemental energy, each visit to the Shaonan River ended in disappointment. After days of vigilance without a single sign of activity, just as he rushed to the county town for an appointment, disturbances arose again at the Shaonan River. It seemed as though that entity was deliberately opposing him. Was it not said that the spirits of the 5 elements are inherently rooted? Then why did the one at Shaonan River appear so elusive? The elemental talisman on his chest remained dormant once more, prompting the man to command the driver to come pick him up in the county town. Old Forth's reach was increasingly extending. Since the elder had declared that Huagua was his domain, he would not hesitate to disregard family rules and create obstacles for Old Forth. You may develop your Shuanglong temple, while I shall cultivate my pear blossom mountain. It was unacceptable for him to finally uncover a spirit of the five elements only for it to be claimed by another. Almost at the moment when the land cruiser began to depart, two trembling figures appeared beside a leaning willow tree. They were He Xiaoman and Yu Min. Why had they suddenly gained the ability to become invisible? The story must begin anew. He Xiaoman was desperately trying to don the thick clothing they had brought from Xingfu village to ward off the cold, while simultaneously directing some of her focus to study the information regarding the spirit of the five elements. The exhibition room, forging room, cultivation room, and alchemy room belonged to special structures. The bulletin board had previously provided He Xiaoman with a detailed introduction to the functions of each chamber. Items placed in the exhibition room would correspondingly affect the house and its owner. The bulletin board refers to a vast expanse of water as the Ming-an, an abyssal depth that, once incorporated into the display room, can permanently enhance the water quality of the entire residence. The homeowner, utilizing water-based techniques and relevant equipment, experiences a doubling of effects. He Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with covetousness. What a treasure! Instinctively, she squeezed her eyes shut. But alas, it was too late. A wave of sour and painful sensations surged forth, causing her tightly shut eyes to overflow with tears. Next to her, Yu Min was startled and hurriedly attempted to wipe away He Xiaoman's tears, just as a land cruiser sped towards the riverbank like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 67. Is Happiness Village truly happy? On this winter day, the temperature in Happiness Village soared to 18 degrees Celsius amidst a dense, drizzling gloom. While at Xiaonan River, it plummeted to -15 degrees under a clear sky. Yet, He Xiaoman's mood was a dismal amalgamation of the adverse weather from both locales. A pervasive gloom and an intense chill enveloped her. The Ghost King was indeed correct. There are those who can sense the emanation of the Mingdan. One cannot merely attribute the presence of this vehicle to mere coincidence, especially in such frigid winter conditions. As the dust cloud kicked up by the land cruiser approached like a miniature moving sandstorm, He Xiaoman activated the Ming Mist. The Mingdan, resembling river pebbles, inexplicably transformed into two streams of water that flew into her eyes, as her consciousness instinctively accessed the two significant abilities at her disposal. In truth, the Ghost King had previously employed the Ming Mist, an invisibility skill that prevented Gua Tuanqin from detecting him. However, He Xiaoman, an ordinary mortal, lacked the capacity to control the Ming Mist to accompany her movements or to utilize the skill for extended periods as the Ghost King could. As He Xiaoman endeavored to conceal Yu Min, she sensed her mind gradually succumbing to symptoms akin to oxygen deprivation. Her limbs felt weak, dizziness enveloped her, and her thoughts flickered like a television screen suddenly losing signal, giving way to a flurry of black and white dots. While she listened to the thespian man groveling on the phone with his boss, only to revert to a haughty demeanor as he engaged in intimate interactions with every female in his boss's household, He Xiaoman felt her head thrum with agitation. Hurry and leave, she silently implored. Brother, if you linger any longer, do not blame me for revealing my true self. Just as she was on the verge of fainting from the excessive strain of her extraordinary abilities, the dramatic man finally received a command from his boss, his expression brightening as he drove away. The groceries she had purchased were either spoiled or withered, and several large potatoes had sprouted tender white shoots, rendering them inedible. Coupled with her pale complexion, which bore a striking resemblance to the wilted vegetables on the shelf, He Xiaoman contemplated the prospect of the two of them sharing a bowl of noodles. Yet, when she instinctively exclaimed, "I'll prepare some for you," she awkwardly realized that she had sold all 10 bowls of noodles to Gua Tuanqin today and would have to wait until midnight for a fresh supply. Regret at the moment of consumption is indeed a torment. The refrigerator still housed some meat and eggs, but the two had caught a whiff of unpleasant odors, dampening their appetites. Ultimately, He Xiaoman unearthed 2 packets of pickled fish vermicelli and prepared a bowl for each. After her mother thoroughly detailed each patient's ailments, appearances, and the circumstances of their visiting relatives, she suddenly recalled the most crucial matter. Your grandmother will be discharged from the hospital the day after tomorrow. After speaking, it seemed that someone conversed with her, and then my mother decisively ended the call and walked away. He Xiaoman rolled her eyes, exhaled deeply, and noticed Yu Min's gaze filled with envy. Suddenly, she recalled that Yu Min had lost her parents at a young age. Indeed, she was the archetype of a protagonist, born in an orphanage, with a malicious and despicable best friend, running away with a baby on the way, while a luxurious mansion and a nanny were already prepared. After 10 months of carrying a child, a genius daughter was there to cherish her mother. Upon leaving the happy village, Yumin appeared somewhat more cheerful. Her speech no longer carried that sharpness, as if she was gradually returning to her former self. He Xiaoman remarked in a somewhat troubled tone, "The day after tomorrow, my grandmother will be discharged, and then you'll understand. My mother continuously prattles on, which could drive anyone mad. This is one of the perks of residing in my home. Just wait and see." After her laughter, Yumin herself seemed taken aback. It had been a long time since she had genuinely smiled. Ever since she was lured to the so-called happy village, which turned out to be devoid of happiness, she had exposed all her brilliance. Preferring to live like a hedgehog without friends to provide warmth rather than risk being stabbed in her soft underbelly, Lise Wuzhua informed her that her grandmother had passed away in anger upon hearing the false news about her, and Yumin did not shed a single tear. She neither cried nor laughed. Her existence was merely to honor the life her grandmother had nurtured and not to end it herself. Living was solely to witness the conclusion that Lise Wuzhua deserved. Yumin was not just a hedgehog, she was also a living corpse. The happy village, with its eternal spring and vibrant flowers, had ground her down to a mere specter of existence. As soon as Yumin set foot in this remote village in the northeast, she felt a remarkable ease in her breathing, as if even the incessant disturbances of her pregnancy symptoms had retreated. He Xiaoman draped a summer blanket over Yumin, her face adorned with a tranquil serenity that followed immense tension, peacefully slumbering, the envy of all, oblivious to the hardships of the protagonist. In truth, ever since the demise of Guotuanchin, He Xiaoman's bulletin board lit up like the grand screen at a train station, displaying one line after another. With the deaths of Wu Dantua and Guotuanchin, the village's overlords, He Xiaoman's various rewards erupted sporadically. Yet the overwhelming aftermath left her with no time to peruse them closely. This mission was unlike the previous ones. Upon completing earlier tasks, He Xiaoman was filled with boundless joy, having aided others while fulfilling her own aspirations. She often fancied that after a few more missions, she might don a halo and white feathers, transforming into an angel, her sacred radiance impossible to conceal. This was the very life she yearned for. However, this particular mission unveiled a starkly different existence, one where she witnessed the devastating downfall of her own daughter, Wan Shikiyuan, the tragic shooting of her fiancé, Sai Yingquen, and the betrayal of Li Zuozhua, who had once been a victim. Upon learning of the demise of the Happiness Village, Yi Jia wore a face of regret, while several women pointed accusatory fingers at Yi Xiaoman, hurling curses. Where can we ever find a place as wonderful as Happiness Village again? Chapter 68. Counting money alone beneath the covers. Such is life. It is quite natural for men, who are granted free wives by the village chief simply for residing in the happy village, to berate He Xiaoman. After all, many villagers, if not for the happy village, would likely find themselves unable to secure even a wife, let alone enjoy the nightly company of youthful, alluring women of childbearing age. The older women, having passed their prime for childbirth, are relegated to roles as maids or cooks, while a few join the men in tending to the flowers and plants, all earning their share of wealth. The village chief's household resembles an inexhaustible treasure trove, ensuring that as long as one avoids self-destructive behavior, a payday will invariably come, free of debts or delays. Had it not been for the terrifying presence of the blood-soaked ghost king hovering in the air, He Xiaoman might have faced a gruesome fate at the hands of those men, who viewed her as a villain, a veritable demon. In their eyes, she was not merely a bad person, she was an utterly wicked creature. They believed that individuals like Gan Man, Wu Dantua, and Guotuanchin were the true heroes, tragically slain by that malevolent woman and the ghostly child, leaving them in sorrow. Thus, what constitutes a correct worldview? Anything aligning with one's personal beliefs is deemed correct. In truth, one might ponder that worldviews and physical appearances share a commonality. Anything that does not meet one's aesthetic standards is deemed unattractive. Nevertheless, the quiet murmurs of women, including the sympathetic Yijia, stirred discomfort within He Xiaoman. This was not only a crime but also a transaction of guilt, wherein not only bodies but also consciences were bartered. However, she had no intention of reasoning with these individuals, for she was not so idle as to engage in futile discourse. For those women who dare not voice their anger, He Xiaoman smiled mischievously, declaring, "I have done it. I have burned it. I have destroyed it. If you have the means, go forth. If not, perish. The heavens are capricious, leaving mortals powerless." On this occasion, He Xiaoman departed amidst a cacophony of curses, gratitude, and blessings. She no longer felt the pride, sanctity, and unwavering sense of justice that accompanied her previous assistants to Yuan Duong and Lu Xiaozhu. Much like the entertainment-driven internet, no matter what one does, there will always be those who praise and those who disparage. Just as a single novel can be hailed as a masterpiece by some and dismissed as garbage by others, the author has long since moved on, pen in hand, ready to delve into new endeavors. This reflects He Xiaoman, now reclining on the sofa, feigning slumber while calculating her task's results. She successfully vanquished 4 low-tier wolves, earning 25 basic building materials and 13 popularity points. She cleared low-tier ghost vines, gaining 20 primary medicinal herbs and 8 popularity points. She liberated imprisoned infant spirits, acquiring 8 units of primary special building materials and 5 popularity points. Repeating this act, she garnered an additional 2 units of primary special building materials and 6 popularity points, followed by 1 unit and 1 popularity point. He Xiaoman initially believed she had amassed numerous rewards, only to realize that most stemmed from rescuing the souls of infants trapped within the Guai Man Divine Cave. The actual rewards related to task progress were far less abundant than she had envisioned. There were approximately 30 rewards from the infant spirits, a lengthy list that appeared quite impressive. At last, He Xiaoman comprehended why the Ghost King was so intent on venturing into the Guai Man Divine Cave. She must have sensed the presence of the helpless infant spirit trapped within the cave. One might surmise that the Ghost King is, in fact, a kind-hearted soul. With this thought in mind, He Xiaoman found herself less resistant to the idea of serving as a nanny and bodyguard for 3 years. The once capricious Ghost King, who would often threaten her life, would likely not act so recklessly now that he has a maternal figure in his life. It is not about money. He Xiaoman mused silently. She is certainly not the type to be swayed by the allure of wealth. Continuing to tally the task rewards, she experienced a peculiar thrill akin to that of a wealthy landlord secretly counting his riches under the covers. She successfully vanquished a high-level wolf demon, earning 50 units of intermediate construction materials and 70 popularity points. Additionally, she defeated a low-level blood demon, acquiring a blood demon orb, which can be sold or displayed to enhance attributes. Upon completing the task starting from 0, she successfully located the Ghost King's host body and resolved the grievances between the Ghost King and his mother. Where the heart finds peace is my home, she reflected. A good beginning signifies that she has achieved half of the success. The Ghost King now regards her as a close kin. She must not perceive him as a burden. If utilized wisely, even a simple bowl of noodles could be the key to success. Keep going, house seeker. He Xiaoman chuckled at this point, nearly exasperated by the notion of being considered a close kin. What absurd rhetoric is employed in this ridiculous notice board? To regard the Ghost King as a burden? Apologies. But that is beyond her. The task progress has been refreshed to reflect a 3-year commitment. Architecture, humble dwelling level, beginner address, number 55, 3rd Avenue, District E homeowner, He Xiaoman projection, number 1, Huai Tree Fort Village, Weiyatown, Zhongtai County, Jinshui City, Dongning Province, Xiaohua activation, bedroom, level 1. The homeowner will gain double effects when resting in the designated area. Popularity, 346 nodes, 190 beginner general building materials, 350 intermediate building materials, 50 beginner special building materials, 65 beginner herbs, 20 beginner food ingredients, 100 skill, cooking items awaiting collection, blood demon orb, white, when placed in the display room. It grants the homeowner a 2 increase in status strength and 5 in vitality. He Xiaoman, but this orb is clearly red. Why is there a white suffix? The color signifies the rarity of the displayed item, ordered from low to high as white, blue, green, red, orange, and purple, the rarer the item. The higher the percentage of additional status and the more rewards available for exchange. In truth, He Xiaoman had already deduced this at the moment of her inquiry, considering everyone had experience with online games. Chapter 69. Are you teaching me to work? With a flicker of light, the blueprint of the 2nd floor appeared within He Xiaoman's mind, identical to the 1st floor. The 3rd floor was even more straightforward. Stepping up could easily collapse the house. The rewards from this task were substantial. He Xiaoman calculated that she could indeed complete the ordinary renovations for the 3-story building. Renovating a standard room requires 10 points of building materials and 5 points of popularity. He Xiaoman gazed intently at her 65 points of special materials, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. The housing system is governed by stringent regulations. The forging room, training room, and alchemy room are categorized as special functional spaces, necessitating the use of specific building materials for their renovation. Conversely, other rooms may also be enhanced or endowed with unique functionalities through the application of specialized materials during secondary renovations. For instance, He Xiaoman's bedroom has been transformed by the previous owner through specialized renovations, endowing it with the remarkable ability to double the restfulness it provides. With the current abundance of popularity and diverse special materials available, she can finally possess those extraordinary rooms that previously existed only in novels and television shows. However, the merciless, shameless, and unreasonable reality has dealt He Xiaoman a comprehensive and overwhelming blow, gently reminding her that her aspirations are but a beautiful illusion. The initial renovation of special functional rooms requires 50 points of special materials and 100 points of popularity for each attempt. Under the pressure of financial constraints, He Xiaoman once again finds herself grappling with decision fatigue. On the bed, Yumin turned over, seemingly dreaming of something particularly delightful, smacking her lips before slipping back into slumber. Although it may sound implausible that He Xiaoman could renovate the entire house in such a short span of time, the sheer number of workers she employed for the grand renovations renders the stark reality undeniable. Moreover, she believes that if she were to tell her mother about her possession of a fantastical housing system capable of instantaneous renovations, her mother would undoubtedly choose to believe the former. Thus, does it truly matter whether one speaks the truth? People are often more inclined to accept what they wish to believe. Otherwise, why would there be so many individuals prone to flights of imagination? After careful consideration and planning, He Xiaoman has allocated only a corridor and staircase on the second floor, transforming the remaining space into 4 guest rooms, each equipped with its own bathroom. In the first half of the third floor, a sunlit flower room and a terrace have been established. My mother has always cherished tending to flowers and plants, so I encouraged her to cultivate a variety of blossoms. In the summer, we could revel in the beauty of the flowers while enjoying skewers on the terrace. What a delightful life that would be. As for the latter half, He Xiaoman intends to allocate the exhibition room, cultivation room, forging room, and alchemy room to this level, restricting entry to outsiders. All areas will embrace a minimalist European style, followed by a one-click renovation. After completing the renovations on the 4 rooms on the second floor and the 6 rooms on the third, He Xiaoman suddenly realized that her data appeared erroneous, as if materials and popularity had been deducted excessively. She angrily inquired of the system why it had pilfered her funds. The bulletin board declared, "Housing system, reasonably priced, exceptional value, fair to all." This phrase repeated endlessly. He Xiaoman exclaimed in frustration, "I clearly have 10 rooms. Why have materials and popularity been deducted for 12? The bulletin board retorted, "For guest bathrooms, do not incur additional material costs. The staircase incurs no material costs. The corridor incurs no material costs. Who do you think you are, that we would bother to scrutinize such trivialities?" The logic was irrefutable, leaving her speechless. He Xiaoman had indeed overlooked these details. Given this, she decided to proceed with the renovation of the exhibition room. After all, she couldn't leave her white blood demon orb in a temporary pouch indefinitely. After contemplating, He Xiaoman suddenly asked, "How much is this orb worth if sold? 230 nodes, or 3 million dimensional coins. Wow. Yet she intends to use such a precious item for exhibition. Oh, how my heart aches." He Xiaoman, gritting her teeth, chooses to renovate a special exhibition room. Bulletin board. Are you certain you wish to expend 50 points of primary special building materials and 100 points of popularity to create the exhibition room? He Xiaoman. Yes. Bulletin board. Are you certain you wish to place the exhibit, blood demon orb, white? Once placed, this item cannot be sold. He Xiaoman. Bulletin board. Are you certain you wish to place the exhibit, blood demon orb, white? Once placed, this item cannot be sold. He Xiaoman. Bulletin board. Are you certain you wish to place the exhibit, blood demon orb, white? Once placed, this item cannot be sold. An unusually irritable He Xiaoman. Are you suddenly operating in a loop today? And why must it repeat the content I least wish to hear? I feel as though my molars are ground down to nothing. Important matters are stated thrice. Failing to make a choice after 3 prompts will result in abandonment. Just as the bulletin board screen displayed this message, He Xiaoman's indecision miraculously dissipated, and with great reluctance, she pressed confirm. He Xiaoman could sense a blood-red orb, the size of a longan, materializing in one of the display cases within the exhibition room. However, she felt no enhancement or the shimmering light of gold or silver typically experienced in the game, nor did she feel invigorated or alert. So, did I just spend 3 million on solitude? Why has my body undergone no transformation? Bulletin board. Did I not inform you that the housing system is reasonably priced, offering excellent value? Treating all with fairness? If not, perhaps you should try moving a few boxes of beer? Shall we let someone take a couple of swings at you? He Xiaoman's face darkened. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Why does it seem that the bulletin board has recently become rather unfriendly towards her? It was you who first exhibited hostility towards the bulletin board. How absurd to accompany that with a pitiful expression directed at your fingers. Very well, you have prevailed. In truth, He Xiaoman comprehended that the effects of such percentage-based additions are only truly alarming when the base number is significant. As an ordinary individual, her lack of sensation is only to be expected. She is merely lamenting her near encounter with a millionaire. Perhaps He Xiaoman's demeanor has pleased the bulletin board. As another message flickered into view. Congratulations to the homeowner for completing the renovation of the entire projection house, successfully unlocking the modest dwelling additional state. All attributes increased by 1. Haha, He Xiaoman chuckled. Does this mean that if each room undergoes special renovations, there will be additional state rewards? Indeed, when transforming from a modest dwelling to an ordinary one, all attributes increase by 5. Each time a higher level of housing is unlocked, corresponding rewards will follow. Keep going, House Seeker. Chapter 70. Reunion Dinner. Grandmother, with hands as rough as aged tree bark, continuously caressed the warm earthen Kong, her dim eyes filled with contentment. The hospital bed left me with a sore back and aching behind. The earthen Kong at home is far better, truly far better. Although her speech remained slightly slurred, she had made considerable progress since He Xiaoman's departure. Now, with assistance, she could take a few slow steps, though her legs still lacked agility, prompting her to share a multitude of grievances. Mother chuckled, saying, "You are just not being realistic. Isn't Earlyong from Uncle Wu's family over 10 years younger than you? Yet he is still shivering in the hospital. Doctor Hu has already stated that you are quite fortunate. The thrombosis is not obstructing a vital area. Otherwise, do you think you could be discharged now?" Grandmother poked her finger at Zhang Caihua's face, exclaiming, "I was merely speaking casually. Don't twist my words." Laughter erupted in the room, creating a lively atmosphere. Today was particularly bustling. Not only did the family of fourth uncle arrive, but also aunt and second uncle came over, and surprisingly, He Xiaoman's father, He Yutian, made an appearance as well. It was the day of the elderly matriarch's discharge from the hospital. Despite Zhang Caihua's reluctance, she could not bring herself to chase away her ex-husband, who had brought numerous gifts. Second uncle and fourth uncle, carefree and jovial, began to toast to their brother-in-law, calling him brother-in-law repeatedly, which only deepened the green hue on Zhang Caihua's face. He Xiaoman arranged for Yumin to stay in the sunlit room on the second floor, adjacent to the staircase. This room was the closest to the stairs and boasted the best lighting among the 4 guest rooms, facilitating Yumin's mobility as her pregnancy progressed. Today was a family gathering, and He Xiaoman had invited Yumin to join them. He Xiaoman provided Yumin with a brief overview of the household situation, as they were destined to share 3 years of cohabitation. Yumin's original documents had been taken and destroyed by Li Zuozhua, but her household registration was not cancelled. Moreover, Yumin had no relatives in her hometown, a small 4th-tier city, and wished to transfer her household registration directly to Wei Town. The sight of Yumin, with tears glistening in her eyes, yet resolutely pressing her lips together in silence, struck a chord with Officer Liu. Thus, not only did they save a great deal of trouble this time, but Officer Liu also informed He Xiaoman that there is now a new policy. For families with 2 children or fewer, there is no need to obtain a birth permit. It suffices to report to the local police station or relevant organizations in the household registration area of one of the parents, ensuring future registration of the child. Once the household registration booklet and identity card are issued, Yumin will officially become a citizen of Wei Town. They only paid an additional 50 yuan for expedited processing, while Officer Liu took care of all other arrangements. Later, when the documents are received, they can directly register the child's household with the Civil Affairs Office in the town government. He Xiaoman implored Uncle Liu to keep Yumin's situation confidential, as rumors spread through the small town at lightning speed, and it was best to avoid any trouble. Officer Liu nodded solemnly and said to Yumin, "Do not worry, young lady. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always reach out to me, Lu Jingtian, the deputy chief of the Weitown police station. He rummaged through his pocket and handed Yumin several bills of cash, stating, "You will have considerable expenses in the future. Take this to purchase some nutritional supplements. I will see if I can assist you in applying for a subsistence allowance." He Xiaoman chuckled softly, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart, appreciating that there are still many good people in this world. "Thank you, Uncle Lu, but I have enough money. I do not need any subsistence allowance." The initial sense of unfamiliarity seemed to dissipate gradually, thanks to this seemingly ordinary police officer. Yumin bit her lip, her eyes glistening with emotion. The two nodded in unison, waving goodbye to Officer Lu. After completing these tasks, He Xiaoman hurried to the fresh produce supermarket to purchase ingredients. As her mother's relatives were set to gather at the old residence to celebrate her grandmother's discharge from the hospital. Despite her mother's repeated admonitions against buying excessive seafood and overly expensive items, this marked He Xiaoman's inaugural reunion dinner at the ancestral home. She understood Zhang Caihua's current disappointment in her siblings and the attitude she would have to adopt towards them in the future, and that was sufficient. Moreover, He Xiaoman, with her wealth of 2-3 million, could afford to let a few coins gather dust as mere ornaments in her abode. She was hardly the type to fret over such trivial sums. Before her bravado could lead to a fatal heart attack, He Xiaoman could only assuage her anxiety by indulging in a shopping spree at the supermarket. The culinary system in the kitchen was quite impressive. As long as the raw materials and condiments were complete, it would produce the flavors she desired. The large dining table in the living room was brimming with a feast, and Zhang Caiwa found it hard to believe that her daughter had prepared this meal. No one knew better than a mother the exact weight of the flesh that had fallen from her own body. Xiaoman must have ordered takeout to impress. Nevertheless, she chose not to expose the truth publicly. Her aunt arrived with her grandson and granddaughter, along with her second uncle and aunt, and the family of the fourth uncle, culminating in a total of 11 people gathered around a lavish table laden with dishes. Zhang Shuyuan remained in low spirits, sitting listlessly to the side. Whenever the children became too bothersome, she would raise her voice, prompting the aunt to intervene momentarily. He Xiaoman took it upon herself to select a few dishes favored by Yumin and personally delivered them upstairs. Sun Lixiao wore a smile that was more akin to a grimace, uttering her sarcastic remarks. "Our Xiaoman is simply too kind-hearted, taking in a freeloader and treating her like royalty upstairs. With a temperament like yours, just wait and see how many hardships you'll face in the future." Aunt and second aunt exchanged glances, their disapproval evident as one remarked, "Who knows the origins of this woman? How could she, with such a prominent belly, be allowed to reside in our home? If anything were to go awry." Indeed, in recent years, there have been countless instances of deceit and trickery. What if the two of them decided to lay claim to our household? Second aunt expressed her concerns. As He Xiaoman descended the stairs, she overheard their loud discussions and was about to clarify that the woman had paid a substantial rent, when suddenly the front door slammed open, heralding the grand entrance of her father. Chapter 71. Purpose. As the other party involved in He Xiaoman's upbringing, her father, He Yutian, had made it clear during the divorce that he would raise her to adulthood, asserting that he owed her nothing. Any future matters concerning employment, marriage, or buying a home would depend on Xiaoman's performance. If she excelled, He Yutian would not hesitate to invest in her future. If she faltered, he would advise her to stand on her own 2 feet and not trouble him. Upon discovering that her father, the so-called wealthiest man in Zhongtai County and the one at fault in their family discord, had merely given her mother 200,000 yuan before sending her packing, He Xiaoman was infuriated. To her astonishment, her mother had meekly accepted it after the woman with the burgeoning belly implored for forgiveness, and her 2 uncles intervened. He Xiaoman was furious. How could her mother so easily acquiesce? Only when she became aware of it, everything had already settled down. Her mother had kept it from her the entire time, even compelling all the relatives on her grandmother's side to keep the matter shrouded in secrecy. He Xiaoman could only explicitly state to He Yutian that, given the circumstances, he should live well with that woman and his precious children. From that moment on, she would recognize only her mother and not her father, even if the 2 of them had to beg for a living at He Yotian's home. She would take a detour. He Yotian's response over the phone was simply, "Not bad, quite spirited. I admire spirited individuals." Thus, when He Xiaoman saw He Yutian carrying a basket of flowers and crabs, each crab shell as large as an adult's fist, she estimated that the basket of crabs alone was worth at least 300 yuan. alongside a large box of wild sea cucumbers and other seemingly valuable items. The total was no less than 1,000 yuan. He Xiaoman's heart sank instantly. Where was the so-called spirit? She had some understanding of her father's character. He Dafu's delicacies had become a renowned brand in the culinary scene of Jinshui City. According to her second uncle, he was now sharpening his knives, preparing to venture into real estate and the restaurant industry. Even Zhongtai County could hardly accommodate this moneyed man. Despite his infidelity and having a confirmed illegitimate child several years old, He Yutian was still managing a peaceful divorce with her mother, considering He Yotian's wealth, giving Zhang Kaiwa 200,000 yuan and leaving with nothing truly bore little difference. It was said that he had found a young wife over 10 years his junior, now with both a son and a daughter, residing in a luxurious mansion and leading a lavish life. Shouldn't this father, reveling in his newfound fortune, be estranged from Zhang Kaiwa, the discarded woman? As the new year approaches, one cannot help but wonder why he has taken the time to bring so many gifts to reminisce with Zhang's family. He Xiaoman is aware that although her two uncles often disparage He Yutian, who was once a son-in-law, they still maintain occasional contact with him after their mother's divorce. If he wishes to indulge in drinking and philosophizing about life, there are ample venues suited for such endeavors. After all, these affluent gentlemen are not lacking in funds and certainly do not need to congregate in such an awkward setting. He Xiaoman suspects that her father either harbors intentions towards her mother or has designs on her own life. Given the prior experience with a rotund suitor in his 40s, it is likely that He Yutian is now more inclined to meddle in her marital affairs. With a stoic demeanor, He Xiaoman seized the items from He Yutian's hands and interjected, halting his incessant calls of mom. Father, my mother is currently single and has no dealings with you. According to my uncles, you should refer to my maternal grandmother as Annie. Seizing the moment when everyone appeared momentarily stunned, and the room fell into a profound silence, He Xiaoman further added, indeed, you urbanites may not favor such rustic terms. Thus, let us refer to her as Annie Madam. Son Li Xia, naturally attuned to familial intricacies, was the first to react, her expression reminiscent of a fly discovering a fresh pile of refuse. She cast a keen glance between He Yutian and He Xiaoman, rubbing her hands together in excitement, before surveying the reactions of others, particularly that of her mother, Zhang Kaiwa. Meanwhile, her second uncle, Zhang Guijin, furrowed his brow and admonished. Xiaoman, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? He Xiaoman was taken aback. Second uncle. I called him father and addressed him respectfully with, maintaining a humble and polite demeanor. What more should I say? Should I kneel and kowtow on the ground? Although such ancient rites do exist, they have long since faded away. Merchants pursue profit. I am indifferent to your desire to profit alongside He Yutian. But if you think you can still manipulate me and my mother through familial ties as before, that is simply unacceptable. He Yutian laughed heartily as he reached out to touzle He Xiaoman's hair. My daughter has always been mischievous, not at all like Kaiwa. She takes after me. Ha ha ha. The more he laughed, the greater the irritation simmered within He Xiaoman. She had already exhibited her dissatisfaction, and given her father's attitude during their divorce, he should have turned against her long ago. Yet, not only did he refrain from doing so, but he also maintained a demeanor of reconciliation, appearing quite close to her. He Xiaoman tilted her head to evade his affectionate gesture, reflecting on how her father had never been so amiable since she grew up. After she unilaterally announced her choice to side with her mother, he even dared to come to her, expecting her to engage with him. What grand designs could He Yutian possibly have? Initially, she intended to retaliate with a few more biting remarks. To see the tension in her grandmother's stiff posture and her mother's attempts to hide behind her. However, He Xiaoman reconsidered, deciding it would be best to keep the peace for the first meal. As everyone took their seats, He Yutian, who was usually surrounded by his uncles in the place of honor, unexpectedly ceded his position to his grandmother and squeezed over towards Zhang Kaiwa. Without saying a word, Zhang Kaiwa stood up, bowl in hand, and positioned herself directly beside her daughter. He Xiaoman, possessing keen perception, fetched a small round stool for Zhang Kaiwa. The two women exchanged a knowing smile, intensifying He Yotian's evident discomfort. Come on, Xiyuan, why are you just standing there? Quickly pour wine for your uncle and third uncle. Such was Sun Lisha's nature. Whenever she sensed He Xiaoman had exposed a flaw, she would promptly showcase her well-educated daughter to draw a comparison. Zhang Xiyuan, though slightly impatient, complied without protest. After a collective toast wishing their grandmother good health, the meal devolved into a series of individual pursuits. Annie busied herself with the children, occasionally serving dishes to the grandmother. The elderly matriarch had been successfully delegated to Zhang Kaiwa, resulting in an unprecedented harmony between the two daughters-in-law who had clashed for decades. The meal concluded with conviviality, yet before their departure, Sun Lixia subtly reminded He Xiaoman that the crabs needed to be cooked promptly, as they would lose their richness once out of water. He Xiaoman smirked. This had always been the case, whether it was at their home or another's. The burden of cooking invariably fell upon her mother. With a smile, He Xiaoman nodded. Rest assured, fourth aunt, we shall feast on them tonight. Chapter 72. The agreement. The room emptied in a flurry, leaving only He Yutian, who lingered, dawdling and engaging in aimless chatter. He Xiaoman observed the weariness etched in her features, realizing that this so-called celebration held little benefit for the elderly and ailing. Yet, given the prevailing circumstances, she felt compelled to acquiesce. Refusing would only invite further chatter from the well-meaning relatives. For the sake of peace, she chose acceptance, recognizing her own lack of strength. Accompanying the Ghost King to the blissful village, He Xiaoman felt a profound yearning for strength. Everyone, including herself, cowered in the presence of the Ghost King. Yet she remained undaunted, having witnessed the obliteration of foes, leaving behind only a blood pearl which she had taken to showcase. The villagers dared to voice their grievances or cast her disapproving glances, but upon encountering the Ghost King, they stood at attention, silenced, anxiously clutching their thighs, fearful that an inadvertent sound might provoke his ire. Though there was a palpable fear of the supernatural, it was predominantly the overwhelming power of the Ghost King that instilled dread. Clenching her fists, He Xiaoman resolved to become formidable, not merely for herself, but to ensure that her grandmother and mother could lead the lives they truly desired, free from the indignities imposed by others. This determination also explained why she insisted on preparing meals herself, fully aware that it risked revealing the secrets of the kitchen. Cooking for a dozen individuals, particularly while caring for an ailing patient, was undeniably exhausting. He Yutian reclined on the living room sofa, incessantly praising the home's tasteful decor and meticulous arrangement, even taking the liberty to explore the upper floors. Upon his return, he queried He Xiaoman with a peculiar expression. Did your fourth uncle truly gift you this house? Having recently engaged in several minor projects with a major developer, he had gained some insight. Although the exterior of the house appeared unremarkable, its interior held complexities that even he struggled to comprehend. For instance, every room maintained a uniform temperature, yet there was not a single visible heating element. No water-based heating, electric heating, heating films, or the emerging carbon crystal heating systems. The annual heating expenses for this three-story residence would undoubtedly amount to a significant sum for He Xiaoman and her mother. Moreover, considering the meticulously crafted designs and seemingly ordinary yet exceedingly exquisite decorations within the house, one cannot possibly secure it for less than 200,000. My brother-in-law and his spouse are the type of individuals who refuse to concede even the slightest advantage. So would they truly relinquish such a fine residence simply to avoid caring for an elderly woman? Furthermore, who is unaware of how this house was constructed? Would Zhang Guan invest such a substantial sum to renovate a building destined for demolition? I certainly do not believe that. He Xiaoman. Indeed, I do not believe it either. However, some matters need not be shared with He Yutian. To He Xiaoman, he has become nothing more than a stranger, despite being her father. Throughout her mother's 2-decade-long marriage, which could be described as a state of widowhood, He Xiaoman has deeply understood the meaning of paternal love, which stands as steadfast and imposing as a mountain. He Yutian's affection for He Xiaoman is profound and formidable, akin to an unyielding mountain that merely exists, imposing its presence without action. Additionally, this mountain insists on reminding me daily of its purpose, constantly playing the role of a savior. Do you truly believe you are doing this for someone else? After smoking a couple of cigarettes and finishing a pot of jasmine tea, He Yutian finally revealed the intent of his visit. Under the implicit gaze of He Xiaoman and her mother's dismissive expressions, with a face full of remorse, he looked at Zhang Kaiwa and said, I have indeed owed you over the years. Consider this a small act of compensation from me. Zhang Kaiwa was taken aback for a moment, and then her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. A flicker of emotion stirred within her, for the human heart is tender, and even if He Yutian's affections have waned, he has not entirely lost his conscience. There is no need for that. My mother and I are quite content living here. Our surroundings are filled with neighbors who have resided in this area for decades, and should any need arise, a simple call would summon assistance from them. Our home is equipped with water, electricity, and gas, And we even have the convenience of parcel deliveries to our doorstep. There is truly nothing inconvenient about our situation. He Xiaoman maintained a sullen expression, remaining silent. Her mother was perhaps overthinking matters. Unfortunately, He Yutian was not of the same mind. As expected, after much reluctant persuasion from her mother, He Yutian finally displayed signs of impatience. If I say you should go, then you should go. The renovation of a house over there would require at least 400,000 to 500,000. Once you vacate this place for me, I shall use it to entertain clients. He Xiaoman couldn't help but chuckle. Her father certainly had a knack for calculating. Whether it was by marrying off his daughter for profit or scheming for her property, his intentions were clear. It seemed that, in his eyes, they had somehow taken advantage of him. After all, what was a dilapidated house in a remote village worth? Even with its 3 stories and a small orchard, it paled in comparison to the value of properties in more prosperous cities. The real estate market in Jingshui City was on an upward trajectory, with ample room for appreciation. On the surface, it indeed appeared as though they were the ones benefiting. No wonder her father wore an expression of benevolence, his face radiating a sanctified glow. Suddenly, He Xiaoman recalled a line from a song. The light of righteousness shines upon the great behind. A muffled laugh escaped her, a moment of unkind amusement, before she quickly composed herself. Despite his undeniable shortcomings as both a father and a man, he was still her father, the one who had provided for her, ensuring her safety and guiding her through to university graduation. He Yutian, mistakenly believing she was in high spirits, smiled gently and softened his tone. That area is a new district. Now the entire Jingshui city is developing southward. In less than 5 years, that property will undoubtedly be worth $1 million. Do you think I would engage in such a losing venture merely because you are my own daughter? He Xiaoman gazed at He Yutian. His eyes were remarkably captivating, long and narrow, with sharp corners. When he looked at you seriously, his gaze felt piercing, yet when he smiled, it bore a casual, dreamy allure. This man, having achieved success, radiated a certain charm of middle-aged sophistication, and he was neither balding nor portly. Judging solely by his appearance and material wealth, he could easily score a 7 out of 10. Had He Xiaoman inherited all her father's good looks, she would surely be a beauty herself. Regrettably, she only possessed his exquisite eyes, while the rest of her features were a mere reflection of Zhang Caihua's rather unremarkable visage. Though not outright unattractive, her looks fell into the category where others struggled to find flattering words, often being described as possessing a graceful demeanor or as a delicate beauty, offered as polite praise. It was unclear what He Yutian said that provoked Zhang Caihua, but she suddenly interjected, "We certainly won't be going. You should keep your belongings for your daughter and son. You needn't worry about Xiaoman." Chapter 73, Pit. Furrowing his brow, He Yutian's brow furrowed sharply, and his eyes, now resembling those of a hawk, glinted with a fierce intensity. "Why shouldn't I be concerned for the daughter I raised?" "You raised her? Aside from providing a few meager coins, what have you ever done for Xiaoman?" "He Yutian, do not forget that our divorce was conditional from the very beginning." He Xiaoman beheld her mother exuding an unprecedented aura of authority and dominance. Outside the gate of their ancestral home, He Yutian hurriedly gathered the gifts that Zhang Caihua had thrown out, while the flower crab, having enjoyed the comfortable temperature of 22 degrees for a while, energetically scuttled across the ground. It was also the first time He Xiaoman witnessed her father, who was increasingly resembling a powerful tycoon, in such a disheveled state as he climbed into his Land Rover Range Rover, leaving in a cloud of dust. "Don't worry, my dear, with your mother around, I will deal with that shameless man. You can count on me for support, even if you can no longer rely on me for financial gain. If he dares to lay another hand on you, I shall strip away his audacity," her mother declared. He Xiaoman looked on with admiration, realizing that her inherent chivalry was inherited from her mother. Initially, her mother had concealed their divorce from everyone, and there existed a private agreement between her and her father. He Yutian would pay Zhang Caihua a one-time sum of 200,000 yuan in exchange for her unconditional consent to the divorce, after which He Yutian would have no right to interfere in He Xiaoman's affairs, including her career and marriage. Her mother relinquished various disputes over property and morality solely to secure her own peace. In truth, even without this agreement, He Xiaoman would not have permitted He Yutian to meddle in her life. However, her mother's actions ensured that they held the moral high ground, free from concern for her father's status. In the vast tapestry of Huagua's 5,000 years of history, though the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues may have fallen out of fashion, loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, and integrity remain the standard measures by which a person is evaluated. As he Xiaoman's father, it is all too easy for him to exploit the advantages of his position and create turmoil under the guise of filial piety. Zhang Kaiwa has seen through her ex-husband's true nature and has chosen to forsake the interests that most people regard as valuable, in order to ensure her daughter's absolute autonomy and freedom. If He Yutian refrains from causing trouble, it would be one matter. However, should he dare to disrupt the peace using his paternal identity, Zhang Kaiwa possesses a contract that she could wield against him, blossoming like peach blossoms in spring. Presently, within the confines of Jingshui City, He Yutian is considered a successful individual, and he must still be mindful of his reputation. Thus, he would hesitate to act excessively against He Xiaoman. He Xiaoman embraced her mother, feeling a warm surge of affection. It seemed that her mother's character had undergone considerable transformation post-divorce, as she now appeared to be quietly preparing traps for her ex-husband. Zhang Kaiwa, though often indecisive and easily swayed by others, is a woman who treasures her dignity and possesses many faults. Yet, she is a devoted mother who cherishes her daughter above all else. A sudden shout from outside interrupted the tender moment between the mother and daughter. Oh my goodness! How is this child here? Could it be that the legend of the Xiaonan River connecting to the sea is true? If so, where did these large crabs come from? He Xiaoman recognized the familiar loud voice. It was Zheng He's wife, who was likely clamoring about while collecting crabs. Hey, old Zheng, hurry over. Bring some tools to the Zhang household. There might be crabs in the Xiaonan River, and they have crawled right up to the Zhang's doorstep. She suddenly lowered her voice, seemingly wary of anyone inside the tightly shut doors of the Zhang household overhearing. Come quickly. After we finish gathering these, let us rush to the Xiaonan River and take a look. Zhang Kaiwa rolled her eyes, pondering whether this woman had truly lost her mind. Not to mention that the small Nan River was devoid of water in the depths of winter. Could fresh water be harvested from your family's river to yield sea crabs? It was absurd to call Zheng He to gather tools and venture to the Nan River, merely to feast upon an imagined bounty. While naively hoping to extract sea crabs from the river, this couple was destined for disappointment. He Xiaoman wore a mischievous grin, realizing that Aunt C had worried for nothing. With the wholehearted participation of Zheng He's entire family, those crabs would likely be stripped bare. He Xiaoman encouraged her mother to accompany her grandmother, as the ruckus in the living room must have alarmed her. She took it upon herself to handle the dishes and then pass on the task to the kitchen. A kitchen that could autonomously cook and clean was nothing short of a marvel. He Yutian claimed this house was worth 200,000, to which He Xiaoman merely smiled. Such a technological wonder could not be purchased for even 2 million. How audacious of him to set his sights on her property. In truth, relatives like her father, He Yutian, might pose a certain threat to Zhang Kaiwa, but for He Xiaoman, it was merely a matter of her mood. Whether it was familial affection or moral coercion, the impact depended on how much the recipient cared. If you mattered to them, you were everything. If you did not, you were insignificant. If she chose to tolerate their antics for the sake of her grandmother and mother, she would consider it a mere performance. If she did not wish to endure it, she could easily establish a barrier to keep them at bay, ensuring they could not even cross the threshold. However, should that happen, the rumors of the Zhang family's ancestral home being haunted would likely become a chilling reality. He Xiaoman indeed wished for others to spread such rumors. Yet her grandmother and mother had grown accustomed to the various interactions with neighbors. If they were to be isolated and shunned due to the house, it would likely leave them feeling quite uncomfortable. It was time to respond to the situation. He Xiaoman exchanged some basic ingredients for 2 plates of fruit slices, a large plate for her grandmother and mother, and a smaller plate which she took upstairs to deliver to Yumin. However, Yumin remained reluctant to engage with others, often retreating to her room to listen to music, occasionally reading or watching dramas, but never for long. She expressed her fears of radiation affecting the child within her. He Xiaoman scoffed, thinking she was overreacting. After all, her daughter was quite resilient. Even if she were to participate in an Ironman triathlon now, the baby would remain steadfast in her womb. To paraphrase a well-worn adage, only the strong can defeat the strong. Suddenly, a smile vanished from He Xiaoman's face. Indeed, only a ghost king could defeat another ghost king. This fellow had gone through great lengths to choose her as his caretaker, allegedly because he could not enter his own bedroom. And the ghost king insisted that Yumin move into his home. Was it because he knew of some impending danger posed by someone of similar prowess? It seemed she had been ensnared by this old specter. Chapter 74. Child Bride 1. The crystal fruit platter was adorned with large cherries, apples, cantaloupe, pistachios, purple-skinned cashews, and 3 paper-shelled walnuts. Neatly arranged and impeccably clean, it was highly appetizing when placed alongside the equally pristine and unembellished transparent platter. Yumin was pleasantly surprised to find such fresh and very dried and fresh fruits available even in the depths of winter in a rural northern town. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Xiaoman, who merely smiled, as she had truly exerted little effort, having directly exchanged 5 points of ingredients with the system. Upon meticulous reflection, it becomes evident that Xiaoman has indeed reaped considerable rewards. Not only has she received an abundance of incentives, but she has also acquired 100 points worth of basic ingredients, which can be exchanged for a delectable bowl of butter crab noodles at the modest cost of 5 points. Despite her awareness that the Ghost King has ensnared her, she finds herself unable to cast blame upon him. The mischievous little spirit has not only prepaid the rent in substantial multiples, but has also ensured that provisions were prepared for his mother. Although the Blood Demon Pearl has been displayed by Xiaoman, its intrinsic value remains undisputed, estimated at no less than 2 million. Even with daily servings of bird's nest for Yumin, it suffices abundantly. Should you desire any delicacies, do not hesitate to inform me. You are in a unique phase of your life, so there is no need for hesitation. Your daughter has already settled the rent and meal expenses in advance. Yumin received this news with composure. She was well aware that her precious daughter could outsmart even the most formidable of beings. Xiaoman possessed the uncanny ability to conjure wonders from thin air, inflicting harm with flying kitchen knives, albeit of the culinary variety. The two of them could traverse through time and space, albeit with certain limitations. Yumin understood that neither of them were ordinary individuals. Presently, both she and Xiaoman exhibited a resilience akin to that of iron, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of adversities. Yumin was privy to a small secret of Xiaoman's, just as Xiaoman was aware of hers. At times, this shared knowledge evoked nostalgic memories of their childhood escapades, whether it was sneaking peaches from the neighbor's garden or skipping school together. There existed a camaraderie forged through shared fortunes and misfortunes, fostering an unspoken understanding between the two as they held on to each other's vulnerabilities, resulting in a profound sense of tacit rapport. After collecting the used bowls and chopsticks from Yumin, Xiaoman was halfway down to the first floor when a radiant projection suddenly illuminated the bulletin board. An enticing reward option appeared. 1. Advanced Skillbook Fragment. 2. Basic Skills, Stealth and Throwing. Xiaoman, biting down on her molars, opted for the second choice. Logically, selecting the first option would have been more beneficial in the long run, as the bulletin board explained that 10 fragments of the same grade could be combined, after special renovations, into a skill book. Advanced books, equipment, weapon blueprints, and alchemical recipes were all exceedingly rare rewards. However, regarding the basic skill of stealth, truth be told, if Xiaoman possessed something akin to a spatial storage, she would have undoubtedly dismissed this skill. Throwing seemed rather futile for someone with her innate strength. What Xiaoman truly required was the ability to conceal herself. Faced with various circumstances ahead, it would be impractical for her to constantly carry a large backpack or wield a kitchen knife, especially with her father unexpectedly arriving and insisting on taking away their home. Compounded by the fact that shortly after their appearance at Xiaonanha, the land cruiser arrived with a fierce urgency, instilling in Xiaoman a sense of imminent crisis. She realized it was time to undertake some tasks. Having barely completed 3 novice missions thus far, Xiaoman understood that to grow stronger, she must indeed engage in these missions. She yearned to acquire more special building materials through her tasks to unlock a training room. To successfully complete missions and safeguard her painstakingly decorated home, she recognized that without strength, it would be futile. One might enjoy a fleeting stroke of luck, but no one can rely on fortune for a lifetime. Dependence on others would prove unreliable. In the realm of the housing system, the homeowner's inability to complete tasks yields the same outcome as their completion. It bears no consequence to their existence. However, for Xiaoman, the stakes are far more personal, entwining her very livelihood and existence with the fate of this house. She has become irrevocably bound to this dwelling, yearning for all it encompasses, be it joy or sorrow. In this world, perfection is a myth. One must weigh the pros and cons. She desires her mother and grandmother to enjoy their twilight years in peace, wishes for the naysayers to silence their derision, and longs to live the life she envisions for herself. She seeks direction in the stillness, warmth in the cold, and embraces her essence amid life's tempests. The tumult and tranquility, the clamor of battle and the serenity of existence, all converge within her. Having tasted the sweetness of reward, He Xiaoman diligently pursues her tasks to garner further benefits. After merely 2 days of restful recuperation in her bedroom, enhanced by the effects of double recovery, she feels invigorated. Remarkably, the scars from her encounter with a half-human, half-demon creature begin to fade, to the point where, by the 3rd day, it is nearly impossible to discern the remnants of her ordeal. Yet, the housing system conceals myriad wondrous capabilities that remain beyond her grasp due to her low level. With unwavering determination, she wonders if, through her relentless effort, one day this house might transform into a colossal mobile fortress, capable of traversing the celestial seas and navigating the very fabric of time and space. The mere thought of such possibilities ignites a fervor within her. What a mysterious and splendid life that would be. As the days dwindle down to a mere 18 until the arrival of the new year, the bulletin board proclaims that the universe possesses its own unique system for the conversion of time and space, ensuring that tragedies akin to the lamentable game of Go scenario, where a single day in the mountains equates to a millennium in the world, will not occur. For instance, within this particular mission's realm, a year corresponds to a mere day in her original world. The mission is evaluated over a span of 5 years, which means for her mother and grandmother, it is but a separation of 5 days. This mission unfolds in a parallel universe set against the backdrop of the Republic of China, marking He Xiaoman's inaugural journey into another world, filling her with anticipation. Chapter 75. The Child Bride 2. He Xiaoman opened her eyes. A ghost. A figure collapsed to the ground with a thud, while another managed to crawl to the threshold. Their voice, reminiscent of the high-pitched notes of a sheep, rang out. Old madam, second madam, great aunt, we have returned from the dead. He Xiaoman felt a sense of satisfaction. It was truly delightful to have so many join her in this spectral revival. Soon, several individuals hurriedly arrived and departed, while whispers floated from outside the door. The soft-spoken voice responsible for the inquiries lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in voice and limbs. In an unexpected moment, her eyes flew open, and it appeared that Sister Magpie had been frightened to death. They needed to pull her out. Do you think the first madam is? A delicate voice began, but was abruptly interrupted by a boisterous woman. What does she count as the first madam? From now on, there shall only be one first madam in the Wang family. Zhuma, how wonderful. You have always been courageous. Please go and rescue Sister Magpie. I fear the wrath of the eldest madam. I dread that Lu Xiangcao will seek revenge on Magpie. Perhaps we should consult Great Aunt. The old lady is most inclined to heed her words. With her presence, even if calamity befalls us, we may endure fewer reproaches. In the dimly lit room, He Xiaoman listened intently, silently committing these words to memory. The information at this moment was largely unembellished. When she eventually inquired about these matters, it was uncertain whether the individuals involved would be forthcoming. She found herself transported to this world without any sense of discomfort, as if merely having experienced a fleeting daze, fully aware of the history of her current form. The bulletin board, somewhat disdainfully, elucidated to He Xiaoman that the primary reason for this was the host's scanned experience in the current mission. It was akin to a computer. If one merely utilized it for solitaire or minesweeper post-installation, the memory usage would be minimal, thus facilitating a straightforward transmission. Conversely, if one were to transfer the entirety of a ghost king's existence, the current capacity of your mind would necessitate an urgent medical intervention. He Xiaoman felt a sense of discrimination from the bulletin board, since the current mission host deemed it implausible for her to survive under these circumstances. He Xiaoman's task was to assist Lu Xiangcao in navigating this perilous ordeal. Frustration welled within her. Describing this undertaking as a venture with minimal returns was indeed a misrepresentation. If all trades were conducted in such a manner, after 2 missions, He Xiaoman would find herself in dire straits. A resonant drum does not require a heavy mallet to sound. Understood, you imply that this is merely the foundational reward for completing basic tasks. As a worker, I, He Xiaoman, believe that as long as I can satisfy my employer, my salary will increase, and the employer's satisfaction is directly proportional to my income, is it not? Bulletin board. Even a decayed wood can be carved. Why not simply state that you are the artist who carves flowers upon excrement? Lu Xiangcao's life is indeed simple. In the eyes of many, she is a remarkably fortunate individual, enviably so. At the time of her birth, the dynasty was crumbling. And although many families favored sons over daughters, Lu Xiangxiao's grandfather fathered 3 sons and 2 daughters with his wife and concubine, resulting in a total of 7 children in the Lu family. Yet Lu Xiangxiao stands as the sole girl. Rarity begets value, with many boys around. A girl naturally becomes more precious, even in a society where women's status is relatively low. Particularly, Lu Xiangxiao's chubby, fair visage and her innocent, charming demeanor lend her an air of being the beloved of the family. It would not be a significant issue to find a suitor of similar social standing and live a simple life together. Unfortunately, chaos ensued, leading the family to disband and govern themselves separately. Amidst the turmoil, the elders succumbed to an epidemic, leaving many lives claimed by the plague. As Lu Xiangxiao's family fled to the outskirts of the capital, only her parents and 1 brother remained alive. Other members of the Lu clan were scattered, some enlisted, some captured, others slain, each preoccupied with their own survival, leaving no time to attend to others. Ironically, they had intended to seek refuge in the capital, only to find it engulfed in the fiercest of turmoil. The imperial army clashed chaotically with the rebellious forces and foreign troops, leaving the capital strewn with corpses and desolation permeating the once magnificent royal city, reduced to a mere shadow of its former glory. The bewildered common folk began to flee, dragging their families in desperation. Lu's father, however, resolved to stay. To flee further seemed futile, and the survival of his family of 4 was already precarious. They sought refuge in an abandoned house, clearly devoid of its former occupants, and made it habitable with some repairs, settling into their new existence. The Lu family had a lineage of bone setters, skilled in their craft, allowing them to sustain themselves even in such tumultuous times. One day, the neighboring Zhou family, also fleeing, brought over a small boy with a fractured arm. He appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, clad in a trendy 3-piece suit of the day. Despite his filthy appearance, his fair complexion and fine attire unmistakably marked him as the scion of a wealthy family. To Lu's surprise, this new neighbor proved to be a good soul. Lu's father accepted the child and, amidst the boy's cries of anguish, set his fractured bone and applied a splint. However, as night fell, the child's family did not return to retrieve him. Lu sent his son to the Zhou residence, only to find it abandoned. What a predicament! Lu felt helpless. He could not simply cast out a wounded child into the chaos of the world. In these troubled times, there were places where famine had driven people to cannibalism, and in desolate areas, wild dogs roamed with bloodshot eyes. It was said that beasts that had tasted human flesh bore such an appearance. If this delicate child were to be expelled, he would scarcely survive 2 days. Thus, the days of the financially strained Lu family, who were already struggling, became even more complicated with the addition of an exceedingly pretentious guest. Chapter 76. The Child Bride 3. Indeed, the young master was a true young master. Even when the Lu family offered him their finest delicacies, he remained insufferably disdainful. Consequently, Lu father and Lu mother inquired about the young master's surname and residence. He merely replied that his surname was Wang, that he was 5 years old, and that he hailed from a prominent family in the capital. Beyond that, he seemed either unable or unwilling to disclose any further details, rendering them unable to extract any more information. As time passed, young Master Wang grew somewhat more lively, enjoying the company of Lu Xiangxiao, who was 2 years his senior. Perhaps he felt that this gentle little girl posed no threat. Occasionally, he would engage in casual conversation. It was during these playful exchanges that Lu father and Lu mother learned the reason behind the flight of the Zhou family next door, as well as the young master's haughty demeanor towards them. It turned out that the kidnapper had abducted the young master in an attempt to extort money from the Wang family. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the capital, the kidnapper fell ill before he could send word to the Wang household. In desperation, he sought refuge with the Zhou family, promising substantial rewards for their hospitality once he recovered. Unfortunately, after just one night, the kidnapper succumbed to his illness. The Zhou family, having experienced their fair share of hardships as they fled from place to place, were taken aback. They recognized that the kidnapper's attire was distinctly inferior to that of the young master, and his treatment of the young lad was peculiar, neither familial nor servile. With a mere glance, it was evident that this was likely a case of a kidnapper preying on the child of a wealthy family, aiming to secure a hefty ransom. However, with the abductor now deceased, this matter has devolved into a situation akin to a thief stealing a donkey and pulling up wooden stakes. It has now become a quagmire from which one cannot extricate oneself, rendering any explanation futile. In the end, the affluent may find themselves imprisoned without having sought any favor. Upon deliberation, the Zhou family decided it would be prudent to abscond with their wealth and the small gold lock, for the house was not theirs to begin with, and later, they would have no means to reclaim it. Yet, the Zhou family, being mere commoners, were too timid to resort to murder or to offend the young master. Thus, they took the gold lock and deceived the young master, promising to find him a good family to serve, assuring him that his parents would come to fetch him in a few days. Should they succeed in locating the child, it would indeed be a stroke of luck for the Liu family. Any misfortune that befell him could not be attributed to them. If the abductor was indeed the one who stole the donkey, the Zhou family would have at least extracted some benefit from their troubles, whereas the Liu family gained nothing but an unexpected charge. With such substantial gains, it was only natural for the Zhou family to vanish and leave this convoluted predicament for the Liu family to contend with. The Liu family, not lacking in discernment, soon found that from that day forward, townsfolk and villagers frequently spotted a finely dressed young master, starkly out of place in the small town. The Liu family, almost routinely, would inform others that a young patient had been delivered from next door, only to abandon the child and flee. Given the child's tender age, it was evident that amidst the chaos, survival was unlikely. Yet, heaven is known for its compassion, and all they could do was care for him as best as they could. Gradually, the tale spread throughout the town and neighboring villages. Ultimately, the Wang family arrived at their doorstep more than 20 days later. The young master, adorned in the finest attire the Liu family could provide, was blissfully engaged in play with Liu Xiangcao, utterly unconcerned. The Liu family had never witnessed such grandeur and majesty as that of the prominent families in the capital. What they said was absolute. In these tumultuous times, human life held little value, and with food scarce, how many would spend their meager resources on medical care? The Liu family's circumstances grew increasingly dire, and the young girl would fare better in the capital's comforts than endure the hardships of their meager existence. In the vast expanse of the city, the Wang family was merely a newly prosperous merchant household, flaunting their power before common folk like the Lius. The Wang family left behind some gifts and a few bolts of fabric, along with 50 taels of silver. They then took the upwardly mobile Liu Xiangcao, embarking on a new chapter of life amidst the envious gazes of neighboring onlookers. The Wang family was relatively uncomplicated. After the outbreak of the chaos in the capital, they dispersed to seek their own paths to safety. Following their separation, only 6 members remained in the ancestral home: Old Master Wang, his wife, a concubine, and their 3 children. The legitimate eldest daughter, Wang Muxue, the legitimate eldest son, Wang Muhuai, who had been abducted, and the illegitimate second daughter, Wang Mushi. The dynasty was showing signs of decline, with turmoil erupting and foreign powers looming. It was a fierce clash between the crumbling feudal system and the burgeoning capitalist structures. Across the vast expanse of China, various regimes and classes proliferated in a bewildering array. Originally, dozens of servants had dwindled to just a few. And since they would need to find new employment regardless of leaving the Wang estate, familiarity was preferable. It was precisely due to the sudden dismissal of many servants that the household's defenses were compromised, leading to the abduction of Wang Muha, which precipitated this turmoil. Liu Xiangcao is 2 years senior to Wang Muhuai, while the second young lady, Wang Mushi, was born in the same year as her elder brother, Wang Muhuai. The 3 of them are akin to childhood friends, having grown up together. Although the Wang family did not treat Liu Xiangcao as one of their own, they did not mistreat her either. Years passed swiftly, and when Wang Muhuai was 9, he contracted smallpox and nearly succumbed to it. With the Wang family's lineage at stake, Madame Wang, in a state of desperation, sought the counsel of a fortune-teller who suggested that they find someone either 2 years older or younger, whose element would harmonize with wood, to counteract this calamity. In times past, it would have sufficed to find any child from among the numerous servants, who could then be made a maid or concubine without much fuss. However, in this urgent situation, where could they possibly locate such a person? As Madame Wang observed Liu Xiangcao, who was diligently caring for her ailing brother, a sudden realization struck her. Liu Xiangcao, being 2 years older and named Xiangcao, might indeed correspond with the wood element. She swiftly dispatched someone to ride out of the city to negotiate with the Liu family. However, Liu's father, asserting their modest respectability as decent folk, firmly rejected the notion of his daughter becoming a concubine, insisting instead on taking Liu Xiangcao away. With her son on the brink of death, Madame Wang had no choice but to draft a marriage contract and submit it to the authorities, thereby formally betrothing Lu Xiangcao to Wang Muhuai. Chapter 77. The Child Bride. Whether Lu Xiangcao is truly Wang Muhuai's destined benefactor, or if their fates are inextricably intertwined, or perhaps the fortune-teller's words hold truth, it remains a mystery. Nevertheless, 11-year-old Lu Xiangcao once again emerged as a savior for the Wang family, successfully bringing good fortune to 9-year-old Wang Muhuai. At this moment, the outside world was engulfed in the chaos of war, where artillery fire rained down indiscriminately. A single cannonball thundered through the air, collapsing the Lu family's home and taking with it the lives of the elderly couple as if they were mere blades of grass. Lu Daong, driven by fervor, rushed to the Wang family in the capital to bid farewell to his younger sister, joining several neighborhood youths of similar age to enlist in the military. From that point onward, the solitary Lu Xiangcao began to count the hours by the newfangled Western self-striking clock in her home, devoting herself to learning how to serve her in-laws with grace and composure. She mastered the art of smiling without revealing her teeth and the delicate skills of needlework. From that day forth, Madame Wang adhered strictly to traditional customs in raising her daughter-in-law, who hailed from a modest background. Consequently, the opportunities for the two childhood friends, once inseparable, to meet dwindled. Madame Wang insisted that boys and girls should not share the same table after the age of 7, especially given their current relationship. The sentiments of a mother observing her daughter were vastly different from those of a mother-in-law regarding her daughter-in-law. The shift in status led Madame Wang to become increasingly critical of Lu Xiangcao. As the adage goes, those in high places set standards that those below must strive to meet, and the servants swiftly adapted to the prevailing winds. Thus began the emergence of conflicts. Lu Xiangcao, merely the daughter of a village doctor, had been raised in pampered comfort, yet, compared to the affluent Wang family of the capital, she was deemed inferior even to the children of their servants. Envy and resentment are timeless, and such sentiments flourished as Lu Xiangcao, despite her humble origins, found herself inexplicably elevated to the position of the Wang family's young mistress. Consequently, she became the target of a growing wave of discontent. Gradually, whispers began to circulate before Madame Wang and Mr. Wang, suggesting that the young mistress was not the benefactor of the eldest son, but rather that the eldest son was the true benefactor of the young mistress. The eldest young master was abducted by kidnappers, and Lu Xiangcao transformed from a humble village girl into a young lady of the Wang family. As the young master suffered from smallpox, Lu Xiangcao, once a mere dependent, soared to the heights of becoming the future heiress of the Wang family's vast fortune. Despite the young master repeatedly facing calamities, it was always the young madam who ultimately benefited, while the Wang family felt a sense of gratitude towards the Lu family, a family of commoners. Reflect on this deeply. Upon hearing this, Madame Wang's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot, and she became increasingly critical of Lu Xiangcao. Lu Xiangcao's status within the Wang household deteriorated to the point where she was treated worse than some servants. The long-term experience of discouraging education and belittling treatment left her, already cautious from being separated from her family and thrust into unfamiliar surroundings, even more timid. By the time Lu Xiangcao turned 17, the world had grown increasingly chaotic. The Wang family's estate outside the city was seized, and the carts transporting grain to the east were ambushed. During these tumultuous times, the once sprawling Wang residence contracted from a grand courtyard of 3 entrances to a mere 3-entry yuan, with the side courtyards sold off to others. The family business was reduced to a single restaurant still operating near the Dongyue Temple Market, while others were sold or leased, particularly after the passing of the elder Wang patriarch, leading the Wang family to rely on pawning their possessions to maintain their expenses. Yet, they still clung to their pride. Madame Wang would selectively turn a blind eye to Lu Xiangcao's mannerisms, which were scrutinized to the point of measurement, while the second young lady, Wang Mushi, engaged in lengthy phone conversations, prompting Madame Wang to disparage her composure with veiled remarks. This was particularly ironic given that the young madam had once garnered a modicum of fame during her youth on the Qinhuai River, where she had raised a flamboyant banner. As for Lu Xiangcao, she dared not even touch the telephone, fearing that her humble touch might desecrate such an advanced contraption. Whenever it rang, the prospect of someone speaking on the other end was simply enchanting. Lu Xiangcao found herself bewildered by the array of rare novelties continuously brought into the Wang residence. For instance, in the corner stood a large box encased in wood, adorned with a grand horn. Once the record began to spin, a variety of melodies would fill the air. There were also broadcasts. For the young master, Wang Muhui frequently called the radio station to request songs dedicated to a beloved actress, and after the performance, he would insist that the household servants deliver tips. Mrs. Wang would sit beside him with a beaming smile, inquiring if the woman was beautiful, if he truly admired her. Why not bring her home? Wang Muhui would furrow his striking brows, displaying his impatience. His mother had grown increasingly foolish in recent years. Could the star she envisioned be compared to those small-time performers at song contests? It was not as simple as merely bringing someone home. Lu Xiangcao stood in the most inconspicuous corner, twisting her fingers, and every time Wang Muhui appeared in the grand parlor, she would hurriedly seek refuge where he could not see her. She no longer harbored fantasies of marrying Wang Muhui. He donned a well-tailored three-piece suit, complemented by a navy blue bow tie speckled with white, and his three-piece lambskin shoes were always polished to a high sheen. The Wang family did not skimp on her clothing. Yet as she gazed at her 8 long skirts paired with a small jacket, she recalled the words of the second young lady. Look at you, so lifeless. Older than my mother. Do you think you deserve my brother? Only Miss Tan is worthy of him. Miss Tan is a classmate of the second young lady. Her father runs a silk shop, and her brother is a foreign comprador. Miss Tan speaks fluent foreign languages and is quite familiar with Wang Muhui, often casually patting his shoulder and engaging in playful camaraderie, seemingly oblivious to any formality. Yet, the matron has never remarked on this young lady's lack of decorum. Lu Xiangcao hesitated to voice her thoughts, feeling as though they still regarded her as the Lu Xiangcao of the past, or perhaps merely as a servant. She did not necessarily wish to marry the eldest young master, fully aware of her own unworthiness. This engagement was not something she had sought. However, Lu Xiangcao lacked the courage to express this. Initially, at her father's insistence, their union had been formally recorded in the government office, complete with a dragon and phoenix invitation. Even now, with the emperor having issued his abdication decree, their marriage had transitioned from the imperial office to the new government. Though the emperor had been deposed, their union remained intact. The long-deceased Dr. Lu could never have anticipated that the very security he sought for his daughter would ultimately jeopardize her life. No, there were no treacherous intrigues akin to those in domestic disputes leading to murder and usurpation. Lu Xiangcao diligently fulfilled her role as a devoted daughter-in-law, tirelessly caring for her ailing mother-in-law to the point of exhaustion. Wang Muhui, in truth, did nothing at all. Now, He Xiaoman has transformed into Lu Xiangcao. All she needs to do is push open the door and step outside, and her mission will be accomplished, successfully attaining the 5 nodes and 5 popularity points. He Xiaoman's outcome from this endeavor is the loss of 2 houses, followed by a bittersweet farewell to the Republic. Chapter 78, The Child Bride. Oh, He Xiaoman felt as if she had been kicked by a donkey. To ensure client satisfaction, one must empathize and consider matters from the client's perspective. People often say that when purchasing beer, one must first determine whether it is intended for personal consumption, gifting, or bulk buying for a hotel or restaurant. Based on the circumstances, one should recommend different varieties, alcohol content, and packaging. The goal is to ensure that customers feel satisfied with their expenditure, thus rendering the transaction a success. For Lu Xiangcao, who has grown up under constant disdain and criticism, the predicament of feeling besieged and unwelcomed indeed poses a significant challenge to her survival. However, in the tumultuous landscape of the modern workplace, coupled with the long-term training from a quirky family, including her father, these issues are mere trifles for He Xiaoman. What truly matters is the entity lurking on the beam. Ever since she inherited that peculiar kitchen knife, seemingly capable of restraining spirits and phantoms, He Xiaoman has developed a knack for attracting supernatural beings. It feels as if every step she takes leads her to encounters with ghosts and monsters, with portals to the unknown opening in every direction. The dim light of a solitary bulb underscores the stark emptiness of her bedroom, a stark contrast to the high-saturation, non-flickering cosmic light she is accustomed to at home. Even under such meager illumination, the sight of a pure white snake coiled like a mosquito coil, with a diminutive head raised in defiance, is striking. Lady White, you should leave. My husband does not bear the surname Su. Faced with those luminous vertical pupils, He Xiaoman inexplicably feels a twinge of fear. The white snake silently flicks its tongue at her, seemingly inquiring, "Can you see me?" "I cannot see you." He Xiaoman covered her eyes and declared, "I cannot see anything." Yet, through the gaps between her fingers, she could still perceive a slender white snake, scarcely 30 centimeters long, slithering directly towards her like a delicate shoelace. So, you refuse to listen, do you? You choose to drink the bitter wine instead of the sweet? Do you think that without my magical tools, I cannot contend with you? Such trivial skills, daring to show off before me. Great dragon of heaven, Lord of the earth, praises to the Buddha. However, none of this proved effective. As she watched the little white snake, seemingly unaffected, continue its precise approach, Xiaoman felt tears welling up in her eyes. Who claimed that snakes were colorblind and nearsighted, relying solely on vibrations and their forked tongues to gather information about their surroundings? Although Xiaoman had been bold since childhood, it did not mean she could tolerate such a cold, scaled creature invading her bed. Stay back, if you come any closer. Do not blame me for turning you into a dish fit for a dragon and tiger fight. Just as she was about to brandish her beloved kitchen knife to bring it down upon the creature, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting her to glance toward the door. Ah, a ghost! A ghost! Cried a little girl, who had fainted at the entrance, shrieking sharply before collapsing again. What nonsense! That is no ghost, but a snake. The footsteps halted, and an elderly voice remarked, You silly child, what nonsense are you spouting? Where could there be a ghost in this vast world? Meow meow, help the little girl up. The rest of you, come with me to check on the madam. A woman in her 50s, her hair styled in a traditional bun at the back of her head, entered accompanied by two robust maidservants clad in coarse linen garments. Xiaoman recognized her as Gama, the elderly matron who had diligently served Lu Xiangcao's family for many years, often acting as the voice of the matriarch. Following an unfortunate incident where Wang Muhuai, inebriated and disoriented, had pushed Lu Xiangcao, the original mistress had elevated her status in order to appease Lu Xiangcao, while the once awkwardly referred to Miss Xiangcao had now become known as the esteemed mistress or the grand lady. Consequently, the young master avoided her as one would a venomous serpent. At this juncture, the land of Huaxia was in a state of turmoil. The clash between old and new societal norms, coupled with the collision of Eastern and Western cultures, left many adrift amidst the turbulent tides, resulting in numerous absurd situations. Take the Wang family, for instance. The titles for the head of the household were diverse: Madam, Grandmother, Master, Young Master, Aunt, Young Lady, Miss, Concubine, and Junior Matron. To an outsider, one might assume that the residence housed a multitude of masters, yet it comprised merely the widow and concubine left behind by Wang Leoi, along with 3 children and the 4 in Lu Xiangcao. Not to mention, even the family's ancestral hall could spark a cultural clash. At its center was a statue of the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, representing Wang Leoi's spirit, flanked on the left by the ancestral deities of the Wang lineage, Husan Taijia, Huang Tianba, and others. Further left stood the statue of the Black Mother, while on the right was a plaster statue of the Virgin Mary. Adorning the rear wall was an oil painting depicting the Passion of Christ, beneath which lay volumes of sacred texts, including the Hail Mary and the Apostles' Creed. This is a harmonious family that beautifully blends Eastern and Western cultures, where every member of the Wang family, regardless of their status, can find their own beliefs. Of course, this does not extend to the esteemed matriarch, Lu Xiangcao, who is deemed unworthy of such faith. Should one insist on attributing a belief to her, it would surely revolve around the eldest son and the matriarch. Although Guma's voice bears the weight of experience, her words resonate with a melody that surpasses even the sweetest of songs. Oh, my dear lady, it is fortunate that you have awakened. The matriarch is still in her chamber, in a fit of rage. She has shattered numerous tea sets and is incessantly inquiring why you have yet to visit her. The matriarch cannot bear to be apart from you for even a moment. The implication is clear. Lu Xiangcao must hasten to attend to the matriarch once more. Were it not for Xiaoman accepting the task, Lu Xiangcao would have already succumbed to her fate. Furthermore, the causes of her potential demise, as inferred from the information gathered by Xiaoman, are manifold. The primary reason stems from her prolonged service to the ailing matriarch, depriving herself of proper nourishment and rest, ultimately leading to a decline in her health. Day and night, she tirelessly attends to the well-fed and well-rested matriarch, whose complexion remains rosy and whose spirit is vibrant, while the caretaker appears gaunt and listless, resembling the very embodiment of illness. The 2 maidservants attending to Lu Xiangcao are nearly reduced to offering her pig feed, resulting in her suffering from diarrhea once again. Compounding her woes is the incessant chatter from her sister-in-law, Wang Muxue, who, despite being married and residing with her own family, incessantly recounts tales of the affectionate and harmonious life at Wei Maixuan. while the younger sister daily mocks Lu Xiangcao for being unworthy of her own brother, claiming she does not even merit carrying Tanruo's shoes. This relentless barrage of criticism is all-encompassing and suffocating. Thus, it is no wonder that Lu Xiangcao finds herself on the precipice of despair. Fortunately, although on the surface she still appeared as Lu Xiangcao, in reality, she had transformed into He Xiaoman. With a radiant smile, she remarked, "So, the old lady is waiting for me to attend to her illness? Then let us proceed." In Chapter 79, The Child Bride, as He Xiaoman observed the fleeting disappointment on Guma's face, a surge of indignation welled up within her, accompanied by a tinge of melancholy. She was acutely aware of Lu Xiangcao's past experiences upon her arrival in this world. The haunting words of Wang Muhui echoed in her mind after Lu Xiangcao had been forcefully violated. "Did you not wish to marry into this family? I am granting you the opportunity, but remember, it is the Wang family that has taken you in, not I, Wang Muhui." Lu Xiangcao was filled with regret. The impeccably dressed young Master Wang was no longer the charming boy who once clung to her garment, unwilling to let go. He had transformed into a scholar from a Western-style academy, while she remained clad in cumbersome Manchu attire, her large robe adorned with a row of clumsy frog buttons. Although the craftsmanship was exquisite, it felt painfully antiquated. Even the butterfly-shaped buttons exuded a certain rusticity. Unlike Wang Muxue and Tan Ruier, who donned sky-blue tops and black pleated skirts, paired with flesh-colored or black stockings and sturdy black or brown-heeled shoes that clicked charmingly as they walked, radiating an invigorating youthful essence from the West. She did not resemble a young lady either, with her newly curled hair styled in voluminous waves, accessorized with a fashionable celluloid hairpin, and wielding a sandalwood folding fan. Her vibrant, sumptuous qipao painted her in an air of elegance and allure, reminiscent of a model stepping down from a calendar. The three individuals appeared to share a similar age. Yet Lu Xiangcao resembled a withered bud clinging to the branches in early winter. Though she hung high, she was shriveled and devoid of vitality. On the day she successfully ascended to the position of the young mistress of the Wang family, her mother-in-law suffocated her with a plethora of household rules and expectations. The matriarch, steeped in antiquated customs, sought to instruct her while simultaneously expressing disdain for her perceived backwardness and foolishness, deeming her inferior to a mere courtesan's offspring. Lu Xiangcao could only manage a bitter smile. Yet, those so-called base offspring could attend school to study mathematics, physics, and the intricacies of the English language. Every time she stumbled, the second young lady would draw a cross on her chest, incessantly muttering, "Oh my God," before disdainfully turning away. In truth, her mother-in-law was reluctant to allow the second young lady to pursue an education. She desired her to remain at home, learning feminine arts under a female tutor and practicing calligraphy. A woman with no talent is virtuous. Knowing too much leads to a loquacious annoyance, the matriarch would languidly declare while fanning herself. However, the reclusive concubine was willing to use her own funds to support the second young lady's studies at a foreign academy. Eventually, the eldest young lady clamored to attend as well, questioning why her brother and sister could go to the foreign school while she remained at home preparing for marriage. Yet, being older, the eldest young lady found herself out of place despite having spent money to smooth her path. After a year of forced attendance, she was married off. Lu Xiangcao envied them deeply. She too yearned for an education, but dared not voice her desires. As an orphan with both parents deceased and an elder brother lost to the winds of fate, her situation was awkward and precarious. As Guma stated, being nourished in luxury by the Wang family was already a tremendous blessing for a girl of her standing. One must understand the virtue of gratitude and refrain from excessive greed. Otherwise, misfortunes may befall them. It is not only Lu Xiangcao who is perplexed. Indeed, He Xiaoman shares this confusion. Shouldn't these words be directed toward the Wang family? After all, it was Lu's father, a skilled practitioner, who had treated Wang Muhuai's injured arm and had generously cared for him for an extended period. Had he been left to wander the streets, he would have surely perished multiple times over. He Xiaoman dares not claim credit for the nebulous act of bringing joy. Yet it was indeed the Wang family that sought Lu's aid in their moment of desperation. How has it come to pass that the Lu family is perceived as the one bestowing grace? Is it not customary for one to repay a life-saving favor with their very being? He Xiaoman harbors genuine affection for Wang Muhui. However, it was the Wang family that first kindled her aspirations toward him. How then has this become a fault of Lu Xiangcao? Thus, He Xiaoman believes that merely assisting the client in escaping the Wang family without incurring losses is insufficient. Given her current state of being nearly destitute and without allies, reasoning with the Wang family would surely lead to confusion. Although society clamors for women's liberation, the constraints of the era leave women with scarcely 1% of true freedom. In the end, it may be He Xiaoman who finds herself at a disadvantage in this discourse. Moreover, she does not consider reasoning to be her forte. Therefore, she will first aid Lu Xiangcao in venting her grievances and then respond as the situation unfolds. Upon receiving the gratitude of her host, the homeowner acquires basic building materials and gains a measure of popularity. Suddenly, a light curtain appears, but it brings a pang of sorrow to He Xiaoman's heart. Lu Xiangcao merely sensed a hint of her own intent, while Yuan Duong only bestowed some rewards upon her when she took actual action. And it was only due to the novice task that she received such a bountiful reward. What a pitiable child, truly deserving of sympathy. Who dares to claim she is fortunate? Goodness, would you desire such luck? He Xiaoman accompanied Goma to the residence of the Yu family, and just as the clock struck 10:30, it was already the dead of night. This old crone, at such a late hour, chose to disturb Lu Xiangcao to attend to her instead of allowing the household servants to do their duty. The familiar sound of groaning began to resonate as He Xiaoman stepped over the threshold, indicating the old wretch in bed was in considerable distress. Mother, where do you feel unwell? He Xiaoman imitated Lu Xiangcao's concerned tone inquiringly. Yushi lifted her eyelids to glance at her, seemingly unperturbed, continuing to emit her intermittent groans like a fever-ridden pig. In a raspy yet gentle voice, Gama kindly remarked, Madam, did you not instruct the young lady to watch over you with unwavering attention? One must be vigilant and attentive, discerning meaning from every sound. For that is the essence of true care. He Xiaoman obediently nodded, then stood before Yushi like a javelin, leaning down to fixate her gaze upon her. Yushi, with a turn of her body, He Xiaoman remained steadfast in her stare. As Yushi turned again, Goma could no longer bear the sight and interjected, Madam, this is merely a recurrence of an old ailment, rheumatism and chronic leg pain. Allow the young lady to knead and massage your limbs. How lacking in perception, did it truly require Goma's prompting? Yushi let out a cold snort, finding her already disdainful daughter-in-law increasingly foolish. Mother, I cannot discern anything through your trousers. The doctor still needs to observe, inquire, and examine. Suddenly, Yushi let out a piercing scream, startling Goma, who was dozing with half-closed eyes on the edge of the bed, nearly causing her to leap up. Yushi felt as if a vice had gripped her skin, and doubt crept in. Could it be that she truly suffers from diarrhea? I apologize, Mother. Perhaps it is due to my not having dined last night that I am experiencing this affliction. Goma's forehead bore 3 distinct lines of vexation. Such words were nonsensical. Not having eaten at night, yet suffering from diarrhea, how could her strength exceed the norm? Was this intentional? Was she insinuating that the old lady mistreated her, or that the household servants bullied her? Fetch me a cup of water. Yes, He Xiaoman responded promptly, hurrying to pour boiling water from the thermos on the sideboard. Chapter 80. The child bride pouring water, kneading legs, and replacing the hot water in the plastic hot water bottle. As a modern individual, He Xiaoman found everything to be a novelty. It was astonishing that plastic hot water bottles had already emerged in that era, albeit the Wang family's servants referred to this contraption as a plastic soup lady based on its function. He Xiaoman felt fatigued, yet she could not allow Yushi to be too comfortable. Whenever Yushi began to drift into slumber, He Xiaoman would exert a bit more pressure, eliciting a cry of distress from her dreams. Unlike Lu Xiangcao, who had been indoctrinated for over a decade with the teachings of female propriety and the private instructions of Yushi, she was not easily subdued. Thus, on the following morning, both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who had not slept a wink throughout the night, confronted the astonished gazes of the servants with matching panda eyes. Some were taken aback by the old lady's unusually poor complexion that day, while others were perplexed, wondering why the elder madam had not passed away as rumored. Each time, it seems fate plays a cruel trick. Having just finished breakfast, all that remains for you to eat are the remnants from last night's meal, leaving you with the choice of either consuming it or enduring hunger. With the ostentatious marriage of the young master's cherished second wife into the family, Lu Xiangcao's life has descended into a relentless decline. Externally, the residence where Lu Xiangcao dwells bears no distinction from that of the master's house, and her attire, adorned with silks and precious metals, reflects wealth. Yet, In an era where female students embrace modernity, the audacity of the Yu family in attempting to bind Lu Xiangcao's feet reveals their insidious intentions, while others liberate their small feet. She seeks to impose the archaic practice upon her daughter-in-law. Fortunately, Lu Xiangcao's robust skeletal development rendered her incapable of conforming to such a fate, leading the Yu family to begrudgingly abandon their scheme. In essence, the more antiquated and conservative they wished to appear, the more they sought to impose that same antiquity upon Lu Xiangcao. Her appearance and education were a stark contrast to the fashionable young ladies of the era, making her seem utterly out of place. To outsiders, the Wang family treats this benefactor and daughter-in-law with lavishness and indulgence. However, behind closed doors, even the family dog knows that Lu Xiangcao is unworthy of such privileges. Among the household staff, she is perceived as a mere opportunist, a common hen incapable of transforming into a phoenix, even if she were to ascend the branches of fortune. Xiaoman, raising her handkerchief, turned to leave. The magpie scoffed, muttering, "Isn't it the daughter-in-law's duty to attend to her mother-in-law's ailments?" Little did she know, before her words could settle, she found herself abruptly on the ground, her surroundings spinning wildly, and as the echoes of her remark lingered, she became acutely aware of the pain in her backside and face. As she gazed upon a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes made of fine silk from Jinling, adorned with two-toned peonies, her eyes traveled upward to behold the ever-pure lady squatting before her, seemingly indifferent to the way her 8-layered skirt had become a mere rag. Were not the duties of serving one's master the responsibility of the servants? Magpie observed her esteemed lady smiling at her, eyes sparkling with a brilliance that outshone even the diamond on the second young lady's hand. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through her. The lady, though unchanged, with her familiar smile, emanated a chilling aura that pierced directly into Magpie's heart through those unnaturally bright eyes. Surely, this must be a dream. Magpie blinked rapidly, continuing to stare fixedly at her mistress. This timid creature had never dared to express anger towards anyone, in the second young lady's words. Even if one were to stab her, she would merely gaze at you with tearful eyes before retreating to lick her wounds in silence, too timid to utter a sound. She was less bold than the guard dog, which at least had the audacity to bare its teeth. Such was the description Spring Peach had used to characterize the lady. Lost in her thoughts, Magpie remained unmoved, while Xiaoman, squatting before her, observed her with keen interest. Now it is the Republic era. We are no longer mere servants, but messengers. You are employers, not masters. In this courtyard, it is you who serve within the house, while outside is Aunt Zhu. Together, you each receive a total of $7 a month. Xiaoman's face gradually drew nearer, an intangible pressure intensifying with the piercing gaze of her eyes. This household, with each person occupying their own space, is quick to drive others away. If you were to serve me to death, do you truly believe our family would find a new master for you to attend? Outside of this courtyard, would you still earn a meager salary of 3.5 coins a month, inclusive of meals and lodging? I cannot afford a lackey who indulges in sumptuous feasts while serving the employer's spoiled remnants. Now, gather your belongings and go settle your wages with the old lady. Having spoken, Xiaoman rose and unsteadily made her way to the bedroom, leaving Magpie sprawled on the cool floor, utterly stunned. Lu Xiangcao not only dared to retort, but also kicked her, and now commanded her to pack her things and leave. Is this truly the same imposing matron reminiscent of a quail? With no desire to engage with this young girl, who clearly falls outside her purview, Lu Xiangcao merely regarded her as a malicious servant wielding power through her connections. Ultimately, such individuals can only perpetrate their misdeeds due to the inherent weakness of the principle. Yet, Lu Xiangcao cannot afford to be weak. She is merely a rural child of 7 or 8, suddenly thrust from her comfort zone into a completely alien environment, long subjected to the manipulative machinations of a woman like you, adept at intrigues within the household. In the waning days of a feudal society, where women's status was already precarious, it is entirely normal for her to be molded and shaped by those around her. But not now. To be frank, after a night of turmoil, Xiaoman felt somewhat fatigued. However, she remained uncertain whether the snake-like white lady was still in her chamber. The notion that anyone could rest soundly beside her resting place was intolerable, not even a serpent. After inspecting beneath her covers and the bed, Xiaoman confirmed that the snake had vacated the premises. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she swiftly searched the entire room, yet found no trace of the luminous white serpent. Indeed, aside from its brief moments of invisibility, since the Mingtan essence had entered her eyes. He Xiaoman had acquired a new ability known as the Mingtan Eye. She speculated that the reason no one else in the house had witnessed the radiant serpent was likely due to her unintentional activation of the Mingtan Eye. Fortunately, the Wang family, reluctant to confront Lu Xiangcao directly, resorted to subtle, covert means to undermine her. This indicated their dark nature, yet they still possessed a semblance of dignity, refraining from disturbing He Xiaoman while she sought to catch up on her sleep. Following the old matriarch's illness, each family member had taken to dining separately in their own quarters, a stark contrast to the past when all meals were shared in the matriarch's room. Since Wang Muhui had successfully wed Miss Tan, he had taken to dining with her in the intimacy of their own space, striving to spare her feelings from the sight of Lu Xiangcao's sorrowful expressions. As a result, he rarely joined the family for meals. Even so, Lu Xiangcao seldom enjoyed a proper meal. She had to attend to her mother-in-law first, eating only after the elderly matriarch had finished, leaving her with mere leftovers that were often cold. Consequently, Lu Xiangcao suffered from gastrointestinal issues and poor digestion. Otherwise, one would not have been taken away by a bout of dysentery so abruptly. The passing of Master Wang, compounded by the incessant turmoil of war, has led the Wang family to halt their once thriving grain and oil business entirely. Now, only a single tavern near the Dongyue Temple market remains to generate some income, while the family's meager sustenance relies solely on the rent from a few shops in the East Courtyard. The Wang family's lifestyle has become far less extravagant than in the past. Their midday meal is now a simple affair, and at times, some choose to forego it altogether. The most sumptuous repast of the day is reserved for dinner. At lunchtime, the proud maid, Magpie, who had been kicked aside by He Xiaoman, enters to announce the arrival of the second young lady. He Xiaoman, however, pays her no heed, despite the apparent joy on Magpie's face. It seems that the mistress behind Magpie, whether the second young lady or someone closely associated with her, such as Tan Ruier, holds considerable significance. After all, in the eyes of the entire Wang household and their numerous servants, the well-traveled Miss Tan is the only one deserving of the Wang family's esteemed lineage. While she remains merely a fortunate yet inconsequential figure from the local Tujia community, Miss Tan is not only a classmate and confidant of the second young lady, Wang Mushi, but has now become her sister-in-law. The two will undoubtedly collaborate to eliminate the eyesore that is Lu Xiangcao, the nominal mistress. He Xiaoman is not surprised by this alliance. As someone deeply immersed in the intricacies of domestic conflict narratives, she understands that the true adversary they must unite against is not Lu Xiangcao, but rather the young lady Wang Muxue, who has recently become a widow. In contrast to the isolated Lu Xiangcao, who finds herself without allies, this legitimate daughter of the Wang family represents their genuine threat. Vanilla and Magpie have served our household for 3 generations. Treating Magpie in this manner will surely incite mother's ire. Indeed, when Wang Muxue entered, she adopted a tone of condescension towards He Xiaoman. In Wang Mushu's perspective, she was being exceedingly courteous, as she typically addressed her sister-in-law by her full name. What did you say? A person who has never dared to counter them suddenly spoke with fervor. Wang Muxue was momentarily taken aback. Magpie was equally bewildered. Lu Xiangcao's mention of Magpie, was it directed at her? When had she ever wished harm upon the elderly matriarch? She had merely accepted a few dollars, ordered not to make Lu Xiangcao's life easy. How did this convoluted tale morph into an accusation of plotting against the old lady? The burden was too great for a mere servant to bear. What nonsense are you spouting, Lu Xiangcao? When did Magpie ever contemplate harming mother? Magpie felt a surge of frustration. Every word Lu Xiangcao uttered contained a grain of truth, yet woven together, they sounded entirely askew. Initially, I too was perplexed. But after listening to others analyze the situation, I found her assertions quite compelling. Wang Muxue promptly seized upon the crux of Lu Xiangcao's statement. Who provided you with this analysis? What did you hear? He Xiaoman, in a state of panic, covered her mouth, refusing to utter another word. I did not. I never did. Do not speak such nonsense. Let us move on. I shall not pursue the matter of Magpie any further, so long as she refrains from serving me spoiled food. He Xiaoman's tone softened significantly as she spoke. Wang Mushu's previously buoyant mood was swiftly overshadowed by clouds of discontent, rendering the vibrant yellow chiffon puff-sleeve dress she wore devoid of charm. Upon their arrival at the Spring Radiance Hall, the elderly lady was greeted by the cheerful ambience of a meal already laid out. Today's repast consisted of 2 cold dishes and 2 vegetarian options, accompanied by several plates of pastries baked by the housekeeper, with each person served a cup of almond tea. The matron, Goma, assisted the elderly lady, whose eyes were shadowed with fatigue, as she grumbled out from her chamber. Upon spotting Yi Xiaoman, Madame Yu's resentment flared anew, and with a disdainful huff and a scornful roll of her eyes, she dismissed her. Yi Xiaoman, seemingly oblivious to the icy demeanor directed her way, rose and proceeded to serve the elderly lady as per usual, observing Madame Yu wiping her eyes with one hand while the other scratched at her face. A flicker of irritation crossed her lips, and in an uncharacteristic manner, she commanded Yi Xiaoman to sit. "I heard you were unwell yesterday. Allow Goma to attend to me," she decreed. "Of course," Yi Xiaoman replied, settling down quietly to partake of her own meal, mirroring Lu Xiangcao's usual reticent demeanor. Madame Yu adhered strictly to the decorum of dining, subscribing to the adage that one should not speak while eating. Yi Xiaoman, having absorbed Lu Xiangcao's memories, discerned that the more dire the circumstances of the Wang family, the more ostentatious their display of propriety became, driven by a fear of public opinion regarding their decline. In the midst of chaos, many households had reverted to a two-meal regimen, yet the Wang family stubbornly maintained their 3 meals a day. This marked Yi Xiaoman's inaugural experience of cuisine from the Republican era. Everything appeared novel, and the food itself seemed refreshing. As she devoured her allotted portion with the voracity of a locust swarm, Wang Muxua, seated across from her, could no longer contain her disapproval. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, "Lu Xiangcao, what has become of your decorum? Look at how you are eating." Yi Xiaoman, while diligently swallowing her food, smiled modestly and replied, "Indeed, elder sister speaks the truth." Her eating posture had indeed become much more refined. Wang Muxi gently lifted her delicate, fair finger and picked up a piece of the chess-patterned pastry, remarking, "Xiangcao truly listens to elder sister." Yi Xiaoman nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, yes, we must heed elder sister's words. They are all wise and benevolent." Chapter 82. The child bride. Wang Muxi perceived the way Lu Xiangcao gazed at Wang Muxua, infused with a sense of flattery. The interaction between the two seemed to her laden with profound implications. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This married woman had already taken away a substantial dowry to wed her favored dandy, yet she now lingered at her parental home, indulging in meals and pilfering items like a mischievous mouse. Before his passing, their father had compelled the matriarch to promise that she would receive a dowry equal to that of Wang Muxua. While the better shops and real estate would undoubtedly belong to the eldest brother, the prevailing times had changed, rendering the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate daughters obsolete. The dowry that rightfully belonged to her could not be diminished in the slightest. The matriarch was obliged to provide her with an equal share to what Wang Muxua received. However, no one anticipated the escalating chaos of the world. One day there was a military coup, the next a rebellion, and even the former dynasty's emperor was forced to flee the capital. The Wang family's assets were dwindling before their eyes, and if Wang Muxua continued her reckless antics, she would find herself bereft of even half her dowry by the time she married. She had envisioned a more peaceful future where, after a couple of years, she could accompany her brother from the Tan family to explore London and Paris. Suppressing her displeasure, Wang Mush cast a sidelong glance at Wang Muxu and cheerfully remarked, "It seems that Xiangcao has become quite close with the elder sister," who in the entire household was unaware of how much the Yu family despised Lu Xiangcao. Wang Mush's words were intended to provoke Wang Muxu. Indeed, just a few days ago, numerous students from the school paraded through the streets, brandishing banners and chanting slogans about women's rights and equality. What kind of reputation did it create for young ladies to expose themselves in such a manner? Goma played the perfect foil, always seizing the opportunity to flatter her mistress while subtly casting aspersions on others. However, she could only grumble inwardly, keeping her lips sealed as she diligently sipped her almond tea. Had she known, she would have refrained from this insipid lunch and joined Miss Zhang and others at the newly opened dance hall at the arcade. Yet, the thought of facing her mother's incessant nagging deterred her from venturing out. The household possessed only one vehicle, which was perpetually whisking her elder brother and Tan Ruor to various outings, leaving no room for her. Whether it was attending operas or films at the Wunming Tea House or sipping coffee at De Schiller, her role as a matchmaker had grown increasingly burdensome. A pang of bitterness gradually took root in her heart, slowly seeping from her flesh into her thoughts. In the past, they would gladly include her in their outings. Whenever Chongqing Tailoring introduced new styles of foreign CRP, or when Cheetah's new dresses arrived from Shanghai, they would always drag her along. The puff-sleeve dress that Wang Mush wore was a remnant from those days. At that time, she always held her head high while pulling along Tan Ruer, who would consistently greet her with a warm smile. In retrospect, it seemed as though she had taken advantage of Tan Ruer, even though it was always the Wang family who settled the bills. They must have gone to that dance hall at the Python. After reluctantly hanging up the phone, a wave of bitterness surged within her, as if it were striving to break free from the top of her head. Wang Mushy rummaged through her jewelry box, hoping to find a string of pearls to adorn herself before seeking them out. However, she bit her lip, realizing that the Gung brothers had initially invited her. She had been intent on accompanying her elder brother and Tan Ruer to meet the Tan family's elder brother to watch city lights, thus politely declining their invitation. Furthermore, Wang Mushy was not particularly inclined for the Gung brothers to visit the dance hall. Yet, she had already inquired with the maid, and the carriage and driver were absent from the premises, leaving her to deduce that her elder brother and the others had already departed. It felt as though the entire world had forsaken her, indulging in merriment while she remained behind. What was she to do? Yi Xiaoman was entirely indifferent to the minor scheme that had successfully incited the second Mrs. Resentment. Even if she were aware, she would simply whisper, "I did it on purpose." She had her own daunting task to fulfill, attending to the needs of the sick. In truth, it could also be termed as attending to the sleepless. Finally, dinner was no longer a meal of spoiled food. Though not lavish, it comprised a dish of meat, a vegetable, a cold platter, a bowl of rice, and a small bowl of sweet osmanthus rice dumpling soup. Yi Xiaoman had at last savored her very first genuine meal of the Republic era. The magpie no longer strutted with the same haughty demeanor, as though she were the sovereign. Instead, she responded to the lady's bewildering and irritable inquiries with restrained ire. "Allow you to prance about for a few more days. Sooner or later, you will meet your demise," she mused, envisioning rolling up the tattered mat and casting it aside like Wang Shifeng, feeding the ravenous wild dogs at the mass grave. After satiating herself, Yi Xiaoman proceeded to the old matriarch's Chunhui Hall to endure mutual torment. Indeed, it was a shared suffering. Yi Xiaoman's keen senses revealed that the concoction the Yu family consumed was merely red sugar water simmered with various herbs, far from medicinal. The daily attendance of Lu Xiangcao was evidently a means to harass her. Either Lu Xiangcao would eventually rebel against them, or she would exhaust herself to death. The intent was unmistakable, to persuade Lu Xiangcao to vacate her position for the second wife, Tan Ruer, while avoiding the role of the overt villain. Lu Xiangcao did not cling to her situation out of stubbornness. If they wished to be rid of her, they could simply divorce. Yet, they feared the reproach of being deemed ungrateful. This was Yi Xiaoman's initial thought, but through casual conversations with the magpie, she came to understand that their marriage had been officially recorded. Tan Rueo clamored for a dragon and phoenix certificate, while in reality, Wang Muhui and Tan Ruer had already obtained a marriage certificate under the presidency. However, Tan Ruer felt that having a first wife in the household rendered her status illegitimate. Wang Muhui contemplated divorce. For him, it seemed a simple matter to dismiss Lu Xiangcao with a sum of money. Yet, the matriarch would not consent, for the streets were alive with protests clamoring for women's liberation, and it was said that those embroiled in divorce had claimed substantial portions of their family's fortunes. The Wang family now appears to have little to divide, and with Wang Muhui insisting on pursuing a divorce at this juncture, it would inevitably result in a considerable portion of the family fortune being allocated to Lu Xiangcao. Such an outcome is unacceptable. As the narrative unfolds in Chapter 83, The Child Bride, it becomes evident that while one seeks to rid themselves of the burden that Lu Xiangcao represents, they simultaneously wish to avoid the accompanying costs and damage to their reputation. The matriarch's intentions are clear to Goma, and thus, the household staff are also in the know. As the biological daughter of the Yu family, Wang Mushua has long grasped the situation. Meanwhile, Hu Yinyang, a concubine who has been a lifelong confidant to Yu, and the biological mother of Wang Mushi, has perhaps comprehended the implications even sooner. It is rumored that a women's relief association has been established by the wife of a prominent figure from the South, dedicated to women's education and welfare. Similar organizations have reportedly thrived in Shanghai, championing the cause of gender equality and women's rights, while also addressing issues such as the prohibition of foot binding, arranged marriages, and assisting women in securing employment. Various women's associations and relief societies have proliferated like mushrooms after the rain, spreading rapidly across the southern and northern regions of the Yangtze River. As the relationship between the Tan family and the East continues to strengthen, and with the eldest son of the household persistently clamoring for a divorce. The women of the Wang household unanimously agree that Lu Xiangcao must be dealt with before this conflagration spreads. Consequently, the Wang family, pooling their resources and efforts, has orchestrated a plan to fabricate Lu Xiangcao's demise. During the day, the Wang sisters take turns ensuring Lu Xiangcao remains occupied, while in the evening, she is obliged to attend to her ailing mother-in-law. Though the daily meals are not significantly lacking, they are either excessively spicy or consist of food that has long since spoiled. It is a well-known fact that Lu Xiangcao cannot tolerate spicy food. She had previously expressed this to the old lady on 2 occasions, only to be met with loud reproach in front of the servants, accused of being gluttonous and fastidious. Everyone else eats the same. Why must you be different? The old lady scolded, oblivious to Lu Xiangcao's plight, confined within her own home. With her maternal family either deceased or estranged, Lu Xiangcao could only swallow her grievances and endure in silence. He Xiaoman sighed, reflecting on the shared plight of being in unfamiliar surroundings and subjected to indignities. However, differing backgrounds and educational influences led Yu Min and Lu Xiangcao to adopt starkly contrasting approaches in facing their challenges. Having gleaned some insights into the Wang family's circumstances, He Xiaoman felt she had grasped their dynamics, making subsequent interactions more manageable. As she oscillated between drinking water and needing to relieve herself, He Xiaoman found herself assisting the old lady with various mundane tasks. When the old lady, accustomed to her regular massages, glanced at her bruised arm, she decisively opted to forego that comfort. As the clock struck midnight, the old lady finally began to succumb to drowsiness. Though He Xiaoman was robust, fatigue was beginning to weigh upon her. Just as she was about to remove her shoes and nestle at the foot of the bed, she noticed Aunt Gu approaching with a displeased expression. "My lady, permit me a moment of counsel. Attending to the ailing requires a certain decorum. What if you remove your shoes and the old lady requires tea or medicine? How would you manage in time? It would be unfortunate to delay her recovery. Such laziness at a young age is ill-advised." Aunt Gu, though not harsh in her tone, spoke with a respectful demeanor, yet the content of her words was far from pleasant. When in the presence of elders, one must stand, not sit. Before those of higher status, one must speak softly. When entering, one must hasten. When departing, one must be slow. When questioned, one must not avert their gaze. The elderly lady had always instructed the madam on the nuances of walking and sitting. Now, in her ailing condition, it was of utmost importance to provide unwavering attention and care, remaining ever vigilant to the needs of the elderly lady, ensuring that her requirements were met promptly. Only through such diligent care could her recovery be hastened. He Xiaoman felt an overwhelming urge to kick this old hag, as if the slow pace of recovery rested solely on the caregiver's shoulders. After all, the ultimate responsibility for the elderly lady's health lay with her family, not the servants. Furthermore, as a maid, one ought to reflect upon whether they truly fulfilled these duties. However, there was no need to engage in a verbal sparring match with a servant, especially since this role would not last long. It was merely a matter of refraining from speaking loudly and remaining at the bedside, ever ready. Understood, understood. Suddenly, as Yu Shi lay half asleep, she felt a remarkable brightness fill the room. Her eyes were momentarily blinded by a dazzling light. Was it a reckless soul who had turned on the crystal chandelier, or had dawn quietly arrived? Squinting to see, she noticed the tungsten light bulb casting a warm glow. The room was still eerily quiet, evidently still night. Could it be an illusion? Then, her gaze met a pair of glimmering, shifty eyes that were unbearable to behold. It was akin to gazing directly at the sun on a sweltering summer afternoon, as the light from Lu Xiangcao's eyes pierced painfully into her own. After closing her eyes briefly and reopening them, she found Lu Xiangcao to be as unremarkable as ever, devoid of any extraordinary brilliance. Perhaps she had merely been having a nightmare. Yu Shi mused, and commanded, "Fetch me some water." He Xiaoman obediently complied, pouring water and thoughtfully checking the temperature before presenting it to Yu Shi. "Good." He Xiaoman obediently opened the door just a crack, allowing the early summer night breeze to waft in, bringing a refreshing chill to the room. However, before she could even catch her breath, that formidable matriarch summoned her to extinguish the light. "Could you not articulate all your demands at once? Must you persist in this incessant nagging, akin to a newlywed bride being subjected to relentless scrutiny?" It seemed that Madame Yu's intentions were not solely to burden her unappreciated daughter-in-law, but rather to underscore how unwelcomed she truly was, inciting frustration yet leaving her voiceless. Once the light was extinguished, Madam Yu turned away from He Xiaoman and sank into a deep slumber. Yet, the sensation of being watched or illuminated by an extraordinarily bright light returned. A mere illusion, she reassured herself, just as before. Nevertheless, the spot on her back where she felt scrutinized began to itch, as if insects were crawling incessantly. Turning to face He Xiaoman, the prickling sensation dissipated, yet her face felt as though it were illuminated by two glaring lanterns, causing her eyes discomfort. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the faint moonlight filtering through the window's veil, and the overly bright sensation had vanished. What on earth was happening tonight? Sleepiness washed over her, and her eyelids began to bond once more. A spotlight seemed to pierce through her eyelids, targeting her face, her very pupils. Startled, Madame Yu sat up abruptly, causing Lu Xiangzhao, who was poised at the foot of the bed, to jump in surprise. Mother Yu, are you staring at me with your eyes? Indeed, as Aunt Ge mentioned, one must remain vigilant and fully attentive while caring for the elderly lady, keeping her needs ever at the forefront of one's mind and translating that awareness into action. Only then will her recovery be hastened. Yu Shi, in a fit of impatience, retorted, there is no need for that. You may rest wherever you please. If something arises, I shall certainly call for you. Chapter 84. The Child Bride 11. He Xiaoman found herself at a loss for words. Mother, that is not acceptable. Aunt Gu instructed me that attending to the sick should be conducted in this manner. Otherwise, if Mother's condition worsens, it would all be my fault. Yu Shi's forehead bore 3 dark lines of frustration. Had their teachings been too effective? Yet, why did she feel ensnared by her own words when faced with the obedient Lu Xiangzhao? Must she constantly invoke Aunt Gu? After all, she was merely a servant. Should a mistress be so beholden to her every word? Oh, He Xiaoman obediently retreated to a nearby mahogany stool, closing her eyes to sleep. Yu Shi, still uneasy, pressed on to inquire whether He Xiaoman had indeed closed her eyes. Do you sleep with your eyes open? You are not the famed Zhang Yido of Yan. Nevertheless, Yu Shi felt an unrelenting gaze upon her, a scrutiny so intense it was almost unbearable. It must be Lu Xiangzhao, that blockhead girl, peering at her once again. She demanded sharply, Xiangzhao, are you asleep? Lu Xiangzhao, perched on the stool with her shoulder resting against the wall, startled and trembled, tumbling off the stool with a thud. The stool rolled away, crashing into something, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. Are we not allowed to sleep in peace? Yu Shi was now on the verge of a complete meltdown. Hearing the commotion from the bedroom, the young girl hastily donned her clothes and rushed to turn on the light. There, sprawled heavily on the floor, lay the cumbersome redwood stool, resembling a drunken man. Nearby, a flower stand lay toppled, and the cherished pink and white porcelain vase, favored by the elderly lady, lay shattered into fragments. At that moment, the elderly woman glared fiercely at the matriarch, her face a mask of fury, while the matriarch herself stood by, trembling and helpless like a frightened quail. He Xiaoman had been successfully returned to Chunhui Hall. The shattering of the elderly lady's beloved item had initially led Aunt Gu to suggest punishing her by making her kneel at the ancestral hall. However, the matriarch suddenly approached, pointing an accusatory finger at her and declaring, you are merely a servant. Mother has declared that I am the mistress and need not heed the commands of a servant in every matter. The night watch girl, Chuanxing, was left utterly astonished. Was this truly the same matriarch who had always endured insults without retaliation? Aunt Gu, too, gazed in disbelief at the matriarch. Though Chuanxing was unaware that Aunt Ji's wide-eyed astonishment stemmed from pain, the matriarch had inadvertently stepped on her foot while reprimanding her, rendering Aunt Gu momentarily speechless. In truth, the pain in her foot was eclipsed by her shock. She firmly believed those words must have originated from the elderly lady. For Lu Xiangzhao would never dare to utter such a transparent lie in the presence of the matriarch. Aunt Ji's mind raced with suspicion. What could have transpired to cause the elderly lady to suddenly harbor disdain for her overnight? Yet, she found herself unable to seek confirmation from the Yu family at that moment. He Xiaoman's words were undoubtedly heard by Yu Shi, and Gema's expression suddenly turned awkward. Though she noticed it, the fact that she had been restless for 2 consecutive nights left Yu Shi exceedingly irritable. Moreover, Gema was merely a servant, unworthy of her effort to explain the circumstances at hand. All she desired was for Lu Xiangzhao to vanish from her sight. Merely the sight of those 2 eyes filled her with a profound annoyance, a desire to shatter objects and unleash curses. Yet, she could not. After sending away the magpie that had come to pry for information, He Xiaoman had just prepared herself a bowl of California beef noodles. As she lifted the bowl to savor the broth, a flash of white light caught her attention, and the little white snake, which she had not seen for a day, reappeared before her, eyeing her noodles with an insatiable hunger. A snake, craving beef noodles? He Xiaoman vowed to defend her meal fiercely. This was hers. After 2 days of barely eating since her resurrection, she finally had the chance to prepare a bowl of noodles for herself, only to be confronted by a snake wishing to join her for dinner. Was this truly a gluttonous serpent? Suddenly, He Xiaoman recalled that she had a daily quota of 10 bowls of noodles. Thus, she inquired of the little white snake, "Do you wish to partake in this?" The snake, with a head the size of a thumb, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "MMM, MMM, MMM. You can comprehend my words?" The little white snake continued to nod fervently. "MMM, MMM, MMM." He Xiaoman had always believed that fear stems primarily from an inability to communicate. After all, if one could reason with a lion or negotiate with a tiger, would one still harbor fear of them? The same principle applies to the spirits and demons of the world. He Xiaoman remarked, "Very well, I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you. But you mustn't share it with me, as I have added chili peppers." Snakes presumably do not consume spicy food, correct? The little white snake nodded in agreement, though its 2 vertical pupils were still fixated hungrily on the bowl of noodles in He Xiaoman's hands. Suddenly, it seemed she had an epiphany and inquired of the little serpent, "Would you like an egg added?" The white snake rolled and fervently nodded, "Yes, yes, yes indeed." Astonishingly, it displayed an adorable demeanor to barter for food. Thus, she decided to prepare a bowl for it. That diminutive shoelace of a head could barely manage half a bowl of noodles. The 2 of them, a human and a snake, settled into their respective meals. He Xiaoman prepared a bowl of chicken noodles for the little white snake, generously adding a soft-boiled egg. Recalling how she had once witnessed a giant python devouring various foods, its body reflecting the shape of what it consumed, He Xiaoman's imagination conjured a whimsical image of the little white snake transforming into a white meteor hammer while devouring the soft-boiled egg and a shoelace swallowing another shoelace. Feeding the little white snake noodles, "I must be a genius," she mused. However, reality proved her thoughts to be overly fanciful. In a flash of white light, the little white snake morphed into a massive python, as thick as He Xiaoman's leg, and before her startled cry could escape her lips, its blood-red forked tongue swiftly snatched the now inconsequential bowl of chicken noodles and engulfed it whole. With a belch, the great white python expelled an empty bowl, demanding more. He Xiaoman was left speechless, astonished that she was indeed dealing with a gluttonous snake. As she stood there, wide-eyed, the giant white snake belched again, depositing another empty bowl atop the previous one, inquiring, "Is there any more?" It was at that moment, confronted by the snake's bulbous, luminous pupils, that He Xiaoman recalled with dismay, "Oh no, that was my beef noodles." Very well, it is an era prior to the establishment of the nation, where transformation is permitted at will, and you, esteemed one, hold the ultimate authority. Yet, the desire for sustenance remains. The serpent with vertical pupils continues to sway its large head before He Xiaoman, who is on the verge of tears, lamenting her prior foolishness and finding a snake somewhat endearing. Faced with a stack of 10 bowls and the unmistakably insatiable large white snake, her heart is in turmoil. Could it be that this creature intends to consume her as well? Chapter 85. The child bride. The stack of bowls is precisely 10, a harmonious number for the family, signifying that today, should He Xiaoman wish for noodles, she must indeed labor to procure her own sustenance. Unfortunately, she possesses no culinary skills beyond the preparation of unpalatable instant noodles. At this moment, modern instant ramen must have emerged in the East. Yet it has yet to reach the capital, leaving He Xiaoman with no means to satisfy her cravings. As she ponders her growling stomach and glances at the large white serpent that is barely satiated, she feels a mix of anger and helplessness. No matter her innate strength or additional attributes, before the overwhelming bulk of this python, she is merely a provider of ingredients. "I still wish to eat noodles. Here, take this." With that, the great serpent opened its mouth, and a round, crimson orb rolled toward He Xiaoman. "What is this? An inner elixir? This long creature is rather direct, isn't it? Exchanging an inner elixir for noodles is quite the audacious move. Truly, this is a 24K pure glutton," He Xiaoman mused, feeling a sense of inferiority. Wait, this cannot be an inner elixir. Suddenly, she recalled her own extraordinary abilities. If that orb is akin to an inner elixir, even if it does not fall under the category of celestial treasures, it must at least be considered a medicinal ingredient, right? If that is the case, The bulletin board should not have remained utterly silent. In this contemplation, Xiaoman finally discerned the source of the discomfort that had long plagued her. It was one thing for this creature to speak, but the voice it emitted was uncannily identical to her own, not her own, but that of Lu Xiangcao. The resemblance was striking. The remedy for injuries was to be applied externally and ingested internally, as long as there were no fractures or ruptures. Recovery would be assured within 7 days. Hearing a snake articulate the deceptive phrases of a wandering healer in her own voice stirred an unsettling feeling within Xiaoman. Why do you speak with my voice? Instead of accepting the offered pill, she voiced the question that gnawed at her mind. In the depths of Mount Zhongnan, I sought enlightenment, enduring a millennium of hardship upon this earthly realm. Before Baichao Mountain, I revealed my essence, and behind Baichao Mountain, I learned the language of mortals. Amidst the mundane world, I cultivated my heart in search of destiny. You serve as my steed, while I ascend to immortality. In the future, I shall join the ranks of the celestial beings, ensuring your descendants flourish for 5 centuries. Xiaoman, I take my leave. As a rural child who had grown up immersed in various folk tales and the wondrous practices of shamanism, Xiaoman understood this as a form of self-identification akin to the celestial being's pathways. The creature had revealed its origins, its purpose, and the blessings it offered to her as its steed. However, Xiaoman was presently inhabiting another's body. She could not unilaterally decide to pledge allegiance or establish a cult on behalf of Lu Xiangcao. After all, Lu Xiangcao was a refined lady of a prominent family. How could she be reduced to a mere shaman after a mere encounter with this cosmic entity? Do not mention Lu Xiangcao. Even Xiaoman herself could not possibly acquiesce to this matter. What if the tasks assigned to her conflict with the undertakings of the spirit master, or if their content were to contradict her own mission? Where would she find herself then? Thus, it is said that one should not be greedy, for in certain circumstances, possessing an abundance of advantages does not necessarily yield a greater benefit. Suddenly reminded that this is her private chamber, Xiaoman seized the healing pill and pointed towards the door, exclaiming, I shall not offer you anything to eat. Depart quickly, no farewells. The great white serpent elevated its form, towering over Xiaoman, casting a condescending gaze upon her, its slit pupils filled with disdain. Such opportunities are sought after by many. Yet you, ungrateful, choose to dismiss them? To be unworthy of such fortune, I beg your pardon. As of now, the bulletin board bears no indications, suggesting that Lu Xiangcao herself does not recognize the profession of spirit summoning as particularly promising. The serpent's bulbous eyes suddenly narrowed upon her, its crimson tongue flickering ominously across her visage, as if to convey the intent to consume her whole at the slightest provocation. Thus, a standoff ensued between the human and the serpent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xiaoman's gaze darted along the bifurcation before her, her eyes nearly escaping their sockets from the intensity of her focus. Abruptly, she smiled. Her words appeared to unravel the serpent's fade, as a flash of white light revealed a shoelace, dejectedly coiling into a ball, resembling a glowing mass amidst the night. It seems that transformation requires considerable effort. Why? I wonder, would you not consent to such a splendid opportunity? In such tumultuous times, with a celestial being to protect you, prosperity and safety are assured. Over the past few days, I have come to understand your circumstances quite thoroughly. Your situation is dire, and there are those who eagerly await your demise. Indeed. This is a sentiment that Xiaoman wholeheartedly concurs with, for Lu Xiangcao has already met her end once. I wonder, what is it about this fortuitous opportunity that compels you to choose me? Within this residence, there are countless individuals, including those who specifically venerate the shaman in the adjacent hall. Why not seek their aid? It is because you find yourself in a predicament. Xiaoman was rendered speechless, recognizing the soundness of this reasoning, leaving her at a loss for words. A simple cornmeal pancake could incite a famished beggar to desperate measures. Yet a mere dollar might not even compel a wealthy gentleman to stoop and retrieve it. Weighing the pros and cons, it becomes evident that in the entire Wang residence, Lu Xiangcao emerges as the most inexpensive of allies. A white shoelace slithered towards Xiaoman, ascending along the leg of the pearwood bed. She gazed impassively at this white entity that had taken residence upon her bed, her heart unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. One day, she would transform into a woman impervious to all fears and poisons, thanks to her relentless pursuit of tasks. The human and the serpent continued to lock eyes. Yet this time, The little white snake appeared considerably diminished in spirit, with both parties understanding that this was certainly not due to any change in size. Cunning humans. The little white snake murmured curses in Lu Xiangcao's voice. The joys and sorrows of living beings do not resonate with one another. Others are, but hell itself. And those lacking cunning have already faced death once. So, speak. Why must you insist on seeking me? Only you can perceive me. And the offerings you present are ones I can indeed consume. Thus, will you collaborate with me? I assure you a life of indulgence. The little white snake's tiny vertical pupils flashed with a hint of cunning, accompanied by the profoundly meaningful phrase, swift retribution. He Xiaoman chuckled. I am quite capable of handling these matters myself. There is no need to trouble you. A sharp pain pricked her finger as the little snake bit down gently. Yet He Xiaoman remained unperturbed. The little white snake's demeanor had been thoroughly subdued by her, and now she recognized her own worth. The snake would not harm her, at least not for the time being. In stark contrast to the enigmatic, capricious, and ruthless Ghost King, the little white snake could indeed be regarded as a well-behaved child. I shall not bestow upon you any secrets, nor shall I possess you, nor shall we forge any ties of progeny. Will you not be content to offer me a single incense stick? While this proposal was not entirely unfeasible, one must ponder what benefits I might derive from it. In other words, what capabilities do you possess? Chapter 86. The child bride at this moment. If the magpie were outside, it would be horrified to witness the madcap conversation the matriarch was having with herself. You speak, and I respond. Our exchange is sharp, and never does it falter into silence. Were the magpie a time traveler, it might even add, the matriarch has lost her mind. The little white snake's earlier references to sharing secrets and possession pertain to the matter of spirit mediums, particularly the lengthy and arduous process of possession. We shall delve into that later, as it bears no relevance to the current narrative, thus I shall refrain from elaborating. He Xiaoman understood that this gluttonous snake could only feast upon that which passed through her hands, and not merely anything else. Now this creature not only yearns for sustenance, but also aspires to accumulate merit and offerings. As it ventures into the mundane world, it seeks a place to call home. This being has also clearly elucidated its abilities to He Xiaoman. Bai Shaoling, the insatiable serpent, is more formally known as the silver-scaled serpent, belonging to two distinct branches of serpent deities, the Chong family and the Mang family. However, Bai Shaoling's lineage is rather exceptional. It is said that her ancestors include the ancient mythical beast, the golden-scaled serpent, and a white dragon. The most significant distinction between her and an ordinary white snake lies in the iridescent, brocade-like splendor that adorns her scales under the moonlight, rendering her exceedingly beautiful. The golden-scaled serpent is adept at exhaling toxic mist, while the silver-scaled serpent excels in conjuring illusions through fog. In essence, your previous long and formidable form was merely an illusion, was it not? He Xiaoman remarked with a sidelong glance at Bai Shaoling. What value does size hold? A large cow or horse can still fall prey to wolves. They dare not move in the presence of hyenas. Moreover, I shall one day grow to such a size. Even larger than that. What use is size? A large cow or horse. He Xiaoman mimicked its tone. Additionally, Bai Shaoling possesses the remarkable ability to learn and mimic the words she hears, grasping their meanings effortlessly. This extraordinary talent instantly filled He Xiaoman with envy. It was akin to having a portable onomatopoeic translation device. If only she had possessed such a gift during her English proficiency exams, she might have triumphed rather than facing repeated failures. However, it seemed that this ability did not serve any purpose in He Xiaoman's current endeavors. After 2 months of incense offerings, I can assist you in concocting some remedies for injuries, just like the one I provided you earlier. Sensing He Xiaoman's dissatisfaction with its abilities, Bai Shaoling ultimately revealed her trump card. This is indeed true. When He Xiaoman was a child, she often overheard her grandmother and aunt discussing that within the realm of the Ma Xian, there are typically 5 deities, each fulfilling their respective roles. The fox spirit, known for its calm demeanor and wisdom, oversees the main hall's operations and the interpretation of fortune. The yellow spirit possesses formidable strength, usually serving as a protector. The Chongmang specializes in medicine, particularly adept at treating injuries. The steel king, or ghost spirit, due to its advantageous status, often gathers intelligence and facilitates passage through the underworld. The other 3 families also possess their own unique strengths. Perhaps this is the reason Bai Shaoling sought out Lu Xiangcao, because Lu's ancestors had always been healers for injuries. Initially, He Xiaoman thought that since the Wang family was so ungrateful, she would spend a few years entertaining them. Although they wished to harm Lu Xiangcao, it seemed Lu still held a slight affection for them, as she did not demand that the Wang family pay with blood. Thus, He Xiaoman devised a plan to see them stripped of their wealth, ultimately ensuring Lu Xiangcao's safe escape. Despite the backdrop of warlords and internal strife, many aspects of this world diverged from the history He Xiaoman was familiar with. In her world, the East had once occupied the capital for a full 8 years, committing countless atrocities. He Xiaoman felt a deep-seated aversion to projecting herself into this world. However, Bai Xiaoling's appearance ignited a different perspective within her. She suddenly realized that possessing the power to build was a waste if all she contemplated was merely beautifying her own small abode. The bulletin board had previously informed He Xiaoman that renovating the living room would attract a modest increase in guests when the house was occupied. He Xiaoman's gaze was intensely fixated on the shoelaces coiled like incense on the bed, while she was chattering about her own usefulness and exceptional skills. Suddenly, a chill ran down Bai Xiaoling's tail, and her body tensed as she noticed the woman across from her, whose eyes gleamed like light bulbs, staring at her with an ominous glimmer. Was she contemplating turning Bai Xiaoling into a meal after devouring all her noodles? After all, I am a snake, Bai Xiaoling exclaimed. Do you not hear the words of others? I consider you a companion, yet you wish to consume me? The mantra of minimizing costs while maximizing profits was a phrase that Lan Pai CEO incessantly repeated. After more than 2 years of indoctrination, He Xiaoman had fully embraced this philosophy. Hence, she pondered, what if she could project her house? Instantly, the impending loss of over 1 million soft currencies due to projecting this world became less painful to her. He Xiaoman, was on the verge of flourishing throughout the galaxy with her renovations, becoming a landlord in every corner, collecting rents until her hands grew weary. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the scene of the beautiful landlord from Xinjia village, who tirelessly roamed with a large snakeskin bag, clutching over 100 keys to collect rents. She aspired to be a Versailles-style piggy girl, living solely on rental income. Thus, her task required some modifications. It would no longer be appropriate to instigate internal strife within the Wang family like before, nor to slowly boil them alive like frogs. However, conflict was still necessary. It was simply not essential to destroy the Wang family, for He Xiaoman needed their house. The layout of her current residence, with its 2 brightly lit and dimly lit rooms, did not meet the projection requirements. Her ultimate aim was to acquire the spacious courtyard that was just a wall away from the Wang family, which was up for rent. Chapter 87. The child bride 14. In the past, the Wang family, though not excessively wealthy or extravagant in the capital, owned several estates in the suburbs and possessed thousands of acres of land. They operated numerous shops along prominent locations such as the Paifeng, Qianmen Street, and Dong'an Market. However, as the capital fell into turmoil, with the emperor fleeing and warlords clashing, each encounter among these powerful figures resulted in a further erosion of the Wang family's wealth. Now, the Wang family has become rather emaciated, having sold off 2 of their 3 courtyards in their expansive residence, leaving only the main dwelling intact. The adjacent eastern courtyard has been leased to a merchant from Huizhou. Currently, the Wang family's income is limited to 3 sources: the rent from the eastern courtyard, revenue from the tavern at Dongyue Temple Market, and the occasional pawning of belongings. In such a precarious situation, He Xiaoman's ambition to monopolize the eastern courtyard single-handedly is nothing short of a delusion. Initially, she had intended to leverage the burgeoning Women's Relief Association over the next 2 years to accomplish this goal. He Xiaoman came to earn a profit, not to incur losses. Her original plan was to dismantle the entire Wang family. For these landowners, who possessed no survival skills, extracting their wealth is far more excruciating than taking their lives. Indeed, had it not been for this transaction orchestrated by He Xiaoman, the Wang family would have plotted the demise of Lu Xiangcao. However, to be candid, in the matter of Lu Xiangcao's death, every member of the Wang family, both master and servant, contributed in some measure. Yet, none are culpable to the extent of deserving death, making it seem unjust to retaliate against any one individual. Moreover, Lu Xiangcao had lived alongside them for many years. Initially, the Wang family treated her with kindness, and despite harboring grievances towards their host, there remained a flicker of affection. He Xiaoman could sense Lu Xiangcao's conflicting emotions. Thus, rather than extinguishing the lives of those who were once akin to kin, she preferred to allow them to coexist in silence, living out their days apart. At the break of dawn the following day, He Xiaoman retrieved $8 silver and some change from the bottom of Lu Xiangcao's cosmetic box. This stash had been secretly saved by the first wife before Lu Xiangcao's identity transformed into that of a young mistress, intended for her parents or her brother Lu Daong when time permitted. In those days, silver dollars were truly a form of hard currency, renowned for their value. Even now, they remain one of the most widely circulated currencies in the market, a necessity in tumultuous times when a few firearms and a bit of audacity could lead one to declare themselves a commander. Warlords abounded, and various factions emerged like mushrooms after rain, dazzling in their diversity. It was common knowledge that power emerged from the barrel of a gun, yet acquiring that firepower required substantial amounts of silver. Consequently, anyone who managed to seize control of a region, even before firmly establishing their position, would hastily begin minting their own currency, ruthlessly exploiting the common folk. Indeed, some warlords found themselves ousted just as their new currency was printed but not yet circulated, resulting in local merchants often refusing to accept the paper money of that area. At the outset, Lu Xiangcao was still able to receive her monthly allowance. But as the circumstances of the Wang family became increasingly strained, and due to the changing dynamics of her status, her mother-in-law, Madame Yu, deemed it unnecessary for her, a woman of privilege residing in a grand estate, to continue receiving such financial support. Thus, apart from a few gaudy ornaments, Lu Xiangcao's entire wealth amounted to merely 8 silver dollars and a collection of copper and nickel coins, barely totaling around 10. Xiaoman summoned a rickshaw, instructing the driver to take her to a place where she could procure a small altar, red paper, and a brush. She needed to purchase some supplies. Fortunately, Lu Xiangcao still possessed a modest stash of private funds, as the rickshaw they had long since hired was primarily utilized by the eldest young master for his leisurely pursuits, leaving little for her. In the capital, there existed a mode of transport known as the dandang car, an early version of the tram, named for the driver who had to ring a bell with his foot. However, given her unfamiliarity with the city and the constraints of time, Xiaoman found it impractical to experience this contemporary public transportation. Thus, she opted for the rickshaw, which was not overly expensive, merely 4 coins for the journey from the southern to the northern part of the city, a distance that would surely exhaust the rickshaw puller. To her surprise, even the reclusive young master Wang Muhui was present, and the expressions on everyone's faces were grave, mingled with a hint of schadenfreude. "Where have you been?" Madame Yu, her eyes shadowed by dark circles, was the first to confront her. "Lulikang, just bought a few items," Xiaoman replied. "Goma, bring them over." Without the need for words, they all beheld the brown paper bag clutched in Xiaoman's hand. Goma, the first henchman by Yu's side, resembled a decrepit eunuch on a mission to seize property. Despite the facade of respect etched on her face, the malice and ferocity in her eyes seemed poised to erupt. Lu Xiangcao stood at less than 5 feet tall, frail and pallid. Had it been Lu Xiangcao, the contents of that paper bag would have surely been snatched away by Goma, the vile servant. Yet, she was confronted by Hidali. Xiaoman's exuberant legs and her skirt sent Goma soaring out of the scene, leaving the onlookers aghast, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment at how Lu Xiangcao's intricate layered skirt could unleash such a magical kick. "Pray tell, mother, what transgression have I committed that warrants a servant to rummage through my belongings? Who granted you the authority to venture out at will?" Yu's fury erupted as she slammed her palm onto the table, causing a sharp pain to radiate through her hand, while the haphazardly placed teacups danced in unison. Xiaoman, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Equally unperturbed was the courtesan Lu Xiener, who received a sharp glare from the elderly matron, leaving her countenance as desolate as a funeral. The eldest daughter could roam freely without notice, the second daughter likewise. Yet how was it that my solitary outing after all these years incited such an uproar? If such double standards prevail, mother, your earlier claims of treating me as your own are rendered utterly meaningless. Chapter 88. The child bride. The moment these words escaped her lips, the entire room erupted before you could utter a single response. Even Goma, hobbling into the side hall, pointed a trembling finger at Xiaoman, decrying her utter lack of refinement, declaring that a peasant's child could never be presentable. What's more, Wang Mihui directly demanded that Xiaoman kneel and apologize to his mother. "Kneel? My good man, open your eyes and observe carefully. This is the Republic of China, and the practice of kneeling as punishment is no longer in vogue. The Qing dynasty is deceased." The Yu clan, trembling all over, raised her head and sighed, as if she had suffered a great indignity. Only after allowing the clamorous crowd to vent their spleen did Xiaoman leisurely say, "Where have I disrespected mother? My remark about her treating me differently was merely a hypothetical situation, not yet a reality. Thus, I was only hypothetically suggesting she was full of hot air. Hypothetically. Mind you, not actually. Of course, if she insists on confiscating the items I purchased, then my hypothetical statement becomes reality. However, publicly passing gas is her own vulgarity. I am the victim of being forced to inhale such noxious fumes, am I not? Throughout the entire side hall, every single person, without exception, save for her nemesis, Miss Tan, refrained from kicking her when she was down. Instead, Miss Tan subtly furrowed her brow and quietly moved her chair back a bit, even furtively tugging at Wang Mihuai's sleeve. It is often said that 3 women make a drama, and 2 women are equivalent to 1,000 ducks, though not all women. Of course, the side hall was currently filled with the cacophony of several thousand ducks performing a play, an exceedingly lively scene. However, the one who should have been apprehensive instead tilted her head, wearing a look of earnest interest and nodding incessantly. Yu Clan finally noticed something amiss. Xiang Cao. What are you doing? I am earnestly studying the art of vociferous reprimands, striving to enrich my vocabulary. My mother truly embodies the essence of a distinguished matron. The prowess she instills in both her companions and servants is remarkable. Indeed, I find myself lagging far behind in comparison to others, and I apologize to my mother for her years of diligent guidance. The onlookers are taken aback, murmuring in astonishment. While it remains uncertain whether I possess the skill to engage in such verbal altercations, my knack for indiscriminate criticisms is undeniably honed. As I observe the silent crowd, their eyes fixed upon me, I dread the sudden stillness of the air. The depths are profound, and the winds are fierce, in the absence of strength. It is prudent to remain silent. Before me, a figure emerges, gradually resembling the faint silhouette of my childhood, only to swiftly diverge once more. A fleeting look of confusion crosses Wang Muhuai's face. Could she truly be as my mother described? Yet, Vanilla does not feign vulnerability, nor does she appear particularly cunning. He Xiaoman notices Miss Tan discreetly whispering 2 phrases into Wang Muhuai's ear, after which Wang Muhuai steps forward to play the role of mediator. Consequently, He Xiaoman learns that any future excursions will necessitate informing her family. It is perilous for a defenseless woman to venture out alone in such tumultuous times, especially in areas frequented by foreigners, where attracting their ire could lead to dire consequences. Upon returning to her quarters, Goma has evidently shared something with the Yu family, as she hobbles to personally deliver the edict of the Empress Dowager, declaring that from this day forth, the eldest madam is no longer required to attend to the sick. 2 individuals have been reassigned from the kitchen to serve. Thus, she insists that the eldest madam must now compensate for their absence in the kitchen. What audacity! How can she possibly fulfill the duties of 2? During her illness, she found herself alone every day, and when the kitchen maid came to assist her, it seemed as though there were now 2 of them, making her, the esteemed lady of the house, appear less competent than the cook. Indeed, the cook was compensated for her work, while Lu Xiangcao served without remuneration. At this moment, Goma had developed a deep-seated resentment towards He Xiaoman. The once gentle and kind smile now bore a hint of venom, a touch of mockery, and a veiled threat. Madam, you should hurry. The 2 cooks are already resting in preparation for the evening shift. If you delay, the old lady and the young master may very well miss their lunch. I fear I might not perform adequately, He Xiaoman humbly replied, nervously wringing her hands. I am too clumsy to master this. You will learn with practice. At your youthful age, you cannot afford to be so indolent. How will you serve the young master if you do not hone your culinary skills? Goma knew that the young master was Lu Xiangcao's Achilles heel, and thus she quickly acquiesced. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Xiangcao rose without hesitation and made her way to the kitchen. Once He Xiaoman had exited the courtyard, Goma directed the frozen figure of the magpie waiting outside. Go. Unfortunately, the magpie turned the lady's chamber upside down but failed to locate the elusive brown paper package. In the end, Goma, despite her frail condition, took it upon herself to search the main room again, yet the package remained elusive. Surely Lu Xiangcao would not hide such an item on her person. That would be far too precarious. When Goma finally vanished from sight, the magpie spat disdainfully onto the ground. The old hag, cursing your aunt as useless, yet if you were not so, why can't you produce it for her to see? Indeed, quite literally. It is uncertain whether it is the formidable strength of the matron or if the 2 iron pots have reached the end of their lifespan. But every time the matron strikes down with her iron ladle, A resounding clang echoes as a large hole is punctured in the pot on the left side of the stove. The two kitchen assistants look utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the Wang family is affluent and has previously employed numerous servants, thus possessing two large stoves. With unwavering confidence, the matron seizes the frying spoon once more, and the familiar clanging sound reverberates as the iron pot on the right side joins its longtime companion in demise. The kitchen assistants remain in a state of confusion. There is still the small stove. Upon seeing the matron approach, brandishing her frying spoon with an air of impending doom, the assistants nearly kneel in supplication, pleading for mercy. "Madam, please leave us at least 2 pots for cooking. After all, you need to eat as well, do you not? I am here to learn the culinary arts. And if you do not permit me to learn, both my mother and Aunt Gu will be quite displeased." The two kitchen assistants respond. "If we allow you to continue in this manner, they will be even more upset. But I am here to assist," protested He Xiaoman, blinking her innocent large eyes. "Come now, dear matron, do you truly claim to be here to help despite the gaping holes in the pots on either side?" Suddenly, one of the assistants had a moment of inspiration. Pointing at the scallions atop a nearby cutting board, he suggested, "Madam, why not practice your knife skills first? Mastering the art of cutting is more essential than learning to stir-fry. This is the first step in mastering culinary skills. Indeed, I shall strive to do my best." However, as they observed the radiant confidence upon the matron's face, the assistants began to regret their decision, given her strength. What if she were to inadvertently sever her wrist while chopping? There is little that can be done. For Mother Ge has decreed that more tasks must be assigned to her, tasks that are icy, cool, and filthy, all entrusted to the eldest madam. A sudden thud echoed through the air, followed by He Xiaoman's piercing scream. "Oh no, this is disastrous." Chapter 89. The Child Bride 16. This is a remarkable grandmother. One who is at odds with the elemental forces of the kitchen, incompatible with pots, pans, and utensils. Ever since Lu Xiangcao entered the kitchen, a mournful wail has filled the air within a meter, and within 5 meters, there is nothing left unscathed. The once venerable chopping board, which had served for decades and could have fetched a price at Panjiayuan as an antique, was rendered useless by the eldest madam's efforts to chop scallions. The helper, in exasperation, had no choice but to step in, delegating the task of vegetable picking to the eldest madam. However, the moment the fresh spinach reached her hands, it wilted and yellowed, its leaves decaying. This was not Lu Xiangcao. It was the herbicide paraquat in action. The arriving cook inspected He Xiaoman's hands with a look of skepticism. Although her hands bore the roughness of frequent labor and were marked with numerous tiny pinpricks, and though her skin was not particularly fair or delicate, they were soft and slender, with long fingers, definitely a pair of hands more elegant than those of the average young girl. Yet, stir-frying led to broken pots, chopping resulted in splintered boards, and stoking the fire caused blockages. In utter desperation, she was disrespectfully assigned the task of carrying coal balls, only for the bottom of the basket to give way, prompting the kitchen staff to scurry about like dung beetles in pursuit of the runaway coal. What was meant to be assistance turned into a growing calamity. The cook emerged from the billowing smoke of the kitchen, finally delivering the long-awaited meal, her face darkened, not merely in expression, but literally, from the soot. Indeed, it is not solely the cook, but the entire kitchen team, 2 cooks, 2 assistants, and a vegetable buyer, including He Xiaoman herself, whose faces are adorned with an array of colors, creating a sight that might lead one to believe the Wang family's chefs were performing in a theatrical production rather than preparing a meal. The newlywed assistant, Changwei's wife, is immensely concerned that, should this continue, she might become so infused with the lingering aromas that her husband might find her unappealing. After hearing tales of the matriarch's valiant exploits in the kitchen, the cooks, with tears welling in their eyes, implored, "Madam, I beseech you, send the matriarch elsewhere. Otherwise, should she accidentally set the house ablaze, do not hold me accountable." Upon hearing these words, Yu's expression darkened even more than that of the cooks. This residence is all she has left, a fire? Who would dare? Anyone who dares would meet their end. Having tidied herself up, He Xiaoman arrived punctually for lunch. In a whirlwind, the table was soon cleared of all dishes save for the tea. With remarkable strength, she smashed the pot to the bottom, inept at everything else. Yet a champion when it came to dining. You mused that Lu Xiangcao was but a hair's breadth away from the likes of the boar from Gao Laozhuang, armed only with a 9-toothed rake. How did she transform so suddenly? Previously, Lu Xiangcao, though somewhat dim-witted and unlikable, was at least diligent and obedient, capable enough in domestic tasks. What had caused such a drastic change? While she may have spared Lu Xiangcao, He Xiaoman had no intention of doing the same. Even if the incident of the smallpox celebration was merely a stroke of luck, it cannot be overlooked that Wang Muhui was rescued from the clutches of kidnappers by the Lu family, who generously provided for him like a revered ancestor for an entire month. For a family struggling to afford even a meal, what a profound act of kindness that is. Yet, this has become the sinister motive behind Lu Xiangcao's aspirations to rise above her station. He Xiaoman, having kicked aside Goma, who had been bullying Lu Xiangcao under the protection of the elderly matriarch, confronted the Yu family, leaving them at a loss for words. The ensuing chaos in the kitchen, with chickens flying and dogs barking, resulted in her receiving rewards for her efforts, though the amount was modest. It is essential to recognize that both Lu Xiangcao and the former Yuan Duong were merely ordinary individuals. It is unreasonable to expect them to bestow life-altering fortunes akin to those offered by a ghostly king. Nevertheless, this indirectly affirms that He Xiaoman has once again successfully identified the right course of action. It is a means to vent her frustrations without resorting to violence. The newly acquired pots in the kitchen yielded a somewhat unsatisfactory dinner, and Mrs. Yu's mood was quite poor throughout the day, compounded by 2 nights of restless sleep, leaving her appetite diminished. She could only manage a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. Seizing the opportunity, Goma disparaged Lu Xiangcao, saying, "The eldest madam is truly something else. If she breaks a pot, there is another one to use. I wonder how much force she must exert to shatter both pots in one go." Old Geng, after much deliberation, spent $7 for 2 pots. Just listen. $7. A banquet of shark fin for 10 at Lao Fingxia costs only $20. The Yu family's suppressed fire suddenly flared up again. Contemplating whether to summon Lu Xiangcao to attend to the ailing matriarch, he hesitated, recalling the blinding brilliance of her gaze that left him dizzy and restless. He mused that should he call her again, he might well find himself feigning illness under her watchful care. Pressing his fingers to the faintly throbbing center of his brow, he decided to summon her after all. The Wang residence was currently short-staffed, making the magpie a shared source of intelligence for all. Mama Gu often whispered behind closed doors that this girl would eventually bring about her own ruin, her tongue as loose as an old woman's waistband, capable of divulging any secret for the right price. Something amiss with the matriarch. Something terribly amiss. To his astonishment, upon entering the room, the magpie immediately sank to her knees, trembling violently, her pallid face tinged with a hint of green, incessantly repeating her frantic refrain, her eyes betraying a sense of dread. Mama Gu thought to herself, let her continue. The more she stirs trouble, the closer she brings about her own expulsion from the Wang family. How dare she not look into a mirror to recognize her own worth, daring even to kick her? The recollection of being unceremoniously thrust out the door brought a renewed pang to her hip. What was merely a country bumpkin, a child bride in essence, would find herself at the mercy of the world once stripped of the Wang family's protection. Mama Gu's gaze turned icy. It would be best if she were sold off to the alleys of the 8 great streets, compensating the young master for the years of their nominal marriage. Would Lu Xiangcao regret that fateful kick in the future? What a disgraceful display, devoid of decorum and reason. What did she mean by saying the matriarch was unwell? Mother Gu admonished gently. Chapter 90. The Child Bride 17. Possessed? Both Yu and Mother Gu shook their white-haired heads in unison, like rattling drums. Impossible. Their family's ancestral hall was graced by deities from various realms, both ancient and modern, with such esteemed guardians in attendance. Which audacious spirit would dare to disturb their peace? Was life so undervalued? Yet, I witnessed it with my own eyes. She was applying talismans made of red paper to the walls and performing rituals for some spirit named by Shaoling. I saw it most clearly. Moreover, the magpie seemed to recall something, a shiver running down her spine. The way she looked at people was unsettling, her gaze piercing and luminous, reminiscent of a light bulb. Wasn't it? You felt a surge of recognition. Yes, indeed, it was like a light bulb, sending chills down my spine. Furthermore, just a couple of days ago, I had touched her, the eldest lady. She was unmistakably lifeless, devoid of breath, her heart no longer beating. Yet, the thought of having personally served the tainted food to Lu Xiangcao and witnessing her decline, growing increasingly feeble and pleading for assistance from the matriarch or a doctor, while she feigned ignorance, left the magpie with an uneasy chill. Ever since Lu Xiangcao awoke, the magpie sensed something was amiss. She did not resemble Lu Xiangcao in any way. Fortunately, Lu Xiangcao rarely commanded her presence, allowing the magpie to discreetly linger in the courtyard these past few days, avoiding close proximity to Lu Xiangcao. After all, she needed to attend to the matriarch's ailments at night, successfully passing each day. What schemes the Wang family harbored? Who in this courtyard was unaware? Desiring to distance herself from the bothersome Lu Xiangcao, while simultaneously avoiding any tarnished reputation, she subjected the unfortunate individual to relentless torment and suffering. Should word get out, it would merely be attributed to Lu Xiangcao's own misfortune, with no blame resting upon the Wang family. However, following the previous incident, Qiqiao truly found herself apprehensive. A life was at stake, and it was better for Lu Xiangcao to meet her demise at the hands of another. Such a heinous act was beyond her moral compass. Thus, Qiqiao resolved to keep her distance from Lu Xiangcao, choosing instead to report on her movements whenever possible, as she had indeed benefited from their arrangement. Upon learning that Lu Xiangcao would no longer be required to attend to the ailing matriarch, Qiqiao felt a swell of unease. For she was genuinely afraid to confront the formidable First Madam alone. An unsettling sensation lingered within her, leaving her feeling on edge. If Lu Xiangcao were to cease her visits to the elder lady, Qiqiao could hardly remain idle in the courtyard, avoiding the First Madam indefinitely. Since Lu Xiangcao had been sent back from the kitchen earlier that afternoon, Qiqiao's trepidation only deepened. She resolved to concoct an excuse to transfer to the kitchen. She would rather toil as a humble kitchen assistant than share a space with that woman, whose past was marred by tragedy. To her surprise, Lu Xiangcao unwittingly facilitated this transition by providing her with the necessary excuse. Yet, Qiqiao had not anticipated that the matriarch would also notice Lu Xiangcao's peculiar demeanor. It dawned on her why Lu Xiangcao had been relieved from her duties. Instantly, Qiqiao's determination to leave Lu Xiangcao's side and embrace the esteemed role of a kitchen maid solidified. Confronted with her impending reassignment, Yu Shi remained noncommittal. Following the tumultuous events of midday, the palpable danger posed by Lu Xiangcao was evident to all who would willingly serve her in her courtyard. Aunt Gu, with your age and wisdom, it would be prudent for you to bring along a few companions for a visit. Besides, you are under the protection of Shaman Mama. Surely Lu Xiangcao would not dare to harm you. Oh dear lady, have you perhaps forgotten that it was I, the old servant, who was unceremoniously thrust out through the door this morning? Grievances brewed within Aunt Gu, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. Compelled to follow the magpie in summoning old Gung, the buyer, old Jean the coachman, and the pillar from the young master's side. Thus, a formidable group made their way to the dimly lit twin courtyards of Lu Xiangcao. Indeed, even from the outer room, the rich fragrance wafted forth. And with the only maid, the magpie, now part of Aunt Gu's ghost hunting brigade, there was no one left to inform Lu Xiangcao of their arrival. It remains unclear whether Aunt Gu sought to bolster her courage or was simply being deliberate. She led the group of gentlemen directly into the inner bedroom. There, a tablet adorned with red paper stood prominently, with incense already burned halfway down in its holder. Lu Xiangcao stood in the center of the room, her hands hanging by her sides, her gaze frozen upon the tablet inscribed with Bai Xiaoling's name, now coldly scrutinizing the newcomers. Who have you brought with you? He Xiaoman remained facing the red paper bearing Bai Xiaoling's name, only turning her head slightly to regard the throng crowded at the entrance. Her penetrating gaze shifted to Aunt Gu, and suddenly, a chilling smile graced her lips. I heard from the magpie that you were burning something in here. The old lady was concerned and sent me to check. Aunt Gu's previously assertive tone faltered under He Xiaoman's piercing stare. At that moment, she finally grasped the meaning behind the magpie's words about eyes akin to light bulbs. The gaze may not have been particularly bright, yet with its movement, one could clearly discern which part of him she was observing, even as if she were peering directly into the depths of his soul. Suddenly, Goma felt her heart racing, as if it were about to leap from her mouth. The elderly matron demanded that a group of men enter her bedroom without hesitation, not only in the aftermath of the crumbling feudal dynasty during the Republic, but even in contemporary times. A young girl's chamber is not a place where any stranger can simply wander in. Goma felt a momentary blur, finding herself abruptly transitioning from the shadows to the light, only to be struck with a sharp pain in her abdomen, propelling her from the room to the courtyard. A throng of gentlemen, without the need for the matriarch's command, surged forth, standing at the gate, awaiting Goma's directive as she gathered her composure. This must be the legendary two-kick phenomenon, she mused. Having enjoyed a life of comfort alongside the matriarch for years, Goma had naturally grown both portly and complacent. Weighing at least 140 pounds, yet she was effortlessly propelled from the room to the courtyard by the matriarch's light kicks. Such an act could not be merely attributed to innate strength. Goma felt as though her insides had been severed by this madwoman. She dared not raise her voice, fearing that even a breath might trigger a catastrophic hemorrhage. My belly might have been damaged by her kick. Someone must quickly fetch a doctor. The languid voice of Xiaomin interjected. No decorum. Men, vacate my courtyard. Survival took precedence. After all, it was the Republic now. And who still cared about the strict divisions between men and women? Chapter 91. The Child Bride. The matriarch has been possessed by a seductress named Bai Shaoling. It was only when the young master Wang Muhuai, accompanied by Tan Ruo, alighted from the rickshaw, all laughter and smiles, that he was informed of the remarkable transformation of his legitimate wife into a veritable female warrior. Presently, the courtyard of the elder madam had been locked from the outside, and we dared not approach. The matriarch had declared her intention to summon a Taoist priest to exorcise her the following day at Songfeng Temple. The maidservant Luer, brought along by Tan Ruer, spoke articulately, recounting the entire sequence of events. The two exchanged glances, pondering how, in the span of a mere film's duration, such a supernatural calamity could befall them. In Wuer's estimation, it stemmed from her unwillingness to see the young master so intimately connected with the matriarch while she remained all alone. After all, had not the second young lady expressed similar sentiments in the past? Wuer, be silent. Do you not recall what I once told you? If you wish to avoid being sent back to your family, refrain from spreading such baseless gossip, Tan Ruer admonished. As a proponent of modern ideals, she was part of a family that had swiftly embraced new concepts, largely due to her brother's position as a comprador at a foreign trading company. She spoke English and had even visited London, where she was introduced to progressive thoughts and education, advocating for gender equality. Ironically, she ultimately found herself as the second wife of the Wang family, although Wuer and several servants in their courtyard referred to her as Madam. They were well aware of the truth. She was, in essence, merely a concubine. Tan Ruer resented her own status, and prior to her entanglement with Wang Muhuai, she had been entirely unaware of the existence of a betrothed child bride, destined to bring joy to the family. Wang Muhuai once knelt before her in public, pleading for her forgiveness, as his marriage had been arranged by their parents, a scheme orchestrated by a peasant girl aspiring to wed a wealthy gentleman from the capital. His heart belonged solely to her, a lifetime devoted to one soul. Tan Ruer's heart softened. What fault lay with Wang Muhuai? He too was a victim of the archaic feudal customs. Moreover, who could blame her for falling in love with this man, for acting on impulse? Yet, despite her sympathy, Tan Ruer did not perceive any misstep on her part. Shishir had later confided that her brother had never harbored feelings for Lu Xiangcao. It was all a ploy by Lu. After marriage, her mother-in-law echoed this sentiment, as did the entire family, which only fortified Tan Ruer's sense of justification. Regardless of who was at fault, one must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. How the Wang family treated Lu Xiangcao was of no concern to her. It was not her affair to manage. Her sole responsibility was to ensure that her own servants did not join in the torment of a woman. After all, the Lu family had saved Wang Muhuai in his youth, and even if their intentions were suspect, it remained a kindness. The pride of a modern woman led Tan Ruer to scorn Lu Xiangcao, who clung to feudal traditions, living her life in dependence upon others, devoid of independent thought. It seemed that even when others trampled upon her, Lu could still lie in the mud, unaffected by her circumstances, merely continuing her existence in a state of numbness. Yet, what distinction was there between that existence and death? Upon witnessing that woman finally find her voice to advocate for herself, Tan Ruer resolved to encourage Wang Muhuai to lend a hand. If one does not strive to save oneself, no amount of assistance from others can prove beneficial. Since she is willing to step forward, Tan Ruer's willingness to offer her some assistance is not unwelcome. Within this estate, including Shishir, there is a collective hope that the two of them might engage in a rivalry. However, Miss Tan is acutely aware that what she seeks is a singularly devoted love. There is no chance of friendship with Lu Xiangcao, yet it does not necessarily mean they must be adversaries. What multitude of phantoms exist in this world? The true specters lie within the human heart. What did you say? Tan Ruer has sought out Lu Xiangcao? Just after changing out of her dancing attire and instructing Zhang Ma to massage her sore and aching calves and ankles. Wang Muxue received this shocking news from Sui Xiang. In Wang Muxue's mind, the very notion that Tan Ruer would proactively approach Lu Xiangcao is far more astonishing than Lu Xiangcao being possessed by a spirit. This woman, who has long felt deep shame over her status as a concubine, and who has consistently treated Lu Xiangcao as if she were invisible, has suddenly chosen to visit her. Especially after Lu Xiangcao has stirred up those ambiguous and bewildering supernatural occurrences. What could her intentions be? A monumental reconciliation? Or perhaps a clash of titans? This household has never belonged to me, nor to you. Inevitably, we shall both be cast out by them. Wang Muxue suddenly recalled a statement Lu Xiangcao had made to her a few days prior, and an unsettling weight settled in her heart. Could it be that Wang Muxuan and the others are planning to take advantage of this opportunity to purge their ranks? Wang Muxue's expression turned chillingly grim. Indeed, her fears have come to fruition. Lu Xiangcao finds herself bereft of even her monthly allowance, her only expenditure being the presence of a maidservant at her side. The act of removing Lu Xiangcao is merely the prologue to the unfolding drama. The true aim of this performance appears to be the elimination of her, the daughter-in-law who has been cast aside. Lost in thought, Wang Muxue suddenly recalls the subtle gestures of Tan Ruer, who seemed to whisper a few words to her foolish brother before he stepped forward to defend Lu Xiangcao. The more Wang Muxue contemplates, the more convinced she becomes. No wonder Lu Xiangcao had been so obsequious towards her during their recent meal. She must have recognized her genuine predicament and sought to forge an alliance, albeit too late, as Tan Ruer had already set her plans in motion. Indeed, Wang Muxue silently laments her own decision to visit the dance hall at such a critical juncture. Now, well past 10 o'clock, she gazes out into the inky darkness of the night. No, she cannot allow the two of them to conspire unimpeded. Changing into a set of nightwear, Wang Muxue promptly takes her maid, Sui Xiang, and heads towards Chunwei Hall. She too has her allies. Wang Muxue is acutely aware of her mother's intentions, which is why she, a married woman, dares to assert herself so boldly within the confines of the Wang residence. Claiming a prime position in the household, the Yu family embodies the essence of antiquated ideals, akin to a self-contained Empress Dowager Cixi, indifferent to the upheaval beyond her doors. Focused solely on her own little domain, surrounded by children and throngs of servants, ruling with an iron fist, relishing her twilight years. As for the fate of this household a century hence, it is of little concern to her. At the same time, the concubine is plotting in Wang Muxue's room. In the present era of the Republic, when men and women are regarded as equals, why still speak of legitimate and illegitimate offspring? I, like them, am a child of the Wang family. What they possess, I shall claim as well. On Wang Muxue's delicate countenance, a flush of crimson blossomed. The magpie had remarked that both wives of the eldest son had consented to the division of the family estate, but due to the conditions proposed by Lu Xiangcao, one party had obstinately refused to agree, resulting in a discordant conclusion. This indicates that the intention to separate is firmly established on their end, and with our unwavering support. What can that decrepit old woman do to prevent it? Even if she wishes to cling to her meager inheritance until the grave, the tide of events is inexorable. Can she truly oppose it? Having studied in a foreign academy for several years, Wang Muxue, unlike her aunt, has been exposed to the vibrant world beyond, and her mind is a whirlwind of calculations. She has long anticipated the day of separation. However, the old matriarch stubbornly clings to her idyllic dream of a feudal household, surrounded by her progeny in blissful harmony. Who has the patience to endure her incessant droning, especially as she frequently belittles her own mother due to her background, only to subsequently direct her scorn towards Muxue? When Muxue and a few classmates venture out to the cinema or for coffee, occasionally visiting dance halls, in the eyes of you, she becomes a wayward girl, marked by a sense of licentiousness, akin to her aunt. Is this how one should speak of a young lady? Furthermore, why not take a moment to examine the esteemed daughter-in-law of your choosing? Miss Tan, after all, had engaged in conjugal relations with her brother before their marriage was formalized. Despite her past, she has not behaved in such a manner. The preferential treatment you extends to Tan Ruer is merely a reflection of the latter's flourishing business, while the Wang family faces decline. In this household, she indeed hesitated to be the first to utter the words of separation. Thus, she must seize this opportunity before Wang Muxue, that treacherous individual, empties the Wang family estate. This night was destined to be one of restlessness, save for the early slumber of old Gong. who had been instructed to rise at dawn to summon Yu Banjin from Songfeng Temple to vanquish demons. Yu Banjin is not his true name. The master of Songfeng Temple is adept in the art of five-element divination and skilled in summoning spirits, renowned for his extraordinary abilities and commonly referred to as Master Yu. Banjin is merely a self-effacing title he has adopted, expressing his reluctance to be called a true master, leading others to privately refer to him as Yu Banzian. Truth be told, had it not been for Old Gung's introduction, the Yu family would have found it difficult to believe that this individual was indeed the illustrious Yu Banjin. He bore no resemblance to a traditional Taoist. To say he bore little similarity would be an understatement. He seemed entirely unrelated. This man exuded a refined elegance, eschewing the typical Taoist garb in favor of a long blue robe and a khaki felt hat, while carrying a briefcase reminiscent of those used by affluent merchants and civil servants. He appeared more akin to an industrialist or a bureaucrat. Moreover, he had arrived by automobile, with none of the elaborate altars or incense rituals one might expect. Yu Banjin did not even require a guide, instead walking with a peculiar rhythm, reminiscent of a performer in a ceremonial procession, making his way directly to the unassuming courtyard of the matriarch, Lu Xiangcao. The onlookers were instantly filled with reverence. Such was the prowess of Yu Banjin, who could strike at the heart of the matter without inquiry. Observing Yu Banjin's leisurely and confident demeanor, Madame Yu's heart was somewhat assuaged, presuming that with Yu Banjin's reputation, he would undoubtedly succeed in exorcising the malevolent entity from Lu Xiancao's person. She had caught wind of the two daughters-in-law's meeting yesterday, as the news, thanks to the gossipy magpie that was Shike, had spread like wildfire throughout the compound. Madame Yu scoffed inwardly, dreaming if they thought they could divide the family property while she was still alive. She reminisced about how she had attended to her own mother-in-law like an ancestral figure, enduring the old woman's demands while 4 months pregnant, being scalded by tea if it was too hot, simply because Mu Huai was her only son, and she dared not mistreat her own daughters-in-law in such a manner. Times had changed. She had initially believed that the educated Tan Ruer, with her Western schooling, would surpass Lu Xiangcao in every way, but alas. She too was ignorant of proper conduct. Her son, whom she had painstakingly raised, had forgotten his mother upon marrying, using the excuse that Tan Ruer did not wish to see Lu Xiangcao, and thus she was rarely visited, let alone observe the customary morning and evening greetings, which were non-existent among these modern individuals. However, Madame Yu could not voice her discontent, as she intended to solidify her familial ties with the Tan family, hoping that the second young master of the Tan family would assist her in stock speculation, a venture said to generate wealth more rapidly than usury, where one could simply await the descent of money from the heavens, provided the right stocks were chosen. That way, she could avoid the constant anxiety over wars destroying their shops and seizing their land. These past few years had been fraught with trepidation. Once the marriage certificate between her son and Lu Xiangcao was annulled, he could officially register his marriage with Tan Ruer. She would exercise patience for the time being. With a sudden declaration of farewell, Yu Banjin interrupted Yu's reverie, revealing that he was indeed departing. Truly, Yu Banjin is remarkable. He has swiftly dispelled the malevolent spirit. Yu, filled with joy, exclaimed Mother Ge, only to remember that Mother Ge had been incapacitated by Lu Xiangcao, who summoned the 5 spirits, and thus, she promptly shifted her call to Mother Zhou, urging her to dispense rewards. There is no need, came the reply. The young mistress of your esteemed household is not possessed by any nefarious entities. Rather, she is a person of great virtue. To seek celestial beings, one must establish 1,300 good deeds. To seek earthly immortals, one must establish 300. The young mistress in your household possesses profound blessings and will surely bring forth future benefits. Now Lu Xiangcao had begun to burn incense and worship that so-called by Shaoling. A white little soul, such a chilling notion. How could one claim she was blessed? Indeed, Yu Banjin is only half truthful. The pretentious title of immortal is merely a guise for an old charlatan. What Yu was unaware of was that to invite Yu Banjin down from the mountain, one must first pay a fee of 10 silver dollars for transportation. Should there be any additional expenses, those too would be calculated at the same rate. Knowing the customary practices for summoning this semi-immortal, Mother Ge had already given the necessary funds to Old Gung the previous day. Did you think a Chevrolet could be ridden for free? However, upon discovering her unwarranted loss of 10 silver dollars, Yu racked her brain to find a pretext to deduct a month's wages from Old Gung, which somewhat alleviated her pain. In the afternoon, Mother Zhou brought along a frail, elderly woman with a pipe tucked into her waist, proclaiming her to be the renowned Sun Xiangu, a professional ghost catcher with 30 years of experience, whose skills had been imitated but never surpassed in the capital. Chapter 93. The child bride. The Yu family expressed great satisfaction with the presence of this sun fairy. Undeniably a person of remarkable capabilities. This is an era marked by a mlang of styles. The attire of individuals can generally be categorized into 4 distinct types: traditional Chinese, Western, Eastern, and eclectic combinations, each of which can be further divided into numerous subcategories. This particular sun fairy epitomizes the quintessential traditional Chinese style, adorned in a vividly colored silk qipao with intricate knot buttons, complemented by a pair of navy trousers edged in gold. Typically, women of status would don various styles of dresses, Western gowns, or kipeos. However, those engaged in daily labor, such as street vendors, servants, or farmers, often opt for this practical attire, conducive to their work. Accompanying the sun fairy was a young lad of approximately 14 or 15, carrying a bundle, from whom a fragrant waft of sandalwood could be detected, exuding an air of professional efficiency. Upon her arrival, the sun fairy was taken to the Chunhui Hall, where she inquired meticulously about the matriarch's birth date and time. As she listened, she incessantly gestured and muttered calculations, eventually revealing the current residence and orientation of Lu Xiangcao, leaving the Yu family in a state of bewilderment, their faces flushed with intrigue. Indeed, this was the demeanor of a genuine exorcist. The Yu family reaffirmed their initial judgment of the old Taoist priest as a mere charlatan seeking notoriety. Consequently, their smiles towards the sun fairy grew increasingly warm and sincere. Yet, as the sun fairy continued to manipulate her fingers, her brow furrowed deeper, and her expression became increasingly somber, instilling a sense of unease among all present in the room. Sister Sun shook her head while continuously sighing, causing you to feel a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Fairy, is it truly possible that there exists some malevolent spirit? She inquired. Madam, may I ask whether the eldest lady resided with you during her youth, and if her dwelling was adorned with a willow tree? You seldom visited that courtyard, and thus instinctively raised her eyes to seek out Aunt Gu. However, Aunt Gu was currently reclining on the Kong, humming softly, and was not present. Indeed, in the northwestern corner of the courtyard, there stands a small willow tree, though it was not intentionally planted. A few years ago, it sprouted naturally. I found it bothersome and uprooted it, yet the following year, a sapling emerged in its place. The lady remarked that it was still alive and did not permit me to uproot it again. Now, that tree has grown as thick as a child's arm. Oh, what a wretched fate. Sister Sun sighed deeply once more. Willows have traditionally been associated with burial and farewell, and it is said that a household should avoid planting mulberries in front and willows behind, lest they attract spirits. Yet, your family's courtyard has, rather unfortunately, a ghostly willow planted in the most inappropriate spot, one that draws in negative energy, without a person of great fortune to suppress it. This tree not only invites misfortune, but also heralds financial ruin. Upon reflection, you realize the truth in this. Ever since Lu Xiangcao entered the Wang household, their estate in the outskirts of Beijing had been seized by foreigners, and eventually, they lost all their land. In recent years, they had been continuously selling their houses and shops. Indeed, it seemed this ill-fated star was to blame. The fairy was right, absolutely right. When they first brought the child into the household, they ought to have consulted someone for a thorough fortune-telling. It is said that even the sudden arrival of a kitten or puppy in the home carries significance, let alone a living person. The tone of Sun Xingu carried a hint of reproach. Yet, Yushir was oddly fond of this approach, nodding repeatedly in regret. She lamented that she should not have hesitated to let her son weep at that moment. Simply offering 100 or 80 taels of silver to the Lu family would have sufficed. Now, the downfall of the Wang family could be attributed to this ill-fated harbinger of doom. If this situation persisted, financial losses would be the least of their worries, husband killing and respect diminishing, leading to the ruin of fortunes amounting to thousands of gold. Such blatant words were instantly comprehended by Yushir. The husband killer referred to her beloved son, Wang Muhua. The loss of respect meant that the entire Wang residence was now under her authority. Not only did the calamity threaten her and her son, but it also imperiled the Wang family to the brink of losing thousands of gold. How could she possibly gather such a sum to appease Lu Xiangcao? What a predicament! Oh, Xingu, you must save us. The Wang family has accumulated virtue and performed good deeds. There is not a single heartless soul among us. You must intervene." In a moment of despair, Yushir felt utterly lost. Sun Xinggu, after a prolonged period of mysterious calculations, her forehead glistening with perspiration, finally spoke after a long silence. "The malevolent energy has already taken form. It is difficult to dispel." Ultimately, it was Yushir and the two young ladies of the Wang family who beseeched Sun Xinggu, who had now seemingly become their savior. Finally, Sun Xinggu proposed the most feasible plan. To minimize the losses, the Wang family's assets would need to be divided. However, this would mean that the calamity would target the individual who received the largest share. Therefore, they must strive for a more equitable distribution and prepare additional small coins to give to Lu Xiangcao, misleading the calamity into believing she was the wealthiest among them. Upon hearing about the division of the family assets, Yushir immediately shook her head fervently, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "No, no, absolutely not. There shall be no division of the household, not even in death." Upon hearing this, the esteemed sister Sun promptly arose, declaring, "In that case, I am unwilling to partake in an endeavor so detrimental to one's spiritual essence, leading to an eternity of torment in the netherworld. Farewell." At these words, Zhou Ma's countenance fell, and she prostrated herself before Sister Sun's azure, intricately embroidered slippers. "Esteemed sister," she implored, "you must not depart in such haste. Our venerable mistress relies upon your aid to preserve her life. Should you abandon us, leaving this malevolent presence to plague our young master and inflict harm upon our matriarch, and demanding a king's ransom of 10,000 taels of gold from our family, we shall all be doomed. Sister, to save a single life is an act of profound merit, akin to constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. To rescue an entire household is an act of immeasurable virtue." Tan Ruier, having been alerted to the scene, cast a glance at Wang Wanhui, her lips moving silently, yet uttering no sound. Many female students from Western academies adhere to those two Western faiths, offering prayers before meals and attending Mass on Sundays with great devotion. Tan Ruier does not. She is an atheist. However, upon hearing of Sister Sun's abilities, Tan Ruier finds herself wavering. If indeed there are no deities or specters, how could Sister Sun so readily deduce the location of Lu Xiangcao's courtyard in the presence of a willow tree within? It is said that the tree possesses an uncanny quality, regrowing in its place even when uprooted. Yet, observing Lu Xiangcao's exorbitant demands yesterday, seeking the entirety of the eastern courtyard in exchange for a divorce, she appeared more like a calculating, mercenary woman, hardly one possessed by an evil spirit. Tan Ruier is perplexed, questioning whether gods and ghosts truly exist in this world. The proposition of deceiving deities to exchange a substantial amount of coins for Lu Xiangcao stirred a sense of unbearable sorrow within Tan Ruier. She disapproved of Sun Xinggu's approach. Fearing the perilous situation Lu Xiangcao would face upon being driven out, especially burdened with that ill-omened Baiqian, her fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Yet, she was equally unwilling to see Wang Muhui harmed or the Wang family implicated due to Lu Xiangcao. Esteemed immortal, perhaps we could divide the family assets equitably, granting a larger portion to Lu Xiangcao. With a sharp crack, an intensely stinging slap landed squarely on Tan Ruier's cheek. "Mother, you!" Neither Tan Ruier nor Wang Muhui anticipated that Yushir would resort to such swift action without a word of warning. Wang Muxue, observing the scene with detached amusement, sneered inwardly, "You truly underestimate the matriarch of our household. If Wang Muhui was the apple of Yushir's eye, then wealth and the Wang family's estate were the very essence of her existence. Wang Muhui's life was precious only insofar as it ensured Yushir's unwavering control over her lifeblood, thus rendering him more valuable than her own daughter. Especially after witnessing the horrors of incessant warfare and the terrors inflicted by soldiers and foreigners, Yushir clung to her wealth with unparalleled fervor. Tan Ruier's mere suggestion of dividing the family fortune equally with Lu Xiangcao, with an additional surplus, was akin to tearing off Yushir's scales, inevitably inviting a beating. "Who do you think you are?" Yushir roared, her eyes bloodshot, spitting venomous curses at Tan Ru, showering her face with saliva. "An outsider daring to meddle in our family affairs. Where are your Tan family's manners?" Tan Ruier's face burned with pain as she covered her cheek, a mixture of shock, shame, and anger coursing through her. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such a slap, nor had she been publicly scolded in this manner. Even when she had a conflict with Wang Muhui, her father merely punished her by making her kneel for an hour before her mother secretly intervened to let her go. Yet now, her once respected mother-in-law had the audacity to strike her over a mere sum of money. Tan Ruer felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Was it truly worth hitting her over a few coins? If she had known the conditions of Lu Xiangcao's divorce, would her mother-in-law have lost her composure entirely? Mother, what do you mean by this? Ruer protested. I am acting for the good of everyone. If you wish, you may give my share to Lu Xiangcao. You are free to divide this family as you see fit. Upon hearing her son's words, Yu Shi felt an intense rage swell within her, leaving her in a state of turmoil, her heart aching with the weight of it all. She trembled, pointing a finger at her ungrateful son. You. Indeed, it was the excessive pampering of this only son that had led him to utter such thoughtless words. Oblivious to the struggles of the world around him, in times of chaos, who could afford to be without money? And to think of studying abroad in London, did he believe that he could simply pack his bags and arrive there? Without funds, would any institution accept him? Without money, could Tan Ruer accompany him? He did not merely lack money, he was in dire need of a mirror to reflect the reality of his circumstances. When the topic shifted to finances, the facade of familial harmony shattered. With a faint smile gracing her features, you felt a sense of relief upon hearing the familiar voices of those who had long sought their livelihoods under her roof. Truly, they were a testament to the decades of her nurturing. Consequently, they called forth the steward to commence an inventory of the family's assets, which included current cash, silver dollars, antique jade, and paintings, alongside the shop in the eastern annex. As foretold by the venerable Sun Xiangu, this malevolent force had an insatiable affinity for wealth. Thus, whoever amassed the greatest fortune would inevitably find themselves in its favor. Hence, you retained ownership of the residence and the majority stake in the shop, while others received only money and a few trinkets. Unbeknownst to her, the loyal servant, Aunt Gu, had somehow learned of these developments. With the aid of her granddaughter, she hastily made her way to you, urging her to remain vigilant against potential treachery. It was imperative to establish a written agreement, stipulating that certain possessions would be returned on a specified date, followed by the necessary signatures and seals. With the involvement of the astute strategist, Yu's countenance brightened. Although the prospect of a feigned division of assets caused her considerable distress, it was a small relief to be rid of the troublesome Lu Xiangcao. As for the expulsion of this ominous figure, once the doors were shut, the Wang family would remain intact. With the necessary documents in hand, these individuals would have no choice but to return the items they had taken. Having resolved the pressing matters at hand, it was now the time for Sun Xiangu to showcase her remarkable abilities. The little celestial attendant she brought had already prepared the various tools, the Wang drum, the mountain whipping whip, talismans, pure water, and a peachwood sword, along with a wooden vat that bore a distinct scent of blood. Armed with these instruments, the group set forth with great determination towards Lu Xiangcao's small courtyard. Within the courtyard, secured by a pair of hefty padlocks, He Xiaoman was indulging in a bowl of Pian Chuan. The piquant aroma of preserved snow cabbage mingled with the succulent, ivory-hued bamboo shoots and thinly sliced pork tenderloin. A few drops of sesame oil elevated the flavors to celestial heights. With a slurp of the amber-colored broth, she glanced down at the little white snake, still assiduously devouring noodles. He Xiaoman's contentment transcended mere words. They were wagering over the noodle allocation for the morrow. Truthfully, He Xiaoman had no need to gamble with the serpent, affectionately nicknamed Xiaobai. Even if she consumed noodles thrice daily, plus a midnight snack, He Xiaoman would only manage for bowls. However, for 2 consecutive days, the creature had devoured 10 bowls, leaving not a single drop of broth for her. Thus, He Xiaoman initiated a battle of wits to safeguard her noodles. Having been outmaneuvered twice, Xiaobai refused to engage in any more riddles. This time, He Xiaoman challenged it to a noodle-eating contest, stipulating that it was forbidden to transform and directly engulf entire bowls with its tongue. Instead, it had to consume the noodles in a conventional manner, ensuring each strand was fully drawn into its mouth before mastication. Xiaobai acquiesced. Driven by a desire for the delectable noodles, the 2 schemers resorted to devious tactics. Xiaobai inflated itself to the size of a water vat, to which He Xiaoman responded by presenting it with an enormous bowl of dragon beard longevity noodles. He Xiaoman had already drained her soup, yet Xiaobai was still struggling with a single, seemingly endless strand. Forgive the serpent for being unaware of the secret. A bowl of longevity noodles contains but 1 solitary strand. Tears welled up in Xiaobai's eyes. Even the pandas were left wanting. He Xiaoman was being utterly ruthless. It was exhausting the serpent. Xiaobai drooped its head, unable to continue sucking. Its brain deprived of oxygen. Cunning were the ways of humankind. The clatter of a chain at the gate interrupted the amicable interaction between the person and the serpent. Bai Xiaoling, who had been listless, was instantly revitalized, her vertical pupils gleaming with amusement. The so-called fairy is here to exorcise you, you fiend. He chuckled softly. Perhaps you should examine your own reflection. Who is truly the monster here? The wooden door was thrust open from the outside, revealing the procurement manager, Old Gong. At the forefront, however, he discreetly retreated, ceding the stage to the esteemed Fairy Sunday. With a theatrical display of chanting and dancing, she proceeded to scatter talismans, making her way to the small willow tree in the northwest corner. Emboldened by their numbers, nearly the entire Wang household, masters and servants alike, congregated in the courtyard to witness Fairy Sun's demon-quelling prowess. Chapter 95. Child Bride 22. The young apprentice set down the items and unveiled the lidded wooden bucket, releasing a pungent, overpowering stench of blood. It was nearly half filled with blood. The apprentice immersed a red cord into the bucket, while Fairy Sun, brandishing a peachwood sword, pierced a talisman, chanting incantations. After a moment, she exhaled, and the yellow talisman ignited, turning to ash. With narrowed eyes, Fairy Sun instructed her apprentice, bind the demon. The young apprentice wrapped the red cord around the ghostly willow tree in the corner, thrice clockwise and thrice counterclockwise, for a total of 6 loops. After Fairy Sun's decisive shout, she commanded the Wang family servants to seize their tools, with the spiritual talisman and the celestial hound suppressing it. The demon's vitality was confined within the ghostly willow. Now, as they dug, the tree would no longer experience its uncanny cycle of death and revival. Immediately, Old Gong, along with Old John and Pillar, busied themselves with shovels and pickaxes. As the crowd observed Lu Xiangcao remaining concealed within her chamber, their confidence burgeoned. Convinced that this Master Sun was indeed a being of extraordinary power, enigmatic and profound. In early summer, the willow trees sprouted fresh buds, exuding a fragrance intertwined with the unique, slightly astringent bitterness of the flora. With a sharp crack, a young willow, stout as a child's arm, snapped in response, leading to a chorus of cheers. How remarkable is Master Sun! Long live Master Sun! Yao Shi cast a disdainful glance at the servant who shouted long live, thinking that such exclamations could shatter the very air. While Master Sun was revered as a celestial being, she was, after all, a mortal, her flesh and skin betraying her age of over 50, marked by sagging skin and drooping eyelids that nearly obscured her vision. Yet, amidst her drooping eyelids and bags beneath her eyes, one could still discern a self-satisfied glimmer of superiority. 3 men worked swiftly to uproot a small tree that had stood for several years, and in less than half an hour, it was dislodged from the earth. Master Sun remained half-closed in her triangular-eyed gaze, instructing without raising her head or fully opening her eyes. At the second watch of Z, find a crossroads to shatter and burn it. Thus, the calamity shall be dispelled. Let us proceed to confront the young lady whose body has been taken. With that, she commanded, bring forth the malevolent spirit. Old Gong, eager to dig the pit, led the way, but upon hearing the order to bind the esteemed lady, the spirits of the 3 men waned, hesitating to advance. They vividly recalled the formidable kick of the esteemed lady, a memory that lingered uncomfortably. Guma, her once vibrant face now a waxen yellow, was supported at the rear of the procession, too fearful to step forward. She declared resolutely that even if it meant her own demise, she must witness the vanquishing of that malevolent creature by Master Sun herself. Upon observing the timorous demeanor of the gentleman before her, Miss Sun let out a disdainful snort, exclaiming, the malevolent spirit's vitality has been extinguished. Should we still fear the lingering remnant of a soul? Simply retrieve it, and I shall perform the necessary rites to subdue it. In terms of contemporary currency, $2 would amount to approximately 5 to 600 yuan. With a generous reward at stake, brave souls are sure to emerge. Old John, despite toiling tirelessly for a month, earned merely $12. Upon hearing these words, his courage surged, and he seized the thumb-thick rope soaked in black dog blood that his apprentice had provided, boldly stepping into the room. In less than 5 minutes, Xiaoman was securely bound and dragged out of the room by that very rope. Indeed, Miss Sun proved to be formidable. Those who had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Grand Madam understood that Miss Sun possessed profound skills. With her presence, even the Grand Madam's strength was rendered futile. As Xiaoman was ensnared like a rice dumpling, left entirely at the mercy of her captors. As soon as He Xiaoman emerged, Miss Sun was already burning yellow talismans and reciting incantations. The tip of her peach-wood sword pointed towards He Xiaoman. It was unclear what she was muttering, but ultimately, she produced a heavy bag of jingling coins, demanding He Xiaoman sign the divorce agreement without the possibility of regret. Old Immortal was indeed superior to a scoundrel. He Xiaoman was moved to tears, contemplating this, a proactive severance payment. However, being bound as she was, she could not access the coin pouch. What good was it if it was merely a burden of worthless coins? Hearing He Xiaoman express her desire to inspect the silver, Yu's face twisted with derision. Did you not claim you sought nothing from our family? Why then the need to verify? Alas, madam, you are unaware that I initially did not seek monetary gain because I had not discerned the true nature of your family. Now that my eyes have been opened, it is only natural that I pursue financial compensation. Bound in fetid crimson cords, He Xiaoman's enhanced physical prowess, augmented by 2%, manifested in an overwhelming olfactory assault of blood, causing her head to spin. She realized that her initial intention to observe the great immortal's ritualistic practices was an unrealistic expectation. Acute olfactory perception was proving to be a curse, inducing nausea. Financial remuneration? We have already provided you with funds. Expedite the signing and affixing of your seal, thereby sparing the esteemed fairy further inconvenience. A veritable sack of currency, sufficient to sustain you until your demise. You sure? A woman of considerable experience as the wife of a prosperous merchant, typically refrained from uttering harsh words in public. However, since He Xiaoman's arrival to attend to her ailing health, you sure found her increasingly disagreeable. The forced sham separation of the family had exacerbated their animosity, leading to unbridled and imprudent pronouncements. I remain unconvinced. He Xiaoman chuckled mirthfully. Having known you for so long, I am intimately acquainted with your proclivity for frugality. Would you truly bestow upon me such a lavish sum? With the exception of you sure, all present concurred wholeheartedly. The elderly woman's countenance flushed crimson with shame. Sun Fairy, even in the face of imminent demise, you persist in your obstinacy. Subdue her forthwith, and dispense with all formalities. He Xiaoman was on the verge of laughter. What is this? Having heard rumors of my demonic nature, have you summoned a modern-day Fahai? Although various iterations of the Righteous Demon Chronicle had been disseminated by this juncture, the saga of the White Maiden and the venerable monk Fahai had yet to achieve widespread recognition among the populace, causing He Xiaoman's illusion to fall flat. Sun Xinggu fixated her triangular eyes on He Xiaoman, her gaze imbued with a hint of ferocity. Do not seek your own suffering. It would be wise for you to obediently sign the document and take this bag of money to lead a good life. Once I conclude this errand, we shall part ways, which is surely for the best. He Xiaoman's eyes flickered, yet the space before her remained devoid of substance. It became apparent that this was merely a charlatan, not only a fraud but also an accomplice in wrongdoing. He Xiaoman chuckled softly. Age may have withered you, but why must you strive to attain a semblance of the supernatural? Chapter 96. The child bride. The words of the matriarch left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't it the matriarch who had become a supernatural being? How had Sun Xinggu assumed that role? Sun Xinggu grasped the underlying meaning of He Xiaoman's words, recognizing the insult aimed at her for aging into something grotesque and deceitful. Abruptly, the spirit lost any inclination for verbal sparring and, with a swift motion, hurled a talisman directly at He Xiaoman's face. The talisman ignited right before her, startling He Xiaoman, who had not anticipated such a display. It was evident that Sun Xinggu possessed some skill, as she could conjure a talisman to ignite before her, a feat He Xiaoman herself could not achieve. Then, Sun Xinggu seized a prepared wooden bucket brimming with black dog-s blood and poured it over He Xiaoman's head. You wicked creature! Why do you not submit to your fate? Her prominent eyelids obscured her view of Lu Xiangcao, and she proceeded to recite her next lines without further ado. This tactic of Sun Xinggu had proven effective time and again, yielding consistent results. First, a spell of ethereal flames captivated the audience, drawing all attention to the target. Then, unexpectedly, a deluge of theatrical blood cascaded down. It is not merely a matter of a mere girl dwelling within a grand manor. Even a seasoned gentleman would be startled into oblivion. Seizing the moment when the spell diverted everyone's gaze, Lady Sun swiftly unleashed her mesmerizing powder, which, upon inhalation, induces a temporary state of confusion and sluggishness, often employed by street performers. Once she had coaxed Lu Xiangcao into signing the divorce agreement, the transaction would be complete. However, As Lady Sun recited her incantation and approached Lu Xiangcao to claim her prize, she was met with an astonishing sight. The ladder was impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of the expected blood, and the once reliable potion had proven ineffective. Lu Xiangcao's strikingly expressive eyes sparkled with amusement as she observed the performance. A jolt of panic surged through Lady Sun's heart. Where was the blood? She lowered her gaze to the ground, searching in vain, only to find no trace of it. Had she perhaps mismanaged the sequence? It was time to reset. Lady Sun grasped the wooden bucket, only to discover it was alarmingly light and utterly empty, confirming that she had indeed poured out the blood moments ago. But where had it gone? Considering the volume of liquid, blood mixed with water, sufficient to fill an entire bucket, it was improbable that the wind had whisked it away entirely, leaving the ground so impeccably pristine. How could she proceed with the act now? The onlookers, being mere amateurs, remained oblivious to the unfolding mishap of Lady Sun's performance, captivated instead by her attempts to subdue the formidable matriarch. Stealing her resolve, Lady Sun whispered to herself to remain calm. We can prevail. She began to tremble with an air of grace, her limbs moving rhythmically as she prepared to continue her enchanting display. The astute apprentice commenced playing the Wen Wang drum, synchronizing with its rhythmic cadence. As the sun dips below the western horizon, darkness descends, and households secure their entrances. Wayfarers hasten towards inns, while birds seek refuge in the woods, and tigers retreat to their mountain lairs. Birds find solace in the forest, and tigers find tranquility in their mountain abodes. I hi yo. Beneath a roof of 7-starred glazed tiles, upon an octagonal amethyst floor, feet upon the earth, head beneath the heavens, striding forth in interconnected steps. First, the fox is entreated, followed by the weasel, then the python and the mink bearing sorrow. The fox clan leads, the weasel pioneers, the python anchors, and sorrow reigns in the hall. With her left hand, she seized the Wen Wang drum. He Xiaoman applauded and cheered, bravo, bravo. Gathering a handful of the meager coins prepared for her, she hurled them at Sun Xiangu, exclaiming, a reward. One of the coins struck Sun Xiangu's nasal bridge, and with Yi Xiaoman's well-known strength, it immediately caused a nosebleed, leaving Sun Xiangu looking utterly disheveled. It was at this juncture that the Wang family began to perceive that something was amiss. The crowd recoiled in disarray, realizing that the demon had not been subdued by Sun Xiangu, for the wicked are ever more resourceful than the righteous. Having traversed streets and alleys exorcising demons for many years, and having weathered countless on-the-spot crises, Sun Xiangu suddenly roared, her voice, usually high-pitched and indicative of an elderly woman, now resonant and robust, like that of a boisterous man. Kneel and submit, and your past transgressions shall be forgiven, or I shall shatter your spirit and obliterate your century of cultivation. Although it was Sun Xiangu who spoke, the voice that emerged was unmistakably that of the previously encountered boisterous man. Those who had initially fled began to converge once more. As a voice from the crowd explained, this is a manifestation of the celestial being. Lu Xiangcao is in for a stroke of misfortune. Is it merely ventriloquism? As if anyone could not perform such a feat, Yi Xiaoman also began to speak. Yet astonishingly, her voice mirrored that of the celestial being summoned by Sun Xiangu. The Wang family stood collectively astounded. Could it be that the esteemed matron and Sun Xiangu were invoking the same celestial entity? In this vast world, how many times have we encountered one another amidst madness and deception, engaging in this art of ventriloquism? One day we shall meet again here. Impossible, this cannot be. You are. Sun Xiangu suddenly leapt forward, lunging at Yi Xiaoman. Yi Xiaoman could distinctly see the sharp blade concealed within her sleeve glinting ominously in the sunlight. Was it rage and humiliation at having her ruse unveiled? With a splash, Sun Xiangu was abruptly met with a crimson deluge, her entire being drenched. Even her agape mouth failing to escape the onslaught, filling with a foul, fishy taste. Ugh, this taste was all too familiar. It was the black dog blood. More precisely, it was the very black dog blood she had previously scattered, which had vanished without a trace. Sun Xiangu never anticipated that the meticulously prepared black dog blood for exorcism would be consumed by her own self. Yi Xiaoman also never imagined she would employ her own ethereal essence to create a concealed space solely to hide a bucket of dog blood. Truly, this was absurdly farcical. In truth, she yearned to prolong the game a while longer, intending to instill a profound fear in Sun Xiangu and the ungrateful wretches of the Wang family. However, as the limit of her invisibility approached, she was compelled to return the melodrama to Sun Xiangu in another form. Sun Xiangu's young disciple was utterly petrified, no longer striking the drum of Wen Wang, nor wielding the whip of Gan Shan. His mouth agape in a dazed stupor as he gazed at his master, at a loss for how to conclude the spectacle. Today, your skills surpass mine. I, Huang Qilong, am in awe. Henceforth, whenever you appear, I shall bow thrice and prostrate myself 9 times. Indeed, Sun Xinggu was cunning and seasoned. Though her ruse had been exposed, she refused to concede defeat. Instead, she resorted to mimicking a man's voice to obfuscate the situation, thus transforming her failure into a supposed contest of magical prowess with the celestial beings she had summoned. The nature of the deception and the ensuing debacle was entirely altered. To such a wily and adaptable old trickster as Sun Xinggu, He Xiaoman felt genuine admiration. Even when cornered, she managed to carve out an escape. Furthermore, she demonstrated remarkable humility, bowing her already frightened disciple's head repeatedly before He Xiaoman, as if conceding defeat. He Xiaoman smiled and extended her hand, saying, "If you wish to leave, that is acceptable. I am not your captive. Hand it over." Sun Xinggu paused, suddenly enlightened. Though her heart seethed with anger, wishing to unearth and confront the ancestor of her opponent, her demeanor remained exceedingly respectful as she produced a box she had just received. Still warm to the touch, He Xiaoman, feeling its weight, grew uneasy and opened the box, her eyes sparkling at the sight of rows upon rows of silver dollars. Chapter 97. The Child Bride, 24. If gazes could materialize, the coffer would have disintegrated under Yu Shi's intense stare before it even reached He Xiaoman's grasp. "Those are my silver dollars, mine. Yours?" He Xiaoman scoffed internally. "Preposterous. This is the tribute my mother received after Sun Xinggu's failed attempt at sorcery." The two women, poised to transition from a mother-in-law to former mother-in-law relationship, exchanged veiled glances, their unspoken words thick with animosity. The rope, still damp and redolent, had long since untied itself from He Xiaoman, a blatant display of the bi-family immortal's boundless power. Without a word, Yu Shi spun around, intent on relocking the courtyard gates and summoning a renowned exorcist to dispel the evil spirits. However, a sudden uproar erupted within the Wang household. Cries of warning mingled with terrified shrieks as people scattered in disarray, some scaling the walls in a desperate attempt to escape. Yu Shi halted, compelled to do so. A gleaming cleaver hovered in midair before her. Who could elucidate the origins of this menacing object? Every member of the Wang family, without exception. I will slaughter anyone who dares to leave. Wang Muhan's face contorted in fury. Lu Xiangcao, have you lost your mind? Mad. You, a pack of scoundrels, have driven me to this madness. Wang Muhan, when you were 5 years old, our family rescued you from certain death, providing you with sustenance and care for an entire month, as if you were a revered ancestor. During that month, to ensure you had meat to eat, our entire family tightened their belts, often going hungry. In your household, you found me, and our Lu family demands no recompense. You clutched my hand, weeping and refusing to let go, prompting your mother to permit you to take me along, saying I should be treated as a daughter of your Wang family. Reflect upon the eldest daughter of your family and the second daughter. You are well aware in your hearts whether I am regarded as one of your own. There are divine beings watching over us. Wang Muhuai, what do you believe you are? A noble scion? Or perhaps someone destined to inherit a throne? Is it truly worth our family's scheming? It is merely because my father felt that after so many years living in your household, you would treat me kindly. And your mother repeatedly assured him that I would be well cared for, that this marriage was consented to. You profess your disinterest in me, declaring your affection for Miss Tan instead. I have not beseeched you to marry me, and you are perfectly free to annul this engagement. After all, divorce is not forbidden in these times. You claim to marry me on behalf of the Wang family, yet have the Wang family permitted you to share my bed? Ha! What shamelessness! A scoundrel! The Wang family's fortune is swiftly dwindling, and you seek to cling to the Tan family for financial support, eager to hasten my departure while fearing the reproach of ingratitude. Thus, you conspire together to compel me to leave, but why should I? Once I depart, you will fabricate accusations to tarnish my reputation and preserve your own. What wrong have I committed? Perhaps it is the overwhelming sense of identification. For after Xiaoman, whose furious outburst, tears surged forth uncontrollably. You dare to bully me solely because my parents have passed and my brother is absent, leaving me a hapless orphan without roots? Is it not because of my honesty and timidity that I endure countless grievances without uttering a word? Why is it that honest individuals are often the target of bullying? Is it because we honest souls remain steadfast, allowing ourselves to be beaten and scolded? that we are deemed deserving of demise. I wander through this world, unwilling to accept such a fate. I wish to inquire of the King of Hell. Is it a transgression for my family to save lives? Do you see the spirit of Bai Shaoling that I venerate? I was its benefactor in a past life, and now it has come to repay me. Bai Shaoling has declared that I am a benevolent soul across 9 lifetimes, and my life should not end in such a manner, thus aiding me in reclaiming my spirit. Even serpents know gratitude, yet you, the Wang family, a brood of beasts, conspire to torment me to death, unwilling to share inheritance and avoid the stigma of ingratitude. Now, you bring forth a charlatan to collect my soul? Ha 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 ha. He Xiaoman suddenly bursts into laughter. She wishes to collect me? Even the King of Hell finds it unbearable to claim my soul. What is she to dare approach me? He Xiaoman's announcement board suddenly fills with rewards, yet in her fervor, she pays them no heed. It appears that cursing is both addictive and exhilarating. No wonder there are so many critics. This outpouring of invective is indeed liberating, allowing Lu Xiangcao to express what she could not voice. While the Wang family remains silent as chickens, He Xiaoman is at least correct in one aspect. In contrast, most individuals prefer to bully the honest, for it poses no peril and is immensely gratifying. Have you not noticed the recent assaults involving the HY case, where robust youths mercilessly beat the elderly and children, or wielding clubs against the defenseless? The anger of the brave is directed at the strong, while the anger of the weak is unleashed upon those even weaker. Lu Xiangcao, regarded as a weakling, became an easy target for bullying. This was largely due to the looming presence of a hefty cleaver, poised to be wielded against her at a moment's notice by Yu Shi. Who would dare to retort when a single strike could claim a life? They could also seize the opportunity to incite He Xiaoman into eliminating Yu Shi, thereby reducing the family fortune by 2 shares and simultaneously resolving 2 pressing dilemmas. Yet, should Lu Xiaoxiao be provoked, the next victim of that flying cleaver could very well be themselves. There was even the possibility of a chaotic slaughter, leading to the annihilation of the Wang family. This woman, even without invoking malevolent spirits, had already descended into madness, capable of any outrageous act. The individuals present, apart from Yu Shi, had recently acquired substantial wealth, each one more reluctant to risk their lives than the last. Tan Ruier was as pale as paper. It was no wonder Lu Xiangcao demanded the East Courtyard as a condition for divorce. After all, it represented a human life. The collective silence of the Wang family merely attested to the grim reality of the situation. She glanced at the guilt-ridden Wang Muhuai and recalled Lu Xiangcao's earlier words about marrying and sleeping for the Wang family. A wave of nausea surged within her, leading to a violent retching that splattered both herself and Wang Muhuai. Chapter 98. The child bride. The family eventually parted ways. Lu Xiangcao successfully acquired the property deed for the East Courtyard, with all members of the Wang family leaving distinct handprints upon it. Do not assume that Lu Xiangcao's acquisition of the house was a mere formality. They were not so easily swayed. Living in the capital was no small feat currently. The most valuable assets of the Wang family included the 2-story shop at the Dongyue Temple Market, alongside their 3-entry residence and the East Courtyard. Now, witnessing Lu Xiangcao monopolizing 1/3 of everything, none can remain indifferent. Yet, before the kitchen knife, all are equal. This knife, liberated from the shackles of gravity, hovers in the air, incessantly challenging Newton's grave, while simultaneously daring the courage of all present. Should anyone dare to question Lu Xiangcao's words, it darts forth with alarming swiftness, hovering ominously before their face, testing their bravery and the resolve to risk everything for wealth. In this world, there are no towering trees that shield. Rather, it is one thing that subdues another. Indeed, henceforth, the Wang family collectively succumbed to a profound fear of kitchen knives, particularly this heavy, broad-bladed cleaver, which would find no sanctuary within their kitchen. Guided by a spirit of clinging to wealth at the cost of life, the Yu family trembled, their legs shaking as they sought support from Aunt Zhou and another woman to resist with all their might. However, Wang Muhuai's roar left them in tears, wounded. I once mentioned that providing her family with a shop was tantamount to repaying a life debt, yet you insisted on compelling me to marry her. Now, in such dire circumstances, you refuse to part ways, dragging everyone into your suffering. Mother, what you truly cherish is not me at all. Your heart and eyes are solely fixated on money. For a son, whom you have cherished and protected like a precious life. To utter such words is an indelible wound for you. She felt as though her son had trampled her heartfelt devotion beneath his feet, grinding it repeatedly. Suddenly, Her chest ached and felt heavy. A wave of bitterness surged in her throat, and she coughed up blood. For whom do I toil and strive, if not for you? My unfortunate burden? Cough, cough. I am but half buried in the earth. Can I truly take these matters with me into the grave? Yet, I find myself contemplating the future. The future. Cough, cough, let it be. The descendants shall have their fortunes. I wonder why I endure this. Cough. Having uttered these words, I softly leaned against Aunt Zhou's arm and fainted, leaving the truth ambiguous. Wang Muhuai, upon seeing his mother's pallid complexion, which was juxtaposed with 2 flushed patches on her cheeks and her lips stained with alarming blood, was instantly engulfed in remorse. It seemed he had spoken too harshly. However, it was evident that the issues concerning Lu Xiangcao could no longer be overlooked. Who could have foreseen that this woman had spent such an inordinate amount of time shopping only to have visited the Women's Aid Society? Now, with a mere phone call or by sending a message, the representatives from the society would come forth to champion her cause. This grassroots organization may not possess the same authoritative power as the government to impose penalties or imprison offenders, yet they wield significant influence. Capable of publicly denouncing the Wang family across major newspapers and during various rallies. In the end, although the Wang residents may be preserved, their reputation and honor would be utterly shattered, resulting in a grievous loss. With the principal adversary now unconscious, the remaining individuals, despite their diverse motives, remarkably reached a consensus. After all, it is merely the Eastern Courtyard. Let her have it. Regardless of whether it is the mysteriously adept Lu Xiangcao or the yet-to-emerge Women's Aid Society. They are not to be trifled with at this moment. Moreover, each individual harbors their own schemes, and the family's real estate is predominantly under the control of Wang Muhuai. This leaves my mother utterly bewildered. The 2 sisters, along with an aunt, see no need to stand up for Wang Muhuai, who only has eyes for his wife, and to bear the burden of a troublesome situation. Ultimately, whether the East Courtyard remains with Lu Xiangcao or is retained by Wang Muhuai is of no concern to them. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Yushi was so incensed that she spat blood once more. She struck the Kong table with great force, exclaiming, "Why should we be the ones to bear this burden? Shouldn't Lu Xiangcao resolve this herself? What misfortune has befallen our Wang family to produce such a wastrel? What sins have I committed to raise such a son?" Zhoma hesitated, reluctant to speak. Yushi felt the need for a more suitable confidant and ordered someone to bring Guma over. Upon hearing that the matriarch had summoned her to confront the eldest madam, or rather, that vile Lu Xiangcao, Guma's face, pale and waxen, sparked a fervent sense of camaraderie against a common foe. While tales of resurrection exist, one's character should not change so drastically. Guma, with her eyes darting around like a startled deer, noticed that even Zhoma had taken her leave, retreating with the maid to the outer room. Before lowering her voice further to say, "This is nothing but a wandering soul, a specter that has come to our home to take advantage." Yushi, struck by a moment of clarity, realized the injustice of allowing such a vast estate to be usurped by an outsider, especially someone entirely unfamiliar to her. And her heart ached with renewed intensity. Bewildered, Granny Gu found herself embroiled in the conflict, regretting her impulsive remark. She yearned to speak her mind. Yet the menacing presence of the ever-swaying cleaver instilled fear. Were the lives of wealthy landowners more valuable than those of the working class? Despite her grievances, Granny Gu confined her complaints to mere mental outbursts, as her future well-being depended on the Yu family. With a glint in her eye, she proposed, "Perhaps we could introduce a stupefying drug into her meals." Chapter 99. The child bride, 26. The taciturn mistress and servant duo exhibited remarkable efficiency. As the adept poisoner, Miss Magpie promptly presented a resplendent array of 4 dishes and a soup. Even without prior notice from Bai Xiaoman, He Xiaoman possessed a premonition. Having collected the blood demon orb that had once been Kai Man, all of He Xiaoman's abilities were enhanced by 2, including her 6th sense for impending danger. However, the true catalyst for He Xiaoman's awareness was the second attribute of the Ming Gall, the Ming Eye. The Ming Mist enabled He Xiaoman to create a small, cloaked space for the purpose of concealment, while the Ming Eye allowed her to detect entities that were either beneficial or detrimental to the possessor, as well as the presence of extraordinary species. The death gaze that had once plagued the Yu family's sleepless nights was a result of this ability. Of course, with He Xiaoman's limited capabilities, the Ming Eye's amplification was not significant. However, when she employed the Ming Eye to examine the meal, she experienced a slight stinging sensation in her eyes, indicating the presence of substances that would have a negative impact if consumed. This is specially prepared for the esteemed madam. Please, partake. Magpie arranged the dishes and served He Xiaoman a heaping bowl of rice. Was this prepared especially for me? Why? Am I to thank you for getting rid of Dongquan? He Xiaoman blinked in bewilderment. Magpie wanted to slap herself for her loose tongue. Lu Xiangcao had served the elderly lady for over a month without so much as a promise of a delightful meal as a reward, and now, with divorce proceedings and division of assets underway, she threatened the lives of the entire family with a kitchen knife. At this moment, who would believe that this meal was prepared especially for her? No, it wasn't solely for you. They all had a share, everyone did. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoman laughed, realizing that Magpie was fully aware that this meal had been tampered with, and she should not be surprised if she turned cold-hearted. The death of Lu Xiangcao implied that nearly no one in the Wang family's inner quarters was innocent. Sitting serenely in her chair, He Xiaoman scrutinized the thoughtfully arranged meal, which included meat, vegetables, and cold dishes. A chill coursed through her. This was human nature, sometimes, when you let others off the hook. They may not be so inclined to grant you the same mercy. Lifting her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of water bamboo. Noticing Magpie's throat constrict slightly in tension, it was evident she was nervous. The shrimp was delightful today, and the water bamboo was tender. He Xiaoman seemed quite satisfied. Well then, madam, do indulge yourself. There's so much here, I can't possibly eat it all myself. Why don't you join me? Come on. There's enough for both of us. He Xiaoman beckoned to Magpie, who instinctively took a few steps back, desperately waving her hands. No, this is your meal, madam. How could we servants partake? Huh, have you not eaten enough? This is a new society. Titles of servant and master mean little now. In a few days, I shall relocate to the eastern courtyard. Would you care to accompany me? To her surprise, He Xiaoman posed such a question, causing Shichue to feel her heart race with uncertainty. Should she accept the offer? The Wang residents had little income, and life was undeniably becoming more challenging by the day. They had not been paid for 2 months. Shichue harbored a fear that regardless of whether she left the Wang residence or not, she might face the risk of dismissal. Furthermore, the matriarch had no family left. Although she appeared somewhat eccentric now, Shichue retained an inexplicable confidence that the woman was not particularly astute. Perhaps, if she could bring her joy, what difference would it make between that grand estate and her own possessions? Yet, agreeing to this would mean she could not allow the matriarch to partake in that meal, and she must also guard against the hidden schemes of the elderly lady. Did she possess the ability to ensure the matriarch's safety before the move? She could feign compliance while engaging in subterfuge with the elderly lady. But the question of whether to permit the matriarch to consume that meal required an immediate decision. Did Guma give you several dozen silver dollars this time? Shichue remained silent. Come now, what did you put in the food? He Xiaoman continued to smile, yet Shichue's face turned even paler than paper. How could she have revealed the truth? Gazing at the matriarch's calm demeanor, juxtaposed with her razor-sharp eyes, a chill seized Shichue's heart, rendering her entire being cold. There is nothing, madam. The magpie's words were abruptly cut short as she felt a sharp pain in her arm, only to be forcefully guided to the table and seated in a chair. He Xiaoman, like a rogue teasing a respectable woman, grasped the magpie's jaw, compelling her to open her mouth. Nothing? Then I shall bestow upon you this sumptuous dinner, dear madam. Her demeanor remained gentle and amiable, even tinged with a hint of timid charm, yet her words instilled a profound terror within the magpie, chilling her to the core. A hefty spoonful of Westlake beef soup loomed ominously, poised to be poured into her mouth. The magpie shook her head vehemently, the broth splashing onto her garment, leaving it damp. Mercy, madam. This was prepared especially for you. How could I dare? You truly are obstinate, refusing to relent until you face dire consequences, are you not? This is intended to send me on my way, is it not? Tears welled in the magpie's eyes. Please, madam, have mercy. I swear I have done nothing wrong. I merely came to deliver your meal. As a servant, how could I possibly? He Xiaoman, wielding the spoon, struck the magpie across the face with a resounding slap. You dare not. What do you have to fear? You once secretly withheld my allowance, and later exchanged my food. What else are you capable of? I see you possess quite a bit of audacity. You have not adhered to your duties. And though I have spared you, you have repeatedly erred. Even when you consumed my provisions and served me spoiled fare, I chose to overlook it, recalling our years of master-servant relations. However, He Xiaoman, addressing the magpie, who still attempted to argue, struck her once more, eliciting a pained cry. Unfazed, he Xiaoman continued, "But I am your mistress, not a horse breeder." The magpie coughed twice, then spat out blood mixed with a tooth. "Madam, I confess. They merely instructed me to watch you finish, without specifying what was inside. I truly did not." Seizing the opportunity as the magpie's mouth gaped, he Xiaoman thrust a plate between her upper and lower teeth, then fiercely scraped the contents with a spoon. "Now do you wish to speak?" "Apologies. But I have no desire to listen. All I need to know is that you are not innocent. I have not wrongfully condemned a good person. Ah, woe is me. Murder, help me." In despair, the magpie desperately attempted to push out the surging dishes with her tongue while shouting loudly. It was futile. No amount of screaming would summon aid. The cook was over there, and you were the one delivering the meal. I shall ensure you consume every morsel, then cast you into the alley, leaving your fate to the heavens. Chapter 100. The Child Bride. Everything has its limits. As a servant, a person struggling at the bottom of society, seeking self-preservation through servitude is not a capital offense. Many would abandon their principles in the quest for survival. As he Xiaoman previously articulated, "I have overlooked your transgressions on 2 occasions. However, I have now revealed my formidable nature to you. Yet, you dare to challenge my resolve, which is not only foolish but also reckless." Even though he Xiaoman has graciously granted the magpie 2 opportunities, asserting that honesty would earn her forgiveness, the magpie continues to deceive its mistress, perhaps due to the deep-seated belief that Lu Xiaoxiao was too weak and easily manipulated. Boundless tolerance towards others only invites further harm in return. Regrettably, the magpie now faces he Xiaoman, who bears the visage reminiscent of Lu Xiaoxiao. Initially, the magpie wept and pleaded with the matriarch for clemency, claiming it was the old lady's directive and that she was innocent. He Xiaoman responded with a cold smile, recognizing that such individuals live by the mantra that blame always lies with others. Realizing that he Xiaoman had no intention of sparing her, the magpie began to call for help. He Xiaoman skillfully stuffed 2 dark rags into the magpie's mouth, while the latter shot her a venomous glare, emitting muffled sounds that clearly expressed curses. The imposing matriarch indeed possessed a certain aura of intimidation, considering her previous assertion of having faced death once. Nearly everyone in the Wang family's inner sanctum had, to varying degrees, bullied her. Thus, even in the daylight, the courtyard exuded an eerie atmosphere, let alone in the pitch black of night. The Sanjiang Alley is separated from the Wang family residence by 2 streets, inhabited by a motley mix of people, predominantly itinerant vendors, down-and-out flag bearers, and various performers showcasing their talents. Further ahead lies a popular smoking den and brothel frequented by the common folk, while Sanjiang Alley effectively isolates the cacophony of silk and bamboo music, the vibrant nightlife, into another realm. In the various sized courtyards of the alley, diverse lighting fixtures flicker, delineating the spaces into distinct households. Some are preparing for bed, others are indulging in the melodious tunes of a gramophone. The dulcet and syrupy voice of a female star becoming somewhat cloying to the ears. Some families are hosting intimate gatherings, clinking glasses in leisurely camaraderie, while others are embroiled in disputes, with children wailing and wives lamenting. These individuals share the same entrance, yet lead lives filled with disparate joys and sorrows. Little do they know that a maid, whose harm is self-inflicted rather than directed at others, lies in the dimly lit alley, oblivious to the passage of time. As she reaches the mouth of the alley, a shadow swiftly rushes past her feet, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching. "Quick, hide!" Bai Shaoling suddenly thrusts He Xiaoman against the left wall. In that fleeting moment, He Xiaoman becomes acutely aware of something brushing past her ear, followed by a thunderous bang that erupts a few meters behind her, sending sparks flying. A gun. A terrifying thought surges within her. As a humble worker in a peacetime nation, He Xiaoman never anticipated that such a sight, previously only witnessed on television, would manifest right before her eyes. He Xiaoman then realized that her cautious approach needed to extend far beyond the trivialities of the inner courtyard. She had to contend with the chaotic battles of a tumultuous era. Someone was speaking in a convoluted manner, uttering incomprehensible foreign words, and she was certain that it was certainly not English. Soon, a Chinese man, bowing before a foreigner, arrogantly inquired of He Xiaoman, "Hey, have you seen a little yellow dog run past here?" "No. Impossible. I distinctly saw it run by. It must have gone into the alley." "How could you have missed it?" The man wore an expression of skepticism. "You wouldn't want to incur the wrath of Mr. Leonid by delaying his important affairs." "Oh." Suddenly, The distinguished Mr. Leonid exclaimed something loudly, and the Chinese man, evidently acting as a translator, adopted a rather peculiar demeanor. You, come here. He Xiaoman couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. Although the alley was somewhat squalid and disordered, it was situated near a red light district, inhabited by a diverse array of individuals who rarely interacted. When night fell, the locals would shutter their doors, seldom emerging. Even if they heard noises, they would mind their own business, determined not to involve themselves in others' affairs. This was, after all, the most suitable place to dispose of a corpse near Wang's residence. She must have stepped out today without consulting the almanac, as she had unwittingly stumbled into this once-in-a-lifetime misfortune. Come here quickly when called. Join us in entertaining Mr. Leonid with some songs and conversation. There's plenty to discuss. Oh dear, Counselor Zhou, why must you be this way? Bringing a blonde girl over to steal my business? Just look at her. She's as unrefined as a block of wood. Standing beside a tall, golden-haired foreign gentleman was a captivating woman with elegantly curled hair, who, feeling displeased, pouted her crimson lips and playfully poked his chest with her beautifully manicured fingers. The gentleman's arm was tightly wrapped around her, yet he, with a self-satisfied air of flirtation, raised an eyebrow at He Xiaoman and uttered a string of convoluted foreign words. He Xiaoman, maintaining her composure, retreated a few steps into the alley. Unfortunately, her movements did not escape the keen gaze of the golden-haired man across from her. You, halt, he commanded in halting Mandarin. He then unleashed a torrent of incomprehensible words upon the translator. However, before she could finish her sentence, the foreigner delivered a resounding slap that sent her tumbling to the ground. The Chinese man beside the foreigner, who had been holding a flashlight, bent down to assist the fallen woman, only to be met with a swift kick from the foreigner. A surge of anger welled up within He Xiaoman, and as the cold light flashed, the foreign gentleman, who had been focused on kicking, suddenly found himself feeling dizzy. Chapter 101, Child Bride. The nearby translator, eyes wide in disbelief, witnessed the swift transformation from the foreign gentleman's earlier bravado in seeking the service of a delicate Chinese beauty to the shocking moment when her knife severed his head. This gentleman represented a powerful energy conglomerate from the United States, yet he hailed from a nation known for its combative spirit. Indeed, at present, this nation, fully capable of contending with the United States, remains unified, its prowess surpassing even its current state. The renowned, virtually monopolistic energy magnate of the United States, due to certain circumstances, has been ousted from his homeland and is now fervently engaged in constructing those dozen modern refineries for Stalin. Adjacent to China, a nation of vast territory yet lamentably feeble national strength, this affluent tycoon, in a moment of leisure, dispatched a trusted subordinate's nephew to ascertain the situation there. Unexpectedly, upon beholding his countenance, many Chinese individuals immediately adopted a servile demeanor, addressing him as Sir, regardless of their own status. Leonid was instantly intoxicated by this deference. Consequently, upon encountering He Xiaoman, a slender, petite, and exquisitely charming woman exuding an aura of Eastern mystique and grace, Leonid, despite already having a beauty in his arms, harbored desires for a double embrace. What divine pleasure would it be to possess both a flamboyant harlot from the most debased quarters and a virtuous maiden educated in the strict traditions of an ancient family? Regrettably, he was unaware that the chaste maiden concealed a keen blade within her heart, capable of slaying with a mere gesture. Bai Shaoling, a veritable manual of foreign languages and translation prodigy, had already translated the golden-haired man's words in their entirety, thus inciting He Xiaoman's homicidal intent. He Xiaoman retreated timidly, while the foreign gentleman pursued her impudently. Unbeknownst to them, they had strayed from the alley's entrance into a patch of darkness. If not now, when would she strike? Had someone else been in her place today, the world would have gained yet another tragic maiden. Although He Xiaoman may hesitate to harm her compatriots, she harbors no such reservations towards those who dare to brazenly bully others at their doorstep. As long as it does not interfere with her own objectives, she would eliminate any such threats without a second thought. Each adversary she dispatches reduces the likelihood of her fellow countrymen suffering at their hands. Zhou, the advisor, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. It was over. He helplessly witnessed the demise of the foreign dignitary, and with it, his own doom beckoned. You dare to slay a foreigner? Are you insane? Do you realize that your wretched existence could never compensate for even a single life? His voice, strained and high-pitched from sheer terror, resembled the sound of a throat being slit. rendering his thoughts disjointed. A phrase suddenly flashed through He Xiaoman's mind. I wish to spit on you, yet fear sullying my saliva. There was no need to engage in discourse with such a person. Traitors are far more unforgivable than enemies. With a swift motion, she dispatched him to the depths, to join his beloved foreign dignitary. Without hesitation, she began to search the bodies. The foreigner was armed, though she was not particularly skilled with firearms. Possessing one in this era offered a layer of security. As for the ostentatious Miss AC, who had been deliberately flaunting herself to entice the foreign dignitary, if He Xiaoman had not recognized her true intent to save herself, then her 2 years in the workplace would have been utterly futile. Sister, you have truly courted disaster. Although I too wish for his demise, one cannot simply kill him. The woman, clearly terrified of the elusive kitchen knife, nevertheless continued to murmur her reproaches toward He Xiaoman. Having been out for an extended period, it is inevitable that those inside will come looking for us. In light of such a situation, my escape seems implausible. My dear you, the woman pondered deeply and suddenly declared, if you were to inflict a wound upon my leg, I would claim that we were both victims of robbery. My mother recognizes the authorities of the capital and expects me to provide for her. At most, she would merely give me a beating or let me go hungry for a few days. I implore you for but one favor. Assist me in ensuring the safety of Hishan. He has fled here seeking refuge. And while my mother can exert control over me, she will undoubtedly blame him for these troubles, and he will face dire consequences. I perceive that you are not an ordinary woman. Could you perhaps help him find a place to hide until the storm passes, so he may escape? As she spoke, she tugged fiercely at the delicate golden bracelet adorning her wrist, seemingly intending to provide funds for the escape of the man named Hishan. He Xiaoman was suddenly taken aback. She had not anticipated that the Wang family would repay kindness with malice, treating Lu Xiangcao, who had risked so much for her, with such disdain, while the one offering assistance was a stranger from the world of brothels. In such chaotic times, and even within her own realm, she had never encountered such a person. Upon hearing her words, Hishan's previously fearful expression transformed into one of unexpected joy. He gazed at the woman with an almost dazed affection and murmured, I will not leave. Even in death, I wish to be with you. Do you wish to drive me to despair? Quickly, follow this lady and depart from here. Seek a wife and lead a fulfilling life. I am tainted. I am unworthy of you. I do not seek a bride. I shall remain here to protect you. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will not hesitate to exact vengeance upon them. Even in the absence of this young lady, I would still seek to rid the world of this foreigner tonight. Suddenly, the man pulled aside his garment, revealing a sharp knife concealed at his waist. When he strikes you, it pains me deeply. In the pitch-black alley, He Xiaoman was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. The man, as if recalling something, extinguished his flashlight. If anyone with ill intent were to witness this, none of the three of us would escape unscathed. With the flashlight off, no one would come. He Xiaoman remained unfazed, showing no sign of distress for having taken a life, particularly that of a foreigner. After agreeing to offer sacrifices to Bai Shaoling, He Xiaoman, as a temporary disciple, had gained the ability to communicate with the spirit, transcending the barriers of space and time. With the presence of the adept Bai Shaoling, no one would detect the anomaly in this place. However, over time, the foreigner's associates might inevitably come looking, which would pose a significant dilemma. Hishan's eyes sparkled with disbelief and joy, though that light extinguished almost instantly. I cannot leave. I lack an identification card. And Tang Li's household registration is held by her mother. If she dares to escape, her mother will scour the capital to find her. That woman has connections and knows many Englishmen and Easterners. He Xiaoman reassured them, saying, there is no need for fear. I will devise a plan for you. Chapter 102. Child Bride. When Xiao Qiao opened her eyes, she felt as though her head weighed 1,000 pounds, accompanied by a persistent, dull ache. Before her lay an utterly unfamiliar realm, neither the grand lady's courtyard nor the elderly dame's domain, nor even her own cramped servants' quarters. As she attempted to rise, a piercing headache assailed her, prompting a pained groan to escape her lips. A young maid, scarcely 13 or 14, rushed to her side, exclaiming, Miss, you are awake. The girl's words left Chi Qiao momentarily bewildered. Miss, is she addressing me? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the maid darted away, flinging aside the curtain. Mother, the young lady has awakened. Chi Qiao turned to see a woman in her 40s, plump and fashionably attired. entering alongside the earlier maid, and she recognized her not at all. With a fragrant breeze trailing her, the woman approached, her hips swaying, and settled beside Qiqiao. "Oh, my daughter, you are awake at last. You have made your mother quite anxious these past 2 days. You simply cannot disregard your own life in your reckless attempts to save Lord Leonid." Qiqiao, utterly perplexed, could only ponder what lord. She distinctly recalled being fed a meal laced with an excessive dose of some herbal concoction by the Grand Lady, after which her memory faded. How could she have possibly gone to rescue any lord? Moreover, she did not recognize the woman beside her at all. Struggling to sit up, the room spun around her, and dizziness threatened to overwhelm her. She opened her mouth, a wave of nausea hitting her, prompting the stout woman to urgently summon the maid for a spittoon. After a couple of dry heaves, Qiqiao could expel nothing. "Quickly, bring the young lady some water to rinse her mouth, and open a jar of orange preserves for her to nibble on," the plump woman instructed the maid. "Little Tongli, remember, you bravely protected Lord Leonid and were struck from behind, rendering you unconscious. You did not witness who struck you, do you understand? However, I am not Xiao Tongli. I am she. No, you are indeed Xiao Tongli. I, your mother, have expended 20 taels on your new attire, only for it to be snatched away. This outfit cannot be worn, and you are obligated to repay me." Upon discovering her inexplicable transformation into a dancer at the Lidu ballroom, Xiaoke chose to remain silent. After contributing 30 taels monthly to the dancers' collective matron, any excess earnings would belong to herself. Generally, each individual could earn a minimum of 20 taels per month, and those residing at Lidu would receive maidservants according to their popularity. Although she currently bore a debt of 25 taels, with diligence, she could eventually repay the famine. Year after year, she toiled relentlessly, her wages filling her mother's purse, save for her younger brother's education at a foreign school. Since the eldest son had become infatuated with Tan Ruor, her hopes of becoming a concubine had diminished. Her mother had discreetly sought 2 potential matches for her. One was to be a secondary wife to a man in his 30s from the Hui merchant class, and the other was for the simple-minded son of the chief steward at Wanfu Building in Dongmiu. Now, her mother was negotiating the bride price. Whichever family offered more would claim her hand in marriage. In any case, Lu Xiangxiao would certainly not retain Xiaoke, the treacherous traitor. Henceforth, she would be Xiao Tongli, for Xiaoke was no more. Yet, unbeknownst to the not-so-Xiao Tongli, the true Xiaoke still lived. He Xiaoman wreaked havoc in the old lady's courtyard, knocking out all 4 of Guma's front teeth. You cannot control your tongue? Then do not attempt to restrain it. He Xiaoman coldly regarded Aunt Go. Now, devoid of her front teeth and the relentless pursuit, Aunt Ji's tongue flowed freely. However, it remained uncertain whether she would dare to speak her mind so freely in the future. "I have preserved the food, and I have obtained the testimony from Qiao. We can either settle this matter in court now, or you can give me 30 large coins on behalf of Qiao's mother and retrieve Qiao's household registration card and identification for me. Then, we shall consider this matter resolved." The terrified Yu family, having already soiled themselves in public, no longer dared to challenge her. They acquiesced to every condition proposed by He Xiaoman. As for Qiao's mother, she voiced no dissent. Selling to anyone was still selling, and with 30 coins in hand, her precious son would have the opportunity to attend school abroad. He Xiaoman flashed a grin at her, a simple yet chilling gesture that sent shivers down the spines of those present, collectively lighting a candle for Qiao. Lu Xiangxiao was a lunatic. To have completely offended her, Qiao was destined to live a life worse than death. This woman was not cursed. She was already sufficiently malevolent. The small courtyard of the eldest madam became increasingly deserted. Occasionally, the cries of Qiao's father could be heard, pleading for mercy. "Madam, please spare me. Aunt Go won't let me feed you. Ah, let me die. It's truly not my fault if I don't relay messages to the young lady. They will beat me." The elderly lady remarked that if he died, the Wang family would not need to divide the inheritance, thus preserving a good reputation. "I am but a servant. My words hold no weight, madam." Inside the room, Tang Li, now renamed Xiao, was assisting He Xiaoman in applying medicine to a light brown fox paw. From time to time, the magpie would call out loudly to the outside world. The vast ocean before me was a bribe given by Goma when I discovered her stealing the old lady's dowry. Goma was soon summoned to Chunhui Hall by the old lady. After a while, the coachman Lao Geng brought Lao Zhan to search Goma's quarters, and to their astonishment, they uncovered several belongings of the family, which instantly elicited even more wretched wails from Chunhui Hall. "Old lady, I am utterly devoted to you. This is all. That woman schemed to sow discord. I am wronged. Bai Shaoling transformed once again into a silver bracelet, coiling around He Xiaoman's wrist, chattering like a storyteller, occasionally mocking the injured fox. You truly bring disgrace to the Fox clan, nearly being bested by a barbarian. He Xiaoman felt a tinge of regret for the chaos she had caused. Her inexperience had clouded her judgment, in her eagerness to assist her host and earn rewards. She overlooked the potential dangers that such actions could entail. The tale of a child without a mother is long. According to Hu Chongping, a classmate, there is an ancestor in the Hu family who foretold that a military position in the northeast would soon face adversity, prompting the dispatch of a message. Additionally, a grandaunt had asked him to bring something to a hall in the capital along the way. Initially, everything went smoothly. However, upon arriving in the capital, a place renowned for its beauty and talent, despite having endured the ravages of war twice, the city still exuded a vibrant vitality amidst its decline and decay. Having successfully completed the task in the capital, I am now preparing to venture northeast to deliver a message to that crucial individual, advising him against traveling by train for the next 2 months. Upon arriving in the city known for its exquisite wines, Hu Tongxie found himself irresistibly drawn to the long, mellow fragrance of liquor. Chapter 103. The child bride. I overheard that sycophantic Huagua individual intending to present the emperor's wine to the foreigners, which infuriated me. Hu Chongping, torn between pain and anger, puffed out his cheeks and glared. He Xiaoman chuckled, remarking, "You seem quite greedy, don't you? Your ancestors were known to let their indulgence in wine lead to disastrous consequences, burning down their own homes for a mere drink." Hu Chongping shot an indignant glare at He Xiaoman, retorting, "Nonsense. That's merely the fabrications of a novelist." He Xiaoman feigned innocence, saying, "Good sir, I did not utter those words. My mouth was closed just moments ago." Indeed, He Xiaoman's voice dripped with sarcasm, yet his lips remained still. Hu Chongping erupted in fury. "Parrot, flatterer, who was it that transformed into a stranger to sneak into the flower house for a drink, only to be chased by a foreigner and nearly implicate us? I do not hold women to the same standards." Hu Chongping winced in pain after his tirade, only to find 4 fierce eyes glaring at him. I wasn't he referring to you too. You are my lifesavers. I truly did not mean you." Alas, where had the enigmatic and profound aura of the immortal family gone, whose family name had been thoroughly disgraced? Unexpectedly, He Xiaoman, who was originally wearing a playful smile, suddenly became serious and said, "Do not speak in such a manner. Our fortuitous encounter in aiding you is, in fact, a service to ourselves as well. If you can truly preserve that person's life, it would be an immense act of virtue. We should all express our gratitude to you." He Xiaoman vaguely recalled that the explosion incident occurred merely a month or 2 ago. This world diverged from her own in numerous aspects. Yet the timelines of the northeast and the southern regions had not shifted significantly. If Hu Chongping could indeed ensure that individual survival, it was likely that the Easterners would not be able to advance unimpeded into the 3 eastern provinces and subsequently set their sights on the capital. Such an outcome might render her life more bearable. Whether viewed from a broader perspective or a personal advantage, Hu Chongping was indeed performing a commendable deed. However, this fox spirit had an insatiable fondness for alcohol. While in Lidu, she had surreptitiously consumed the liquor that was offered to the foreign dignitaries. Unfortunately, in her inebriated state, she stumbled over a wine bottle while attempting to sneak away, and was consequently shot in the foreleg by Leonid, who mistook her for a stray animal. Leonid, who had honed his marksmanship from a young age while accompanying his forebears on hunting expeditions, was relentless in his pursuit to eliminate the thieving creature. Thus, it could be said that He Xiaoman was indeed unfortunate. Hu Chongping sensed the presence of a kindred spirit, and, inebriated and guided solely by instinct, stumbled upon He Xiaoman, who had come to dispose of a corpse. It was not that she could evade the foreigner's firearm, nor was she entirely helpless against him. Rather, the suddenness of the situation, coupled with her intoxication, rendered her unable to match her wits with her speed. Consequently, she fled instinctively, seeking refuge wherever it seemed safe. Hu Chongping, with a melancholic expression, lamented, after a millennium of cultivation in the mountains, who could have imagined that the world of mortals has long since transformed from what it once was? He Xiaoman wore a face of melancholy, fearing that you might remain unchanged on this journey. Indeed, my mother's words ring true. A man who is fond of drink and gambling is untrustworthy. Suddenly, He Shan knelt on one knee and said to He Xiaoman, "Miss, I wish to accompany Hu Changping to the northeast. Please, madam, protect Tang Li. Qiqiao. He Xiaoman was taken aback. You are not at ease. Neither am I. Though this man spoke little, his meaning was clear to Yi Xiaoman. Her concern lay in Hu Changping's unreliability. Entrusting him with such a significant task felt precarious. Without Yi Xiaoman's assurance, Yi Shan was equally apprehensive about Qiqiao's safety while accompanying Hu Changping on such a long journey. Why? Yi Xiaoman inquired, perceiving the unvoiced affection Yi Shan harbored for Qiqiao. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion. Even if I remain by her side, without leaving her for a moment, I cannot guarantee her safety. Not only could he not protect her, but he would also have to watch helplessly as she feigned joy in the company of others. Subjected to their whims and at times enduring mistreatment, such as from a foreigner named Leonid. After this harrowing and bewildering night, Yi Shan suddenly realized that he was as fragile as an egg, incapable of safeguarding his beloved Qiqiao. Thus, he resolved to become a man of power and influence, armed and capable to protect those he cherished in these turbulent times. Mere courage in the face of death was entirely insufficient. Now that Qiqiao possessed a legitimate background, he too must strive for a standing that could ensure her protection. Inform that esteemed gentleman discreetly. The journey ahead is fraught with peril and crises aplenty. Yet, should he succeed, he shall ascend to great heights, for this is a shortcut to triumph. Step by step, he climbs, and both he and the magpie can scarcely wait. On the day of Yi Xiaoman's relocation, the Yu family surprisingly set off firecrackers for half the day at her former residence to dispel ill fortune, enlisting an elderly monk to chant scriptures and a foreign monk to sprinkle holy water, an eclectic mix proving quite effective. That very afternoon, news emerged of Tan Ruo's pregnancy. The Yu family, buoyed by joyous tidings, found the chronic ailments of the eldest daughter-in-law miraculously resolved. With one ill omen departing. My precious grandson arrives. What a turn of fate. No wonder she attracted misfortune. How repugnant. With a scornful spit upon the ground, the Yu matriarch, as a seasoned elder and mother-in-law, gleefully imparted her wisdom on child-rearing. As for the troublemaker in the eastern courtyard, let her languish within the house, she extorted. However, the nuisance in the eastern courtyard was far too preoccupied to concern herself with them at this moment. Yi Xiaoman was diligently calculating how to optimize the layout of her reward-designated space. Building, ordinary residence, level, beginner, address, number 55, 3rd Avenue, District E, owner, Yi Xiaoman. Projection, number 1, Huaitree Fortress Village, Weikan Town, Zhangtai County, Jingshui City, Dongning Province, Summer Kingdom. Activation, bedroom, level 1. The owner resting in the designated area will receive double effects. Popularity, 25, 965, notes, 17, 030, basic general building materials, 23, 570, intermediate building materials, 50, basic special building materials, 1, 515, basic medicinal herbs, 2, 020, basic food ingredients, 95, skill, cooking to nourish me. Display, blood demon orb, white. When placed in the display room, it can grant the homeowner the state of 2 strength and 5 blood. Item, silver-scaled python's triangular flank scale. These augmentations represent the current rewards accrued from the present mission. Xiaoman could not help but feel apprehensive, wondering if Lu Xiangcao still had an inescapable calamity looming. The bulletin board's response was, perhaps, perhaps not, which was as good as no answer at all. In essence, if the homeowner completes the task ahead of schedule and opts to settle, there will be corresponding mission rewards. The homeowner can also choose to remain until the mission's deadline before departing. In short, if there's no prompt indicating mission completion, it signifies that something is still lacking. Chapter 104. Child Bride 31. Xiaoman felt rather dejected for a moment. She scrutinized the task word by word and examined the mission progress, successfully escaped the Wang family's main residence. Yet, the mission status remained unfulfilled. Unable to fathom the reason, she had no choice but to leave it unresolved. How to dispel sorrow? Only through renovation. Even if the mission were to show as completed, Xiaoman would have chosen to stay. After all, her landlady days as madam he were just beginning, and there were still many matters to attend to. As for those exceedingly modern appliances such as microwave ovens, and tumble dryers, they are all directly utilized by Yi Xiaoman within the system, while refrigerators, which have existed since the Republic of China, are cleverly disguised. In summary, the housing system of his universe is an exceptionally sophisticated framework, and for any conceivable issue. There exists a well-thought-out solution, ensuring that nothing is amiss. Provided one possesses sufficient funds, satisfaction is guaranteed. He Xiaoman's mind began to reflexively cycle through the announcement board's slogan. The housing system, reasonably priced, excellent value, fair to all. Oh, adding a phrase about guaranteed satisfaction certainly enhances the rhyme. Since the 5-year deadline for the task is still far off, He Xiaoman decided to set aside her worries and delve into the item at hand. This was clearly a reward bestowed by Bai Shaoling. Placing the triangular scale, blue, beneath the rib of the silver-scaled creature in the display room would garner the favor of the serpent-eyed beings. The serpent-eyed beings are primarily chordate reptiles, many possessing 145 pairs of ribs. So here, the rib refers to the 7-inch mark of the silver-scaled creature, where a pair of triangular scales protects its heart. This scale signifies trust. He Xiaoman could not fathom why Bai Shaoling would place such trust in her. Perhaps it was due to her efforts and expenses in safely escorting the unreliable little Hu. All He Xiaoman wished for was a display of goodwill, hoping that this creature would refrain from biting her, lest she become susceptible to attracting snakes. He Xiaoman now possesses a dedicated room for displaying various collectibles. Thus, this bulletin board does not require excessive elaboration, as there are no pressing matters to communicate. He Xiaoman feels that since she has this special room to showcase her treasures, the vast space can accommodate an immeasurable number of items. Moreover, as long as she is willing to invest in the future, she can infinitely expand the collection. Therefore, as long as the displayed items bear no negative repercussions, she intends to exhibit them all. With this in mind, there is no need to inquire about the value of the collectibles. After experiencing the heart-wrenching loss of 2.3 million, He Xiaoman resolved never to demean herself by asking the bulletin board questions that serve only to inflict pain without any benefit. However, she was suddenly struck as if by lightning, her mind buzzing. He Xiaoman thought, did I really ask you? Why does the bulletin board seem rather contemptible now? To anticipate the needs of our clients, to consider their thoughts, and to diligently provide attentive service is the duty of our intelligent assistance system. Oh dear. What a ridiculous statement. You are merely a cold, unfeeling bulletin board. Cease your insipid attempts at charm. Dismissing such vexations, He Xiaoman hurried to the kitchen in search of food. She fondly reminisced about the extraordinary culinary skills of the cosmic kitchen system. Even the most delectable dishes can become tiresome with daily repetition. Both she and Bai Shaoling would cover their ears upon hearing the mention of noodles. Having been in this world for less than a year, it meant that she had not yet spent a day in her old family home. Thus, the kitchen and refrigerator were stocked with the food she had prepared in advance. Dry pot tea tree mushrooms with potato slices, cross-bridge tofu, a plate of lemon-flavored chicken feet, and a bowl of tomato-braised beef brisket. For fruits, she had the delightful Haiyang net melon. What a wonderful life this is. I never anticipated that my first visitor after moving would be Tanruer. Why is your place so chilly? She remarked. It's the height of summer, and outside feels like a furnace in the morning. Although Tanruer's arrival was uninvited, with Bai Shaoling on guard, she promptly alerted He Xiaoman and Magpie the moment Tanruer stepped into the courtyard, discreetly entering stealth mode. Having received offerings, Bai Shaoling was visible even to Magpie, but only if Bai Shaoling wished for it to be so. He Xiaoman felt the urgency to block both the large and small doors between the two courtyards. While Tanruer had been relatively amicable towards Lu Xiangcao and herself, the mere sight of the people from Wang's residence was disconcerting. It seemed more prudent to adhere to the host's desire for a peaceful coexistence, avoiding any interactions. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged absence of residents here. The eternal coolness of 22, in comparison to the sweltering weather outside, was indeed refreshing. Tanruer recognized that He Xiaoman's claims were mere fabrications. The Huishang family had only vacated a few days ago. She surveyed the furnishings within the house, all crafted from exquisite mahogany. To her surprise, the previous occupants had been so generous as to leave behind their furniture. Her gaze wandered from the well-maintained pieces to the dining table, where a delectable dish of green pepper meat sauce featured tender white tofu and a hidden poached egg, alongside refreshing lemon slices and nearly translucent marinated chicken feet in lemon-yellow brine. Tanruer couldn't help but swallow hard. Then her eyes fell upon neatly cut pieces of patterned melon, scattered with toothpicks, and an involuntary flood of saliva ensued. He Xiaoman, noticing her expression, politely inquired, "Would you care for something to eat?" To her surprise, Tanruer nodded, though the act left her feeling utterly embarrassed. How could she have nodded? Magpie fetched a set of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen for her. Tan Ruer, in a moment of defiance, decided to sit down and indulge in the meal, having already lost any sense of shame. It was delicious. Even the dish she usually avoided due to its spiciness tasted exquisite. Tan Ruer had never experienced such delightful flavors before. Almost half of a plate of patterned melon had vanished into her stomach. Its coolness accompanied by a hint of cantaloupe fragrance, yet it was sweet enough to warm the heart. "What kind of melon is this?" she asked. "I don't know." "Magpie bought it," came the bewildered reply as Magpie faced the sudden question. Suddenly recalling her current status as a servant, she thought, of course. She couldn't say it was purchased by Xiang Cao. "I don't know its name either. I just bought it from a vendor at the entrance." Chapter 105. Child Bride 32. Even if she were to rush out now, that vendor would surely have long departed. With such a vast courtyard to tend to, it would be wise to hire 2 more servants to assist with the upkeep, which would not be a small expense, as she currently had no income. I pondered that I might help her rent out the front courtyard. The rent could be given to my brother to invest in stocks on her behalf, allowing her to earn from both avenues without needing to expose herself by running a shop. For many wealthy ladies, stocks were a novel and fashionable means of making money, even though the intricacies of how money begets money were often beyond their comprehension. Xiaoman found herself somewhat bewildered in the face of Tan Ruer's situation. By contemporary standards, Tan Ruer undoubtedly occupies the role of a mistress. However, in this era of warlords vying for supremacy, men were preoccupied with team competitions, seizing territories, and plundering resources, leaving little time to attend to such trivial matters. Thus, while some advocated for monogamy, the practice of a primary wife with concubines was not illegal. It was not uncommon for the mistresses of high-ranking officials to appear in public under the guise of wives. Moreover, Xiaoman later learned that the information Tan Ruer possessed indicated that Lu Xiangcao was a feudal child bride who had never consummated her marriage, rendering it null and void. This is why she developed a romantic relationship with Wang Muhuai, only to discover that their marriage was indeed valid when they were on the verge of tying the knot. Therefore, despite not being enemies, they could hardly be considered friends. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Tan Ruer displayed a hint of shame, yet her gaze remained steadfast and sincere. She genuinely seemed to wish to assist Lu Xiangcao, whether out of guilt for her involvement in dismantling the marriage or due to previous misunderstandings. "I am not well versed in stocks, nor am I accustomed to leasing, especially since my backyard only accommodates 2 women, myself and the magpie, which makes me feel insecure," Tan Ruer remarked. "Sister, if you wish to avoid owing me a favor, just say so. Living under the same roof with someone who can wield a kitchen knife at any moment is far more perilous for others. Wouldn't you agree?" I actually want to divorce Wang Muhuai, but my brother forbids it." Suddenly, Tan Ruer appeared somewhat sorrowful, pondering aloud. Is marriage truly the grave of love and trust? Xiaoman rolled her eyes, remarking, "Well, more or less. Anyway, my grave has already been dug up." Tan Ruer immediately felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Their encounter had been rather romantic, beneath the wisteria blossoms, when her book was knocked from her hands, scattering pages everywhere. He approached to assist her in gathering them, and in that flurry of chaos, they became acquainted. He expressed his fondness for Jane Eyre and A Night in Florence, revealing what a pure-hearted individual he was. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would resort to deception? "He deceived me." Xiaoman mused that, as a rugged man from the northeast, she had been thoroughly bewildered by the delicate, cultured Tan Ruer from the capital. "I may not be human, but you truly are a dog," she thought. How could the current partner come prattling to the ex-wife with such words? Surely, he wasn't attempting to showcase his affection in a rather ostentatious manner? Or perhaps he simply wished to engage in a trivial confrontation with her. However, upon observing the tears streaming down Tan Ruer's face and the despondency enveloping her, it seemed unlikely. "Do you not have other close friends? I mean, those with whom you share a deeper bond? Classmates, perhaps, to confide in?" It was evident that the 2 women were not particularly familiar with one another. They had both expressed their disapproval of her relationship with Wang Muhuai. Inadvertently, Tan Ruer finished the last piece of the patterned melon from her plate, only to realize, upon reaching for more, that it was all gone. Her face reddened, as if it might bleed from embarrassment. How mortifying. Yet, that melon was truly delectable. She had never tasted such fragrant, sweet, and utterly unctuous fruit before. Xiaoman, observing Tan Ruer's reluctant demeanor, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. She held no animosity towards Tan Ruer, for in Lu Xiangcao's recollections, Aside from the fact that Tan Ruor had taken away Wang Muhuai, she had not partaken in any actions that would constitute persecution against her. It is worth noting that Tan Ruor herself had been deceived, even if she had indeed come to be Wang Muhuai's concubine or mistress. Such occurrences were commonplace in this era. The true fault lay with Wang Muhuai, the scoundrel. Tan Ruor was merely frivolous, pursuing superficial trends without much discernment. Given Wang Muhuai's character, even in the absence of Tan Ruor, there would surely be others like Zhang Ruor or Zhao Ruor. The root of the wrongdoing resided in the men, not in Tan Ruor's seduction of Wang Muhuai, nor in any coercion she might have exerted. He Xiaomin understood that Tan Ruor's assistance was, in essence, self-serving. She too wished to avoid sharing her man with another woman, and more so. She wished to evade the disgrace of being a concubine or mistress, hidden away in Wang's residence. In comparison to the cold-heartedness and treachery of the rest of the Wang family, Tan Ruor could even be considered a decent person. At that moment, Tan Ruor was in tears. Perhaps it was divine retribution for her usurpation of another's marriage that she found herself pregnant at such a time. What am I to do? What am I to do? The prospect of divorce and the termination of the child would not only harm her body, but also bring sorrow to her parents and render her family a laughingstock. Yet, upon seeing the true faces of Wang Muhuai and the Yu family, including Wang Mashishi and others, this household only filled her with disgust, especially concerning Yu Shi. Upon discovering her pregnancy, her ailments seemed to vanish as swiftly as they had descended upon her. She was soon bustling into her room, incessantly chattering about the necessity of consuming meat to ensure the child would be robust. Furthermore, she insisted on introducing her maid, Chun Xing, to Wang Muhuai as a concubine, commanding both of them to abstain from intimacy henceforth. Tan Ruor's face instantly flushed a deep shade of purple, resembling an eggplant. What manner of mother-in-law was this? Gazing upon the grand estate, Tan Ruor found herself unexpectedly envious of Lu Xiangcao. It dawned on her that a life perceived as wretched by others could indeed be meticulously stitched into a tapestry of beauty. Meanwhile, her own existence lay shattered by the belated revelation of truth. As for Tan Ruor's remarks, He Xiaoman chose not to engage. The role of Lu Xiangcao was doomed to be perceived as erroneous, regardless of her words. After enduring the role of a mere sounding board, He Xiaoman grasped that Tan Ruor was simply unable to confront Yu Shi, who presently feared Lu Xiangcao the most, prompting her to seek refuge in this quieter space.